In the village of Konoha, 4 decades have passed since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. Commencing the final combat exercise, Asakawa Saikai versus Mizuki. Let the match begin. The somewhat aged instructor announced the start of this practical lesson, his voice resonating in the classroom. Under the watchful eyes of the teacher and their peers, 2 young children stood facing each other. Both were around 6 or 7 years of age. One had a head full of silver hair, his pale complexion suggesting that he would grow up to be a dandy with little talent, merely a fool, capable of leading other children astray. The other, with dark hair and brown eyes, exuded a cheerful demeanor, clearly destined to become a handsome youth, one of striking attractiveness at that. At the instructor's signal, Mizuki made no move but instead taunted Asakawa Saikai, prepare to be knocked down and left searching for your teeth. Let's see if those girls will still fancy you. Oh, my heavens! This child truly has a serious problem. I shall certainly kick him hard with my shoe. Sometimes, being handsome is indeed a burden, even at such a tender age, and it appears I have drawn unwanted attention. Alas, the girls in school seem to be far too precocious. It is not my fault that I am attractive. With a sigh of resignation, Saikai chose to ignore this fool. However, Mizuki charged forward, throwing small punches. Saikai deftly dodged, seizing his silver hair and yanking it downward, while simultaneously driving his knee upward. Bang! 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 After a series of 3 strikes, he released Mizuki, who staggered back, dazed and disoriented, blood trickling from his nose, utterly confused about his surroundings, leaning away. From Seikei.8T that moment, Saikai delivered a flying kick, sending Mizuki sprawling into the dirt, defeated. Mizuki lay on the ground, wailing in distress. The victor is Asakawa Saikai. The teacher announced the winner amidst Mizuki's cries and the cheers of a group of girls. The girls cheered, hooray! Asakawa is truly formidable. He deserves the praise. Yes, yes. And so handsome, strong and good-looking, just like Kakashi. The consensus among the girls was that Saikai was indeed handsome. Meanwhile, the boys commented, "Huh, Mizuki is crying. He was so easily defeated. How pitiful, pathetic, truly pitiful, humph. Asakawa Saikai has triumphed again. What a source of envy. So what if he won? He can't compare to Kakashi, who became a ninja last year." As the discussions continued, the class drew to a close. Mizuki, with tear-stained eyes, glared at Saikai's back, gritting his teeth. "Why do you receive everyone's admiration? I was the first, I was the one most favored. What do you and Kakashi amount to? Curse be it, my nose hurts so badly. Asakawa Saikai, I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing me." Taking a deep breath, Saikai stood upon the gently flowing surface of the water, striving to maintain control over his chakra, ensuring he would not fall. Given his current chakra levels, with proper control, he could remain on the surface for some time without succumbing to the depths. Let me try this. The hand seals, or he began forming seals, channeling chakra through his body, and exclaimed, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." He unleashed a powerful gust, sending sand and debris flying across the riverbank, causing the trees to sway. Feeling slightly lightheaded and oxygen-deprived, he noted that his chakra had diminished. The crank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough, could be employed repetitively, allowing him to execute it a dozen times before nearing his limits. Let's test my capabilities. He clenched his fist, flames suddenly igniting around it, yet his expression remained devoid of pain. This flame was not born of chakra, but rather a unique ability belonging to a realm beyond this one. The devil fruit, nature type, flame fruit. This was the power he had acquired upon crossing into this world, innate from the moment he gained consciousness, yet requiring his own effort to develop fully. Since this world lacked any substance that could counteract the devil fruit, even if he were to plunge into water, he would not become a poor swimmer, able to float, perform butterfly strokes, or swim freely as he wished. With a clenched fist, he directed a strike toward the river. Boom! Fire clashed against water, sending a torrent splashing outward, drenching his clothes. The destructive force was nowhere near as formidable as Ace's fire punches. It seemed that to adapt to this world, the flame fruit required chakra expenditure, albeit not as grand as traditional ninjutsu. Moreover, due to the nature of the devil fruit, his chakra reserves surpassed those of his peers, even eclipsing some Chunin. Upon surveying his surroundings and confirming no one was present, he ignited with flames, transforming into a human torch, emitting heat until his clothes dried and the flames vanished. The Second Shinobi World War has just concluded, and the third will commence in a few years. I must amass strength early to ensure my survival. As a ninja, one must inevitably step onto the battlefield, where the ability to endure is paramount. Elementalization is indeed a mystical technique akin to Kimui's intangibility, however. Prolonged combat depletes chakra reserves, and the body cannot maintain elemental form indefinitely. Even with the enhancement from the devil fruit, chakra remains a vulnerability. Death awaits those who perish. Undoubtedly a trivial observation, yet a stark reality to avoid the battlefield. One must renounce being a ninja, but with such extraordinary abilities bestowed upon him, there is no turning back. With these extraordinary powers, he cannot lead a tranquil life, unlike some ordinary office worker. With a penchant for solitude, the priority is to develop the fruit's abilities. Ninjutsu can wait. I possess no remarkable ninjutsu, and I can indirectly cultivate my chakra in the process. While honing the fruit's powers, he would also leverage his chakra, expending it, and upon recovery, his reserves would grow, akin to those in the pirate world. Survive a battle without dying, and one's strength would increase. The devil fruit had altered his body, aligning it more closely with the constitution of those from the pirate realm. Scion. With his thought, he pointed at the water's surface. Fire gun. Sparks shot forth from his fingertips, swift as a meteor, plunging into the water, leaving only the sizzling sound of flames being extinguished. As he lowered his hand, preparing to experiment with his next technique, he overheard someone speaking. Big brother, that scoundrel Asakawa Saikai, typically trains around here. He must be nearby. You have to help me teach him a lesson. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. And who seeks to reprimand me? Have I offended anyone? He, Akiyama Seek, had always been amicable, never offending anyone. Today, however, someone dared to come and confront him. Konoha was a harmonious family, and its members would never engage in infighting. Are you certain that Brat is here, Mizuki? I sacrificed my training time to assist you in confronting that little bully. Don't let my efforts be in vain. Suddenly, another voice emerged, youthful and unmistakably belonging to a child. From his words, Seek realized who was seeking trouble. It was Mizuki. This guy, having been made to cry today, had summoned an older child from his family to pick a fight? Truly remarkable. Yet, he wished to avoid trouble and was about to flee when two white-haired figures emerged from the thicket. What caught his attention most was the older child, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, clearly a graduate and a ninja now undertaking missions. With a visage somewhat resembling Mizuki's, he must be his older brother. Naturally, the younger one beside him was Mizuki. The latter wore a smug expression. Upon seeing Seek, he immediately declared, Akiyama Seek, I've been looking for you. This is my older brother, Kimiku. He is an exceptional genin and will soon become a chunin. Today he is here to avenge me. Seek, exasperated, replied, Come on. You were just made to cry, and you're this petty? Is your brother particularly adept at shifting blame? Why not blame the world, or that fool, Shurchin? Meanwhile, Mizuki's older brother, Kimiku, scoffed. So you bullied my little brother? You little brat, are you looking for a fight? Wow, how shameless. A genin bullying a child. Humph. The only reason you managed to defeat me is that I had an upset stomach. Had it not been for my discomfort, I wouldn't even need my brother's assistance. How can you even show your face after that? No wonder you're the kind of person who could incite the prince to mischief. At such a tender age, you exhibit a talent for twisting the truth. With a little refinement, you might become a master of deceit in the future. Using such excuses because you can't defeat me is quite enough. If you're going to get beaten, at least stand at attention. You can't even handle losing and still consider yourself a ninja? Mizuki attempted to retort, but Kinmoku interrupted him, saying, Enough of the bickering. Kid, after being beaten by my brother, this matter is settled. You now have two choices. Either my brother beats you, or I do. Choose one. Seek, scratching his ear, replied, I choose the third option. What is that? Beating both of you. Arrogance. Kimiku was enraged. How dare this little brat from the Ninja Academy speak such insolence about striking him? It seemed he was in for a rough lesson. I see you're refusing to heed warnings. Do you think you're Kakashi's little brat? Clearly a child, yet already a chunin. A talent that drives him to madness with envy. Now this little brat was provoking him, seeking death. Seeing his brother's anger, Mizuki took a few steps back, hiding behind a tree. It would be best if his brother beat him to a pulp. Let us see if he would still be so popular afterward. Qingjie retreated to the riverbank as Jinmu charged forward. In contrast to his brother's reckless assaults, Jinmu displayed far more experience. With his longer legs, he delivered a kick that missed its mark, landing instead in empty space. Seizing the opportunity, Qingjie thrust his foot against the bend of Jinmu's leg, compelling him to kneel, then swiftly followed up with a spinning kick that nearly sent Jinmu tumbling into the water. "You little brat," Jinmu exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to seize Qingjie, only to receive a swift kick to the face, resulting in a resounding splash as he fell into the water. Qingjie looked at Mizuki and declared, "Next. It's your turn." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You cannot defeat my elder brother." Mizuki's small heart was shattered. Why could this guy best his brother? Moreover, brother, aren't you a ninja? How could you be outmatched by someone like him? He is just a student like me. One's physical prowess cannot be generalized. Only in moments of extreme rage can one truly unleash their potential. As for me, I am different. I will grow stronger. Mizuki, is your brother really a ninja? Jinmu climbed out of the river, unfazed by the earlier defeat, and charged once more, this time with significantly greater speed. His punch was caught by a hand even smaller than his own, and he felt an intense heat emanating from the opponent's palm, akin to thrusting his fist into flames. Qingjie extended his other hand, sparks igniting from his fingertips, setting Jinmu's trousers ablaze. Brother, your pants are on fire. Hot, hot, hot." Jinmu hastily withdrew his blistering hand and leapt back into the water. "This time, I will not be outsmarted by you, you little brat." Standing in the water, Jinmu began to rapidly form seals, the surrounding currents converging, and with the final seal, he unleashed the water release, tidal wave. The river surged, forming a column of water directed at Qingjie. In an attempt to obscure his movements, Qingjie pretended to form seals and opened his mouth to release a torrent of flames. Fire release, fire burst. Boom. The frigid water column collided with the searing flames, resulting in a cloud of steam that obscured the view. Jinmu quickly emerged from the water. Hearing Mizuki's voice call out, Brother, where are you? I am here, nothing to worry about." Suddenly, he heard his own voice echo back, prompting him to shout, "Mizuki, don't believe it. I am over here. Brother, Upon hearing his brother's anguished cry, Jinmu rushed toward the source of the distress, revealing himself, only to feel an intense heat. Turning around, he saw a fiery fist enlarging before him. Fire fist. The impact struck his chest, sending him crashing into a tree. The pain resonating through his very core as he felt his insides shift, coupled with burns across various parts of his body, leaving him in a state of disarray. A foot pressed down upon his shoulder as Qingjie approached, holding his urine-soaked brother Mizuki by the arm, and asked with a smile, "Now, let me pose you a question. What is 1,000 minus 7? Trembling, Jinmu replied, "It equals 993. Your math is quite commendable." A kick to Jinmu's face sent him spiraling into unconsciousness. Casting aside Shuemu, with a radiant smile, "I have longed to witness this expression from you, this fear of me. How do you feel now? Will you dare to trouble me again?" "No, I shall not. Please, do not strike me," Shuemu cried out, yet still received a kick. Gazing at the two brothers, now plunged into unconsciousness, Qingjie clapped his hands. He glanced at Shuemu's face, let out a disdainful sound, seized his hair, and ignited flames, singeing his silver locks into a disheveled mess. A sly grin crept across his face, though he suddenly sensed a chill in the air. A shiver ran down his spine. An ominous premonition urged him to flee, leaving the brothers behind, for there were no dangerous beasts nearby. He felt an instinctive need to escape before trouble ensued. At that moment, rustling sounds emerged from the grass, and upon closer inspection, he spotted a small white snake. Just a snake? How startling. Wait a moment, snake. Young man, your physique defies the laws of nature. The voice, rich with magnetism and curiosity, sent goosebumps down Qingjie's spine, rendering him stiff as he turned around. Before him stood a figure clad in a purple kimono. Well, being short is unavoidable. Lifting his gaze, he encountered a pallid face with golden slit pupils fixated upon him. Filled with an insatiable curiosity, Qingjie felt as if he were the prey caught in the sights of a serpent poised to strike. Recognizing the face, the gaze, and the azure-hued Magatama earrings, the identity of the newcomer was all too clear. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Qingjie, Orochimaru, currently presenting as male, perhaps harboring an interest in the female. He is a seeker of truth who masters core technologies. Unbound by societal norms, a ruthless individual known for abducting children and conducting various illicit experiments. Surely, he must have witnessed my recent actions. That gaze mirrored the one I had when perusing certain images. As a future leaf of Konoha, he felt it prudent to maintain a distance from this formidable figure. Yet, he feared the possibility that Orochimaru might not wish to let him go. The small white snake slithered up Orochimaru's pant leg, who then licked his lips and remarked, "I did not expect that while taking a stroll for inspiration, I would stumble upon something so intriguing, your name." He had ventured out for a walk and, upon hearing the sounds of combat, had come to investigate, only to witness Chingjie utilizing his powers to discipline Jimu. Despite the mist, he observed clearly. Without the need for hand seals, Chingjie wielded fire, piquing his interest immensely. "Chingjie Asakawa," he replied, feeling an immense pressure in the presence of the legendary Sannin. The son of Asakawa Dai and Asakawa Keiko? Orochimaru recalled their names. During the Second Shinobi World War, on the battlefield of the Rain Village, the exceptional Jonin Asakawa Dai had sacrificed himself to complete a mission. Shortly thereafter, on the same day, the medical unit led by his wife was ambushed, resulting in numerous casualties, including Asakawa Dai's beloved. The couple fell on the same day, leaving behind a son of merely 3 or 4 years. He had personally retrieved their bodies. Orochimaru's gaze softened as he regarded Chingjie, seemingly recalling his own childhood, though he noted that this boy was far stronger than he had been at that age. "Do you know my parents?" "I have met them a few times." Orochimaru, not wishing to delve deeper into this topic, remarked, "Kiyoshi-kun, your abilities are quite extraordinary. Could you demonstrate them once more for me?" Alas, this person has set his sights on me. Yet, faced with Orochimaru, Kiyoshi could only muster the courage to ignite flames in his palm. "No need for hand seals. None required. Your family's bloodline limit?" However, as soon as he voiced this theory, he dismissed it. If Kiyoshi's father possessed such abilities, he would not have perished so easily on the battlefield. Moreover, within Konoha, the only recognized bloodline limits are the Sharingan and Byakugan, along with the Karasuma clan's manipulation of the 5 senses and the Tsukigakure clan's phasing technique. Yet, the latter 2 clans had long since waned, reduced to inconspicuous minor families. Could it be that this child's ancestors bore such a unique bloodline limit? Perhaps it had remained dormant for generations and finally awakened by chance in this child. "What is a bloodline limit?" Kiyoshi innocently inquired. Orochimaru briefly elucidated the concept of a bloodline limit, observing as Kiyoshi extinguished the flames from his hand and asked, "Do you not find it hot?" "Generally speaking, the potency of a technique correlates with its risks. The more formidable the jutsu, the greater the danger, often classified as forbidden techniques, or it may deplete a significant amount of chakra." Yet, Kiyoshi appeared unscathed, neither burnt nor showing signs of chakra exhaustion. "Not at all. When did you acquire such a capability?" Kiyoshi cautiously regarded Orochimaru, timidly responding, Since my parents passed away." The fear and wariness in his eyes were perceived by Orochimaru, yet he chose to overlook it, attributing it to a child's natural apprehension. This was entirely normal. He had grown accustomed to it, especially in a child who had lost their parents at a tender age. Wariness and fear are understandable in the eyes of a child when confronted by a stranger. Could the fluctuations of emotion have triggered the awakening of such a special ability? Might Konoha soon gain another bloodline limit? Unable to ascertain Kiyoshi's powers for the moment, he proposed, "Kiyoshi-kun, would you be interested in visiting my residence? It is rather spacious, filled with many fascinating little toys, and when you tire, you can rest there." His demeanor resembled that of a peculiar adult luring a schoolchild. Kiyoshi thought that if he were to go, he would be met with a cold operating table and a sharp scalpel. "Is he planning to dissect me?" "Uncle Snake, please." "No. Uncle Snake. No, my parents have told me not to play at strangers' homes. Goodbye, uncle." With that, he turned to flee, but alas, as he spun around, several snakes slithered from Orochimaru's sleeves, ensnaring him. The frigid bodies of the serpents bound him tightly, their girth akin to that of his arms, as they flicked their tongues at him. "This is bad." Orochimaru chuckled, saying, "Kiyoshi-kun, your vigilance is quite pronounced, but I assure you, I mean you no harm. I am merely curious about your ability. Come with me." "Uncle Snake, please no." "Uncle Snake, help. Someone is trying to abduct a minor. Help." Kiyoshi cried out. straining his voice. There is no need to shout. Indeed, this place is an excellent sanctuary for introspection, with few visitors, which is why I relish my strolls here. Even if you were to scream your throat raw, no one would come. Scream your throat raw. Scream your throat raw. Orochimaru mused. Is this child's intellect truly intact? To avoid provoking excessive caution from Kayasuke, Orochimaru released the serpents coiled around him and said, Kayasuke-kun, I am Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage. You need not fear any harm from me. I merely wish to understand the source of your abilities. I assure you, I will not hurt you. Furthermore, judging by your furtive demeanor, it seems you wish to conceal this power. If I can comprehend it, you may wield it openly within the village in the future. What do you say? Will you accompany me? He extended his hand toward Kayasuke, eagerly anticipating the child's response. Gazing at Orochimaru's pallid hand, Kayasuke fell silent. Associating with the current Orochimaru would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages, and subsequently, he could rationally employ this power. The abilities derived from the devil fruit are irrational. He had always concealed them out of fear of the village discovering them, which could lead to him lying on an operating table, awaiting dissection by researchers eager to unveil the secrets of his body. Orochimaru is a perilous individual, yet if he truly aligned himself with this formidable figure, he would be safe until Orochimaru's departure from the village. At that juncture, he could establish a reputation on the battlefield, securing his future without worry. High risk, high reward. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and extended his hand, clasping the cold, serpent-like hand, and declared, I do not wish to be regarded as a monster by the villagers. Therefore, Lord Orochimaru, I beseech your assistance. You have made a most prudent choice, Kayasuke-kun. Come with me, Orochimaru replied, releasing his hand and leading the way. As they traversed the path, Orochimaru inquired about his abilities, to which Kayasuke responded candidly, albeit omitting any mention of the devil fruit, as he himself was uncertain of its nature. Upon learning of Kayasuke's ability to transform into flames, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Even before arriving at his stronghold, he urged, quickly, let me witness your flame transformation. Flame transformation? Why not call it cremation? Kayasuke mused inwardly. Uncertain if this was the correct choice, he sighed and said, it is ready. Ready? Observing Kayasuke's unchanged form, Orochimaru grasped the situation. He produced a kunai and made a shallow incision on Kayasuke's arm. Instead of blood, flames erupted forth. Does it not hurt? No pain is felt. Can you control it freely? Yes. Without transformation, my body remains as it is. I see. Without hesitation, Orochimaru severed Kayasuke's arm entirely. The detached limb fell to the ground, dissipating into flames, while at the severed point, a fierce blaze ignited. As the flames burned, the severed arm regenerated without any adverse effects, although Kayasuke's complexion paled significantly. It was evident that this maneuver exerted considerable strain on his chakra. To possess the capacity to transform one's body entirely into flames, coupled with the ability to regenerate, bore a striking resemblance to the water transformation technique of the Kirigikure's Hozuki clan. Water transformation technique. Orochimaru elucidated. The secret ninjutsu, passed down through generations of the Hozuki clan, allows the body to transform into a liquid state, rendering it immune to physical attacks. However, its vulnerability lies in lightning-based techniques. Consequently, one could deduce that your weakness may be water-based techniques, assuming your body is engulfed in flames. After all, fire cannot withstand water. You are mistaken. Fire and water do not possess an unequivocal relationship of dominance. Their strength or weakness is contingent upon quantity and temperature. He illustrated this with an example. A fist-sized flame would be effortlessly extinguished by a bucket of water, yet it would evaporate before a massive fireball, a mere matter of quantity and temperature. Your utilization of fire techniques should yield substantial results. In fact, as long as your chakra is sufficiently abundant, you might employ any form of fire technique. Reflecting on this, he remarked, you hold great potential. I am increasingly eager to unravel the secrets of your body. Your speed, however, is lacking. With that, he seized Saikai's collar, and in an instant, they were whisked away to a modest wooden cabin. Upon entering, a chill enveloped them, leading Saikai into an inconsequential laboratory. A glance revealed an array of jars filled with mysterious liquids, containing snakes and other peculiar organisms. A sharp pain in his arm alerted him to Orochimaru drawing blood with a syringe. Is this sanitary? What peculiar substances might you extract? Saikai exclaimed. Orochimaru handed him a cotton swab, instructing him to collect his own blood sample, which he promptly placed under a microscope. After a period of observation, he discerned no remarkable differences from the blood of others. As he shifted his focus onto Saikai, he noticed him scrutinizing the snake submerged in a jar. What? Are you intrigued by these? Saikai nodded, inquiring, Lord Orochimaru, is this snake preserved in alcohol? No, it is in a special preservative solution to prevent decay. This snake is a subject of research. Oh, then never mind. Orochimaru responded. What is with that uninspired expression? Why must a snake be immersed in alcohol? Do you believe it to be medicinal wine? Moreover, medicinal wine is not prepared in such a manner. Your interests are indeed peculiar, Saikai. I wish to test your abilities. Follow me. Oh, he was prepared to be a test subject, believing that satisfying Orochimaru's thirst for knowledge would bring him benefits. In the backyard, Orochimaru commanded, now, unleash your abilities upon me, without reservation. Saikai hesitated, but if I release my full power, it could be troublesome. You need not worry, Orochimaru assured confidently. Even if your abilities are unique, I can easily handle them. Very well, Lord Orochimaru, please be cautious. Fire Fist. In an instant, his arm elementalized, swelling to the size of a large table, and he aimed a punch at Orochimaru. The searing gust of heat surged forward. Orochimaru estimated the temperature to be significantly higher than that of a fireball, and it seemed to possess considerable impact. Earth Style, Earth Barrier. As the disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ninjutsu flows effortlessly from his fingertips. The Earth-style wall rises before him, and with a thunderous roar, it withstands the fiery punch, though it is nearly shattered. Fire gun. Sparks fly forth like bullets, creating a scattered barrage of flames. He swiftly forms hand seals, and with astonishing speed, he opens his palm, unleashing a gust of wind that extinguishes the flames. Yet some embers are swept away, landing on the wooden cabin and igniting it. Orochimaru observes, put out the fire. This young man seems a bit troublesome. For the sake of my experiment, I must proceed. Young Flame. Kyogai extends his hand, shooting forth a pillar of fire in another onslaught. This time, he does not employ wind release. Instead, he uses Shadow Clone to absorb the attack. The clone is obliterated, and in that fleeting moment, the sensation of pain and the memory is transmitted back to the original, granting insight into Kyogai's formidable assault. The intensity of this fire technique surpasses that of ordinary fire release, comparable to a B-rank ninjutsu. The ability to unleash such attacks without hand seals and the capacity for his body to combust into flames pique Orochimaru's curiosity further. Is that all? He inquires, gazing at Kyogai. That's it. I've developed this much ability, Kyogai responds. Perhaps a bit lacking. You can cultivate more techniques. But you are still young, and there is ample time ahead, Orochimaru advises. Oh, I just thought of a technique. Is it true that your elemental transformation allows you to regenerate even if your entire body is obliterated? What technique do you have in mind? That sounds terrifying. Yes, but it requires a tremendous amount of chakra to restore the body, Kyogai confirms. Then it is feasible. Wait until your chakra reserves are sufficient. Gather a substantial amount around your body, approach your enemy, and then detonate. Kyogai retorts, are you sure you aren't a suited extraterrestrial from the M78 Nebula? Isn't that the Ultra Bomb? It is indeed Taro's most potent finishing move, concentrating energy within his body before charging at the opponent, embracing them for a mutual demise, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, only for Taro to be resurrected through the regenerative power of the Ultra Heart. Goodness, this is the Naruto version of the Ultra Bomb. No wonder Orochimaru can easily conceive tactics that elude me. Of course, this should only be employed as a last resort. You may try it in the future, but for now, focus on honing your chakra and establishing a solid foundation, Orochimaru recommends. Though he is not particularly suited to be a teacher, he possesses the ability to uncover a person's potential. Ah, okay. Kyogai responds nonchalantly, then queries, what grade are you in this year? Second year. I graduate next year. Orochimaru replies. During wartime, the Konoha Ninja Academy operates on a 3-year curriculum. Their cohort attended school while the war had not yet fully ceased, thus extending the 3-year program to replenish the losses incurred by conflict. Ah, let us continue with your studies. Henceforth, I implore you to visit me daily after school. Additionally, I shall impart to you a technique of ninjutsu. Pay close attention and learn diligently. The technique in question is the Shadow Clone technique. Observe carefully, Although it is classified as a B-rank jutsu, it is rather simple. First, form the ram seal, then allocate your chakra judiciously. Orochimaru's instructions are meticulous. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire, for he shall provide clarity. With a resounding poof, an identical entity materialized beside him, albeit feeble and lackluster, a clear indication of failure. The chakra had not been allocated properly. Do it like this, and then like that, he advised. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Keisuke adjusted and refined his chakra distribution. This time, he succeeded, completing the shadow clone. Your talent appears to be quite promising. Visit often. This little creature is for you. You may use it to reach me if needed. A small white snake emerged from his sleeve, flicking its crimson tongue at Keisuke. May I have a different one? No. I have only snakes here. Without allowing for refusal, Orochimaru placed the small white snake into his hands, where it coiled around his wrist, forming a living bracelet, its scales smooth and cool to the touch, quite pleasant. Very well, Lord Orochimaru. What does it consume? Mice, sparrows, and eggs will suffice. Now, be on your way. I have experiments to conduct. With an air of disdain, he dismissed Keisuke, who departed, muttering to himself. Returning to his laboratory, Orochimaru resumed his investigation into the mysteries of Keisuke's physique. However, after several sleepless days of experimentation, he concluded only that the child possessed a unique constitution, with little else to show for his efforts. Could it be that I have veered off course in my experiments? The thirst for knowledge is insatiable, yet presently, he found himself at a loss. After a brief respite, he promptly made his way to the Hokage building, where he encountered the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to report on Keisuke's abilities. Even now, Orochimaru's heart remained tethered to Konoha. Having satiated his initial curiosity, he felt compelled to report the matter, ensuring that Keisuke could wield his abilities openly. After all, a promise had been made. To renege would be to violate their agreement, which was unbecoming of his character. Since a commitment had been made, it must be fulfilled. Hiruzen Sarutobi, taken aback, inquired, "Are you suggesting that Asuma's classmate possesses a special bloodline limit?" Indeed. His name is Keisuke Asakawa, and while akin to the Mizuki's Hozuki clan's water transformation technique, it bears distinct differences. After a brief elucidation, Hiruzen rose, stating, "Let us investigate the records of the Asakawa clan." Since the establishment of Konoha, numerous ninja clans had contributed extensive archives, documenting the histories of the Warring States period, the capabilities of various families, and a plethora of commonly used jutsu. These records had greatly aided the village during its formative years, and even in contemporary times. They continued to serve the community. However, after a lengthy search, the two mentors unearthed only that the Asakawa clan had once excelled in fire techniques, with no mention of any extraordinary bloodline limits. The fire techniques, when compared to those of the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans, were hardly noteworthy. When joining Konoha, there were only a handful of cats and kittens. After enduring two great ninja wars, only Kayasuke remained as the last scion. Could it be that the Ishikawa clan has long since fallen into decline due to the passage of time? A mere child could not possibly create a bloodline limit. Orochimaru speculated. Bloodline limits are not merely the product of talent. They require an exceptional blend of innate ability and technical prowess. Taking his own mentor as an example, despite possessing chakra of 5 different natures and mastering their transformations, he had never been able to forge a unique bloodline limit. The requisite talent and technical acumen are exceedingly high, far exceeding a simple explanation. Kayasuke, while gifted, did not possess the genius necessary to create his own bloodline limit. Thus, Orochimaru attributed this unique capability to an ancestor of Kayasuke who had developed an extraordinary bloodline limit, which had gradually faded over time, leaving the clan with fewer and fewer individuals capable of awakening such abilities, ultimately resulting in their insignificance within Konoha. This is reminiscent of the Kurama clan, once a prestigious family in Konoha, wielding power comparable to the Uchiha clan. However, with the ravages of war depleting their ranks, many of the children born into the clan did not awaken their ancestral bloodline limits, leading to their decline and the loss of former glory. The same can be said for the Tsukuyomi clan, known for their ability to manipulate the space-time continuum. It seems plausible that the death of Kayasuke's parents, coupled with heightened emotions, triggered the awakening of their long-dormant abilities. With proper training, it is conceivable that Konoha could see the emergence of a new bloodline clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen could discern Kyosuke's value to Konoha. After all, bloodline limits are a rarity even within the village. Orochimaru, have you ever led a team? Hiruzen inquired, puffing on his pipe. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru replied, I have no intention of taking a child on missions. That would merely waste time. Kyosuke has potential, certainly more than Jiraiya, but aside from his bloodline limit, there is nothing particularly impressive about him. He was well aware of the old man's intentions. He had no desire to lead a team, preferring instead to dedicate his time to investigating the nuances of Kyosuke's abilities. However, he conceded. Occasionally mentoring him in his training would not be an issue. Very well, you shall cultivate his potential. This task should have fallen to Jiraiya, as he excels in fire techniques, but he is currently in the land of rain, focusing on instructing his 3 disciples. Hiruzen expressed his concern. With Jiraiya teaching in the land of rain, Tsunade, suffering from hemophobia due to the death of her lover, had effectively ended her career as a medical ninja and left the village. As for Orochimaru, it was indeed a pleasant surprise that he took an interest in Kyosuke. Given his usual penchant for seclusion in the laboratory, so be it, he concluded. I shall take these documents for further study. He picked up the scrolls from the table and departed without a second thought. Hiruzen continued to smoke his pipe, musing. The ability to perform fire techniques without hand seals is certainly convenient. As he spoke, he departed from the archives, meticulously reorganizing and sealing away the files of Saika. Without his explicit command, no one was permitted to peruse them. The matter concerning the bloodline limit would remain confidential for the time being. Before that, instruction on the will of fire was to be imparted. Tomorrow, perhaps he would deliver a lecture at the academy. Having acquired the shadow clone technique, Saika commenced experimentation on his splendid creation, the flame bomb. He conjured a shadow clone and began his experiment. Flames erupted around the clone, intensifying to their zenith. Even if it could not obliterate, it would certainly sear the opponent's skin. Compressing the energy within, he charged towards a tree, enveloping its trunk tightly, and then unleashed the energy in a powerful surge. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, splintering wood into fragments, with countless debris propelled like bullets by the shockwave, leaving his body riddled with numerous wounds, while the flames surged forth to mend the gashes. Cough! Ugh! The shadow clone was remarkable in many respects, but the shared sensation of pain was decidedly unfortunate. The final pang of the clone's demise washed over him. The sensation of being utterly torn apart was far from pleasant. Though he was supposed to elementalize, the lack of chakra forced him to temporarily dismiss the clone. Such a tearing sensation was not something an ordinary person could easily endure. As the smoke cleared, he surveyed the remnants of a charred tree stump and the surrounding devastation. He recognized that the flame bomb had been successfully executed. However, employing a shadow clone had resulted in a self-destructive explosion. Although he lacked the Ultra Heart, he still possessed the means to replicate this technique. He marveled at Orochimaru's ingenuity. A strategy he had never conceived was so effortlessly devised by him. Well, I shall enhance its potency. After all, I fear not death. The clone explosion utilized the chakra he had concocted, theoretically granting him greater destructive power should he execute it himself. Once more, he summoned a new shadow clone, distributing an even greater amount of chakra this time, half of what remained within him. The clone explosion served as a decoy, allowing for a mutual demise with the enemy. Whereas the flame bomb required a substantial amount of chakra to eliminate a ninja, followed by his resurrection through elementalization. The advantage of the clone explosion lay in its hands-free execution and impressive destructive capability. However, the downside was that the shadow clone could be swiftly extinguished by an attack, hindering the ability to swiftly capture the target. After all, this technique necessitated embracing the foe. Conversely, the flame bomb required the original's involvement, activating elementalization to ignore physical attacks. Provided there was no water-based jutsu, he would face no repercussions. This also hinged on the condition that the adversary did not employ a substitution or a clone technique. Otherwise, after laboriously capturing the target, the explosion might merely obliterate a mere shadow. A substitution could indeed be a grand deception. What a loss to contemplate. With flames enveloping the shadow clone, he now embraced a stone nearly the size of a house. Detonate. Boom. This explosion was earth-shattering, resonating throughout a significant portion of Konoha. As shockwaves surged forth, hurling countless stones into the air, including himself, who was flung a considerable distance before colliding with a tree to finally come to a halt. His body was jolted violently, pain radiating throughout him as if he were on the brink of death, had it not been for his elemental transformation. Allowing the debris to pass through him, that last impact might have claimed his life. He hurried to the site of the explosion, discovering a vast crater measuring 20 to 30 meters in diameter, surrounded by shattered trees, with flames roaring above. The added magical damage. Exquisite. He had succeeded. How splendid. The destructive power was precisely to his liking. Who needed flamboyant ninjutsu when one could simply obliterate? At that moment, several figures adorned with animal masks and wielding long blades appeared by his side. "What are you doing?" inquired one with a voice as cold and unfeeling as ice. "Conducting an experimental ninjutsu," Kayasuke gulped nervously, raising his hands. These were members of the Konoha Anbu, though they could also be from the root organization established by the old robe Danzo. It seemed prudent to be honest with them. The Anbu were drawn here by the explosion. Such a significant detonation in Konoha could not go unnoticed. Before long, a group clad in green vests, sporting the emblem of the Konoha police force on their arms, arrived, encircling the area. Leading them was a young man with striking crimson eyes. "What transpired here?" he demanded. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the Konoha police force. The Anbu responded, "We are currently investigating. What we can ascertain is that this explosion was caused by this boy." Oh no, this was disastrous. Fugaku's father had been drawn into the fray. The Konoha police force, comprised entirely of Uchiha clan members, was responsible for maintaining the village's security, and naturally, they had come in response to the explosion. A boy? What nonsense. This child could not possibly inflict such devastation, scoffed one of the Uchiha clan members, incredulous at the notion of Kayasuke being capable of such destruction. The Anbu interjected. "There is only this one boy present, and he has admitted to his involvement. Do not jest. Is this how the Anbu conduct their affairs? You trust the word of this child? Allow me to use my Sharingan to compel him to confess everything," the Uchiha member retorted arrogantly. Kayasuke took a step back. Addressing the Anbu, "I am a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. I was merely experimenting with the ninjutsu he taught me." At this juncture, he could only fabricate a grand tale. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the assembly. "You claim to be a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Who would believe that?" The Uchiha member continued to protest. But Fugaku's voice rang out, authoritative and fierce. "Enough. Iwan, silence yourself." "Yes, Captain." Fugaku scrutinized Kayasuke, activating his Sharingan to observe him closely, and detected a dense fire-affiliated chakra. "You assert that you are a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Do you possess any evidence?" Kayasuke raised his hand, revealing a small white serpent coiled around his wrist. "This is a serpent gifted to me by Lord Orochimaru." The little white snake lifted its head, sensing the intricate aromas in the air, flicking its tongue. Indeed, it was the summoning beast of Lord Orochimaru. In the entire Hidden Leaf village, only Orochimaru indulges in the art of serpent manipulation. This particular white snake possesses little offensive capability, yet during times of war, it has served him as a means of conveying intelligence. As the most formidable member of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku has encountered such a white snake. Merely being a snake does not conclusively imply that the child before him is Orochimaru's disciple. However, it does suggest a close relationship between them. Otherwise, such a serpent would not be found in his possession. The members of the Anbu recognized the situation, stating, "This matter must be reported, and furthermore, we have not been informed of Lord Orochimaru taking on a disciple. Additionally, we must ask you to accompany us." "Then report it," Fugaku replied. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall exercise more caution next time." "You have a next time?" came the retort, laced with sarcasm. "Apologize sincerely. You may act recklessly again." The expressions of those present contorted in exasperation. "Let us proceed." As the Anbu were about to escort Saiko away, Fugaku interjected, "Hold on. Your authority, as Anbu, is overreaching. This child falls under the jurisdiction of our Konoha police force and should be taken by us. His jutsu has already jeopardized the safety of Konoha. He ought to be taken by the Anbu." The Anbu, being a direct force under the Hokage, would not yield to the Uchiha clan. "I believe it is more appropriate for me to take this boy," came a low, raspy voice, rich with gravitas. "Lord Orochimaru." The two factions greeted him with respect. As one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his illustrious achievements have led many within Konoha to regard him as the prime candidate to succeed the Hokage, and his prowess commands their respect. Emerging from the shadows, Orochimaru addressed them. I appreciate your efforts, but this child is under my tutelage. Allow me to take him. He had arrived upon hearing the explosion and now assessed the crater Saika had created, inquiring, what jutsu did you employ to cause such devastation? Saika replied, it was the technique you previously mentioned. I attempted to practice it today. Due to insufficient chakra, I opted to utilize shadow clones as a substitute, innovating based on your teachings and splitting it into two techniques. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, impressive potency. He turned to Fugaku and the Yumbu. This child may be a bit reckless, yet he was merely practicing ninjutsu. There is no need to take him back. Understood. The Yumbu members vanished in an instant after his declaration. As for the Konoha police force, Fugaku remarked, we shall take our leave, Lord Orochimaru. I appreciate your assistance today. Not at all, Orochimaru replied. Fugaku-kun, by the way, congratulations on your recent marriage. Too kind, Fugaku responded with composed humility as he departed with his team. With Orochimaru's presence, he chose not to prolong the matter, aware that doing so might offend him, and he should not create a formidable adversary for the already beleaguered Uchiha clan. Surveying the surrounding chaos, Orochimaru commanded, use that jutsu on me once more. Ah yes. Boom. Another explosion erupted as the two waved their hands to disperse the dust before them. Orochimaru absorbed the memories from the shadow clone, remarking, the power is sufficient to severely injure an unsuspecting jonin. If they were prepared, however, your shadow clone would not survive. In other words, this technique can only take one by surprise. Naturally, in essence, it is another matter entirely. Understood. Well then, upon returning, continue to experiment with your abilities. Indeed. Excellent. I did not hear you speak of making a coat from tiger skin. In the laboratory, Orochimaru handed a piece of paper to Kayasuke. What is this? Kayasuke inquired. Orochimaru explained, this is a chakra test paper, capable of determining the nature of your chakra. Eager to discover his own chakra attribute, Kayasuke decided to give it a try. Following Orochimaru's guidance, he infused chakra into the paper, which subsequently split in half and one portion was reduced to ashes. Wind and fire attributes, perhaps? He mused, suddenly inspired. He whispered, could it be that the combination of these two attributes has granted me this unique bloodline limit? Wind and fire not only produce scorch release, but also this special bloodline limit? I should have tested his chakra sooner. Observing Orochimaru's muttering, Kayasuke recognized that he was once again lost in thought. It was no wonder he was a master of core technology. His dedication to research was truly admirable. Over the past 6 months, Kayasuke had witnessed this numerous times, and each time it pained him to see Orochimaru so misguided, as the answer had always been incorrect. And no matter how he deduced the steps, it could never be right. Yet, for the sake of his own safety, he chose to remain silent, fearing for his life. Come over for the experiment. Oh, he followed closely behind Orochimaru, silently watching him enter a dead end. In the days leading up to the graduation assessment, Kayasuke had not attended school at all, taking leave such that one might think he had dropped out. In reality, he was still being experimented on by Orochimaru, gathering data. However, despite the numerous experiments, Orochimaru could not unravel the secret of Kayasuke's elementalization. Unable to find a breakthrough, he ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. Having gleaned nothing useful after a year of research, temporarily redirecting his focus to previous experiments, Kayasuke also realized just how peculiar Orochimaru's tendencies were. While he had not yet reached the point of using humans as test subjects, the experiments involving snakes and other animals, dissecting them and transforming them into various grotesque forms, were indeed hard to accept. Once you step onto the battlefield, you will understand that this is still relatively benign, Orochimaru said softly. Suddenly, he posed a question. Kayasuke-kun, what do you believe a ninja is? What is a ninja? Kayasuke pondered before responding. They are assassins, tools, sacrifices. Ninjas were originally created for war. During the Warring States period, various ninja clans were employed to fight each other, akin to mere tools. Similarly, the current villages operate in the same manner, merely expanding from clans to villages. Each ninja can be considered a sacrifice, willing to lay down their life for a mission. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at Kayasuke before replying with a smile. Your perspective is quite intriguing. However, in a certain light, it is not without merit. From my viewpoint, a ninja is one who masters all ninjutsu, and for this reason, I aspire to learn every ninjutsu. Wouldn't shadow clone suffice? As long as one possesses sufficient chakra, the time required for training can be effortlessly compressed. In the world of Naruto, the most overpowered training method allows for rapid completion through the use of shadow clones, leading to an astonishing accumulation of experience. Indeed, this has always been my aspiration. What about you, Kaisuke? What drives you to become a ninja? Kaisuke, with a look of bewilderment, responded, merely to survive, to endure in this cruel world. A commendable ideal. Remarked Orochimaru, to strive for the continuation of one's own life is indeed admirable. I concur, he chuckled. Then, Kaisuke, you must dedicate yourself to training and astonish everyone. Yes. He handed Kaisuke a test tube, instructing him to collect 100 milliliters of mixed venom. Just moments ago, they were discussing life and dreams. And now he was being asked to work? Bah. The exams at the Ninja Academy were trivial for Kaisuke, under Orochimaru's guidance. What was initially a rather simple test was passed with ease, earning him the coveted ninja headband, which filled him with immense joy. He had become a Konoha genin. The genin of Konoha were indeed formidable. Even a skirmish could lay waste to the land. He thought of the Jonin, reminiscing about the battles of Kakashi and Guy, which were better left unmentioned. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was, as usual, smoking his pipe, facing Orochimaru. He inquired, "Do you truly not wish to mentor a subordinate?" Jiraiya's last student, Minato Namikaze, has already become an exceptional Jonin, mastering the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique with remarkable skill. Orochimaru replied, "Jiraiya's apprentices remain his own. They bear no relation to me. Kaisuke exhibits potential. If he can effectively harness his Kekkei Genkai, becoming an elite Jonin should pose no challenge, provided, of course, that he does not perish on a mission. If he does fall, it is an unfortunate reality, as the death of a ninja in the line of duty is all too commonplace, such is our fate." Sarutobi shook his head, pondering the transient nature of life in the ninja world. Even he, too, would meet his end someday. What is your understanding of the will of fire? Are you prepared for sacrifice? Orochimaru intended to relay Kaisuke's sentiments to his teacher, prompting a moment of silence from Sarutobi, who recognized a certain radicalism akin to that of his own disciple. However, considering Kaisuke's tender age of 9, he resolved to assign him 2 suitable teammates and a responsible Jonin instructor, hoping that their interaction might positively influence him. At the very least, he wished for a brighter disposition, unlike Orochimaru's rather shadowy character. Regrettably, he began to doubt his decision to have Kaisuke associate with his disciple, as the saying goes. One who stays near vermilion gets stained red. One who stays near ink gets stained black. It seemed the boy's disposition was being affected. Will you truly not take on the role of a Jonin instructor? Sarutobi hoped for a transformation in his disciple, but alas, Orochimaru declined once more. Hiruzen, I am quite busy and have no interest in tending to a child. Kaisuke is not in need of guardianship. He is mentally an adult. The door closed, and Sarutobi Asuma took a few puffs of smoke, pondering why these youngsters were proving to be so challenging. On the school's rooftop stood a middle-aged man with a long face, arms crossed, and a serious expression, carrying a blade. I am Yuhi Kurenai, and from this day forth, I shall serve as your Jonin instructor. Please introduce yourselves, sharing your likes, dislikes, and hobbies, though it is entirely acceptable if you choose not to. Moreover, how you address me in private is of little concern. For now, you shall all refer to me as Teacher Kurenai. He emanated a stern demeanor that instilled a sense of pressure. However, Shikamaru, accustomed to Orochimaru's presence, felt unfazed. Among the trio, Kurenai was most familiar with her father, and she was the first to speak. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I enjoy wasabi octopus, detest cake, aspire to become an exceptional kunoichi, and my hobby is arranging flowers with my mother. Ah, truly a delightful child. Kurenai nodded approvingly. Asuma chimed in. I am Sarutobi Asuma. My favorite food is sausage. I abhor asparagus, and I enjoy playing shogi. As for my dreams, I have none at the moment. It is quite natural to feel a sense of uncertainty about the future. Today, Shikamaru was dressed in a wide-sleeved short shirt and cropped pants, with leg wraps, and noticeably taller than he was a year ago, though still retaining a hint of youthful innocence. Yet, one could discern the emergence of a handsome young man who would grace Konoha in the future. His expression remained neutral as he stood and spoke in a calm tone. My name is Asakawa Shoka. I am 9 years old, residing at 16, Konoha Onsen Street. I am unmarried, having just become a ninja. I enjoy training, generally returning home by 6 o'clock. I neither smoke nor drink, and I retire to bed at 10 every night, spending 20 minutes refining chakra before sleep, followed by a warm glass of milk to promote growth. I ensure I sleep a full 8 hours, never carrying fatigue into the next day. Uncle Snake says I am quite normal. Asuma remarked, though I didn't fully understand. You seem quite impressive. Kurenai added. When did Shoka become so peculiar? Yuhi Kurenai observed. This boy could be a troublesome character. And the Uncle Snake you mentioned. It wouldn't happen to be Orochimaru, would it? While it was known that Shoka trained under Orochimaru, the latter had yet to officially acknowledge him as a disciple. Despite widespread assumptions, I have gathered a basic understanding of your situations. Now, for your first task, proceed to the Konoha training ground. Very well. The three youngsters followed Yuhi Kurenai to a small river at the Konoha training ground. With their backs to the water, Kurenai produced 2 bells. Shoka asked, is there no other method for the Konoha Jonin exam for Genin? Demonstrate your true abilities. Those who fail to seize a bell shall forego lunch. Kurenai declared, you have 1 hour, and the use of weapons is permitted. He placed a clock beside them, initiating the countdown. Asuma and Kurenai were quick to react, dashing off to set traps and await the opportune moment, while Shoka, without hesitation, charged forward recklessly. Kurenai questioned, why not observe Asuma and Kurenai? Does this reckless approach truly reflect a ninja's combat style? Yet, in the next moment, Shoka had already closed the distance, moving with astonishing speed. As the setting sun cast a crimson hue, Shiri Jinhong tucked away his underestimation, only to witness Qingjie unleash a torrent of searing flames that engulfed his entire field of vision. The flames erupted forth. The heat singed his face, compelling Shiri Jinhong to retreat swiftly. He gestured and formed a hand seal, invoking the water release, water chaos wave. A stream of water surged forth, colliding with the flames and enveloping the area in a thick mist from which shurikens and kunai were launched. Adroitly evading, Shiri Jinhong suddenly sensed the temperature around him rising steadily. Another eruption of flames. Indeed, a pillar of fire burst forth, and the relentless assault forced him to withdraw. Are the little devils this formidable now? Asuma, not I? Shiri Hong, not I? Where is everyone? Qingjie, perplexed by Shiri Jinhong's sudden disappearance, felt a gentle tug at his sleeve as a small white snake peeked out, flicking its tongue towards a particular direction. Is it over there? Shadow Snake Hand. From his voluminous sleeves, several venomous serpents surged forth, darting towards the direction indicated by the little white snake. As they slithered into the grass, a startled gasp was heard, and Qingjie yanked his hand, causing a shadow to fly towards him. In instinctive reflex, he reached out and caught the silhouette. Upon closer inspection, it was Asuma, cradled in his arms. Qingjie, Asuma. This was rather awkward. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Shallow Chuan Qingjie gazed at Asuma, rendering her uncomfortable, and said, release me. Silently, he untangled the serpents from around her, retracting them into his sleeves. If I am not embarrassed, then the discomfort certainly does not belong to me. How did you end up in my grasp? She inquired. Qingjie pointed at the little white snake and replied, it must be that Jinhong-sensei moved behind you. I was merely saving your life. Thank you. Hissed the little white snake, turned its gaze towards a direction, indicating that someone was present. Given Asuma's previous experience, it was highly probable that it was Shiri Hong. Just then, a cry erupted from the trees, followed by Shiri Jinhong tumbling down, with Asuma catching him just in time. Emerging from the shadows, Shiri Jinhong wasted no time in reprimanding his own daughter. You have underestimated me far too much, Hong. Do not presume that being my daughter grants you the privilege to devise traps to confine me. At this rate, you three will find yourselves unable to eat. Hong lowered her head, too intimidated by the reprimand to look up, while shallow Chuan Qingjie asserted, we must restrict Jinhong-sensei's range of movement. Otherwise, he could dart about without needing to compete for the bell. How do we proceed? Asuma inquired. You and Hong must seal off our retreat. I shall launch the attack. With that, he charged forward once more, employing the shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones materialized beside him, initiating an assault on Shiri Jinhong. Flames erupted. Fire gun. Solar blaze. The scene ignited with fervor as Shiri Jinhong dodged repeatedly. He initially contemplated drawing his sword, but ultimately refrained, evading the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift kick to shallow Chuan Qingjie, causing him to vanish with a resounding thud. It was merely a shadow clone. Immediately retreating, Asuma and Hong awaited their moment, unleashing the fire release, Grand Fireball Technique. Wind Release. Great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, rendering the Grand Fireball even more ferocious, sealing off their escape route. Shiri Jinhong nodded inwardly, allowing the fireball to strike him directly. Boom. Shadow Clone. Find it, little white snake. The little white serpent flicked its forked tongue, capturing the molecules of the crimson sunset scent in the air, ultimately choosing a direction. Over there, behold the fiery vortex. With a swift exhale, flames surged forth, swirling through the atmosphere before transforming into a scorching fire tornado, prominently manifesting within the forest. This fiery whirlwind, accompanied by a hot wind, devoured trees one by one, leaving only charred remains in its wake, exhibiting an extraordinary level of destruction. A silhouette emerged. Asuma hurled shurikens while swiftly forming hand seals, employing the shuriken shadow clone technique. The shurikens in the air multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, instantly transforming into a dense swarm, accurately piercing the form of Crimson Sunset. Yet, in the next moment, the target morphed into a block of wood. Are you ready with the substitute? Earth Release. Heart Decapitation Technique. A hand emerged from the ground near Asuma, dragging him beneath the earth, leaving only his head above. Shallow River Saikai seized Red's arm and leapt up, and sure enough, another hand reached out, intending to grasp them. Crimson Sunset emerged from the soil, remarking, "Not bad reflexes." Hiding behind Shallow River Saikai, Red began forming hand seals and said, "Saikai, buy me some time." Understood. Shallow River Saikai drew a kunai and charged forward, launching a fierce offensive. A large hand seized his wrist, tightening its grip. Releasing his hold, the kunai fell, only for another hand to catch it as it aimed for the bell at Crimson Sunset's waist. With lightning reflexes, Crimson Sunset twisted away from the strike, only to see Shallow River Saikai trying to wriggle free from the grasp of his hand. Does he not want his hand anymore? He thought, noting how ruthless young Saikai was. Loosening his grip just slightly allowed Saikai to break free, but as he prepared to counterattack, his mind became hazy and his body stiffened. Illusion Technique. He quickly realized it was Red. Among the three, only his daughter possessed the skill to cast illusions. Breaking free from the illusion proved too late, as a small hand grasped the bell at his waist and yanked it down. "We have emerged victorious, Teacher Crimson," shaking the bell in her hand. It rang with a clear chime. Dividing one for Red, he grinned with satisfaction. "Not bad at all. I initially thought you might go hungry, but your cooperation was excellent." Red, that illusion was timed perfectly, Crimson Sunset remarked. Had the illusion been cast a moment earlier or later, it would have caused Saikai to miss the opportunity. Red's illusion was a technique he had taught her. As a skilled illusionist, breaking his daughter's illusion was not a challenge, yet for that brief moment, he still lost the bell. These three youngsters are indeed promising. Given time, they shall surely catch up to him and surpass him. Perhaps this young lad, Shallow River Saikai, will be the quickest to do so. Then, Asuma shall go hungry. You two come with me. I shall treat you to a grand feast. No, as a team. We share both fortune and adversity. I will stay here with him." Shallow River Saikai replied, primarily concerned that Crimson Sunset might set a trap like Kakashi did later on. It was better to demonstrate cooperation. Dad. No, Teacher Crimson, I want to stay as well." Shallow River Seek chose to remain, and she was joined by Asuma, who felt deeply moved. "You truly are my companions, Seek." "Indeed, we are good friends," he expressed. Yuhi Akane nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Your spirit of teamwork is commendable. To reward you, however, this sumptuous feast shall not include you three. Instead, be present at the Hokage building tomorrow morning to await our first mission. That is all." With that, she vanished in an instant. Seek, rendered speechless, remarked to Akane, "I never would have guessed your father to be such a reliable and honest man, capable of making such jokes." "I know not why," Akane replied. "It seems my usually stern father has this side to him. Humph, I shall tell my mother that father has denied me my meal. Could you please let me go first? Later, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Let us indulge in some barbecue." However, father insists. Seek began to dig, jesting. "Do you really believe such a playful remark, Akane? Do not be so naive. Let me impart a truth. A man's words can often be deceptive. Indeed, my father often tricks my mother at home." Asuma nodded in agreement, suddenly asserting, "Of course, I am a good man and would never deceive a girl." "Seek. Do not let dirt enter my mouth. It is quite filthy." Oh, my apologies, it was unintentional. It appears you were quite taken with her, Akane. But what is there to admire? At such a young age, what can you truly accomplish? It is no wonder, given the lineage of the third Hokage, that certain traits are ingrained in one's DNA and passed down. The daily life of a genin involves collecting rubbish, caring for children, farming, and searching for pets. As a novice, they primarily receive D-rank missions. Finally, upon receiving their 10th D-rank mission, Konoha's second prince had had enough. No, I refuse to undertake such tedious tasks any longer. Asuma exclaimed in the Hokage building's mission hall, nearly throwing a tantrum. Yuhi Akane, witnessing the scene, felt somewhat helpless. While Seek and Akane exchanged discreet thumbs-up gestures, they too believed that the mundane task of collecting rubbish was not what they desired. A ninja's life should be far more exhilarating, rather than this tranquil existence. You are still freshly graduated genin. It is not appropriate for you to take on higher-level missions just yet, Akane cautioned, aware of their youthful impatience. Sarutobi Hiruzen, meeting his son's stubborn gaze, felt a twinge of guilt. As Hokage, he had to prioritize the village and could not spend much time with his family. With a sigh, he said, "Considering your satisfactory completion of previous tasks, I shall make an exception and grant you a C-rank mission this time." The trio erupted in cheers as Sarutobi Hiruzen unrolled the C-rank mission scroll, selecting one suitable to challenge them. There exists a group of bandits on Sleeping Mountain, 25 kilometers southeast of Konoha, who have kidnapped the employer's son. The mission entails their complete eradication and the rescue of the hostage. What say you? Shall we accept? Complete eradication, leaving none behind? This mission indeed seems fitting for them. As the crimson sun set, Tsukihime spoke to his 3 subordinates, declaring, "I shall undertake this mission." With a burst of excitement, Asuma leaped into the air, while Akane awaited eagerly. Shimizu Keisuke furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing, seemingly reconciling himself within. Observing the expressions of his young companions, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded and watched as the 4 departed the mission hall. After preparing their gear, Tsukihime led the trio toward their destination. On the way, he informed them, the band of mountain robbers numbers between 50 and 70, possibly even more. Our employer has tasked us with annihilating them entirely. So we must leave no one behind and ensure that the hostage remains unharmed. Shimizu Keisuke inquired about the hostage's appearance. Tsukihime produced a sketch depicting a youth of similar age to theirs. Remember his face. We must guarantee his safety. Once rescued, we shall not let a single bandit escape. That is the essence of this mission. Is a group of lives merely a C-rank mission? Shimizu Keisuke pondered, shaking his head. He understood the devaluation of human life in this world, yet he recognized that becoming a ninja necessitated the mental fortitude to take lives for the sake of a mission. It was merely for the task at hand. The 4 moved swiftly and arrived at their destination by afternoon. After gathering intelligence from their employer, they proceeded towards Sleepy Mountain. As dusk fell, they concealed themselves among the trees, observing the unruly bandits below, who reveled in their camaraderie, drinking and feasting without a care in the world. Meanwhile, the 4 consumed their bitter military rations. Tsukihime stated, "Unless your lives are in peril, I shall not intervene." Keisuke devised the plan. "Remember, the mission is total annihilation. Understood?" "Yes," they replied in unison. Tsukihime vanished. "Then I shall eliminate the bandit leader," Shimizu Keisuke proposed. "Asuma, you and Akane will locate the hostage and rescue him. I will disguise myself as the bandit leader to gather all the bandits. You must return swiftly to assist me in dealing with them." "I oppose this. I shall take down the bandit leader." Asuma raised his hand. "Is that so? Then I shall accompany Akane," he replied, his voice elongated. Akane nodded in agreement, stating, "I have no objections." As a Jinjutsu specialist, direct combat was not her forte. Seeing Akane, Asuma suddenly declared, "I will go with Akane to rescue the hostage. You proceed. But remember to be swift." "Got it." We strike under the cover of darkness. All right. As night descended, the trio split up. The bandits resided in a makeshift camp, lacking discipline, making infiltration effortless for the 3 ninjas. Under the veil of night, they captured a bandit, and Akane immediately cast a genjutsu to control him, extracting the locations of both the hostage and the bandit leader. Subsequently, Shimizu Keisuke drew a kunai, silencing him as he slit the bandit's throat. "Hey, Keisuke." Asuma's face turned pale, and Keisuke appeared equally ashen, feeling a wave of nausea. "We must learn this. Lord Hokage entrusted us with this mission to witness bloodshed. did he not? Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for us to be entrusted with such a significant mission amidst so many C-rank tasks. Throughout our journey, the esteemed teacher Akahong has entrusted everything to us, a fact that should not escape your notice. As ninjas, taking lives is a commonplace affair, sooner or later. One must master this grim necessity. The third Hokage seeks to hone their skills, for only through the baptism of blood and fire can one truly shine with brilliance. I understand. However, Asuma, with his head bowed, murmured, "It is simply that we are ninjas." Akasawa Seek rose, his countenance still pale, and dragged the corpse into a thicket, whispering, "Do not forget the code of the ninja. The mission supersedes all." Akahong and Asuma stood up, still trembling, yet quickly regained their composure, stating, "We leave that to you." They then melted into the embrace of the night. Akasawa inhaled deeply, the wave of nausea crashing over him once more. He fought valiantly against it, steadying his trembling legs and mustering resolve. Truly, he could not afford to be outdone by mere children, yet their swift adjustment was commendable, a testament to their ninja training. He knew he must proceed. Having chosen this path, there could be no regrets. Gritting his teeth, he slapped himself to regain focus and began to approach the wooden cabin where the bandit leader resided. The dwelling of this individual was easy to locate, being the finest structure within the encampment, an unassuming two-story wooden house. Silently, he approached the cabin, listening to the sounds of laughter and revelry from within. He discreetly shifted a roof tile to peer inside, where he beheld a bald man embracing a woman in her 30s, who, despite her average looks, possessed an admirable figure. They were drinking and dining, the man teasing the woman nestled in his arms. "Xiaobai, go and eliminate them." The small white snake on his wrist slithered silently onto the roof and into the room. As the two inside continued their merriment, it struck the bandit leader's foot. In his drunken stupor, the bandit leader failed to register the pain, continuing to fondle the woman, blissfully unaware that death was imminent. "You are truly lovely. Far superior to the yellow-faced hag at home," he slurred, clutching the woman. "Ugh, how annoying," she exclaimed. "I forsook my family for you. Ha ha. Your sickly husband cannot satisfy you, can he? Just let me, what was that?" The bandit leader felt a sharp pain in his foot, akin to a mosquito bite, and dismissed it, confident in his toughness. The woman, too, began to feel an ache in her ankle and looked down to see a white snake's tail vanish from sight. "A snake!" she screamed, springing to her feet, only to be met with dizziness. The bandit leader, alarmed, held her close. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Soon, he too experienced weakness, one leg going numb. He attempted to speak, but found his mouth unresponsive, as if it had ceased to exist. Both individuals fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The small white snake poked its head out, flicking its tongue in satisfaction at the fate of the two. Observing this, Akasawa descended from the roof and entered the room, checking the pulses of the pair, only to find them absent. He softly remarked, "Do not blame me. I am a ninja, and this is merely for the sake of the mission," dragging their lifeless bodies onto the bed and covering them with blankets. He assumed the guise of the bandit leader. Adjusting his voice to mimic the leader's, he finally settled on a tone that matched, coughed once, and stepped outside, bellowing, "Where is everyone? Where have they all gone? Come here at once." As his voice echoed through the hideout, lights flickered to life, and a few bandits, clad only in trousers and brandishing knives, rushed from their quarters, inquiring, "Boss, what is going on? Who are we going to cut? Gather everyone. There's a significant deal at hand." The glimmer in their eyes was unmistakable. One of them asked, "Boss, what kind of deal?" "A lucrative one. The kind that could fill our bellies and secure our future. Gather all the brothers. I have vital information to share. If we succeed, none of us will have to worry about our livelihoods again." "Excellent news. We'll go summon the others right away." The bandits immediately set off to rally their companions. At that moment, a figure dropped beside him, Asuma. "The person has been rescued. Hong is taking care of her." "The bandit leader is dead? Poisoned," whispered Shallow River Siji. Asuma fell silent for a moment before replying, "Understood, let us wait for the others." "All right, you hide and block their escape routes." "Understood." With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Before long, around 50 to 60 bandits had assembled. One disgruntled member voiced, "Boss, what should we do about that kid we captured who escaped?" Before Shallow River Siji could respond, a younger bandit shouted, "Forget him. He is hardly worth anything. The boss said once this job is done, we won't have to worry about the future. Speaking of which, what big deal are we undertaking?" Shallow River CG replied, a monumental one. Is everyone here? 3 are missing. 2 were watching that kid and likely went after him, and 1 is unaccounted for. The 2 were probably taken care of by Asuma. And as for the last one, he met his end at my hands. Nodding, he raised his hand, declaring, then let us proceed. With that, he leapt onto the roof of a nearby building. Proceed? What do you mean, boss? The bandits were bewildered, only to be interrupted by a sudden voice. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. A flurry of shurikens rained down from above. That hurts. Boss, what is happening? No, this is a ninja attack. Someone hired ninjas to kill us. Please, I don't want to die. The bandits attempted to flee, but with shurikens raining from the sky, where could they escape to? Some were fortunate, struck in non-fatal areas like their arms, while others, less fortunate, were pierced in the heart or head, perishing instantly. Shallow River CG transformed back into his true form, flames igniting around him, and he unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames engulfed the bandits, setting the hideout ablaze, illuminating the night as the sole beacon in the mountains. I'm burning. No, I don't want to die. It hurts. The hideout was reduced to a sea of flames under the assault of Shallow River CG and Asuma, ensuring that not a single bandit escaped. The mission was accomplished. The air was thick with the acrid scent of char, causing both of them to furrow their brows and suppress their nausea. As the crimson sun dipped behind them, Yuhi Shinku remarked, one must learn to adapt. Such is the way of a ninja. It is either you kill me or I kill you. A mission must be fulfilled without room for negotiation. I realized, from the moment I became a ninja, I had prepared myself for this. Asakawa Seek coughed and spoke. And what of the hostages and Akane? They have been safely relocated, escorted by Akane to our employer at the foot of the mountain. She is likely to return shortly. Your performance on this mission was commendable. Yuhi Shinku expressed her satisfaction with the trio's efforts. I believe we should continue to accept D-rank missions for now. I find these higher-level tasks quite overwhelming. Asuma shook his head. Father is ruthless. I never anticipated this mission would prove so troublesome. Not every C-rank mission is like this. Yuhi Shinku reassured him. However, you are still Genin, and it is natural for you to undertake more D-rank missions. C-rank assignments are not always available. Well, let us celebrate with a nice meal upon returning. Off we go. I prefer to rest. I'm not particularly hungry, one replied. Neither am I, the other concurred. Observing their demeanor, Yuhi Shinku chuckled, then let it be. You must learn to adapt. You are still young. She had faith that the 3 of them would become exceptional ninjas. Upon returning to Konoha, they did not indulge in a grand feast to celebrate, but instead returned home to rest, lacking any appetite for several days. I must tell you, Seek, I have been plagued by nightmares for several days. My mother is quite distressed, Asuma remarked as it was time to accept missions again. I recovered 2 days ago. A child with a mother is cherished, while one without is akin to a weed, compelled to assist Uncle Snake with experiments. For days, he had been either training or helping Uncle Snake with his experiments, merely passing him tools like scissors and scalpels. Uncle Snake would occasionally ramble about incomprehensible concepts, and he would listen, deciphering as much as he could through personal insight. Uncle Snake's experiments had yet to transition to human subjects, but they were still rather intense. One became accustomed to it after observing for a while, emerging from the shadows. Uncle Snake, mastering core technology. Another C-rank mission? Surely it's not another task involving banditry? Yuhi Shinku had indeed accepted a C-rank mission, causing the trio to suspect it might involve bloodshed. No, this time it's an escort mission. We have been hired by a wealthy merchant from the Land of Fire, who wishes for us to escort him to the Land of Hot Water and back. During this time, our provisions and accommodations will be covered by them. We only need to ensure his safety. Additionally, another squad will accompany us on this task. This is not a perilous mission. It's a perfect opportunity for these youngsters to relax. The Land of Hot Water, I hear their hot springs are quite renowned. Indeed, while Konoha has hot springs, I am curious to try the unique ones from other nations. By the way, Seek, isn't your home situated on the Hot Spring Street? Yes. Although I live on Hot Spring Street, I rarely indulge in them, as we have a hot spring at home. Xingjia expressed his desire to transform his home into a bathhouse. However, he felt he lacked the capability due to his youth, and the onsen was not particularly large. He remarked that soaking for too long could become mundane, yet he relished the fact that he did not need to draw bathwater every evening, which he found quite pleasant. Do you really have a hot spring at home? No wonder your skin is so flawless, Hong exclaimed with envy. Shinjia's complexion was indeed remarkable, eliciting admiration even from her. Oh, it's nothing at all. Just natural beauty. It's definitely not from soaking in hot springs. At that moment, Akane Yuhi cleared her throat, interrupting their conversation, and said, "You all should return home to pack your bags. Bring along a change of clothes and essential ninja tools. There's no need to carry anything else. Travel light. We will gather at the entrance in half an hour, where our team will also be waiting." Understood. The three of them promptly rushed home to prepare their belongings. Shinjia packed a few changes of clothes and a novel to keep himself entertained during the journey. He slung on his backpack and left home, casually sending a note via a snake to Orochimaru, informing him of his mission and that he would be unavailable for the next few days. Truth be told, although Uncle Snake appeared cold and aloof, he wasn't entirely unapproachable. He simply spoke very little. Well, that was the case for now. What the future held remained uncertain. At the entrance of Konoha, Shinjia arrived early and found Akane Yuhi already waiting. She was standing beside a palanquin, accompanied by a plump and amiable middle-aged man. Next to him stood a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, engaged in conversation, dressed in a green jonin vest over a blue skin-tight outfit. He radiated warmth and charm, truly embodying the essence of a caring individual. Indeed, his appearance rivals my own. Shinjia thought confidently to himself. Akane-sensei. He greeted as he approached her. "Is this your subordinate?" The warm-hearted man inquired. "You certainly arrived quite early." His voice bore a resemblance to Kira Yashikich, which struck Shinjia as somewhat inappropriate. Yet he could not help but recall that infamous scene. Let us not conflate voice actors with their characters, Shinjia mused, clearing his throat. He felt relieved that Minato Namikaze aspired to become Hokage rather than a mundane office worker seeking tranquility. Well, this is the guidance instructor of Team 7, Minato Namikaze. A reliable individual. Minato, this is my subordinate, Aikawa Shinjia. Greetings, Teacher Minato. Hello, Shinjia-kun, Minato replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor impeccable, truly befitting the future fourth Hokage. Known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, I believe Shinji-kun is classmates with Obito and the others, so you will have plenty of opportunities to converse. I hope he doesn't arrive late. After all, Obito has a knack for being tardy, even managing to be late 7 times in a week of classes. Upon hearing this, Minato chuckled wryly. Obito is a diligent child. Although he belongs to the Uchiha clan, his personality is quite different. He is bright, optimistic, and always willing to help. Nevertheless, his one flaw is his tendency to arrive late. That is difficult to say. However, he should only be retrieving something from home, so he shouldn't be too late. That remains uncertain, Minato replied, equally exasperated. At that moment, a figure descended, a silver-haired youth, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, bearing a short blade on his back. His arms were adorned with iron gauntlets, and a mask concealed his face, revealing only a pair of lifeless eyes. The prodigy of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. Sensei Minato. The young Kakashi spoke in a tone devoid of warmth, exuding an air of aloofness. This demeanor was understandable. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, had been cast aside by the village for a mission failure and succumbed to despair, taking his own life. Witnessing his father's tragic end left an indelible scar on Kakashi's tender psyche. He remained in the Ninja Academy for merely a year before applying for graduation, subsequently becoming a Chunin the following year. Kakashi, you're quite early. This is your former classmate, Kayasuke, Minato introduced. Oh, Kakashi, Kayasuke greeted, noting the boy's stoic expression, which would later evolve into a more whimsical demeanor. Indeed, it is only Kai who could have transformed Kakashi in such a manner. Acknowledging Kayasuke's greeting with a polite nod, Kakashi quietly stood beside Minato, creating an awkward atmosphere. Minato sighed, recognizing the challenges of leading their team. Shortly thereafter, Asuma, Kurenai, and the only girl in Minato's squad, Rin Noera, arrived at the entrance. With Rin's presence, the tension began to ease for Minato. After all, Kakashi's cold nature and limited time at the academy rendered him unfamiliar with Kayasuke and the others. Rin, however, was different. They had graduated together and shared a close bond. She had mentioned that she and Obito had a decent rapport with Kayasuke, although Obito occasionally found himself the target of teasing. That guy is late again, Kakashi remarked with evident frustration. If a time is set, it should be adhered to. People like Obito truly irk me. Haha, Obito remains as he always is. Kayasuke chuckled. Rin, did you not call him? Well, I did call him before leaving home. He told me to go ahead, and that he would join shortly, Rin replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Oh, so he likely encountered an elderly person in need of assistance along the way, Kakashi surmised. Meanwhile, as the appointed time passed, Minato began to explain the situation to Mr. Kazama, their employer, offering profuse apologies. Mr. Kazama, a businessman known for his adherence to agreements, was evidently displeased with the tardiness. However, understanding the necessity of their protection on the journey ahead, he refrained from expressing his discontent too harshly. Minato, feeling a sense of urgency, hoped that Obito would not be delayed for too long, otherwise, this C-rank mission might fall through. While he was not overly concerned about the monetary reward, losing the mission due to lateness was simply unacceptable. The main characters always make their entrance last. Obito firmly believed in this notion. Yet he certainly did not wish to appear last due to tardiness. It was hardly a heroic entry. On his way, he had encountered an elderly gentleman who had fallen and had taken him to the Konoha hospital, summoning doctors and nurses before hastily making his way to the village gate. As anticipated, he found Kakashi glaring at him with evident impatience. What a sour expression to wear all day, he thought, feeling the urge to retort, especially since he was late. Minato cast a troubled glance in his direction, while Kyosuke and Asuma were present as well. I apologize, Sensei Minato, for my lateness. No worries. Let us not repeat this next time. We are here to accomplish our mission, not for any other reason. Being late is certainly a mistake that can be made again. Watergate sighed and apologized to Mr. Kazama, acknowledging that it was his fault for not properly disciplining his subordinates. Yes, Master Watergate. With the arrival of Obito, both teams were assembled. Mr. Kazama took his seat in the palanquin, carried by designated bearers, and the group formally embarked on their journey to the land of soup. By the way, Obito, is this your first time leaving Konoha? Along the way, Saika inquired enthusiastically. Of course, this is the first time I've ever left Konoha. Obito replied excitedly. I want to see sights different from those in Konoha. Wow, this cheerful boy is hardly the same person who will later seek to destroy the world. Saika remarked. Indeed, we typically cannot leave Konoha without a valid reason aside from completing missions, so I'm genuinely excited for my first task of this nature. Rin chimed in. Is this your first time out? No. Saika recalled unpleasant memories and said, let us just not talk about it. The last mission lingered in his mind, and he had no desire to revisit it. Obito blinked, sensing the conversation had turned somber, and shifted the topic. Are there any precautions we should take for this mission, Master Watergate? Watergate replied, generally speaking, escort missions are not particularly dangerous. As long as we ensure the safety of our employer, we should be fine. Of course, we must remain vigilant against bandits along the way. At the mention of bandits, the expressions of Saika and the others darkened. Kakashi noticed their demeanor and asked, What's wrong? Was your last mission outside the village related to bandits? I don't want to talk about it. Neither do I. Apologies, Kakashi. We'd rather not discuss it. After all, the memory of their first kill is one that can never truly fade. Sunset Crimson glanced at her subordinates and shook her head. They were still just children. Watergate, having come from a similar experience, could guess what was troubling them and skillfully redirected the conversation. The land of soup is located to the northeast of the land of fire, renowned for its stunning natural beauty. But doesn't the land of soup also have its own ninja village? Won't they cause us trouble if we go there? Obito asked. The Second Shinobi World War had only recently concluded, and relations between the nations remained somewhat tense. Watergate reassured him, there's no need for concern. The land of soup has always maintained a good relationship with the land of fire, and besides, after the Second Shinobi World War, Soup Hidden Village is no longer what it once was. During the war, Soup Hidden Village suffered significant devastation and had long lost its former glory. With both Master Watergate and Master Crimson here, there's truly nothing to worry about. Kakashi interjected, rather than fretting about that. It would be wiser to worry about whether you'll be late again when we leave. Damn it, that was just an accident. I don't know any old folks in the land of soup. Obito exclaimed, his irritation evident. The initially serious conversation gradually shifted towards what they should buy in the land of soup to bring back. Shortly thereafter, they entered a town. Mr. Kazama collected the goods he had stored there, and their mode of travel transitioned from the bus to horse-drawn carts. Gazing at the convoy behind, laden with goods of various sizes, it is no wonder that 2 teams of ninjas were assigned for its escort. However, the reason why the opponent did not allow a Chunin to accompany them remains a mystery. To ensure the safety of the convoy, the 2 leading instructors divided their responsibilities. The Minato team was tasked with safeguarding the front section, scouting the route, and protecting the employers, while the Akatsuki team was assigned to the rear, guarding against ambushes and securing the cargo. Night watch duties were similarly organized, with each team taking turns to guard the convoy throughout the night. Sitting atop a cart bound with goods, Qingjie observed the deep ruts in the dirt, piquing his curiosity about the cargo being transported. Eager to investigate, he was halted by the admonition of Akatsuki, who reminded him that prying into the employer's secrets was strictly forbidden. Understood? Do not let this happen again. Yes, the nature of the employer's goods was of no concern to them. Their only obligation was to complete the mission. I shall patrol the rear now. Obediently, Qingjie moved to the back. Though this was merely a routine escort mission, it did not imply a lack of danger. The wild beasts lurking along the path and the potential ambushes by bandits posed significant threats. Suddenly, a small white serpent emerged from his sleeve, directing its gaze toward a specific direction, flicking its tongue. This indicated the presence of enemies. Halt! A group of bandits abruptly leaped out, their fierce countenances and formidable physiques suggesting they were seasoned fighters. Robbery. Hand over all your possessions, and we shall spare your lives. The leader's voice was gruff, and the glint of his machete shimmered ominously in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Qingjie charged forward, delivering a swift kick to the leader's face, shattering his teeth and sending blood flying. Big brother, what are you doing? Big brother, how could you be defeated? The bandit leader groaned. I got up, but I was taken out in an instant. What more is there to say? The remaining bandits, shouting in dismay, hoisted their fallen leader and fled, as though partaking in a farcical scene. Let us continue onward. This minor interlude warranted no further concern, and the convoy resumed its slow progress. The group unhurried in their journey. Just as they believed the path would remain uneventful, another group of individuals emerged from the shadows. Unlike the previous bandits, this new faction bore swords at their sides. Though disheveled in appearance, their aura exuded a far more menacing presence, steeped in a sense of bloodlust. They were a band of wandering samurai, known as Ronin. These rogues had set their sights on the convoy, coveting the wealth of Mr. Kazama. They had trailed the group, intent on launching an attack in the desolate wilderness, aiming to obliterate the present company to seize the cargo for themselves, hoping to profit from the spoils. After all, they were forsaken warriors without a master to sustain them. With the emergence of ninja villages, the samurai had gradually faded from the annals of history. Once a formidable military force, they had been supplanted by the equally capable ninja. Except for a few great nations and nobles who retained some samurai, only the Land of Iron remained under the dominion of these warriors. The rise of ninjas supplanted the position traditionally held by samurai in the military hierarchy, resulting in a significant loss of livelihood for many samurai. This shift fostered a negative perception of ninjas among the samurai. During the Warring States period, ninjas were merely hired mercenaries and were not utilized as standing armies. States and nobles continued to recruit samurai en masse to serve as their military forces for sieges and territorial expansion. However, with the establishment of ninja villages, the status of samurai began to be gradually undermined, leading to their ever-diminishing prestige over the years. In their path stood the Ronin, disheartened samurai themselves. At the forefront, a samurai leader with long hair tied in a ponytail bore a scar on the left side of his face, clad in a dark robe. Wielding a katana and a tanto, he spoke coldly. Leave the goods, you may depart. Stepping forward, Minato asserted, we are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, tasked with escorting this cargo. Please do not make this difficult for us. The samurai leader scoffed, responding, this has nothing to do with me. You are merely ninjas from the Leaf. I have slain many of your kind before, just a bunch of insignificant pests. His entourage encircled the caravan, each member brandishing a blade, their expressions menacing, causing the crew to cower in fear. At such a moment, the intervention of ninjas was imperative. Akatsuki declared, they strike first, we shall respond. Shall we kill them? Kayasuke inquired. As much as possible, avoid it. If we cannot restrain ourselves, then killing them is of no consequence. Understood. In this line of work, one must be prepared for the possibility of demise. There were 25 of them, and they appeared formidable. Gripping his kunai, he remained ever ready for battle. Minato retreated a step, declaring, then there is nothing left to discuss. What say you? Attack. The samurai leader barked a command, drawing his long sword, and with his signal, the group of samurai brandished their blades, charging towards the others. Clang. The kunai clashed against the katana, sending sparks flying. Kayasuke was pushed back by the force. His current strength was insufficient to match the prowess of the seasoned samurai. Once a ninja is within reach, they are no match for us samurai. You lot, relying solely on deceitful tricks, are nothing but worthless scum. Shadow Snake Hand. Kayasuke waved his hand, and several snakes lunged at the samurai. The samurai swung his sword, severing the heads of the snakes, then aimed to strike directly at Kayasuke's head. Boom. The blade cleaved through a wooden post as Kayasuke dodged and maneuvered behind the samurai, thrusting the kunai through his heart. Ugh! The samurai felt the pain as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Kayasuke took a deep breath, turning to face the remaining samurai. Akatsuki had defeated several foes. He stood resolute as each ninja he encountered fell, clutching their heads and screaming in terror, as if confronted by unspeakable horrors. Illusions are truly terrifying. Illusion-type ninjas are fearsome indeed, evading a long sword slashing from behind. Kayasuke executed a spinning kick to the assailant's abdomen. Gathering flames in his hands, he directed them forth. Flame eruption. The unfortunate soul engulfed in fire writhed on the ground in agony, howling in despair. He cast his gaze towards Asuma, realizing that there was no need for concern on this front. As the son of the third Hokage, he was well versed in the arts of ninjutsu. Possessing a wealth of knowledge, and despite a lack of practical experience, he was still quite capable. Meanwhile, Hong, akin to her father, was a genjutsu specialist, effortlessly dispatching the samurai she encountered with her illusions. Within the Minato team, Kakashi single-handedly eliminated a significant number of samurai, while Obito and Rin took care of a smaller group. As for Minato, he had already placed his specially crafted kunai against the throat of the samurai leader. In the blink of an eye, the leader, drenched in cold sweat, was utterly bewildered by the speed of his opponent's actions, leading to an ignominious defeat. You have lost. Your men have all succumbed. Are you truly a Jonin team from Konoha? Not at liberty to disclose, Minato responded, rendering the samurai leader unconscious, thus bringing the raid to an end without any casualties among the convoy. Mr. Kazekage instructed Minato and his team to bind the surviving assailants and bury the deceased on the spot. It is worth noting that over a dozen had perished, 10 of whom were claimed by Kakashi. Despite their similar age to Saigetsu and his companions, Kakashi was far more ruthless, dispatching each foe with a swift strike to the throat. The swordsmanship of the Hatake clan was renowned throughout Konoha. In years past, Tsukumo Hatake had wielded a short blade, cutting a swath from Konoha to Sunagakure without so much as a blink, earning the title of the White Fang of Konoha. The carnage he wrought left the inhabitants of Sunagakure trembling in fear, reducing children to tears. Alas, such a formidable figure did not meet his end on the battlefield, but rather succumbed within the village, a fact that elicits a sense of melancholy. Konoha lost a shadow-level powerhouse, while the other 4 great ninja villages were nearly doubled over with laughter at the news. Reports circulated that the third Kazekage, struggling in his own right, had treated himself to a lavish meal of 3 dishes and a soup in the border town of the Land of Hot Water. Following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, trade experienced a resurgence. The former daimyo of the Land of Hot Water passed away post-war, leading to the ascension of a new leader who shifted focus away from Yukigakure, instead emphasizing the development of the Land of Hot Water's unique landscapes to attract tourists and affluent merchants, transforming the nation into a burgeoning travel destination for profit. As funding dwindled, Yukigakure began to decline, losing its former luster. The border towns of the Land of Hot Water were predominantly trade hubs, bustling with merchants and wealthy tourists, lending an air of vibrancy and prosperity to the area. The scenery was quite picturesque, complemented by the region's famed hot springs. This mission entailed not only escorting Mr. Kazekage but also accompanying him back after his business dealings concluded. Therefore, during his time conducting trade, Saigetsu and the others were granted the freedom to explore. The safety of Mr. Kazekage was entrusted to Minato and Hinata Akane. Though unconventional, both Minato and Hinata Akane agreed that allowing the children some respite to enjoy the natural beauty of the Land of Hot Water after their arduous journey was a wise decision. Consequently, they granted the 6 young ones several days of leave, with the understanding that they should avoid trouble, steer clear of the 3 ninja prohibitions, and return to their lodging for rest each night. This can be seen as a holiday for the children. How they choose to spend it is entirely up to them. Striking a balance between work and leisure is undoubtedly the best choice. In the hot springs, Shinjia, Asuma, Obito, and Kakashi, with a towel atop his head, luxuriated in the warmth of the water. Obito, feeling languid, sighed contentedly. This is so comfortable. Compared to Konoha's springs, the ones in the land of hot water are truly superior. Wisps of steam rose from the springs, creating a hazy, dreamlike mist. As the four relaxed, Shinjia turned to Kakashi, whose face was wrapped in a towel, and asked, "Kakashi, why do you cover your face while soaking in the hot springs?" His curiosity about Kakashi's appearance was piqued. He knew he was handsome, yet he was uncertain of the extent of that handsomeness in person. Obito stifled a laugh. "Could it be that you've got buck teeth or thick lips? Something unsightly, perhaps?" Haha. With a bored expression, Kakashi shot Obito a glare. But he removed the hot towel from his face, feeling the heat unbearable. Beneath the towel was a striking visage, undeniably handsome, with a beauty mark just below his mouth. He wore a stoic expression, but if he were to smile, he would likely appear even more attractive. "No way. You must have used a transformation technique. You cannot possibly be this handsome," Obito exclaimed. "Indeed, you are quite handsome, almost rivaling me," Shinjia remarked while stroking his chin. "With my looks, only Kakashi from Konoha can compare." "Humph, still not as handsome as I am," Obito insisted, though he reluctantly accepted reality. Fortunately, Kakashi always wore a mask. Otherwise, in front of Rin, he would surely have been utterly defeated. Asuma nodded in agreement. "You're almost catching up to me. No, you of the Sarutobi clan all have a mature look. Don't deceive yourself. When you grow a beard, the genetics of the Sarutobi will reveal themselves," Shinjia teased. Both Shinjia and Obito regarded him, and Asuma felt their gaze. His face flushing. "What are you two looking at? What does that mean?" "Nothing significant. Just think you're rather shameless." Obito chuckled. "You're shameless too." Asuma lunged at Obito, and the two began to wrestle playfully in the hot springs. Meanwhile, Shinjia and Kakashi quietly shifted to the side, observing their antics. Suddenly, Kakashi inquired, "By the way, Asakura, the fire release you used earlier was emitted from your hands. Is it a special jutsu?" He was intrigued by Shinjia's method of performing fire release. "Ah, that's my clan's bloodline limit. It hadn't awakened for many generations until it suddenly manifested in me, allowing my body to transform into flames. Akin to the Mist Village's Hozuki clan's technique of hydromancy." He raised a hand, flames blazing fiercely from it. Luckily, the curse of the sea had been localized with the devil fruit. Otherwise, merely taking a bath at home could have proven fatal. If word got out that he had perished in a bath, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Such a bloodline limit exists? How extraordinary, Kakashi acknowledged, realizing he had overstepped his bounds, nodding in acquiescence to draw the topic to a close. In reflection, Asuma and Obito began to douse each other with water, splashing the two bystanders. CG tossed aside his towel and joined the fray, exclaiming, "You two are courting death. How naive." Kakashi shook his head, deeming the atmosphere unsuitable for him, and decided to leave the water's edge. Yet, before he could climb ashore, Obito yanked him back, and the four of them became a chaotic bundle of laughter and playfulness. After a brief bout of merriment, they paused, with Obito and Asuma sneaking towards the partition, which separated them from the women's hot spring, where both Sakura and Rin were bathing. Kakashi remarked, "CG, what is so fascinating about the board when there are no beautiful older sisters next door?" CG retorted, "Of course. Little brats like us have no value until at least 5, no, 10 years from now. Are you not going?" Kakashi inquired, glancing at CG. "Who do you take me for? Am I to be like those two rascals?" CG replied indignantly, pointing at Obito and Asuma. "I've never encountered such brazen individuals. And now I confront not one, but two." In that moment, he felt like a giant. "Oh, you are certainly far more virtuous than they," Kakashi mused, appreciating the rarity of having a sensible classmate. CG solemnly asserted, "Indeed. While Sakura and Rin are charming, they lack the physique. Peeking now serves no purpose." "May I retract my previous statement?" Kakashi sighed. "You are undoubtedly the most abnormal one." After a while, they decided to venture out and explore the streets. After changing into casual attire, they strolled leisurely. Obito and Asuma, like devoted followers, trailed behind the two girls, while Kakashi slipped away alone. And CG transformed into a different guise to enter a gambling den. As the saying goes, without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper. Without late-night fodder, a horse cannot thrive. He had spent all his mission earnings on ninja tools, deeming explosive tags a wasteful expenditure. Given the meager profits from D-rank missions, He now sought a way to earn a substantial sum. Upon entering the gambling den, he found a crowd gathered around a single table. A group was wagering against one individual, not the latter dominating, but rather the crowd reaping substantial rewards, a legendary cash cow, in every sense of the term. My goodness, he mused, instinctively touching his nose. It was not in such disarray, yet it felt slightly itchy. Had this body reached the tender age of youth? Bet big. A blonde girl with twin ponytails slammed her hands on the table, placing her wager amidst the rising tide of excitement. We bet small. The crowd chimed in unison. The fabled cash cow was not to be missed. Once this opportunity passed, it would not return. Small. The cash cow, undeterred, continued to place bets. Let us go again. Beside her, a little girl chimed in. Lady Tsunade, we truly cannot afford to lose any more. Not to worry, Shizen. This time, I will definitely turn the tide. You must have faith in me. Tsunade succumbed to one of life's great illusions. I can turn it around. I bet small. Seiji, witnessing the unfolding drama, withdrew his last savings from his wallet. 50,000 Rio. Count me in. I bet big. What a generous fellow. They laughed. Indeed, we are betting big too. Not for any other reason, but this young man is quite magnanimous. Well said. Bet big. Open. Big. The principal has doubled, and the stakes continue to rise. At long last, the once plump cash cow has lost its riches, while Qingjia's wallet has swelled. Gazing at his bulging purse, he wonders if this is the sensation of affluence. With the cash cow depleted, everyone returns to their original positions, each fighting their own battles. Meanwhile, Qingjia, sensing the opportune moment, slips away. Just as he passes an alley, a merciless iron grip pulls him inside. Help! Someone is trying to abduct this handsome youth in broad daylight. Bam! That must hurt. A fist collides with his head, causing a lump to swell, and the transformation technique dissipates under the impact. Qingjia clutches his head, crouching on the ground, feeling as if his skull might crack open. Indeed, a ninja. Tsunade, noticing the Konoha ninja forehead protector on his brow, is taken aback. How could someone so young be gambling? Clearly, he has not received proper education. Who is your teacher? Orochimaru. Faced with Tsunade, Qingjia dares not act recklessly and resorts to wearing a tiger skin as a cloak, knowing that Orochimaru is absent this time. Orochimaru? That fellow has actually taken on disciples? Tsunade is surprised. It is astonishing that Orochimaru, with his cold demeanor, would take on a pupil. What proof do you have of your claim? Hidden shadow snake hands. Several snakes appear, ensnaring Tsunade as companion. Shizun, provoking the girl to scream in terror. Ah, Lady Tsunade. Help. Classmate Asakawa, let me go? Shizun and Qingjia are classmates, but she was taken by Tsunade shortly after graduation, primarily because her uncle, Kato, was not very nimble and met an untimely demise. As the last descendant of the Kato family, Shizun became Tsunade's sole family member. Indeed, this technique belongs to Orochimaru. It is as vile as ever. Put it away. Tsunade believes Qingjia's identity. After all, this technique is known only to Orochimaru. Oh, now there's another. Is it truly wise to pass this technique to such a young boy? However, you, little rascal, dare to gamble at such a tender age. Do you understand the 3 prohibitions of ninjas? Oh, this? You must also be a ninja, and aren't you gambling as well? Bang. Another bump joins the one atop his head, creating a tower of lumps. Little brat, it seems Orochimaru has not taught you to respect your elders. You don't seem old yourself. Ahem, of course not. I am in the prime of my youth. Where is Orochimaru? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. He is still in Konoha. He is not my instructor. I am merely out for a stroll, with tasks to attend to. Farewell, Lady Tsunade. Oh, you know me? Well, it is hard not to recognize someone with such dreadful luck in gambling and that fearsome weapon. I must take my leave. Yes, I have heard your name. I've seen your portrait in the Konoha hospital. A hand firmly grips his face, lifting him up. You dare to earn money from me, knowing who I am? It seems you have no desire to continue living. Help! Help! My face is going to shatter. Is that the sound of my facial bones cracking? Shizun, save me. Even as you pleaded with me, Shizun cast a fleeting glance at Tsunade and remarked, I am powerless to save you, Akatsuki. Take care of yourself. No, Shizun. Don't just stand there. We are classmates. Have you betrayed me? My body is on the verge of collapse. OMOMO? I was wrong. Lady Tsunade. I should not have gone there. Will I dare again? No, I will not. I sincerely apologize. I will undertake it again next time. There is no help for it. The allure of the fat sheep is simply irresistible. It is indeed possible to become wealthy overnight. In the end, Tsunade spared Saika. But with the loss of her brother and lover, she succumbed to hemophobia, unwilling to return to Konoha, living leisurely with Shizune. Touching her face, she felt as though her bones were about to shatter. Well then, having made a fortune, how should I spend this money? With a series of spending plans prepared in her mind, some adult-themed items were discarded. After all, she was still a child. She purchased some unique snacks from the land of soup, strolled about for a while, and chose to return to the inn. After placing her belongings in her room, with the sky still bright, she prepared to head out for training, only to encounter Minato. Ah, Saika-kun, you returned just in time. Did Obito and the others come back with you? Minato inquired. No, Obito and Asuma are accompanying Rin and Kurenai shopping. Kakashi and I are acting separately, Saika replied. Has something happened? I just received news that several nearby towns have reported missing children. I have a foreboding feeling and am somewhat worried. Minato-sensei, we are ninjas. Surely we wouldn't be abducted, would we? Saika doubted that anyone could capture Rin and the others, though Obito was another matter. That is true, however. Having played for so long, they should be returning soon, right? Minato-sensei, girls take their time shopping, looking and selecting without necessarily buying. It would be exhausting to shop with them. Minato nodded in agreement, recalling how accompanying Kushina on shopping trips felt more arduous than going to battle. Then let us wait. They should return for dinner soon. Tonight, Mr. Kazama is hosting a dinner. We must accompany him. Oh, just then, a Sharpei adorned with a Konoha headband dashed in, panting. Not good. Your 4 companions have been captured. Kakashi has already gone after them. They were truly captured. Are you all really ninjas? My premonition has come true. Minato pinched the bridge of his nose and said, Pakin, take me there. I will go too. However, Minato hesitated, and Saika smiled. They are my companions too. Are they not? I am truly astounded that they managed to get lost while shopping. Fine, but be cautious. I understand. Pakin, Kakashi's ninja dog, nodded and leaped onto Minato's shoulder, guiding the two in the right direction. Along the way, Minato asked Pakin, do you know who captured Obito and the others? In a sudden capture of 4 lower-ranking ninjas, it is evident that their strength surpasses that of the average Chunin, or perhaps they are several Chunins in their own right. After all, among the 4 individuals, only Rin is an ordinary ninja, while the other 3 hail from prestigious ninja clans. Typically, a standard Chunin would struggle to subdue them swiftly. Kakashi, uncertain, engaged one of them and found himself pushed back solely by their taijutsu, prompting him to seek assistance from us, Parker recounted. A sense of foreboding settled in Minato's heart, to repel Kakashi with mere physical prowess. Could this adversary possibly be a Jonin from the hidden hot water village? Given Kakashi's prowess, it is indeed rare for an ordinary Chunin to overwhelm him. Might it be that a Jonin from the hidden hot water village has emerged? But why would they capture Obito and the others? Could they have uncovered Asuma's identity as the 3rd Hokage's son and intend to leverage this against Konoha? Contemplating this, the trio, 2 men and a dog, swiftly approached Kakashi's location. With Parker's keen sense of smell guiding them, Minato and Kayasuke quickly located Kakashi. Minato-sensei, Kakashi acknowledged their arrival with a nod, crouching behind a tree as he peered through the gaps in the foliage to observe the scene below. Obito and the other 3 were bound to wooden stakes, unconscious, alongside a group of children encircled by individuals draped in black cloaks, who chanted incantations. Beneath their feet lay a massive circle drawn in blood, with a triangle nested at its center. Minato scrutinized the unfolding events, furrowing his brow as he remarked, could this be the so-called cult of the evil god that has recently emerged in the land of hot water? The cult, shrouded in obscurity, is indeed a malevolent sect, spreading its insidious influence in the land of hot water. It is rumored that the recent disappearances of children are linked to their activities. Evil god cult? Kayasuke recalled, recalling how Asuma met his demise at the hands of Higan, a devotee of this cult. That individual possessed an extraordinarily bizarre ability, granting him immortality. By acquiring the blood of his opponent within the confines of a ritual, he could inflict the same suffering upon them. If his heart shattered, so too would theirs. Yet he would remain unscathed. This scenario presents a dire exchange, a life for a life. Kayasuke pondered aloud. But how were they captured? I witnessed Asuma being dragged into an alley while I was out shopping. The leader was highly skilled in taijutsu. I was unable to contend with him and had little opportunity to employ my own techniques, Kakashi recalled. Leave that leader to me. Kakashi, you and Kaiosuk must go rescue Obito and the others, Minato declared, producing his specially crafted kunai. Suddenly, they heard the fervent exclamations of the evil god cult leader below. Esteemed guests, our gathering here today is by the will of the great evil god. These vibrant lives, these purest of children, shall serve as the finest offerings to the great evil god. He spread his arms wide, proclaiming, from this moment forth, let us indulge. Let us revel in the feast we offer to the great evil god. But first, we must uphold our doctrine. Let it be known. Let the great evil god witness our loyalty. Having spoken, he inexplicably produced a black short spear from somewhere and plunged it into the heart of the person beside him. The victim displayed no sign of anguish. Even as his heart shattered and blood gushed forth, he continued to laugh maniacally, exclaiming, all for the dark god. This seemed to signal the other cultists, who lunged at their companions with fists, teeth, and weapons, determined to extinguish their lives. The cult leader became embroiled in the chaos, skillfully dispatching one follower after another. The three observers were taken aback. Was there truly an element of mutual slaughter? Qingjie stroked his chin, remarking, it appears they will soon determine the victor amongst themselves. I suspect the last one remaining will be tasked with executing Asuma and the others. Let us wait a moment, Sensei Minato. Minato nodded, contemplating the connection between the cultists' suicides and their doctrines, likely revolving around the tenets of killing their own companions or those nearby. These fervent believers were utterly devoted to their beliefs, willing to sacrifice even their comrades to appease the dark god. While Minato was uncertain of the existence of this dark god, the madness of this cult was undeniable. Qingjie recalled that within the cult, only Higan possessed immortality, suggesting that these individuals might be seeking to acquire power from the dark god through their sacrificial rites. However, cults bring harm. Cherish life and steer clear of such sects. The scene below was gruesomely bloody, with even Kakashi and Qingjie observing alongside Minato. The cult leader demonstrated considerable skill, eliminating numerous adversaries without so much as a drop of blood on him, thus explaining his ability to repel Kakashi. It seemed I had once again garnered the dark goddess' favor, but to attain immortality, I require more sacrifices. Now, it is time for the dark god to witness his favorite spectacle. Extending his tongue to lick the blood from the spear's tip, he exhibited a sadistic grin, certain that the dark god would revel in this display. Upon witnessing this, Minato swiftly launched a kunai. The cult leader deflected the kunai with his spear, sending it soaring through the air. In an instant, Minato appeared, catching the kunai and launching it once more. The cult leader hastily evaded, only to find Minato at his side, the kunai aimed at his throat. His reflexes were quick, the spear blocking the kunai as he recognized Minato's visage and headband, exclaiming, I see, the teacher from Konoha has come for these little ones. You were a tad slow to act. He expressed regret, yet faced Minato without an ounce of fear. Stepping forward as he pressed the attack, the spear relentlessly striking. Engaging in a fierce battle of martial prowess, the two were locked in a stalemate. Kakashi and Qingjie appeared, severing the ropes binding the four children with their kunai and swiftly relocating them to safety, preparing to return for the remaining children. Damn it! Those are the dark goddess sacrifices. The cult leader seethed in fury. At that moment, a chakra sphere materialized in Minato's palm, striking the cult leader squarely in the abdomen. Rasengan. In the world of Naruto, there exists a simple solution to every problem, encapsulated in the notion that if one round dumpling cannot resolve an issue, then two surely will suffice. And if that proves ineffective, one might as well craft a larger one. As the progenitor of the dumpling technique, Minato effortlessly dispatched the malevolent cult leader with this strategy. His prowess in taijutsu is indeed formidable, rivaling that of the elite jonin of Konoha, a sentiment he himself echoed. As Kyokai approached, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth, realizing that Minato was merely testing the capabilities of their adversary. Given Minato's speed, it was hardly a challenge for him to deal with this foe. It was merely a matter of gauging his strength. What of them? Minato inquired. No injuries detected. They were likely incapacitated while wandering about, Kyokai replied, flames flickering from his palm. Under Minato's astonished gaze, he ignited the corpses of their assailants. This is a bloodline limit that has lain dormant in my family for generations, and it has unexpectedly manifested in my generation. He casually explained as he reduced the bodies to ashes with an unrelenting blaze. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, prompting Minato to utilize Earth Jutsu to enter the remains on site. He then summoned shadow clones to assist in escorting the children abducted by the cult. Meanwhile, Asuma and Obito were tasked with carrying back 2 individuals each, under the supervision of Kakashi and Kyokai. The 4 who regained consciousness were filled with regret, lamenting the loss of their purchased goods. Only Kyokai remained stoically prosperous, refraining from informing Tsunade of the presence of the crimson-hued sunset. He deemed it futile to report, as Minato, despite being Jiraiya's disciple, would be unable to sway Tsunade back to the village, and he might even incur her wrath. Furthermore, revealing Tsunade's whereabouts could jeopardize his own clandestine escapades at the gambling den, a fate he sought to avoid at all costs. With the turmoil surrounding the cult subsiding, tranquility prevailed, and a week later, they commenced their journey back to the Land of Fire. After Mr. Kazekage completed his trade and secured a contract, he procured a few local delicacies from the Land of Soup for the return trip. The quantity of these specialties was modest, thus expediting their journey. The gentle breeze caressed them, the sun shone brilliantly, and the afternoon warmth induced a sense of drowsiness. After their midday meal, Kyokai sat within the carriage, their minimal cargo allowing for a comfortable distance among the 8 travelers, alleviating any concerns. Suddenly, a small white serpent slithered from his sleeve. "What is it, little white one? Are there foes nearby?" Kyokai inquired. The serpent nodded in a human-like fashion. Observing this, he turned to Akatsuki, Sensei Akatsuki. "They have been tailing us since yesterday. Last night, I took a closer look and noted a few were ninjas from the Mist Village," Akatsuki replied. "Mist Village? Why would they pursue us when they are not in the Land of Water?" Kyokai questioned, perplexed. "The reasons remain unclear, but we must exercise caution. A confrontation may be imminent," Akatsuki cautioned. Kyokai, being his subordinate and possessing knowledge of that peculiar bloodline limit, was not a source of concern for Akatsuki's safety. With Asuma and Kurenai working in tandem, he felt reassured. That said, the last encounter had been a robbery. What could this one possibly entail? Was this truly a C-rank mission? Isn't the probability of encountering wild beasts rather high? He has barely left the village. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of the hidden Mist Village should exercise caution. After all, it is one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Even though they may indulge in internal strife, they cannot rival the might of Konoha, as they still belong to the Elite 5. As the conversation unfolded, a faint mist began to envelop the forest, thickening rapidly and reducing visibility significantly. Mist concealment technique. Maintain formation. Protect Mr. Kazekage. 2 squads shielded Mr. Kazekage and the carts of several attendants, while Yuhi Kurenai and Minato grasped their weapons firmly. "They're coming," Kurenai hissed, swiftly slicing through a ninja adorned with the hidden Mist Village headband. In the next instant, the bisected ninja morphed into a puddle of water. Water clone. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Kyosuke, thrusting a kunai into his body. However, instead of the expected sensation of blood splattering, he felt an intense, searing heat, akin to being engulfed in flames. The pain compelled him to retract his hand as several serpents erupted from his collar, biting him fiercely. With flames raging in his chest, Kyosuke revealed a chilling smile. "Greetings, Shinai." He seized the assailant's face and unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames burst forth from the mist, grotesquely scorching the man's visage and ultimately claiming his life. "Kyosuke, no." Asuma gasped, horrified by the gaping inferno in Kyosuke's chest. Stunned into silence, he recalled the bloodline limit Kyosuke had previously mentioned and curiously inquired. "Is this what you referred to as your bloodline limit?" "Indeed, no need for such alarm. Worry about yourself," Kyosuke replied, as the flames sealed the wound, depleting his chakra by half, but he managed. "Oh." Asuma nodded, momentarily dazed. "This ability is rather impressive. Could this lad be the new bloodline limit emerging from Konoha? It warrants further investigation." The hidden mist ninja, observing from the shadows, harbored malicious intent upon witnessing the earlier scene. "Shiro, locate them." The white serpent peeked out, confirming several directions, prompting Kyosuke to immediately create shadow clones. The shadow clones surged into the thick fog, shouting, "Everyone, get down." Grab hold of Kurenai and Asuma and drop to the ground. In the next moment, boom, 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 Kyosuke detonated the shadow clones, triggering a series of explosions that unleashed a tempest of wind and waves of heat, dispersing the mist. The concealed hidden mist ninjas were laid bare, revealing several mangled corpses strewn across the ground. Such destructive power must be at least B rank, Kurenai assessed. At that moment, a golden figure burst forth, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Minato appeared beside her, casting a hidden mist ninja to the ground, declaring, "All taken care of. Your speed is truly remarkable, a testament to the techniques created by the second Hokage," Kurenai sincerely acknowledged. The speed of the Flying Thunder God technique was so swift that it left no room for reaction. Encountering it meant certain death. "Not at all, Kurenai. Now, it's your time to shine," Minato humbly responded. Kurenai, a Jinjutsu specialist, was particularly adept at interrogation-type illusions, making her the perfect choice for the task. Nodding affirmatively, she immediately formed hand seals and infiltrated the minds of the hidden mist ninjas with her Jinjutsu, extracting vital information. However, as soon as the Jinjutsu was employed, the mist shinobi vanished without a trace. Akatsuki, furrowing his brow, remarked, "The mist shinobi had set a seal within this fellow's mind, which I just triggered. His brain has been obliterated. Did you leave any other survivors?" The Mist Village, known for its secrecy, was not surprising in employing such tactics. In terms of confidentiality, this group was indeed among the elite in the ninja world. "There is one left," he continued. "Seal him and bring this group back." Understood. With utmost speed, Minato sealed the last survivor, while Akatsuki instructed Kayasuk and the others to clean up the aftermath and scour the battlefield. The corpses were carefully stored within sealing scrolls, which would allow the Konoha Intelligence Department to extract any information available. After handing everything over to Minato, he stated, "I will return to Konoha for a while. I leave Kakashi and the others in your capable hands." "No worries. That is my duty." Akatsuki nodded in agreement. After briefing Minato and Kakashi, he instantaneously departed with the Mist Shinobi. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha would be a significant drain on chakra, especially given the considerable distance. It was anticipated that after returning, briefing on the mission, and resting, he would not be back until the following day. Meanwhile, Akatsuki resolved to hasten his pace. One could never predict what dangers might arise along the way, and urgency was of the essence. Mr. Kazekage, aware of the perils, was particularly cautious, having a strong aversion to death. Otherwise, he would not have employed 2 teams. Consequently, their return speed increased exponentially. By the afternoon of the following day, Minato had returned, saying little, merely urging them to quicken their pace as leaf ninjas patrolling the borders of the Land of Fire had increased. "It seems your mission has indeed been filled with unexpected twists and turns." Kayasuk-kun, Orochimaru chuckled, listening to Kayasuk recount the events in the laboratory. Typically, one does not encounter such occurrences during a C-rank mission. "Who knows?" Kayasuk inquired curiously. "By the way, Orochimaru-sama, what was the reason behind the Mist's ambush?" Orochimaru, unreserved, replied, "The Mist sought intelligence on the village, and you happened to be present. They are preparing for war." "But the war has only just concluded, hasn't it?" Kayasuk questioned. The Second Shinobi World War ended between the 38th and 39th years of Konoha. Logically, they should be recuperating. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru smiled and clarified, "Thus, they are indeed preparing for war." Konoha emerged victorious in the Second Shinobi World War, and coupled with its proximity to the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, they are eager to gather intelligence. Kayasuk-kun, while the overt war has ceased, the skirmishes between the villages have merely shifted to the shadows. The ongoing rivalry among the 5 great ninja villages has been ceaseless. Konoha's victories in the previous 2 wars have undoubtedly bred discontent and unveiled its strength. Following the suicide of the White Fang of Konoha and the departure of the Princess of Slugs, Konoha has displayed signs of weakness, and now stands at its most vulnerable moment, especially with only Orochimaru remaining of the legendary 3 ninjas to preside over the village. Mark my words, Kayasuk-kun, within 5 years, the Third Shinobi World War will commence. Until then, focus on accumulating strength. Orochimaru set down the test tube in his hand and proposed, "I possess a technique that could enhance your combat prowess. Would you care to give it a try? Could it be the Cursed Seal?" No. He was reluctant to bear the mark of the Serpent Master upon him. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "What is it, Lord Orochimaru?" "The summoning technique." Hearing this, Shinjia felt a surge of excitement and replied, "I wish to learn it." Common summoning beasts, such as Kakashi's ninja dogs or Gai's ninja tortoise, serve primarily in reconnaissance and support during battles. In contrast, formidable summoning beasts can wreak havoc on the battlefield, like Jiraiya's toads or Orochimaru's snakes. The creatures they summon are immensely powerful, capable of inflicting devastating destruction in combat. Notably, Orochimaru's serpents hail from the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, where the legendary serpents possess terrifying combat abilities. "Follow me," Orochimaru beckoned. As they trailed behind him, they arrived at an outdoor courtyard. Orochimaru bit his finger, formed seals with his hands, and struck the ground, causing black, tadpole-like symbols to emanate from his palm in a web-like pattern. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the courtyard, revealing a colossal snake, its body a muddy yellow and as thick as a water barrel. Coiled and coldly gazing at the 2 individuals before it, Orochimaru grasped Shinjia's arm, reassuring him, "Do not be afraid." In the next moment, the immense serpent opened its jaws wide and swallowed them whole, leaving no opportunity for them to react. With a deafening thud, the giant snake vanished from the courtyard. The Dragon Cave is renowned alongside Myaboka Mountain and Surebone Forest as a sanctum for summoning. Its intricate caves and warm environment provide an ideal habitat for serpents, allowing a multitude of them to thrive and reproduce. Coupled with the abundant natural energy, some of these powerful serpents have attained wisdom and formidable strength. Among them is the White Snake Sage, a being of terrifying caliber, comparable to the Great Toad Sage of Myaboka Mountain and the Slug Sage of Surebone Forest. To reach the Dragon Cave, there are 2 methods. One is to sign a summoning contract, thus enabling entry through reverse summoning techniques. The other is to discover the cave itself. Orochimaru had successfully located it, completed the trials, and forged a pact with the Dragon Cave. The great serpent materialized amidst the fog-laden woods and expelled the 2 individuals. It then twisted its body and slithered into the darkness. "Disgusting," Shinjia muttered, feeling the slimy residue covering him. He marveled at how Orochimaru could endure such a sensation. Flames enveloped him, evaporating the slime, yet a peculiar odor lingered. "You must learn to adapt," Orochimaru advised. Surveying the misty surroundings, Shinjia inquired, "What is this place, Lord Orochimaru?" "To acquire a summoning beast, one must enter into a contract with it, and this is the location where you can obtain such a beast, the Dragon Cave. Here, many serpents, even larger and more ferocious than the one we just encountered, reside. To summon them, a contract is imperative, otherwise, one must pass the trials to establish a pact." Understanding dawned upon Shinjia as he asked, "How do I pass the trials?" "That depends entirely on you." Orochimaru smirked with a sinister charm. "I shall await your return here. Continue forward, and you may enter the Dragon Cave. But whether you succeed in the trials is at your own discretion, and if I fail, you will be devoured by the serpents within." Orochimaru uttered these words devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Shinjia swallowed hard, incredulous at the prospect of life-threatening danger. "I find myself in peril here as well, yet. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. It ultimately hinges on your willingness. Should you choose to decline, I can escort you back, and you may devise your own means regarding the summoning beasts." "Wait, I shall go," Shinjia resolutely declared. "Upon my return, Orochimaru, you must teach me the seals for summoning techniques, and you shall not flee. I will grant you a day's time." Orochimaru seated himself on the ground. "Very well. I shall depart. The summoning beast is essential, and mastery of sage arts is imperative. The Dragon's Cave is fraught with peril, far more so than Myaboka Mountain. Initially, I had considered seeking out Jiraiya to see if I might be taken on as a disciple, but alas, this fellow has not been seen in the village. Following Orochimaru does entail considerable danger, yet the summoning technique is, after all, within reach. Should I choose not to go, the risk of exclusion looms, perhaps even becoming a subject of experimentation. Thus, I must summon the courage to proceed." As he stepped into the mist, a beautiful woman clad in priestess attire appeared beside Orochimaru. "Is this your disciple?" she inquired. "Not yet. If he emerges alive, then he shall be. Should he fail to return, it merely indicates that he lacked the fortune," Orochimaru replied softly. "This is his test for Shinjia. Failing the trial of the Dragon's Cave is a matter of life and death. Without that fortune, Shinjia would have no prospects of survival, destined only to become sustenance for the serpent. Should he return alive, he would then be accepted as a disciple. Do not underestimate the trials of the Dragon's Cave. I eagerly anticipate savoring this little one's chakra," remarked the priestess, her lovely visage suddenly paling, her mouth cracking open to reveal sharp teeth and a serpent's tongue, while dark shadows crept across her eyes. "Let us await the outcome," she concluded. Goodness gracious, is this truly the dragon's cave? I cannot even discern an entrance, Qingjie murmured. Can that fellow Boruto truly reach this place? He had only heard of it during his brief viewing of the series, having missed much of it. Why hadn't he watched more? Because it was far too exhilarating. He feared that indulging further would lead to an overwhelming rush of excitement. Pausing, he noticed a trail of footprints before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were his own, indicating he had been wandering in circles. Ugh! Frustrated, he ignited flames in his hand, contemplating whether to set the fog-laden forest ablaze. No, perhaps that would be unwise. He banished this notion, fearing that the moment he ignited the fire, a great serpent would emerge to devour him. Amidst the mist, a faint glow of light emerged, hinting at deception. He did not believe that serpents could wield fire. Such cold-blooded creatures had no need for such embellishments. Even the white snake sage, should he wish to adorn his surroundings with light, would not employ a mere row of flames. Nonetheless, he approached, for he was uncertain of which direction to take. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing before him a resplendent gate, adorned with intricate eaves and beams, lavishly carved and painted, exuding an air of grandeur. On a heavy crimson plaque, the 3 golden characters spelling Dragon's Cave stood out prominently. The robust pillars, adorned with azure serpentine scales, were entwined by golden serpents, encapsulating the essence of the Dragon's Cave. The heavy door was firmly shut, and Qingjie felt an irresistible urge to knock and proclaim, "FBI, open the door." However, he restrained himself. As he pondered how to announce his presence, the grand entrance slowly creaked open, revealing a stunning woman with emerald hair, crowned with a golden orb, who greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. We have been expecting you for quite some time. Welcome to the Dragon's Cave." "Ah, greetings. I am Qingjie, here to negotiate a contract with the Dragon's Cave," he replied politely. Given that the cave was inhabited by serpents, the appearance of a lady was unexpected, without a doubt. She was a beautiful serpent, though she would not ensnare him like by Sujin. Rather, she would surely entice him. As Qingjie gazed at the enchanting woman, he revealed the small white creature on his wrist and urged, "Quick, transform." The small creature, perplexed, responded, "Is this even human speech? This individual is rather peculiar. I am Tianxin Shinji, welcoming you to our abode. You may indeed sign a contract. Please, step inside," she said with a grace reminiscent of Yamato Nadeshiko, ushering Qingjie into the hall. Upon entering, he was struck by the opulence of the decor, adorned with intricate carvings and motifs related to serpents. The lanterns bore the character for dragon, illuminating the grand hall as brightly as day. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and upon a nearby table lay a sumptuous feast, brimming with an array of delectable dishes, poultry, fish, and meats, all steaming and tantalizing to the senses. These delicacies are prepared especially for esteemed guests. "Please, indulge a little," Tianxin Shinji said, presenting a platter of roasted chicken before Qingjie, her eyes filled with anticipation. I actually ate before coming," he hesitated, skeptical of the culinary skills of this beautiful serpent. "I doubt this is safe to consume." Tianxin Shinji maintained her composure, her smile unwavering. "Oh dear. Do not say such things, little Qingjie. A taste would be delightful. This is my sincere gesture. There's definitely something amiss. In truth, I have been dieting. Pursuing a slender figure, much like yours, dear Tianxin Shinji." "Ah, but being too slender is not appealing," she replied with a soft giggle, covering her mouth. "I prefer a plumper physique. Your form is quite balanced, albeit a touch petite, yet very youthful." Alarmed by her gaze, Qingjie realized her intent. "No, I believe it's better to be leaner. The girls in Konoha prefer a slimmer look. I, however, favor a fuller figure. Come, partake," she insisted, presenting a glistening roast pig, the aroma intensifying, making it all the more tempting. Qingjie declined again, asserting, No. My mother always warned me against consuming food from strangers." Then, with a smile, he added, "This must be a ruse. I assent it? TSK. Tianxin Shinji clicked her tongue in displeasure, her complexion suddenly paling, crimson eyeshadow materializing and extending to her nostrils, her pupils transforming into golden slits. Her cherry lips parted to reveal sharp fangs as she emitted a blue serpentine tongue, her demeanor growing increasingly fierce. What an insubordinate human. Why not simply consume the offering? As her words lingered in the air, the once bright hall dimmed abruptly, vanishing from sight, along with the sumptuous feast before her. A thick fog enveloped the space once more, and Xingjie found himself seated upon a cold, unyielding stone, devoid of the earlier soft sensations. Everything had merely been an illusion cast by Tianxin Xinji. The ground around him was littered with bones, remnants of the unfortunate souls who had succumbed to her temptations and consumed her offerings, only to be devoured in return. Had Xingjie indulged, he would have met the same fate. To think he might have tasted the fresh chakra of this little spirit was truly disheartening. After being rejected thrice, Tianxin Xinji realized her ruse had been seen through. There was no point in further concealment. Monster, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Coughing lightly, Xingjie replied with a smile. After all, I have never heard of snakes crafting human delicacies, especially one so convincingly made. Your earlier appearance fits a saying perfectly. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Humph. These are creations born from the memories of those humans I have consumed. Sweet words of sister, yet you haven't tasted a morsel. Only a madman in pursuit of power would venture here, so do not assume that your path ahead is smooth. Enraged, Tianxin Xinji took flight, her figure dissolving into the mist, along with her presence. What a close call. Xingjie patted his chest, relieved at his astuteness. Had he taken a bite, those bones might have been his own fate. However, where should he go next? Hee. If you're unsure, then simply follow me. At that moment, a pair of hands rested upon his shoulders, and a girl with a bun hairstyle, donned in white, floated behind him. Hi, I am Ichino Kushida Haim. Tianxin Xinji's trial is quite simple as long as one refrains from gluttony. My trial is also quite easy. Would you care to try? Ichino Kushida Haim possessed a flat figure, her demeanor contrasting sharply with Tianxin Xinji's. While Tianxin Xinji was aloof and graceful, akin to a gentle Yamato Nadeshiko, Ichino Kushida Haim radiated vivacity. Xingjie turned around, his gaze swiftly scanning her form, revealing a rather disinterested expression. Hey, little spirit, I can't shake the feeling that you are harboring some rather impolite thoughts. Ichino Kushida Haim remarked, sensing the malice in his eyes. How could that be? For some, you are indeed a treasure, Xingjie retorted, giving her a thumbs up. Ichino Kushida Haim felt increasingly uncomfortable, but after clearing her throat, she smiled. Come with me. She floated ahead, with Xingjie closely trailing behind. The duo arrived at an underground cavern emitting a soft glow, but as they entered, a stone door suddenly slammed shut, blocking their path. Ichino Kushida Haim giggled. My trial is quite simple. You merely need to find a way out from here. Indeed, it is quite simple, as long as one can escape. The question remains, how does one do so? The door is locked, and there is no key in sight. I struck the heavy stone door with a firm hand, only to find it unyielding. With flames igniting around my fist, I struck again, yet the door remained impervious. It struck me as peculiar. The chakra I had just expended seemed excessive for such an endeavor. As I sensed the dwindling chakra within me, an epiphany emerged. Oh, have you come to a realization? The visage of Ichiki Island Haim transformed, her expression serpentine as she chuckled. I pride myself on my honesty. Let me be candid. I can forcibly drain your chakra, and over time, you will succumb, allowing me to revel in your body and chakra. How dreadful such words sounded. I rapped upon the stone door, only to be met with a dull echo. It was evidently thick and imposing. Ah, what is this? I felt a gentle breeze seeping through the crack beneath the door, indicating there was indeed a gap. Turning to Ichiki Island Haim, I inquired, are you suggesting that escaping this cave signifies the completion of the test? Certainly, she nodded. Beyond this stone door lies the outside. You may shatter it with force, as long as you accomplish this before your chakra is fully expended. The solidity of the stone door was such that it would be impossible for a mere child like him to breach it. Rarely could a ninja open such a door while accelerating chakra depletion. Those who had tried ultimately became her feast. Very well, but no trickery, I implore you. He extended his hand, placing it against the door's seam. Ichiki Island Haim, perplexed, questioned, do you intend to force the door open with sheer strength? Indeed, it is possible. Yet your frame is far too diminutive for such a feat. I never intended to do so. I am no brute. Transforming his body entirely into flames, he slipped through the crack of the door. Fire possesses no fixed form. It can assume any shape. Taking an unconventional approach, he became flames and slipped seamlessly through the crevice. Ichiki Island Haim watched in astonishment as the figure of flame diminished gradually until it vanished entirely within the cave. Rubbing her eyes, she felt as though she were dreaming. Surely this is a deception? She mused, feeling vexed. With a wave of her hand, The momentary glimpse of the boy outside was obscured once more by a dense fog, now transformed into a cave. Ichiki Islandheim flew closer, inquiring, "What is the nature of your form, little one?" "It resembles the water transformation techniques of the Akagami clan, but mine is a transformation into fire," he replied, resolute in his explanation. "Next time, I shall ensure there is no ventilation." Pinching his cheek, Ichiki Islandheim's expression grew playful. "You are quite the unsightly little creature. I could have devoured you. Do not utter such terrifying words with such an adorable demeanor. This time, I miscalculated. You have passed my test, albeit through unorthodox means." She conceded, her form beginning to fade. As she prepared to depart, he hastily asked, "Wait, where should I go now?" "You need not go anywhere," Ichiki Islandheim smiled. From the mist behind him, a spectral beauty clad in priestess robes glided silently, revealing a serpentine visage, and sank her fangs into his shoulder. Yet, a surge of flames erupted, compelling her to retreat. "What is the nature of your body?" The beautiful maiden gazed at the flames erupting from Qingjia's shoulder and inquired, originally destined to vanish. Ichikishimaheim suddenly solidified her form, laughing as she said, "Ahaha, Tanzaheim, even you have your moments of defeat. This lad is quite extraordinary. His body can transform into flames." Tanzaheim had just been singed. Yet the affected area healed rapidly as she remarked, "TCH, why didn't you mention it sooner? I hadn't even returned when you eagerly took a bite." I barely had time to respond. Ichikishimaheim spread her hands, expressing her helplessness. She had intended to convey her thoughts, but alas. Tanzaheim acted too swiftly for her to do so. Transforming back into her enchanting form, Tanzaheim smiled and declared, "This trial tests your heart." As she spoke, her face morphed back into that of a serpent. "Fail the test, and I shall devour you. Come now, obediently let me take a bite." The petite beauty indeed had an alluring charm. "I refuse," Qingjie retorted, adopting the visage of an elderly man from the northwest. "I certainly do not wish to be bitten by you. What if I were to be poisoned and left defenseless? I am Tanzaheim, a servant of the White Snake Sage. How could I possibly poison you?" She stepped back, crossing her arms defiantly. "You undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives towards me. I must prioritize my safety." "Haha, how amusing, Tanzaheim. What will you do now?" Ichikishimaheim, unable to reach Qingjie, found delight in Tanzaheim's predicament. "Is this what they call a plastic sisterhood? I adore it. Do not underestimate me." Tanzaheim swooped in, and although Qingjie attempted to retreat, the stones beneath his feet suddenly formed a prison, trapping his lower half and rendering him immobile. Just as he contemplated transforming his body, Tanzaheim arrived, seizing his hands and biting into his neck. The flames continued to surge, now transformed into a soft lavender hue. Ultimately, these flames are composed of chakra. I merely need to convert the toxins into chakra for them to take effect on you. Your flames pose no threat to us whatsoever. The toxic chakra invaded Qingjie's entire being, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Before him, Tanzaheim morphed into Orochimaru, who, with a flick of his tongue, chuckled. "What a peculiar bodily structure, and such a bloodline limit. You possess significant anatomical value. Goodness, is this illusion truly so realistic?" He feared that the serpent-like figure might, at any moment, whisk him away to an operating table. Orochimaru was a man who believed in science, and his own existence was far too unique. Should there come a day when Orochimaru could no longer resist and sought to possess his body, it would spell disaster. Cautious in Orochimaru's presence, Qingjie always kept his guard up. The moment the situation appeared to shift unfavorably, he would flee without hesitation. This Orochimaru before him was undoubtedly a counterfeit. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Sister Tanzaheim, if you are to impersonate Lord Orochimaru, you would do well to be more sinister and perverse. You aren't quite twisted enough yet. Moreover, is this truly an interrogation of the soul?" Tanzaheim retorted, "How dare a brat like you question my professionalism?" Opening her mouth, she expelled a gleaming sword. Grasping it firmly as she declared, "Qingjie Kasuwa, let me examine your bodily composition. It is evidently a fabrication. Lord Orochimaru conducts dissections with a scalpel. How could he possibly wield a grand sword?" Keisuke scoffed slightly. As for illusions, once one is aware of their falsity, it becomes exceedingly difficult to be deceived. It is merely the body that remains in a state of unconsciousness. Tezuki Heim has set up a trial, which alleviates any fear of life-threatening peril. The little imp, Tezuki Heim, had veins protruding from her forehead. The Orochimaru illusion raised its sword and, with a sudden downward strike, halted before Keisuke, inquiring, "Are you not going to evade?" "There is nothing to evade. It is all an illusion." Observing his confident demeanor, Tsukuhime smiled faintly as the sword's tip pierced his visage. Keisuke was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Of course. One must possess considerable courage. Illusions should ideally be employed without the target's awareness. You, little imp, figured it out too soon, rendering it rather trivial that you passed. The efficacy of illusions is maximized when the opponent is oblivious to them. Not everyone can wield an illusion of such caliber as Tsukuyami. Once the realization dawns that it is merely an illusion, its threat diminishes considerably, leaving one to ponder how to dispel it. Once a person forms a fixed mindset, altering it becomes quite arduous. This is the mischief of the subconscious. Hence, Uchiha Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami is deemed the most formidable illusion, directly affecting a person's subconscious, subtly altering it without detection, capable of transforming a virtuous individual into a nefarious one. In a more potent scenario, even Kagaya Otsutsuki could be confined in a basement, taught to write properly. If Keisuke perceives all he encounters as an illusion, then the threat significantly diminishes. The three beautiful snake sages possess exceedingly potent illusions. Should they wish, they could lead anyone to their demise. However, the white snake sage has decreed that only those who fail her trials may be consumed, which implies they cannot actively slay visitors. Consequently, the threat is minimized. As long as vigilance is maintained, passing the trial becomes remarkably straightforward. With Tsukuhime announcing that Keisuke has passed the trial, the surroundings transformed once more, revealing a temple. This was the genuine Rugakudo, the abode of the white snake sage. Tsukuhime reverted to her former shrine maiden appearance, expressing regret. "Had you yielded or begged for mercy earlier, I would have devoured you. I did not expect you to remain unafraid. You little imp have indeed become a little madman by associating with that lunatic Orochimaru." "No, I am a normal person." Keisuke felt compelled to defend his reputation. Those who arrive at Rugakudo are often individuals seeking power. Come along. Having passed the trial, the white snake sage awaits you. You have now earned this privilege. Tsukuhime led the way, with Keisuke following closely. The gatehouse constructed by the heart and spirit of Watanabe resembled this one, albeit much darker. The patterns on the main door were identical. Tsukuhime pushed the door open, announcing, "Enter. The white snake sage awaits you inside." "Ah, thank you, sister." "Humph, little imp. My age surpasses that of your ancestors." Tsukuhime expressed her discontent at not having devoured Keisuke, tugging at his face playfully. Keisuke, feeling generous, allowed her to continue. With the white snake sage present, he was assured of survival, and thus, he permitted her to indulge in her whims. Allow this woman to indulge for a while. Enter now. Upon stepping into the dimly lit temple, only a few lanterns cast a faint glow, and a long staircase extends into the darkness. Saikai ascends the steps, continuing upward. In the shadows, two enormous lanterns illuminate, though they are not lanterns at all, but rather a pair of colossal serpent eyes, devoid of any emotion. Gazing down upon him, by the light of the lanterns, a gigantic white phosphorus serpent coils upon a massive stone seat. Its white form seamlessly blending with the sacred space it occupies, remarkably elongated, with orange and yellow eyes, adorned with a green cat's eye stone on its chest, and a purple satin headband embellished with a red luminous pearl. Its white tail features two golden rings, and it holds a pipe in its mouth, emitting a wisp of white smoke. Is this the nature of society? It is no wonder the white serpent sage is so renowned. I recall the frog sage from the nearby Mayaboku mountain, who spends his days lounging in a bathtub. Thinking back on how the frogman spends his time smoking and drinking, if he had hair, he might even curl it. The ambience of the three sacred sites of spiritual communion seems rather peculiar. Greetings, white serpent sage. I am Saikai Asakawa, here to seek a serpent for a summoning contract. The white serpent sage responds, I am aware of everything that transpires within the dragon cave. Are you a disciple of Orochimaru? Not quite. While I do possess a summoning technique, I have not received such a message. That is of no consequence, since you have passed my test. You may cultivate the mystical arts of our dragon cave, the white serpent sage declares. Mystical arts? May I inquire as to how one learns them? Saikai's eyes gleam. After all, these are mystical arts, distinct from those of Mayaboku Mountain, yet undoubtedly potent. I shall bite you, infusing your body with the natural energy of the dragon cave. If you survive, you will have learned. If not, I shall consume you, the white serpent sage states nonchalantly. Cold sweat trickles down Saikai's brow. Is it truly that straightforward and brutal? May I delay the time for cultivation? He asks hesitantly. Oh, those who come to me are often eager to learn, seeking power with fervor. You, my little friend, wish to postpone your training? Humans are creatures driven by desire. I have seen too many who have fallen into the abyss for their cravings. Do you not yearn for power? No, I desire something else. Of course, he would not voice such thoughts. My body has yet to fully develop. I fear I cannot endure. Moreover, I did not come here to cultivate mystical arts, but to establish a summoning contract. That is quite simple, the white serpent sage replies, tossing the contract scroll from the dragon cave before him. Those deemed worthy may sign a contract with us. Saikai places the scroll, thicker than his own arm, upon the ground and slowly unfurls it. Two unfamiliar names appear, followed by the third, Orochimaru. With blood, he writes his name, placing his handprint beneath it. After signing the blood contract with the dragon cave, he shall be able to summon the great serpent within. The white serpent sage explains, inscribe your name in blood. Mix it with chakra, and press it upon the scroll to establish a summoning contract with the dragon cave. Oh, understood. Qingjie immediately bit his finger. Inscribing his name with blood, infusing chakra into the crimson liquid, and painting his 5 fingers with it before pressing his handprint onto the scroll. Subsequently, a surge of chakra emanated from the scroll, coiling around his left arm. Instantly, Qingjie felt a sharp pang of pain, and once it subsided, black patterns emerged upon his arm. Thus, Qingjie had entered into a pact with the dragon cave. The white serpent sage remarked, very well, young one. This is the blood contract between you and the dragon cave. Are you certain you wish to delay your training? Indeed, Qingjie replied. Should you perish, this contract will become void. Could you not wish me well? He implored. Now, go find a formidable serpent to establish your bond. But haven't we already formed a contract? Qingjie inquired. The white serpent sage responded, indeed, a contract is formed. But it merely grants you the ability to summon common serpents from the dragon cave. To summon a serpent imbued with sage chakra, you must tame it yourself. Is that not a different concept? It is, Qingjie acknowledged. Seek out Takitsuhime, she will guide you. With that, the sage's tail coiled around the scroll, issuing a dismissal. Farewell, white serpent sage, Qingjie said as he departed. The sage watched his retreating figure and softly mused. Fate is a tangled web, difficult to unravel. However, without survival, it is all in vain. Mastering the sage arts of the dragon cave is no trivial pursuit. Outside, Ichijo Islandheim awaited Qingjie and said, come. Let me lead you in search of a serpent capable of wielding sage chakra. By the way, where is Takitsuhime? He asked. She expressed a desire not to see you and instructed me to take you instead. Ichijo Islandheim took to the air, exclaiming, the sage arts of the dragon cave are formidable. Are you truly not interested in learning them? Even Orochimaru could not grasp them. Orochimaru cannot learn? Qingjie asked, astonished. Ichijo Islandheim nodded and candidly explained, Orochimaru's body cannot endure that power. Though he did not perish, the white serpent sage deemed him incapable of mastering it. That is indeed tragic. It was not that Orochimaru lacked talent, but rather that his physique could not withstand the natural energy. Although the specifics of Orochimaru's condition remained unknown, Qingjie could only offer silent homage. By the way, Ichijo Islandheim, how do I forge a pact with those serpents? It is quite simple. I will take you to select a serpent, and you shall form a contract with it. However, whether you can control it depends on your own abilities. The Ichijo Island sisters could assist in establishing the contract, yet controlling the summoned beasts would require skill. Most serpents in the dragon cave would heed the commands of a sage, yet some, possessing fierce temperaments and tremendous power, would not submit easily, much like Orochimaru's myriad snakes, which demanded a fee each time they appeared. Leading Qingjie into a cavern, she noted that the labyrinthine passages of the dragon cave could easily ensnare those without local guidance, leading them unwittingly into the territory of the serpents, where, lacking strength, they might become a feast for the serpents. Given Qingjie's stature, he was hardly a worthy meal. Without Ichijo Islandheim, he would never have ventured here. Let me see. Ah, here we are, she said softly as they arrived before a shadowy underground lake. Gazing into the inky depths of the lake, Saika inquired, what next? With a clap of her hands, Ichikishimaheim summoned a massive, jet-black serpent that gradually raised its head from the water. The sound of water cascading from its gleaming scales filled the air as its cold, golden vertical pupils fixed upon the two, questioning, "What brings you here, Lady Ichikishimahime?" Its voice was frigid, revealing it to be a female serpent. Ichikishimahime gestured towards Saika, stating, "This human is capable of forging a blood pact with us in the dragon's lair and requires a companion. Black Serpent, he shall enter into a contract with you. Just a mere human, and he dares to forge a pact with me?" The black serpent lowered its head, and Saika noticed two horns sprouting from the back of its skull, indicating it was no ordinary creature. "Do not underestimate him, Black Serpent. He is no simple individual. I have a premonition that he can pass the trial set forth by the White Serpent Sage. Furthermore, this is the White Serpent Sage's command, which you must not defy." Though Ichikishimahime wore a smile, her tone brooked no opposition. The black serpent's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, it acquiesced, "I understand. If it is the command of the White Serpent Sage and Lady Ichikishimahime, then I shall comply." Ichikishimahime continued, "Saika, this is the Black Serpent, one of the most formidable serpents within the dragon's lair. Even when compared to Orochimaru's myriad snakes, she stands on equal footing. If you possess the ability to master her, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable." "I understand. I am Akakawa Saika. I look forward to your guidance, Black Serpent," he replied. "Indeed, I am the Black Serpent. Remember, do not summon me unless your opponent is truly formidable," the Black Serpent stated with an air of aloofness. "I am aware. To summon a spirit beast of the Black Serpent's caliber, the adversary must be exceptionally challenging. Under normal circumstances, the silent serpents within the dragon's lair suffice." "Then you may summon me in the future," the Black Serpent declared. With the Black Serpent's consent, Ichikishimahime facilitated the binding of their pact. Serpents of the caliber of the Black Serpent and the myriad snakes could not be summoned without a contract. The dragon's lair operated differently from Myaboka Mountain, where any creature could be called upon at will. Unless commanded by Ichikishimahime or the White Serpent Sage, the Black Serpent would not have entered into a pact with him. Nonetheless, securing a contract with the dragon's lair was a fortuitous event. Ordinary serpents would have sufficed for his needs, but the Black Serpent was a rare treasure. The Black Serpent gradually sank back into the lake, and Ichikishimahime remarked, "Very well, you may return now. Your next visit will involve cultivating the Sage Mode. I truly wonder if you can endure it." "Who knows?" Saika shrugged, and Ichikishimahime summoned a serpent to escort him out of the dragon's lair. Orochimaru, seated at the entrance, nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Saika and asked, "Have you begun cultivating Sage Mode?" "Not yet. I feel that I am currently unfit for such training," Saika replied. "Indeed, you are still too weak. It is not the right time for you to embark on this path," Orochimaru stated. "It is time to leave." "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru patted his head and said, "From now on, you should refer to me as Master." "Certainly, Lord Orochimaru, no problem at all." Upon returning to Konohagakure, Saika spent the night under Orochimaru's roof. The following day, Orochimaru formally commenced his instruction in the art of cultivation. Having secured a pact with the Dragon Cave, Kiyoshi no longer needed to conceal snakes within his sleeves as he had previously done. He could now summon them directly through the summoning technique. Employing the Shadow Snake Hand technique, the serpents of the Dragon Cave possessed a heightened intelligence compared to ordinary snakes, making them more adept at launching attacks. Consequently, there was no necessity for him to learn the upgraded version of Shadow Snake Hand, known as Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. This technique merely involved summoning a greater number of larger, fiercer, and more astute snakes based on the foundation of the Shadow Snake Hand. Now that Kiyoshi had established a contract with the Dragon Cave, he was capable of executing this maneuver, and Orochimaru merely provided him with a few precautions. "This time, I shall teach you a stealth-based ninjutsu, also derived from summoning techniques," Orochimaru informed Kiyoshi. His eyes brightened with curiosity as he asked, "What sort of ninjutsu, Master Orochimaru?" The mention of stealth techniques invigorated him, for ultimately, the potency of a technique is predicated upon the wielder's strength, while stealth ninjutsu relies on unexpectedness and exploiting an opponent's vulnerabilities. Embracing the persona of a cunning strategist, Kiyoshi saw no flaw in this approach. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement and explained, "This technique is called Snake Tongue Siphon, wherein you expel a snake from your mouth to ensnare a nearby enemy, delivering a fatal strike with the venom of the serpent." Kiyoshi remarked, "This technique embodies your distinctive combat style, Master Orochimaru. I expel the snake expels me, the snake expels the snake, I expel myself, even swords." While it may appear grotesque, the act itself, under your tutelage, makes Kiyoshi feel as though certain burdens are being relinquished. What must I do? He inquired. Pleased with Kiyoshi's acceptance, Orochimaru, aware of his own peculiar tastes that might not sit well with the average individual, patiently instructed, first, summon a modest-sized venomous snake. Understood. Kiyoshi rolled up his left sleeve, bit his finger, and drew a mark upon it. Following Orochimaru's taught hand seals, he invoked the summoning technique. With a resounding puff, a small green snake with a triangular head materialized before him, flicking its tongue inquisitively at Kiyoshi. He recognized that his sealing speed required further refinement. Accustomed to the swiftness required for utilizing his bloodline limit, he understood that when employing ninjutsu, speed in executing seals could mean the difference between victory and defeat, even if it was merely a fraction of a second. Oh, Orochimaru said, picking up the venomous snake, which posed no threat in his hands. Open your mouth. Kiyoshi hesitated. You must first expel this snake, Orochimaru instructed. Despite being mentally prepared, Kiyoshi felt a shiver run down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth as Orochimaru grasped the snake and inserted it within. Please don't bite down. If anything goes awry, I cannot promise to save you, he cautioned. Continuing his actions, struggling against the urge to retch, Kiyoshi finally managed to swallow the entire snake. He doubled over, gagging, when he suddenly felt the serpent's presence vanish from his stomach. Could my stomach truly be so formidable? The snake had already returned to the dragon cave, and when summoned again, it would erupt from his mouth to seize the enemy. Master Orochimaru, there surely are no other ninjutsu of this nature here, correct? I am not inclined to learn such techniques. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru regarded the child's tantrum with a dismissive smile, remarking, You will come to understand in due time. No, I have no desire to know it all. Very well, I shall now teach you the snake tongue technique. Remember, the initial hand sign is the C sign. Orochimaru's teaching prowess was undeniable. He elucidated complex concepts with remarkable clarity, making them easily comprehensible. It was a pity he was perceived as a pervert, otherwise, he could have easily become a distinguished master. However, the impression he left on the world was that of a freak, a madman, and a deviant. On the other hand, Kayasuke's comprehension abilities were exceptional, allowing him to quickly absorb and extrapolate the knowledge imparted by Orochimaru. The snake tongue technique could be preset, allowing for the summoning of snakes during battle, thus circumventing the tense moments when there was no time to form hand signs. By preparing in advance, one could catch an opponent off guard and strike them down unexpectedly. Let us give it a try, he said. Kayasuke nodded, following Orochimaru's method to form the signs, then opened his mouth. The venomous snake he had just swallowed re-emerged and surged forth from his lips, demonstrating satisfactory proximity. Orochimaru-sensei, can I summon different snakes? For instance, this venomous one, or perhaps a snake whose toxin wouldn't be lethal but would incapacitate my opponent. Kayasuke inquired after swallowing the snake again. Indeed, you can. The summoning is a manifestation of your own will and can be controlled. Thus, summon another snake and swallow it. You need not wait for my instruction, replied Orochimaru. Forget I said anything, Kayasuke retorted. Glancing at the time, nearing noon, he suggested, Orochimaru-sensei, let us go out for a meal. You may go on your own. I shall suffice with my soldier pills, as I still have experiments to complete. Typically, someone of Orochimaru's caliber undertook tasks of A or S rank. But such missions were not always available, leaving him with ample free time. During these intervals, he remained sequestered in his laboratory, dedicating himself to teaching Kayasuke ninjutsu and conducting experiments. He rarely ventured beyond his confines, opting for soldier pills as sustenance. Though unpalatable, they were filling. Orochimaru-sensei, you have not left your laboratory for nearly 3 months. It is time for you to take a stroll. Moreover, a new ramen shop has opened in Konoha today. Let us dine there together. Has it been 3 months? As one who possessed core technological knowledge, Orochimaru had little concept of time. Nonetheless, isolating oneself was futile. A venture outside might even spark inspiration. Previously, he had stepped outside and returned with Kayasuke. Let us take a walk this time as well. Then let us go. The master and disciple departed the laboratory together. Konoha was bustling with activity that day, as a new ramen shop had opened. The establishment, named Ichiraku, was modest in size but exceptional in flavor. The proprietor was a squint-eyed individual with remarkable culinary skills. As a renowned ramen shop woven throughout the entirety of the Naruto series, It was a celebrated delicacy in the realm of anime, and Kayasuke could not resist the opportunity to indulge in its offerings. Strolling leisurely towards Ichiraku, he was unhurried. Today's grand opening featured half-price meals. But the throng of customers made haste futile. Passing through an alley, I overheard a somewhat rugged man boasting. "Look, Watergate. The secret technique you have painstakingly researched for 3 years, I have already mastered. Impressive, isn't it? Truly worthy of teacher Jiraiya. But I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." Watergate hurriedly departed, leaving only Jiraiya, who stood there, transfixed, with the Rasengan in his palm. "Jiraiya?" Orochimaru emerged, recognizing one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. "Orochimaru, you actually dared to step outside your home," Jiraiya exclaimed, initially taken aback, then proudly displaying the Rasengan in his palm. "This is the ninjutsu that Watergate dedicated 3 years to perfecting, and I learned it rather swiftly. Is it that A-rank ninjutsu from Watergate? Indeed remarkable, but given your talent, I assume it took you quite a while to master," Orochimaru remarked with a knowing smile. "Don't be ridiculous. I am quite formidable. A-rank ninjutsu is not easily learned. By the way, is this young lad your disciple?" Jiraiya inquired, scrutinizing Saikai. "Greetings, Master Jiraiya. I am Asakawa Saikai, a disciple of Orochimaru Sensei," Saikai introduced himself. "This young man is a product of a renowned teacher who has cultivated numerous shadow-level warriors. Although somewhat lecherous, his teaching prowess is second to none. And among his disciples has emerged a destined child, the prince. He has even produced 2 Hokage. To exaggerate slightly, he is the imperial teacher. Indeed, he is far more courteous than your teacher," Jiraiya commented, presenting the Rasengan to Saikai. "What do you think? Isn't it quite cool? Is that so?" Saikai spread his hand, conjuring a fireball of similar size to the Rasengan, which floated above his palm. Observing its lack of flare, he adorned the fireball with swirling flames, and indeed, it became somewhat intriguing. "Young man, your display is merely superficial. My attack power is exceedingly strong," Jiraiya retorted, unconvinced. Saikai, undeterred, aimed the fireball at the ground, launching it with precision, resulting in a crater larger than a soccer ball. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru, saying, "Is your disciple specifically trained to undermine others?" "No, he simply cannot stand watching someone flaunt in front of children," Orochimaru replied, relishing Jiraiya's discomfort. Yes, merely a no-hand sign ninjutsu. As if anyone cannot do the same." Jiraiya scoffed. "Young man, do you have any idea how difficult no-hand sign ninjutsu is?" Jiraiya's expression darkened as he recalled that this young rascal could perform it, making his face resemble one who had just swallowed a fly. "I don't think so. Hey, Orochimaru, this kid isn't a bloodline limit ninja, is he?" "Indeed. He hails from a lineage, but it has been ages since anyone awakened it. He is the first in generations to manifest it. The odds of that are terrifyingly slim. A bloodline clan's limit, if long dormant, is unlikely to awaken again. Thus, someone like Saikai is akin to encountering the Sage of 6 Paths on a whim. Almost impossible." "Of course, it's not possible. Saikai is not a bloodline limit user. This lad is quite fortunate. You two have had a tough time. It seems you have finally decided to take on a disciple." Seeing his dear friend take on disciples, he felt a genuine sense of joy. Initially, it seemed improbable that someone with such a temperament could ever accept students. Although their innate talent may not rival that of Minato, it certainly surpasses yours, Orochimaru remarked. "You rascal. Well then, since it's a rare occasion to meet, shall we indulge in a drink?" He threw an arm over Orochimaru's shoulder, pulling him toward the izakaya. Kayasuke had intended to join them to broaden his horizons, but Jiraiya declined his company, insisting that he could not bring a child to an adult establishment. "Huh, I am merely physically immature. You filthy adult. And is that izakaya you're headed to even reputable? I think I'll just go enjoy some Ichiraku ramen instead." Ichiraku ramen is renowned for its exquisite flavors, and after waiting in line for over an hour, they finally secured a seat in the afternoon. "Boss, 1 serving of chashu ramen, extra chashu, please." "No problem." The young, skilled chef squinted as he diligently prepared the meal. Kayasuke observed the chef's nimble hands, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Is this the true strength of the Otsutsuki clan? According to unreliable sources, the chef squints to conceal his Rinnegan while living in Konoha. And in truth, he is a formidable member of the Otsutsuki clan, crafting ramen merely as a hobby. As he surveyed the surroundings, he realized that this humble ramen shop was, in fact, one of the most resilient establishments in Konoha. Despite having endured the Ninetales rampage, the plans for Konoha's destruction, and Pain's invasion, the chef continued to work diligently each day, his defensive prowess rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. Here you go, your chashu ramen. Enjoy. Just as Kayasuke's thoughts wandered, the chef had completed the ramen. A generous piece of chashu lay atop the tender noodles, garnished with green onions and seaweed, accompanied by half a boiled egg. The presentation was exquisite and the aroma tantalizing, igniting an insatiable appetite. He picked up his chopsticks and murmured, "I shall begin." The noodles, perfectly cooked, paired delightfully with the savory broth, erupting flavors on his palate. A truly delectable experience. The chashu was equally impressive, showcasing the chef's skill. If he were to describe this bowl of ramen in 2 words, it would be extraordinary. Gulping down the broth, he wiped his mouth and set down his bowl. "Sir, today a special is half price. You've overpaid," the chef noted. "No need. I shall return this evening." He waved his hand, assuring the chef of his return. "Yes, perhaps I shall enjoy miso ramen tonight." His current task involved assisting the Tetsuya family in harvesting sweet potatoes. Indeed, this time, his assignment was to locate Mrs. Matsushita's missing cat, Little Tiger. Affirmative. The task was, "I can't take it anymore, Sensei Akatsuki. Are there no C-rank missions available? Why have we been inundated with so many D-rank tasks lately? Has my old man gone mad?" Asuma could no longer contain his frustration. Kurenai replied, "Asuma, do not speak ill of the Hokage. We are merely genin. We cannot expect to receive C-rank missions every time." Indeed, the daily life of a genin consists of picking up trash, Kayasuke remarked. To be fair, he was not particularly inclined to pick up litter. Perhaps he would have Asuma return home to have a word with his father. Each time he came home smelling foul, his mother would berate him. "Sweat more today, and you shall cry less in the future. Teacher Shinhong has arrived, and we are set to gather refuse." As Shinhong approached, she instructed, "Pack your belongings. We are leaving the village this time." Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they hurried home to fetch their bags. Although as genin they seldom ventured beyond the village, on occasion they would embark on such journeys. Their preparations were minimal, a simple bag sufficed, and there was no need for extensive packing. Shortly thereafter, the 4-member team convened at the village entrance, and after presenting their credentials, they departed to undertake their mission. Towering ancient trees and lush foliage surrounded them as they swiftly navigated the woods. Shinhong began to elucidate the objectives of their assignment. "Our destination is still the Land of Soup, but this time we will be at the border between the Land of Soup and the Land of Moon, rather than at the boundary with the Land of Fire. The Land of Soup lies to the northeast of the Land of Fire. Beyond it is the Land of Moon, followed by the Land of Lightning. Our purpose in the Land of Moon is to retrieve intelligence. Among the 5 great ninja villages, spies infiltrate one another, gathering intelligence. Each village's ninjas establish covert outposts in various locations to relay the information collected by their spies, with designated ninjas sent periodically to retrieve it. This C-rank mission has been entrusted to them. The time frame provided by the village is relatively generous. As Shinhong mentioned, they have a few days to enjoy themselves, which can be considered a tacit perk. However, their journey would not solely be for leisure. Shinhong imparted knowledge on suitable locations for setting traps and concealing themselves. After all, few ninjas prefer direct confrontation. The majority resort to poisons and traps. Such insights would enable them to exercise greater caution when executing their tasks. It is not uncommon for Chunin to eliminate Jonin with poison. Therefore, it is imperative for you to learn the art of antidotes, Kayasuke. You must not rely solely on your ability to poison, but also be adept at curing it. Lord Orochimaru excels in both poisoning and antidoting. Only a select few are aware of his taking Kayasuke as a disciple, and he is among them. Moreover, aside from Kayasuke's unique bloodline techniques, the other ninjutsu he employs is characteristic of Orochimaru. It is difficult to overlook. "I am aware of this, but Orochimaru-sensei has yet to teach me," Kayasuke replied. "Poisoning is quite simple. Just let a snake bite you." According to Orochimaru, antidoting is equally straightforward. A snake bite will suffice. He had not yet mastered the concept of poisoning with poison, which requires extensive knowledge, a rarity for most. However, under Orochimaru's guidance, Kayasuke can neutralize weaker toxins, such as that from the pufferfish, which even Orochimaru finds challenging, let alone Kayasuke. Throughout their journey, Shinhong imparted knowledge to the 3 young ones, albeit not excessively. As too much information could overwhelm them, they needed time to digest what they learned. With no cargo to escort, the four-member team traversed the Land of Fire and, upon entering the Land of Soup, concealed their identities as Leaf Ninjas. The Land of Soup is home to the ninjas of Soup Hidden Village, and their task of retrieving intelligence required a stealthy approach. Subtlety was paramount. One must not reveal one's identity. Such matters should remain concealed. Along the journey, they encountered several task-executing ninjas from the Hot Water Village, yet their abilities appeared rather lacking, inferior even to the three of them, who were merely genin. Akatsuki of the Setting Sun remarked that the Hot Water Village was nearing its end, having heard that the daimyo of the Hot Water Country intended to diminish its influence, opting instead to hire ninjas from other villages for future endeavors. Isn't it more costly to employ ninjas from other villages? Moreover, if war were to break out, each village would focus solely on its own affairs, hardly able to spare any resources to protect the Hot Water Country, questioned Kayasuk, bewildered. When war approaches, everyone tends to look after their own doorstep. Who would concern themselves with your plight? Have you forgotten about the rogue ninjas and the traitors? Akatsuki replied. Their rates are significantly lower than those of legitimate ninjas. In their struggle for survival, they will take on unsavory missions. Indeed, Kayasuk acknowledged. The rogue ninjas are undoubtedly in dire need of funds. Yet, if it were me, I would never become a traitor. Defection from the village is absolutely unacceptable, Akatsuki asserted solemnly, aware that the three before him would never betray their home. Still, he added, if any of you were to become a rogue ninja, I would pursue you to the ends of the earth. Though he spoke thus, deep within, he was convinced that their loyalty was unwavering. Among them, Asuma, being the son of the Hokage, would never betray. He had instilled in his daughter the will of fire from a young age, thus she too was resolute. Kayasuk, as a disciple of Orochimaru, was equally unlikely to defect. He feared that before he could intervene, Lord Orochimaru would take action to eliminate any disloyalty. Kayasuk chuckled, saying, what is the appeal of being a rogue ninja? To live a life of turmoil, hunted by one's own village, enduring hunger and uncertainty is hardly appealing. Not everyone can be like Orochimaru, who after defection, could establish a ninja village to generate income and fund his research. Most rogue ninjas either operate alone or band together with other traitors or rogue ninjas, engaging in perilous and unsavory work without any security. A select few join mercenary organizations, all the while dreaming of returning to their village to redeem themselves. Such aspirations are commendable, for everything is for the sake of the village, and we would willingly give our lives for it, Akatsuki declared earnestly. Reflecting on rogue ninjas, Kayasuk recalled that in a few years, Minato would ascend as the fourth Hokage. Shortly before Orochimaru's inevitable defection, he would certainly not follow him. The thought of Orochimaru taking over his body was quite troubling. It was time to begin making efforts, otherwise, when Orochimaru defected, his standing within the village would likely plummet. Even a simple trip to the market might result in surveillance by the Umbu or Root. Orochimaru's defection was a foregone conclusion, and given his lowly status, even as a disciple, his advice would likely hold little weight. It would be prudent to distance himself from Orochimaru once Minato took office. After several days of travel, Kayasuk and his companions traversed the Hot Water Country, arriving at the border of the Land of the Moon. The scenery of the Moon Country was quite splendid, due to its proximity to the Land of Lightning. The landscape was characterized by towering mountains and deep valleys, shrouded in mist, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The meeting point is situated in a dilapidated town on the border of the Land of the Moon. Upon entering a quaint tavern, the venerable elder, Sunset's Crimson, settled into his seat, coughing thrice. He lamented, alas, my body is failing me more and more. Young man, bring me a cup of warm sake and 3 plates of appetizers. Shortly thereafter, having indulged in his meal, he summoned the waiter to settle his bill, only to discover his pockets devoid of coins. The waiter, infuriated, exclaimed, how dare you drink without payment? Begone at once. With that, he forcefully ejected Sunset's Crimson from the tavern, sending him sprawling to the ground. Rising grumblingly, Sunset's Crimson retreated into an alleyway, addressing the 3 figures concealed in the shadows. We have acquired the information. It is time for us to withdraw. Indeed, the exchange of intelligence is often a simple affair, accomplished in the most unassuming manner. This tavern, operated by the Hidden Leaf Village, serves as a conduit for information, with each rendezvous featuring a different scenario. This time, it involved dining and dashing. during which the waiter inadvertently passed the information to Sunset's Crimson amidst the scuffle. Each transmission is accompanied by the details of the next meeting, which also changes each time. The quartet promptly departed the town. As night fell, the tavern was bustling with activity when a group of robust men clad in the attire of the hidden cloud village entered. Leading the charge was a brawny figure, resembling a standing bear, whose thunderous voice boomed, "No one is to escape. Onward!" The hidden cloud ninjas surged forward, subduing everyone within the tavern. "Search them one by one until we locate the informant and retrieve the intelligence," commanded their leader. Understood. The others began their systematic search, ultimately identifying the tavern owner and the waiter, from whom they extracted information through illusionary techniques. The intelligence has already been taken by the Leaf, they discovered, much to their chagrin. They were unaware of the extent of the intelligence noted about the hidden cloud village, but it was imperative to reclaim it. Allowing the Leaf to obtain such information would be detrimental to their interests. "Take the tavern owner and the waiter into custody," the leader instructed, as he and his men pursued the stolen intelligence. The Leaf's tavern network was dismantled, and several spies were apprehended. However, this was not the entirety of the Leaf's presence within the hidden cloud. There remained more spies. Yet, the loss of these few operatives constituted a setback, and the hidden cloud would glean some intelligence regarding the Leaf from the captured individuals. "Lord Raikiai, the Leaf's men departed this afternoon. We should be able to catch up soon," one of the hidden cloud ninjas informed the team leader. "I am aware," Raikiai replied. "We cannot allow them to escape. Those scoundrels from the Leaf. Maki, have you sensed their location?" In their trio, Maki, the sensory ninja, responded, "They are a bit distant, having remained stationary for some time. They are likely resting. We should be able to catch up shortly." "Excellent. We must not let this group of Leaf ninjas slip away," Raikiai declared, melding into the obscurity of the night. Meanwhile, the hidden cloud was in pursuit of Sunset's Crimson and his companions, who were now resting in place. Sunset's Crimson kept watch while the three young ones gathered around the campfire. They had now crossed into the land of soup, with true safety only assured upon entering the land of fire. In times of peace, they could afford to proceed with a leisurely pace, yet they must not linger excessively. Intelligence is of paramount importance to the village, and any errors must be avoided at all costs. This sea-level mission could arguably be classified as B-level, primarily due to its elevated safety parameters. However, the concealed dangers remain considerable. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he roused the three resting children, exclaiming, "We must go. The traps I set have been triggered, and we are being pursued." Asuma rubbed his eyes and inquired, "Could it be a wild beast?" "Impossible. We must hurry," urged Akatsuki. Instantly, the trio snapped to attention, extinguishing the campfire and dashing towards the land of fire. On the way, Seek asked, "Teacher Akatsuki, could the pursuers be from Cloud Hidden Village? Perhaps it is highly likely that a spy has been captured. That rendezvous point is likely compromised. We must return to the village with utmost urgency to ensure the safety of our intelligence. I can have a snake deliver the message to Lord Orochimaru," Seek suggested. He shared the same contract with Orochimaru, making it feasible for him to send the message via snake. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, Akatsuki handed the scroll of intelligence to Seek. Summoning technique. A snake was conjured, which promptly swallowed the scroll, vanishing in a puff. Observing this, Akatsuki felt a measure of relief, but just then, a gust of wind swept through, prompting him to seize the arms of Hina and Asuma, clamping down on Seek and shouting. In the next instant, their previous location was assailed by a flurry of shuriken and kunai. "Release the three youngsters," he intoned gravely. "They are the pursuers from Cloud Hidden." Ninja from the Leaf Village descended upon the branches, their robust forms illuminated by the moonlight, evoking the essence of noble warriors beneath the lunar glow. "Hey, what an odd sense of déjà vu," Seek remarked, observing the trio with a sense of bemusement. Raiki assessed the situation, noting 1 jonin and 3 genin. "It appears they will accomplish their task swiftly. They are mine to handle. You all escape," Akatsuki declared firmly. Yet Hina yearned to stay, realizing, however, that their presence would only hinder progress. "I want to leave." Asuma gritted his teeth, insisting, "Teacher Akatsuki, we are a team. Follow my orders. Seek, take them away from here." He entrusted Seek, the most composed among them, to lead the two others to safety. "Understood." Seek grasped the two, promptly fleeing. "Hey, Seek, don't pull me away. I want to stay." "Silence, you fool. They cannot kill me." Do you think they could kill you? Ha ha. What a cocky little brat. Laughed Girobi, another teammate of Raiki and Maki. Is this little rascal out of his mind? We are Jonin from Cloud Hidden Village, and I shall see if I can indeed slay you. With that, he charged forward, his ninja blade intercepted by Akatsuki's own weapon. Girobi chuckled, not bad. You managed to block the blade of Girobi. State your name, Leaf Ninja. As the crimson sun descended silently, Girobi suddenly felt an intense heat. He instinctively turned his head, the flames grazing his hair and igniting it. Quickly retreating, he frantically patted down his hair, the acrid scent of burning protein permeating the air. You little brats. He roared upon seeing the flames engulfing Qingjia's hands atop the tree. Girobi, take care of those 3 brats. I will handle this Leaf Ninja, said Leichi as he descended. Understood. A cruel smile crept across Girobi's face. Just as the crimson sun attempted to intervene, Leichi swung his blade towards him. What immense strength. The force transmitted through the blade caused the crimson sun's heart to sink. This individual likely possessed considerable skill even within the hidden cloud village. There was still one more watching from the tree. Casting a glance at Girobi's departing figure, he whispered, Qingjia, I leave those 2 to you. At a time like this, do not entertain other thoughts, or you may easily lose your life. That group of brats will soon be eliminated by Girobi. Leichi scoffed. Do not underestimate the ninjas of the leaf. The crimson sun retorted solemnly. Qingjia, do you think Dad will be all right? Hong asked anxiously. I cannot say whether Teacher Jinru will be fine, but we have our own issues. With that, he swiftly turned, shaking his sleeve, unleashing a multitude of venomous snakes that surged toward the approaching Girobi. Trivial tricks, Girobi exclaimed, slicing through the serpent heads with his blade. Qingjia remained composed, while Asuma quickly reacted, tossing shuriken and forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Qingjia's arm transformed into searing flames, and in an instant, a robust pillar of fire erupted forth. Water Release. Water Trumpet Technique. Girobi opened his mouth and expelled a torrent of water, dispersing the incoming shuriken, which collided with the fire pillar, generating a massive cloud of steam that obscured their vision. This time, we may not escape, Qingjia remarked. We cannot contend with a Jonin. Their strength is adequate to handle an average Chunin, but facing a Jonin is exceedingly perilous. At least you possess some self-awareness, brat. I'll deal with you first. Girobi grinned maliciously, the blade in his hand glinting ominously. Is that so? Qingjia unsheathed 2 kunai, igniting them with flames until they glowed red. Feeling no discomfort from the heat, the sight of the crimson kunai surprised Girobi. You are a bloodline user from the leaf? Guess, Qingjia replied. It seems I cannot kill you after all. Girobi declared with a wicked grin. A bloodline user is exceedingly precious. Capturing one alive holds greater value than killing them. The other 2 can be disposed of. The remaining 1 shall be taken alive. Hong, Asuma, the usual plan, Qingjia instructed. Understood, Hong nodded, swiftly climbing the tree, while Asuma circled around behind Girobi. Humph, you overconfident brats. You have no idea of the chasm between a Jonin and a Genin. Allow me to enlighten you. Girobi laughed heartily as he charged forward, not towards Qingjia, but towards Hong in the tree. Shadow of the Serpent. More thick, powerful serpents surged forth. With no time to bind him, they could only serve as a barrier. Fire Release. Great Flame Technique. Asma exhaled flames, prompting Girobi to mutter about the trouble, before swiftly turning and shattering the fire with a single slash. Saika leaped up, delivering a kick to his arm. Red. Is it done? Done. The last imprint from Red landed, invoking the illusionary technique, Sakura of the 3 illusions. Suddenly, a plethora of petals appeared before Girobi, obscuring his vision. An illusion? He quickly dispelled it himself, but in that fleeting moment, Saika created shadow clones and commanded, retreat. Asma and Red fled immediately, while Saika remained, stating, You shall stay here. Humph, little brat, do not presume that being a bloodline ninja grants you the right to arrogance. Girobi scoffed disdainfully, pivoting his knife to strike Saika with the back of the blade. Feel free to try. Girobi coldly huffed, irked by Saika's audacity. A mere Genin had no grounds for such hubris. He charged forth, swinging the knife's back towards Saika's neck. Instantly, it passed through, an apparition that left him petrified. Damn it, I clearly dispelled the illusion. Fool, you have remained ensnared in Red's illusion all along. The muscle-bound man seemed to mistake his abilities. Believing he was still within the illusory realm, this was amusing indeed. Impossible. Dispelling. He formed hand seals, attempting to break the illusion again, then aimed the knife at Saika. Cut in half. Flames surged anew to reconstruct his form, declaring, "Such futile struggles. I told you, it's an illusion. There's no escape, not even for the Uchiha clan. It cannot be. This is not an illusion. False. All false." The majority of the Cloud Village inhabitants were brutes, mindlessly hacking at Saika's body, which was swiftly reformed by the flames. "Cease your struggles." Saika smiled. As the shadow clones closed in rapidly, a small white serpent descending upon his wrist, hastily departing. Something is amiss, Galobi realized. Clone after clone clung tightly to him, while Saika lunged, exclaiming, "Perish, fool. Ultra Bomb." Boom! The earth-shattering explosion drew the attention of the battling Akane and Raikou. Is that Saika's technique? Akane recognized that Saika possessed a jutsu powerful enough to be deemed forbidden. Even a jonin would find it perilous to face directly. It appears he has been cornered to this extent. What is happening? Maki, what about Galobi? Galobi's presence had vanished. He had been outmaneuvered by those three youngsters. I'll check. Maki, sensing Galobi's chakra had faded, understood he might have already. Be careful, she warned, before hastily departing. You worthless fool. It seems your disciples are not as incompetent as you thought. The death of a subordinate did not shake Raikou. His sole focus was to swiftly bring down Akane. Leaping aside, he formed hand seals, lightning release, earth-binding spiderweb. On the ground appeared a web of lightning. And the Crimson Sun, Shiri Jinhong, immediately sprang into action, followed suit by Raikou. With exquisite ninjutsu, he brandished a long blade enveloped in lightning chakra, striking down Shiri Jinhong. Alas! Struck by the lightning, his body became paralyzed, and Raikou pressed the advantage, delivering a slash. Yet, he found only a wooden effigy in his wake. A substitution technique. The time has come. The sensory-type ninja had retreated, alleviating any concern. In the shadows, Shiri Jinhong revealed a confident smile, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Ensnaring tree of illusion. Raikou immediately felt a colossal tree sprouting behind him, its branches ensnaring his limbs. Is this an illusion? Above, Shiri Jinhong emerged from the tree, declaring, "Indeed, from the moment you engaged in solitary combat, your defeat was inevitable. Against illusion-type ninjas, isolation is the gravest error. It is akin to self-destruction." Raikou struggled, but to no avail. A chill gripped his throat as Shiri Jinhong executed a fatal strike. With the illusion dispelled, Shiri Jinhong flicked the blood from his blade, storing Raikou's lifeless form, an essential material. Having completed this, he set forth in pursuit of Maki's vanishing figure. Meanwhile, due to the consumption of chakra from utilizing the Ultra Bomb, Qingjie found himself utterly depleted of strength, unable to rise from the scorching earth. Spotting Maki, he lamented, "What a misfortune to encounter such dire straits." "Where is Galobi?" Maki inquired. Qingjie replied with a smile, "Do you sense the air's fragrance? With every breath you take, you draw your comrades into your very being. He has expended most of his chakra, now he lacks the energy." "Scoundrel!" Maki seethed with fury, advancing to deliver a kick that sent Qingjie sprawling against a tree. He coughed, feeling the weight of insufficient chakra, unable to elementalize. It was indeed the most perilous moment. Thud, thud, thud. Maki relentlessly kicked him, disregarding Qingjie's youthful frame. Proclaiming, "Galobi is a fool to be ensnared by a mere child. He reaps what he sows." With that, he seized the bloodied Qingjie, stating, "Humph. Let me end your life." At that moment, Qingjie opened his mouth, and a snake lunged forth, biting Maki's wrist. Maki winced in pain, releasing his grip. Grabbing the venomous serpent, he crushed it, but it was too late. His arm began to swell, the blood darkening, as if his airway were obstructed. Poisoned. One hand clutched his throat while the other hurriedly sought an antidote. Just then, Asuma and Hong returned to the scene, having heard the commotion, and upon seeing Maki, they swiftly hurled shurikens and kunai, embedding them into Maki's form. "Qingjie, are you all right?" He struggled to utter, "That guy is a fool. You are no different. Do you not know that villains perish from their verbosity? Xiaobai, fight him." A small white snake emerged from an unknown source, swiftly slithering up Maki's leg, burrowing into his clothing, delivering another venomous bite. This time, Maki dropped the antidote from his grasp. Hong supported Qingjie, while Asuma charged, plunging a kunai through Maki's heart. "Qingjie, are you unhurt? Do you think I appear to be unconcerned? I have several fractured ribs. This fellow truly resorts to violence." The pain is excruciating throughout my body. I asked, Akane, have you studied medical ninjutsu? Ah, I have not, Akane replied, her voice laced with shame. If I had, I could tend to your wounds. It is never too late to learn. He clutched his abdomen and said, I wonder how Sensei Akane is faring. Asuma, let us return to Konohagakure. Are we not waiting for Sensei Akane? We can wait no longer. If Sensei Akane survives, she will surely catch up to us. Even if she does not, our swift departure now will enhance our chances of survival. Saika spoke calmly. Though it may sound harsh, it is the truth. Akane lowered her head, her father's fate uncertain. She longed to check on him, but her own limitations would only hinder them, so they must hasten their escape. At that moment, a figure descended, and upon recognizing the newcomer, the three felt a wave of relief. Are you all unharmed? Akane inquired. I am not. Saika raised his hand, exhausted from excessive chakra use. His ribs broken. Akane nodded, noting the ashen face of Maki on the ground. Did you use poison? She asked. The venom of a blood-sealing serpent, combined with Shiro's toxin and Asuma's finishing blow. Indeed, quite impressive to slay such a jonin. How did the other one meet his demise? Blown to smithereens. The ashes were scattered, Saika replied. Every breath we take may still carry his essence. The other three turned pale at his words. Akane felt nauseated. Enough, Saika. Refrain from uttering such grotesque things. You performed admirably, Saika. I shall report this to Lord Hokage, Akane stated. We must return to the village with utmost haste. Saika, bear the pain. I will administer some basic treatment. All right. Then, a series of anguished cries erupted as Akane, rather rough in her methods, forcefully realigned his bones, showing no mercy, and finally compelled him to ingest a bitter, acrid elixir to accelerate his recovery. With Saika on her back, Akane declared, let us hasten our advance. As she leapt from tree to tree, Saika thought, ugh, I feel so dizzy, so nauseous. Why couldn't it be Akane carrying me? This older man is quite unbearable. 2 days later, in the Hokage's office, a weary Akane reported the mission's events to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing that Saika single-handedly defeated a jonin and severely injured another sensor-type ninja with poison, his expression was one of astonishment. Such prowess is comparable to Kakashi's. No. In terms of destructive capability, Saika's strength far surpasses Kakashi's. Although the two jonin may have underestimated him, the fact that he, as a genin, defeated a jonin indicates that his abilities have significantly exceeded those of his contemporaries and a group of chunin. He is indeed a promising candidate worthy of cultivation, and entrusting him to Orochimaru was undoubtedly a wise decision. Indeed, the perilous nature of this mission was underestimated on my part, nearly resulting in your failure to return. The village will fully reimburse the medical expenses for Kayasuke, and he shall be permitted to select a specific ninjutsu from the sealing arts. Furthermore, this time, the remuneration will be doubled, as the intelligence and shinobi you have brought back are exceedingly valuable. Puffing on his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to offer Kayasuke and his team some recompense, ensuring they do not bleed and weep in vain. Thank you, Lord Hokage. By the way, how is that child faring? Yuhi Kurenai inquired. Due to the journey over the past 2 days, his injuries were only superficially treated. But he has now been transferred to the Konoha hospital for recuperation. That is good to hear. Once he has recovered, have him come visit me. Oh, and take this. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, handing over a piece of paper. Your participation is entirely at your discretion. I will allow them to make their own choice. Stowing the paper away, he added, I shall take my leave now. Understood. At Konoha Hospital, Kayasuke lay on his bed, feeling quite uncomfortable due to the throngs of visitors surrounding him. His 2 teammates were present, along with Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and the ever-energetic Guy, making for a total of 6 individuals encircling his bedside, all concerned for his well-being. Honestly, it would suffice to leave just Kurenai and Rin here. You gentlemen may take your leave. Your presence makes me feel as though my recovery is far from imminent. Obito, visibly vexed, retorted, what are you saying? We made the effort to come and check on you, and here you are, showing no gratitude and trying to shoo us away. He merely finds you bothersome, Kakashi interjected nonchalantly. Are you seeking a fight? Obito exclaimed in anger. Humph, you scoundrel. It has been Kurenai and I attending to you throughout this journey. Why should only Kurenai and Rin remain? Asuma's remarks sounded somewhat peculiar. Guy suddenly became fervent, exclaiming, injuries are an inevitable part of youth. Kayasuke, this is what it means to be young. The crowd is overwhelming and the noise unbearable. Quiet down. No loud talking in the hospital. The head nurse swiftly approached and gave a gentle reprimand to Obito, Guy, and Asuma, tapping each of their heads. Finally, tranquility was restored. After visiting Kayasuke, the group gradually dispersed. Being shinobi, it was impractical for them to linger in the hospital. Asuma and Kurenai also decided to return for some much-needed rest. Having been instrumental in transferring Kayasuke to Konoha Hospital without a moment's respite. Lying in his bed, Kayasuke felt the urge to sleep as the medical ninjas attended to his wounds with their healing techniques. With the aid of medication, he simply needed to rest well. And the fatigue from the past days washed over him, leading him swiftly into slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, he found himself roused by hunger. At his bedside lay the fruit delivered by Obito and the others, his stomach growling audibly. Grabbing an apple, he wiped it on the bedsheet before taking a bite. The flesh was crisp and delectably sweet. You seem to be recovering quite well, a distinctive, raspy voice chimed in. Turning his head, he saw Orochimaru leaning against the door, a smile gracing his lips. Orochimaru-sensei, you've arrived, he exclaimed, tossing an apple aside. It was a gift from them. Upon receiving the apple, Orochimaru did not consume it, but remarked, I have heard that you've vanquished a Jonin from the hidden cloud and severely injured another? Indeed, replied Saika. Orochimaru beckoned him to elaborate. Saika recounted the events of that fateful night, to which Orochimaru chuckled. It appears fortune favored you, allowing you to confront two overconfident Jonin. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Indeed, luck was on my side. Otherwise, I would have truly met my demise. Reflecting on that perilous encounter, Saika recalled the sheer danger. Jirobe, unaware of elemental transformation, fell victim to Hong's Jinjutsu, mistakenly believing he was ensnared in an illusion, which ultimately allowed his attacks to succeed. Meanwhile, Maki, driven purely by vengeance, found himself outmaneuvered. Had a different ninja faced them, the three would likely have met their end in that wooded expanse. You must engage in further training, Orochimaru advised. Indeed. Moreover, in a month, the Chunin exam will commence. The Chunin exam? It is well known that for a genin to ascend to Chunin, barring special promotion from the village's higher echelons, participation in the Chunin exam is mandatory. Typically, it occurs annually. Except during times of war or other exceptional circumstances, often in conjunction with other villages. This exam serves not only as a measure of a ninja's personal prowess and growth, but also as an assessment of the strength of each ninja village, simultaneously gathering intelligence on the younger generation across the villages. I see. However, Teacher Maki has yet to inform me of this. Upon returning, Saika had collapsed onto his sickbed, and it seemed that the evening sun, Maki, had yet to pay him a visit, presumably due to pressing matters. However, I wonder when my body will fully recuperate. If my injuries are not healed in time, they will hinder my ability to fight. You need not fret about that. Your recovery rate surpasses that of many. And with the medical ninjutsu and remedies available at the hospital, you should be back on your feet in about 2 weeks. Orochimaru had assessed Saika's physical condition and found it remarkably robust, far exceeding what one would expect at his age. He surmised that this strength was likely a result of his bloodline limit. Saika's vitality was indeed enhanced by his abilities. The powers of the devil fruit were transforming his physique, gradually increasing his chakra, and his physical attributes were evolving towards the extraordinary standards of the pirate world. This is fortuitous, as it will expedite my recovery from injuries. That is splendid news. I would not wish to burden them. The Chunin exam requires a team of 3 to participate, and should he be unable to join due to his injuries, he would have to wait another year. With your capabilities, you need not worry about any exam beyond the first. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru departed with effortless grace. The Chunin exam, is it? Saika pondered. Although the status of a perpetual genin was comfortable, he aspired to attain the rank of Chunin. I shall focus on healing first. Excuse my intrusion. Oh, Saika. You are awake. Asuma and Hong rushed in, and upon seeing Saika conscious, exclaimed, Do you wish to hear some good news? The Chunin exam? Yes, indeed, the Chunin exam. How did you come to know? Did not Teacher Maki instruct us to inform you? How did you learn of it beforehand? Orochimaru-sensei just visited and shared the news with me. He tossed 2 apples to them. Hong handed him a piece of paper and said, This is the application form for the Chunin exam. Father has already recommended us, and now we just need to pass the examination. Is that so? I heard their essay written test. What are we going to do, Asuma? If it were a practical test in ninjutsu or taijutsu, they would have no worries. But the real concern was that they were lagging behind in theoretical classes, which was rather unfortunate. Thus, the two of them looked at Hong with anticipation. Hong sighed and said, I truly am at my wits' end with you both. Do you not pay attention in class at all? You completely disregard theoretical knowledge. Asuma. I even told the teacher, Qingjie chimed in. If the teacher hears this, he might just cry. All right, I will find a way to help you, Hong conceded. Hooray. That is fantastic. We'll leave the upcoming exams to us. Qingjie was confident they would secure victory in the battles ahead. Recalling the structure of the exams, there was a written test, followed by a team battle, and finally an individual match. As long as they survived the written exam, the rest would pose no threat. It was rather unfortunate that Kakashi had to participate in yet another Chunin exam, having graduated at 5 and promoted to Chunin at 6. It seemed quite unfair that he now had to retake the exam. However, the current Chunin exam required a team of 3, unlike the more lenient future iterations. If he chose not to participate, Obito and Rin would also be unable to take part unless they switched teammates, rendering them unable to ever attempt the Chunin exam again. That was indeed the case. Yet, given Kakashi's abilities, it was entirely plausible that he could ascend to Jonin status in due time. This was a fact that could not be overlooked. Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius. Aspiring to become a Jonin was no trivial endeavor. One had to meet various standards. Kakashi possessed the prowess to become a Jonin. Perhaps this was the essence of being a genius. Oh, how impressive genius is. Nevertheless, I will not be outdone. I am certain I can become a Chunin, and then a Jonin, and subsequently the Hokage. I will undoubtedly surpass my father. Asuma declared with unwavering confidence. No, you will end up arguing with your father. By then, you'll be in your rebellious phase. Yes, just focus on becoming a Chunin first, they replied. Kakashi is the 6th Hokage. As for you, just work on surviving. By the way, would the evil cult they eradicated in the land of hot water possibly cultivate another Higan? Qingjie's recovery was swifter than Orochimaru had anticipated. Within 10 days, he had completed the discharge procedures. On the day of his release, no one came to accompany him, which was rather pitiable, weak, and helpless. But at least he could eat. He hurried to Ichiraku Ramen and devoured a full bowl of tonkatsu ramen, patting his round belly. He contentedly made his way to the Hokage building, knocking on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Pardon the interruption, Lord Hokage, Qingjie announced as he entered the office. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was busy sorting through documents. He looked up and smiled, saying, Qingjie, please hold on a moment while I finish these files. Make yourself comfortable. Is there really a place to sit here? The sofa was piled high with documents, leaving no room to sit. Thus, he had no choice but to stand there. Within a few moments, the document was resolved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing that Kyukai still stood there and noticing the files on the sofa, he let out a resigned smile, stating, You seem a bit busy with a plethora of items. You've come to claim your reward, haven't you? He had previously promised Akatsuki that Kyukai could freely select one jutsu from the Book of Seals as a reward for him. Yes, I'm a tad excited. The Book of Seals, indeed, contains jutsu that can inflict tremendous harm or even death upon the user, such as Edo Tensei, the exploding tag exchange, and the shadow clone technique. These techniques are remarkably potent. Of course, there are other jutsu as well. Upon learning this from Akatsuki, Kyukai was filled with exhilaration. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a large scroll from beneath the table and said, Choose wisely. Aside from some heinous forbidden techniques, you may select one at your discretion. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He reached out to accept the scroll and slowly unfurled it, revealing a table of contents. A book must surely have a table of contents. This world is not short of geniuses, and in the shinobi profession, memory is paramount. Some individuals can glance at a page and memorize its entirety. Without a table of contents to guide his selection, he might slowly peruse through and inadvertently memorize the usage of every technique. As he scrutinized the table of contents, Kyukai meticulously selected a jutsu, finally fixating on one and saying, Hokage-sama, I wish to learn the multi-shadow clone technique created by the 2nd Hokage. While the basic shadow clone technique is not forbidden, the multi-shadow clone technique is. This is due to its ability to create hundreds or thousands of clones at once, which leads to an excessive consumption of chakra, risking the user's life if not handled properly. Acknowledging the potential danger for those without a substantial chakra reserve, the 2nd Hokage classified it as a forbidden technique, sealing it within the scroll. In simpler terms, for those lacking ample chakra, Utilizing it could lead to severe exhaustion or even death. However, if one does not excessively channel chakra into a jutsu like the Ultra Bomb, a moderate chakra level suffices, allowing the user to create a significant number of clones without dire consequences. Have you considered the risks? Improper usage could be fatal, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned. I'm confident in my judgment, Kyukai replied. Very well, proceed with your studies. He assisted Kyukai in placing the scroll at the location designated for the multi-shadow clone technique, ensuring that only this technique was accessible while the others remained sealed away. Kyukai noted the hand signs and various precautions outlined within, recalling the theoretical knowledge until it was fully ingrained. The multi-shadow clone technique is not particularly difficult. It is an upgrade based on the original shadow clone technique, requiring only a proper distribution of chakra. The third Hokage truly lives up to his title as the ninja professor. He remarked, providing insights. Being rated as an A-rank technique is not solely due to its complexity, but rather its inherent danger and practicality. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire directly. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Kyukai posed several queries that had perplexed him. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered commonplace examples from daily life, simplifying and elucidating his doubts, which deepened his understanding significantly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I have now mastered this technique. I merely need to practice it further. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. Sarutobi Konohamaru nodded, stowing away the Book of Seals, and then took his leave. Can new leaves truly emerge? Konohamaru, I eagerly anticipate your performance. At the training ground in Konohagakure, Sunset Akane addressed the three individuals before her. I have requested permission from Lord Hokage to utilize the Death Forest and have decided to conduct a 3-day wilderness survival training for you. A sharp intake of breath escaped Konohamaru. The mortality rate in the Death Forest was notoriously high, teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, as well as numerous traps. Entering this place was akin to inviting trouble, yet it served as an ideal examination venue. After all, Naruto's Chunin exam had taken place here, and Sasuke had encountered Orochimaru, who had branded him with his cursed seal. It was unlikely that they would be tested during this Chunin exam, otherwise, Sunset Akane would not have brought them here. It was forbidden to disclose exam questions in advance, and she would not stoop to such tactics, indicating that they were indeed to engage in wilderness survival training. You will reside here for 3 days, and there will be pursuers. Your task is to survive without being captured, Akane instructed. Sensei, do we truly have to endure 3 full days? Konohamaru inquired, raising his hand. Indeed. At this very time 3 days hence, you may emerge upon witnessing the signal flare I will launch, replied Sunset Akane. I've heard the dangers here are severe. What if one of us perishes? Asuma whispered, though Akane overheard him. If you were to die here, you should reconsider your path as a ninja. The dangers you will face in the future will be tenfold, if not more. Do not expect your adversaries to show mercy. Fortune does not always favor the brave. Now, aside from your ninja tool pouch, do not take anything else with you. You may enter. Understood, the trio responded, stepping into the deep shadows of the Death Forest, commencing their 3-day survival training. Observing their retreating figures, Sunset Akane silently donned her mask, preparing to follow them after a brief interval. This training was designed to cultivate their ability to survive independently, testing whether they could thrive in her absence and whether they had absorbed the knowledge she had imparted previously, a sort of impromptu assessment. For these 3 children, the Death Forest was merely a challenge. With Konohamaru present, venomous snakes and wild beasts were not a concern. His only worries lay with his daughter and Asuma. He knew his daughter well. Her theoretical knowledge was sound, yet her practical experience was somewhat lacking, particularly in moments of crisis when she often lacked decisiveness. Asuma, on the other hand, was a headstrong youth, impulsive and brimming with the fervor and rashness typical of adolescence. As he noted the time, he ventured into the Death Forest. Meanwhile, upon entering the Death Forest and losing sight of Sunset Akane, Konohamaru remarked, since Sensei mentioned there will be pursuers, it implies we may not have the luxury of adequate rest. Therefore, let us lure them away. We can use shadow clones and split into 3 directions. Your plan is to confuse our pursuer, but they may also employ shadow clones, one of his companions cautioned. That's when we will suddenly vanish. Konohamaru replied with a mysterious smile. Let us initiate with the shadow clones. The 2 complied, each creating 2 clones, and Chingjia did the same. The clones formed a team and scattered, with Chingjia leading them deep into the forest. As they weaved between the trees, he remarked, "The trackers will follow us based on our footprints and other traces. In addition to our footprints, we must find a way to eliminate any scents we carry." "How do we accomplish that?" Asma inquired. "It's quite simple. We just need to find something with a strong odor to mask our own." Qingjie replied with a sly grin. "This isn't particularly challenging. It's merely a matter of evading pursuit. Therefore, we must tread carefully to avoid leaving any footprints." While his words seemed effortless, the challenge of not leaving a trace was indeed formidable. Asma commented, "Given that Hong is relatively light, perhaps it's feasible for her. But we may encounter some trouble." "That's also straightforward," Qingjie said with a mysterious smile. "We need our feet. Have you lost your mind? How can we move without using our feet? Are you suggesting we crawl on our tongues?" Qingjie produced a small coil of steel wire and declared, "We'll use this instead. We can swing from tree to tree, choosing landing spots that are difficult to detect. Additionally, we must remain vigilant for large predators along the way. Once we find one, Hong can use her illusion techniques to control it, thus providing us with free transportation." After hearing his plan, Hong remarked, "Qingjie, didn't you used to ignore the lessons? Yet, you seem to know so much, including things the teachers never taught. Did the teachers cover this?" Qingjie replied, a hint of embarrassment passing between them. However, he continued to gaze at Hong, causing her to blush and turn her head away. Asma, slightly jealous, interjected, "It's rather rude of you to stare at Hong like that." "Humph, what do you know? If I'm not embarrassed, it's surely someone else who is." "Pay close attention and learn well," Qingjie said, patting Asma on the shoulder. "Let us not linger. We must make progress in our wilderness survival training." Wrapping the steel wire around a shuriken, Qingjie selected a suitable large tree and threw it upward, where it lodged firmly in the moss-covered branches. He then leaped from the branch, using inertia to swing to the adjacent tree, securing the segment of wire to the shuriken and tossing it again. Hong caught it and swung across, followed by Asma, who produced his own steel wire and threw it as well. Qingjie retrieved the shuriken, and they continued alternating their progress. After approximately an hour, Hong pointed to a large bear, roughly 4 to 5 meters tall, rubbing against a tree trunk. "That bear could carry us." "All right, Hong, it's up to you," Qingjie replied. Hong slid down the wire effortlessly, approached the massive bear, and skillfully used her illusion technique to subdue it, prompting the bear to lie down. Asma and Qingjie climbed onto its back. "Let us go," Hong cheerfully commanded the bear, which replaced the footprints they had left with its own. They smoothly ventured into the depths of the death forest and rested by a riverbank, where Asma and Qingjie caught several fish for dinner. To avoid revealing their location, they consumed the fish raw, grateful for its natural, untainted quality. That night, the trio allocated watch duties and enjoyed a well-deserved rest. In the depths of night, the crimson hues of the setting sun were seemingly pursuing along the trail. Initially, the footprints created by the shadow clones failed to deceive him. After all, who could not create shadow clones? However, as he continued, he realized he had lost them. As a seasoned jonin from Konoha, it was utterly disgraceful to lose track of 3 young genin. The thought of being ridiculed by his peers was unbearable. After meticulous observation, he noticed marks on the trees where shuriken had pierced, and it dawned on him that these little rascals were traversing in an inconspicuous manner. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent of the primordial forest. Nodding slightly, he cleared the air of any noticeable traces, which was somewhat commendable. He pursued the trail of shuriken without concern for leaving any signs. Yet ultimately, he found himself utterly lost, unable to discern their whereabouts. Were they truly mere genin? The thought crossed the mind of the Crimson Sunset. Their ability to evade detection was rather impressive. Some jonin could not match their skill. It was indeed a rare feat to be pursued by a jonin without leaving any conspicuous traces. While they displayed remarkable prowess, the Death Forest was no ordinary woodland. Under the cloak of night, Asuma remained vigilant, while Kyuka lay atop a tree and Akane leaned against its trunk. The melodious chirping of insects filled the air, and the forest at night was far more intimidating than during the day. With the onset of darkness, numerous predatory creatures emerged to hunt, and Asuma had heard the mournful cries of beasts, the sound of teeth tearing into prey, and the crunching of bones. As night enveloped the forest, it seemed to awaken with life. Fortunately, both Akane and Kyuka were present. Wait, where was Kyuka? Just moments ago, Kyuka was atop the tree, but now he had vanished. Alarmed, Asuma hurriedly roused Akane, exclaiming that Kyuka had gone missing. "Did you not notice? Akane asked, rubbing her eyes. No, it was merely a moment. I turned my head. Damn it, how could you want to eat me? Are you tired of living? Kyuka's voice echoed, followed by the howls of wild beasts and the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through flesh. Soon after, Kyuka emerged from the underbrush, dragging a snake behind him, stating, I almost got swallowed. The python had stealthily coiled around him, attempting to drag him into the thicket, but unexpectedly met a formidable opponent and was dispatched. Thank goodness you're all right, Akane said, patting her chest in relief. Asuma chuckled. You must have been in a deep sleep to not notice being carried away by a snake. Kyuka shot him a glare. And you dare say that? You were supposed to be on watch. How could you not know I was being taken away? A chilling howl pierced the night, and in the dark forest, pairs of emerald eyes flickered, cold and ravenous. Wolves. Climb the trees, the trio exclaimed, leaping into the branches. The wolves were massive, standing about 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, but they could not ascend, merely gazing up in frustration. Suddenly, a crisis struck from the opposite tree. A panther lunged at them, only to be felled by Asuma's shuriken. The first night was indeed exhilarating. For breakfast, we feasted upon the fruits of the deadly forest. Despite the inherent dangers of this place, the fruits were surprisingly delightful. The trio moved through the woods with the carefree demeanor of Tarzan. Suddenly, Asuma stepped on a tree and was startled by a gust of wind overhead. He quickly jumped aside as a group of leech-like creatures, nearly their height, tumbled down. With a thumping heart, Asuma exclaimed, Thank goodness. That was a close call. Had I been bitten, I would have been left as nothing but skin and bones. Such large leeches could easily spell doom. However, he mused, this is far more manageable than dealing with a pack of wolves. The previous night had been a challenge to evade the wolves, which could track their prey by scent, their noses extraordinarily keen. This was not their first encounter. The deadly forest was replete with perilous creatures. Qingjie surveyed their surroundings, but found no pursuers. However, numerous hidden predators lurked nearby. Aside from a brief respite at twilight, they had spent the night evading nocturnal hunters. Taking refuge in the trees offered little solace, as serpents and other tree-dwelling predators roamed above. Throughout the night, they faced these threats. Furthermore, who claimed that tigers would not ascend trees. Just last night, a sinewy tiger had scampered up, intent on devouring them. The outcome? A rather unfortunate tiger skin carpet. We must find a suitable place to rest and conduct our nocturnal activities, Qingjie proposed. Otherwise, should we encounter a pursuer, we may lack the strength to flee. By the way, Qingjie, don't you possess summoning techniques? You could have a giant snake guard for us, Hong suggested. Qingjie shook his head. That won't work. The summoning technique has a time limit. Once the time is up, the summoned creature will return, unable to linger. Very well. Let us set aside that discussion for now and find a tree hollow to rest in. Asuma indicated towards a large tree below. There's a hollow down there. We can take shelter. Sounds good, Qingjie and Hong agreed, and the trio leapt down to the hollow's entrance. A musty odor wafted from within, and upon entering, they discovered it was damp, littered with animal bones, and possessed an odd scent. Qingjie extended his hands, using fire to scorch the ground, igniting the leaves and evaporating the moisture, thus drying the space and raising the temperature to a bearable level despite the cool morning air. Wind release, breakthrough, he announced, blowing a gust to disperse the smoke and blow away the ash from the ground. Asuma stepped out of the hollow and soon returned with a bundle of dry twigs and fallen leaves to camouflage the entrance. With flames dancing in his hands to illuminate the hollow, Qingjie remarked, we should rest until noon before venturing out for lunch. But what about the pursuers? Are there really any pursuers? Asuma mused, lying on the ground with his arms over his head. Could it be that Teacher Hong is playing tricks on us? Knowing my father, if he says there are, then there are, Hong replied thoughtfully. However, we have concealed our tracks along the way and created numerous misleading false trails. It should be quite difficult for them to locate us. Well, enough of that. Let fate decide our course. Let us get some sleep, Qingjie concluded. Agreed, came the murmured reply. Exhausted, I shall retire for the night. As for the esteemed Yuhi Red, he has yet to locate the 3 little rascals and has resorted to employing a strategy of sheer numbers to track their whereabouts. His current predicament is one of frustration. Living souls remain elusive and corpses are nowhere to be found. This lack of reconnaissance capability is utterly shameful. It feels as though he has lost a child. In the ensuing 2 days, Kiyoshi and his companions roamed the forest aimlessly, deliberately evading any chance of being discovered by Yuhi Red. Despite being a seasoned jonin, he was unable to uncover their whereabouts. After 2 days, the trio emerged from the treacherous forest, utterly fatigued and grimy, their once pristine appearances now marred by dirt. Even the cleanliness-obsessed Red was in a state of disarray. Not to mention Asuma and Kiyoshi, who were caked in dust and blood, with leaves tangled in their hair. Yuhi Red paused in silence. Although he had failed to pursue them, it seemed their circumstances were not much better. "What has transpired with you 3 days?" Kiyoshi suddenly exclaimed. "Do you have any idea how we have endured these past 3 days, Teacher Red? How did you fare?" Yuhi Red inquired. "Filthy," Red replied. "Starving," Kiyoshi added. "Restless," Asuma chimed in. Yuhi Red's expression turned stern. "This is the essence of life in the wilderness. You must remember this experience. In future missions, should you encounter dire conditions, you may face even more perilous situations. Do you understand?" "Understood," the three responded weakly. Kiyoshi then asked, "What about the pursuers you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Yuhi Red cleared his throat and replied, "In truth, there were no pursuers. It was merely a ruse to instill some fear in you. He could not allow them to know that he had lost track of them. It would render him incapable of holding his head high in front of these youngsters. Perhaps it is better left unsaid," Red lamented. "Father, I never expected you to be so honest yet capable of deceit. I have truly misjudged you." "Red, as a Jinjutsu specialist, you should not attempt to deduce my intentions through your own perceptions. Do you not recall my words? Do not be deceived by the superficial appearance of things." "You too, Master Kiyoshi," he retorted. Kiyoshi exclaimed, "I never imagined that Teacher Red, with his prominent brows and bright eyes, could also be a deceiver." Cough, cough. "Indeed, my elder still claims that Teacher Red is a dedicated and honest ninja." Asuma nodded in agreement. Yuhi Red coughed, even more forcefully. "This cannot be divulged. I must maintain my image." He composed his features. "This was merely a drill. And judging by your appearances, quite commendable. You have taken my words to heart." Meanwhile, Kiyoshi and his companions felt a pang of frustration. Had they known there were no pursuers, they would not have wasted their energy running about. Instead, they could have comfortably spent 3 days in that hollow tree. What a miscalculation. Enough. The exercise is concluded. Return and rest well. Additionally, the Chunin exams will commence soon, so you must prepare diligently and not underestimate your opponents. Yes. Now, return and rest. I must go wash up," Red declared. Kiyoshi added, "I shall visit your home for a soak in the hot springs." "Certainly," Asuma replied. Red looked on with envy. She too yearned for a dip in the hot springs, but alas, visiting Kiyoshi's home for such indulgences would have to be set aside. "No. Let us indulge in the hot springs of Konoha. It is spacious enough, and Han can enjoy the women's section as well. I will return home to fetch some clothes." As Yuhi Koko remarked, "In that case, I shall treat you all to a soak in the hot springs." The three exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. And a sumptuous feast on top of that. "Hooray, we're rejuvenated." Koka and Asuma reclined in the springs, exclaiming in delight, as if the weariness of the past 3 days had been washed away. Yuhi Koka, lounging nearby, relished the warmth of the waters and inquired, "How does it feel? Is it comfortable?" "Indeed, it would be even better with some chilled beverages," Asuma replied with a grin. "As if one could expect such luxuries here," Koka responded. "By the way, Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Koka cast a sidelong glance at the white-haired figure sipping sake by the hot springs. Jiraiya replied, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to enjoy the hot springs? You, young lad, seem to be quite the busybody, even more so than Orochimaru." "No, you are definitely here to spy?" "How could that be? I'm merely curious to see a prominent figure like yourself taking a moment to unwind. Don't compare me to that hermit Orochimaru. I am quite occupied, and as for you, the grandson of the third Hokage, are you hoping to sneak a peek?" True to his reputation among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya could discern the intentions behind Asuma's gaze, which betrayed a mix of yearning, trepidation, and anticipation. He too had experienced such youthful fervor, though time had tempered him. Feeling exposed by Jiraiya's insight, Asuma flushed, stammering, "What? That's impossible. Why not? I have been through it all. Besides, your elder is quite the rogue himself. I was the one who guided your brother during his first encounter." Reflecting on the carefree days of yore, Jiraiya sighed, reminiscing about the fleeting youth that had slipped through his fingers. "I must reclaim my youth tonight. That's inconceivable. My father and brother are nothing like you scoundrel." Asuma protested, convinced of his family's decorum, having been cautioned against associating with someone like Jiraiya. Yet, as he pondered, a sense of disquiet crept in. Do not be deceived by superficial appearances, young man. Ha ha ha. You will understand when you mature. Jiraiya chuckled, holding on to a few secrets about his master. Awaiting the day he could unveil those tales to ensure the old man's social demise. Perhaps I'll do so alongside Orochimaru. Yuhi Koka cleared his throat, interjecting, Jiraiya. They are still just children. It would be best to shield them from such knowledge. Ha ha ha. Merely jesting, merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. By the way, the one called Koka, how is he faring under Orochimaru's tutelage? Orochimaru-sensei is responsive to all inquiries and frequently teaches me ninjutsu. The allure of experimentation captivates me, particularly those of a rather macabre nature, and I often indulge in brief disappearances, vanishing for several days at a time. It appears that fellow is faring quite well, enjoying a drink, his complexion flushed, engaging in casual conversation with Tsunade and her companions. Their encounter today was purely coincidental. Merely a pleasant exchange, and the young scion of the third Hokage proved to be quite entertaining. As the gathering drew to a close, Kayasuke and his companions ventured outside. Where the crimson-hued sunset urged them to indulge in a sumptuous feast, the expenses graciously covered by him. After the meal, they each returned to their respective abodes. At the Dragon's Cave, Ichiraku Tsukihime observed Kayasuke's arrival with curiosity, inquiring, Kayasuke, are you here to learn the art of sagehood? Not quite, that can wait. I wish to inquire if you possess any small snakes capable of human speech, ideally with eyesight akin to that of a normal person. Indeed, we do. What do you intend to do with them? Ichiraku Tsukihime asked, increasingly perplexed. I require to. Kayasuke declared, their assistance is essential for my examination, and I assure you. Generous rewards will follow upon success. You intend to cheat. Ichiraku Tsukihime laughed. I can assist you, but you must bring me something intriguing in return. Absolutely. As long as I pass, I have no objections. Should I succeed, I shall present you with a rare edition of a manga. All right, follow me. In the summer of the 43rd year of Konoha, the Chunin exams commenced in earnest. This year's examination was a collaborative effort between Konoha and its allied villages, Sunagakure, Kusagakure, Takigakure, Takumi Village, and Amigakure. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha maintained a cordial rapport with Sunagakure, while Awagakure and Kumogakure posed potential threats. Kirigakure remained secluded, entirely disinterested in such affairs. Promotion to Chunin was not solely reliant on the Chunin exams. Alternative means existed, although the exam was the most prevalent, typically held annually. If unsuccessful this year, there remained the prospect of next year, albeit requiring another year of D-rank missions. Kayasuke stifled a yawn as he approached the examination venue. Having been roused early that morning by the exuberant Asuma, who treated the occasion as if it were a monumental challenge rather than a mere examination. Why do you seem so unfazed? Asuma inquired. I am confident in my success, Kayasuke replied, producing 2 snakes from his pocket, offering one to both Kurenai and Asuma. The red snake is for covertly glancing at others' answer sheets. This will undoubtedly resolve our predicament of passing. Oh, splendid. If my father discovers I failed my first exam, he will surely have my head, Asuma exclaimed, cradling the small serpent as if it were a treasured artifact. Kurenai, her expression lined with exasperation, recognized the consequences of neglecting her studies, yet she did not refuse Kayasuke's goodwill, for one could never be certain of their own knowledge. Within the Konoha examination arena, genin from various villages gathered in unison, their numbers varying across clans, yet collectively numbering 300 to 400. With such a multitude present, it was likely that the first round of testing would eliminate a significant number of participants. There are so many people. Our examination venue must have at least 60 or 70. Kurenai remarked, eyeing the unsavory gazes of the foreign shinobi. The group of genin sat together, glancing at one another with disdain. Were it not for the fact that this was the Chunin exam, where any act of aggression would result in immediate disqualification, these hot-blooded youths would have surely clashed by now. Each village had its own tensions, some greater than others. Though Konoha and Sunagakure were allies, should the knives be drawn, each would strike with equal ferocity. Upon finding their comrades from Konoha seated together, they were astonished to see Obito and exclaimed, Obito, you actually managed to arrive on time? The king of tardiness, punctual? How surprising. Humph, do not underestimate me. I am always punctual, Obito declared proudly. Kakashi interjected. If Rin hadn't come to fetch you early, you would have likely arrived in the afternoon. Obito's expression froze. Well, that was the truth. Kakashi, you are already a Chunin, Yet you are taking the exam again. Isn't that a bit unfair? Kiyoshi chuckled. Indeed, having already participated once. It is astonishing that you must compete again. Asuma nodded in agreement. This is the essence of youth. Truly, my eternal rival, Kakashi. I'm fired up, Guy suddenly declared, bursting with enthusiasm. Kakashi coolly replied, it is merely a task assigned by Sensei Minato. Clearing his throat, he added, by the way, have you gathered any intelligence on this group? Kiyoshi inquired with a smile. I only know that Tsunagakure has sent a user of a bloodline limit, Kakashi murmured. I've heard it is called Shikuten. In Kiyoshi's recollection, the Shikuten user from Tsunagakure was a striking beauty, a heroine of the village, who had been betrayed by the fourth Kazekage and met her demise in the thick of mist. Kiyoshi glanced over at the Tsunagakure contingent and spotted a green-haired girl with her hair styled in a bun, adorned with the village's forehead protector, with 2 strands of orange-yellow bangs cascading down either side. With a rather average physique, she seemed to be of a similar age, so one cannot expect much. However, the future is promising. Sensing hostility, the little girl glanced over and met Kiyoshi's gaze, displaying a hint of animosity before resuming her conversation with her teammates. So it's her. I see now, Kiyoshi remarked. Sensei Orochimaru has spoken of how dangerous Shikuten can be. Shikuten is a unique transformation resulting from the combination of wind and fire chakra, capable of evaporating the moisture within a human body, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. She is indeed a woman more terrifying than the Juice Princess. Indeed, one must exercise caution when encountering her. You are absolutely correct. The examination hall was bustling when suddenly a team entered, carrying parchment bags and a box. The leader, with a serious demeanor and the aura of a jonin, commanded immediate silence among all. Now, let us conduct the draw and arrange the seating. Form a line. The genin obediently queued up to draw lots. I am number 25. Kiyoshi declared, holding up his number. I am number 18. Asuma chimed in. I'm number 4. Sakura remarked, that seems quite far. Fortunately, I have prepared for both outcomes, Asuma said, patting his chest with relief. All right, it's time for the exam. Seated according to their assigned numbers, the chief examiner cast a glance and declared, I am the chief examiner for the first round, named Wangyue Jinxing. I shall now outline the examination rules, and I will only state them once. The room fell into a hushed silence, with nods of acknowledgement. He continued, Rule 1. The examination duration is 60 minutes, comprising a total of 10 questions. Each participant begins with 10 points. For every unanswered question or incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted. If 3 questions are answered incorrectly, 3 points will be subtracted, and so forth. A perfect score yields the full 10 points, while an entirely incorrect attempt results in 0 points. Those who fail to score will be asked to leave alongside their teammates. Rule 2. If caught cheating, 2 points will be deducted for the first offense. And after 5 infractions, your score will reset to 0, resulting in the disqualification of your entire team. Do not attempt to deceive us with your clumsy cheating techniques. You are all elite middle ninjas from Konoha, specifically prepared for this Chunin exam. Strive diligently and commence this examination like true ninjas. With that, the examination papers were distributed to the candidates. Qingjie gazed at the questions, enveloped in silence. The first question, deciphering a coded message, seemed as perplexing as deciphering an ancient tome, leaving him bewildered and unable to infer any meaningful information from the scant clues provided. The second question posed, Ninja A stands atop a tree 10 meters high, hurling shurikens. The illustration depicts the maximum range of the shuriken. Based on the image, identify the characteristics of the opposing ninja that may appear within the elliptical range depicted, as well as the maximum range in a flat combat scenario, providing justification. Qingjie thought, how on earth am I supposed to discern the characteristics of the enemy ninja? Isn't the maximum range determined by the force exerted? Justification? I could not care less. He felt as though he had returned to the days of grappling with advanced mathematics. No, this was even more daunting. At least then he had some understanding. Now? He was utterly in the dark. He dismissed the remaining 8 questions from consideration. It was evident he could not succeed. He patted the serpent coiled within his sleeve, which slithered up to his shoulder and peeked out from his collar, whispering, Master Qingjie, what are your orders? Qingjie spoke in a tone only they could hear. Have you seen these questions? Identify anything I can copy, and observe who finishes first. Hurry. Understood. The serpent crawled to his head, brazenly surveying the surroundings. The nearby examiners noticed, but, after deliberation, chose not to deduct points. The exam was not merely a test of foundational knowledge, but rather an assessment of a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. This method of collection was not inept. It was acceptable. A snake also emerged from Asuma's head. Evidently, he too had surrendered. However, Hong appeared undeterred, likely still within her realm of knowledge. While it was clear that the questions had ventured into the knowledge blind spots of both Qingjie and Asuma. Approximately half an hour later, Kakashi submitted his paper ahead of time. At that moment, the snake returned to Qingjie's ear, saying, "Master Qingjie, I have seen enough. Let us proceed." The serpent slithered back into his sleeve, delivering a bite to his arm, injecting venom into his system. In an instant, everything the serpent had witnessed flashed before his eyes. When he summoned the snake, he suddenly recalled that the serpents of the dragon's cave were illiterate. Thus, he had no choice but to request Ichiraku Islandheim to seek a snake that could both converse and read. Ichiraku Islandheim informed him that it was impossible for any snake to possess literacy. However, she recommended a particular species that could transmit its memories to the bitten individual through its venom. This concept seemed vaguely familiar, yet Kayasuke paid it no mind, eagerly wishing for such a snake. As the memories observed by the snake replayed vividly before his eyes, he promptly inscribed the answers to the questions with fluidity. The time had nearly elapsed, and those candidates unable to solve the exam questions resorted to various methods of subterfuge. The Sharingan and Byakugan from Konoha discreetly copied the answers, while the puppet techniques from Sunagakure and the tools from Takumi Village offered an array of cheating tactics. Naturally, there were inept candidates who, in their foolishness, brazenly copied as if the examiners were blind. After 5 questions, their actions led to the disqualification of their entire team. One fool, caught red-handed, refused to admit his wrongdoing, prompting the examiner to teach him a lesson by expelling him and his teammate from the examination hall. The exam concluded. Time to submit the papers. At the examiner's command, all candidates ceased their actions. Observing those who remained, the head examiner nodded and said, "Very well, submit your papers. The results will be announced shortly, and those whose names do not appear on the bulletin will have failed." Indeed, the examination assessed their ability to gather intelligence. However, some candidates, timid and unprepared, failed to dismantle. Those lacking the foundational knowledge would also be eliminated. Without the ability to collect intelligence and the requisite knowledge, they would perish on the battlefield. It was better for them to continue as genin and hone their skills for a few more years. Upon hearing this, Kayasuke clicked his tongue, recalling how the prince's previous Chunin exam had been manipulated by the sadistic interrogator Ibiki, who played with the candidates' minds during the final question, making them hesitate to gamble their futures for the chance of promotion, thus eliminating a number of them. This year's examination format focused on intelligence gathering capabilities and foundational knowledge. One must excel in at least one of these areas. If one could not manage either, they might as well return home and play games. As the examiners departed, Kayasuke and his companions gathered together. Asuma and Kurenai returned the snake Kayasuke had provided, with Asuma commenting, "It is indeed effective, albeit quite painful. I haven't used it yet." Kurenai replied. Though the questions were somewhat challenging, they remained within acceptable limits. For us, it was a knowledge blind spot. Kayasuke commanded the snakes to return to the dragon's cave, stretching lazily as he remarked, "Ah, how delightful. It has finally ended. This ordeal I dread most. Examinations will forever be my greatest adversary. Yes, yes, now it is time for Obito to showcase his prowess." Obito chimed in eagerly. The two regarded him with skepticism, asking, "Do you truly believe you can pass?" "Of course, with Rin's assistance," Obito declared confidently. Rin shyly interjected, "Obito isn't very capable in this area." "Yes, we understand. Obito is a fool. You are the fool. You want to fight Asuma? Bring it on." The two engaged in a playful scuffle, while the other 3 displayed expressions of exasperation. Soon after, the results were announced, with Rin's name occupying the first position, followed closely by Kakashi in second. Qingjie and his companions were at the center, casually discussing their results. They were indifferent to the rankings. Where am I? Where am I? Obito eagerly searched through a list of names for his own. He found it. He was next to Qingjie. Qingjie glanced over and, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "That's Uchiha Rinto, not Uchiha Obito, you fool. You're at the very bottom." Huh. Obito looked again and, indeed, at the bottom of the list, in small print. It read, "The following are qualified alternates. Uchiha Obito." So close, just a hair's breadth away from elimination. Splendid, I made it. Obito leaped with excitement. It was hard to comprehend. Rin had secured the first place, yet he had nearly failed. How had he managed to scrape by? An alternate qualifier. Truly, you are something else. Obito. Kakashi leaned against the wall, commenting. What did you say? Obito retorted. Isn't it just about being a top student? Isn't it merely talent? What is there to boast about? All right, you two, stop bickering, Rin interjected, playing the peacemaker. You don't have time to celebrate just yet. A Konoha ninja approached, announcing, those who qualified should head to the classroom immediately. The briefing for the second exam is about to commence. The group sat together in teams of 3, listening to the ninja on stage explain. The second exam will test your practical skills. You must utilize what you have learned and your ninjutsu to obtain qualification. However, this will be a team-based combat challenge. If a member is absent, your team will be disqualified. The exam will take place in 3 days at the Konoha training grounds, so be sure not to arrive late. That is all. You're dismissed. Upon exiting the classroom, Chingjia asked, shall we have barbecue or ramen tonight? Barbecue, I suppose. Asuma pondered for a moment. Kurenai? Observing the two seemingly unfazed individuals, inquired, aren't you two nervous at all? Nervousness is futile. Those who can fight don't need to be anxious. And those who can't, being nervous won't help either. In just 3 days, it's impossible to elevate one's strength to an unbeatable level as a genin. Reflecting on this, Kurenai nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. Take me along tonight. After enjoying a hearty meal, they returned home, satisfied, and indulged in a good night's sleep. The next morning, Chingjia visited Orochimaru's residence only to find it empty, indicating that he was out. He had initially hoped to leverage the Chunin exam to procure some ninjutsu from Orochimaru, but that seemed unfeasible now. Never mind, I'll find a quiet place to rest. He thought decisively, heading towards the waterfall. It was a hot summer day, and the area was bustling with lively individuals. What ill intentions could a mere 10-year-old have? Naturally, he was there to train. But why was there an old man with white hair here? Oh, this angle is perfect. Jiraiya hid in the bushes, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, drooling profusely. Hey, Lord Jiraiya, what are you doing? Upon hearing someone call him from behind, Jiraiya, without turning around, replied, Shoo, kid. Don't interrupt this great sage's moment of inspiration. Oh ho, is it really that bouncy? Chingjia. Observing Jiraiya, a scheme formed in his mind. He pinched his throat and mimicked Tsunade's voice and tone. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Upon hearing that voice, Jiraiya's hair stood on end in fright as he rigidly turned his head, only to find a stifled laugh from Kayasuke. Little brat, do you see your ominous star shining above you? Is that so? Where would a star come from in broad daylight? Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his well-toned arms from years of training, Jiraiya forced a smile and said, it seems that Orochimaru's teaching skills leave much to be desired. I ought to discipline you properly. It was merely a jest, Lord Jiraiya. No need to take it so seriously. Is that so? I too was only joking. Your smile hardly conveys a jesting spirit. Kayasuke proposed, how about this? I possess a technique that could compensate for Lord Jiraiya. I have no interest in the techniques of a mere child. Jiraiya scoffed, but Kayasuke, brimming with confidence, continued, this technique can render many ninjas incapable of fighting. It is exceedingly dangerous, even for someone like Lord Jiraiya. Little brat, do not boast. I, the sage, have witnessed all manner of spectacle. I have traversed through storms and battlegrounds. How could a child's technique possibly incapacitate me? What a ridiculous notion. Jiraiya dismissed the idea with disdain. Then, Lord Jiraiya, do not regret your dismissal. Observe this. Seduction technique. With a puff of white smoke, Jiraiya found himself face to face with a stunning beauty. Instinctively covering his nose, the voluptuous, golden-haired girl with twin ponytails struck at his weaknesses. I underestimated you. Transform back, for indeed, as you claimed, this is a perilous technique. Were it not for my experience, I might have fallen victim to your trickery. Jiraiya felt a sense of humility, realizing that the younger generation was indeed formidable. This child would surely achieve great things in the future. He stuffed paper into his nose and patted Kayasuke on the shoulder, saying, I forgive you, Kayasuke. Had Orochimaru not taken you as his disciple, you would undoubtedly have been mine. Such talent wasted on Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei may be a bit cold, eccentric, and not particularly fond of people, but he has his merits. Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and remarked, with your description, it seems Orochimaru has few redeeming qualities. Are you truly his disciple? By the way, how did you come to know Tsunade's voice? Oh, I encountered her at a casino while on a mission in the land of hot water. So she ventured to the land of hot water, Jiraiya nodded. Acknowledging Tsunade's whereabouts before suddenly inquiring, what were you doing at a casino? Do you know what the 3 taboos of a ninja are? Alcohol, women, and wealth. You are aware. Well, I was merely curious and went in to take a look, where I happened to find Lady Tsunade. And then you made a fortune? Kyosuke asked. Puzzled. Ah, in my youth, Orochimaru and I's first pot of gold came from Tsunade. Jiraiya reminisced with a smile. Haha, those were days of youthful recklessness. Why was it that I was always the one to be beaten by that woman, despite being with Orochimaru? Perhaps it is because you were simply asking for it? However, Tsunade's substantial physique is inherently passive. Once the jackpot is struck, it heralds impending misfortune. By the way, what brings you here? Surely, Jiraiya did not exhibit a look of realization, jabbing at Kiyoshi with a teasing remark, as expected of the one who developed the seduction technique. You must be here to sneak a peek at the ladies. Kiyoshi, with a face full of righteousness, retorted, how could I be that kind of person? Master Jiraiya, I am but a child. Please do not categorize me alongside someone of your lecherous nature. Besides, can the affairs of a ninja be labeled as voyeurism? I am merely gathering material for the seduction technique. Jiraiya inhaled sharply. This child possesses boundless potential. Kiyoshi. Jiraiya grasped Kiyoshi's shoulders firmly, gazing intently into his eyes. What are you doing? Kiyoshi was taken aback. That look was somewhat intimidating. In the future, should you develop a technique akin to the seduction technique, be sure to seek me out for experimentation. I shall guide you. You are merely lecherous, aren't you? Jiraiya mused. Never mind. The seduction technique might hold up, but the harem technique could very well lead to a disastrous demise. At this juncture, Jiraiya was not yet the seasoned veteran with countless romantic encounters. He could only claim a measure of experience, far from his later prowess. For the sake of his health, it was probably best to refrain. Yada, Junko, do not touch there. A voice, timid yet bashful, echoed, causing Jiraiya's body to tremble as he swiftly turned towards the waterfall. Kiyoshi regarded him with disdain. Climbing trees to gain elevation, he pondered, why ascend the tree? Because it's cooler up there. However, after a while, he leapt down, settling on the ground to gather chakra. As for why he descended, he felt a bit warm. Concentrating chakra is a rather tedious process, yet it significantly increases one's overall chakra reserves. After an hour of focus, he opened his eyes to find Jiraiya still observing, adjusting his position for continued observation. Feeling a pang of hunger, he absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach, and at that moment, a rabbit darted from the bushes. Kiyoshi's eyes sparkled meat. In no time, he skinned the rabbit and cleaned its innards, resting it upon his left hand. Your abilities are indeed convenient, Jiraiya remarked, turning to watch Kiyoshi roast the rabbit with his own hands. No need for firewood. With just chakra, the flames can burn indefinitely. Adjustable at will, truly remarkable. He carried a small supply of salt and pepper. After all, he was a mobile barbecue grill, and it would be a pity not to utilize it. Soon, an enticing aroma filled the air. Your skills are commendable. Jiraiya brazenly tore off a rabbit leg for himself, prompting Kiyoshi's discontent. Hey, if you want to eat, go prepare your own. Kid, it is a privilege for you that I, the sage, indulge in your meat. And rest assured, I shall not take it without recompense. How about this? I shall grant you a ninjutsu in return. Oh, what ninjutsu? Pray, enlighten me. Kiyoshi's eyes gleamed. Trading a rabbit leg for a ninjutsu was undoubtedly a profitable exchange. Your physique is unique. You can easily perform fire release techniques, so let us forego that. Do you possess any other chakra? The instruction on fire release given to Qingjie is nothing short of a waste of time. If he so desires, he need only enhance his chakra output. Any fire technique would then be effortlessly within his grasp, rendering hand seals unnecessary. Therefore, encouraging him to study fire release is truly futile. It would be far more beneficial for him to pursue other avenues. I possess both wind and fire attributes, Qingjie replied. Ah, another wind attribute. Let's see. I shall teach you a C-rank technique. Wind release. Gale palm. Excellent, he exclaimed. Having something is better than having nothing. Even if it is merely a C-rank ninjutsu, it all depends on who wields it. Consider Madara, who could unleash S-rank power with a B-rank fire technique. That exemplifies the disparity in strength. Listen closely. This is the method of hand seals. Jiraiya began to instruct Qingjie on the hand seals and precautions for gale palm. In contrast to Orochimaru's teaching style, Jiraiya's approach was imbued with humor and levity. He often jested and shared light-hearted anecdotes intermingled with practical instructions, facilitating swift comprehension. Within the span of a meal, he had conveyed everything clearly. Next came the training. Multi-shadow clone technique. He adeptly allocated chakra, instantly producing 20 shadow clones. All right, everyone. Dedicate this afternoon to mastering gale palm. Oh. The numerous Kingjis raised their hands and eagerly plunged into their training. A clever strategy, relying on shadow clones to condense the duration of practice? Jiraiya chuckled softly, continuing his discreet observations. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, gale palm. The chorus of earnest chants echoed behind him, causing a dull throb in his head. Turning to regard the focused Kingjis, he sighed. Perhaps I should retreat to another locale. This noise is unbearable. The second examination commenced in earnest, with each group drawing lots to determine their opponents. At the command of the proctor, each team of genin dispatched members to draw lots. Who do we face? Qingjie and Asuma inquired of Hong. It's Yamanaka Aoi and their team, Hong replied. I see. Qingjie exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. It appears victory will come easily. Do not underestimate them. Hong cautioned. Asuma, however, remained unfazed, assuring her, rest easy, Hong. With Qingjie and I, there is no need to worry about losing, unless we encounter that Kakashi fellow. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to relax. Very well, she conceded, though not without concern. After all, Qingjie's prowess was well established, and among their peers, only Kakashi posed a genuine threat. Qingjie noticed Rin's anxious demeanor, while Kakashi, displaying impatience, approached with a smirk. Is that guy Obito late again? I swear, I must eliminate him. Kakashi's tone was marked by irritation, despite having passed the assessment. He was determined not to falter. Rin sighed helplessly. He should be on his way. When do you start? Qingjie inquired. In another match, he replied. Against Ibiki and his team. Your strength can easily overcome them, Kakashi remarked, recognizing Qingjie's capabilities, having previously been impressed during their mission together. Moreover, the technique of the shadow clone explosion is quite formidable, had it not been for the regulations of this examination prohibiting lethal force. That technique would have rendered him utterly incapacitated. Otherwise, this Chunin exam would have assuredly seen him advance. As it stands, however, the likelihood of his success has merely diminished. Surely, Obito, being such a significant mentor, would not arrive late. We shall have to wait. I must take my leave now. Asuma is already calling him. The match is officially commencing. Let us go and observe Rin. Very well. A gathering of spectators encircled the arena, with Kaigan and his companions positioned firmly, while the trio of Ibiki faced them with grave expressions, well aware of Kaigan's prowess from their days as classmates. Since Kakashi's departure, no one has managed to secure victory in practical lessons under his instruction. Moreover, with Asuma's presence, the stakes are higher. And so it begins. With the referee's command, Asuma formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The massive fireball hurtled toward the three opponents, and Kaigan, with a swift motion, clapped his hands together, summoning a fierce gust of wind. Wind release. Gale palm. The wind intensified the flames, augmenting the fireball's power. Dodge. The formation of the Ibiki trio was disrupted as Kaigan and his companions surged forward, each targeting their respective foes. The sound of kunai clashing echoed through the air as Kaigan executed his strikes with precision, applying pressure on Yamashiro Aoi. The kunai danced within his grasp, making it nearly impossible to predict where the next attack would emerge, rendering his movements elusive. Here, Kaigan proclaimed. Yamashiro Aoi instinctively turned toward the voice, only to find his feet suddenly ensnared, causing him to stumble. In that moment, Kaigan pivoted and launched a spinning kick. This is bad. Yamashiro Aoi, drenched in cold sweat, quickly responded, bracing himself against the ground. Kaigan's kick swept past his face. An opportunity arose. Seizing the moment as Kaigan retracted his movement, Yamashiro Aoi launched a punch. However, unexpectedly, a snake emerged from Kaigan's collar, coiling tightly around him, rendering him immobile. A ninja would never expose their back to the enemy. How could I possibly present my vulnerability to you? Kaigan declared before charging toward Ibiki, who was entangled with Akahoshi. As Akahoshi exchanged blows with Ibiki, The latter suddenly sensed Yamashiro Aoi's predicament and Kaigane's advance, realizing the dire situation. He hastily threw a flurry of shuriken, yet none found their mark. Here it comes. 8 extremities, mountain crash. A ferocious charge sent Ibiki hurtling away. Shadow snake hands. Several snakes launched forth, ensnaring Ibiki in midair, immobilizing him. On the other side, Asuma had also dispatched his opponent with equal prowess. The outcome was clear. The victors are Kaigane Shinkai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai. Having eliminated their adversaries, they are poised to engage in another team battle, advancing to the 3rd round. A splendid victory, Kakashi remarked from the sidelines. Rin beamed, saying, "Congratulations on your triumph." Kakashi rarely offers praise. "Kaigane, you performed admirably." "Of course," Kaigane replied, thumping his chest proudly. Asuma interjected, "I worked hard as well, you know." Indeed, you certainly did." Kurenai chuckled, glancing at Kakashi, and inquired, "Has Obito not yet arrived?" "That guy," Kakashi replied, his impatience palpable. Lin felt somewhat troubled by Obito's habitual tardiness. His frequent delays stemmed from his assistance to the elderly in Konoha, a fact that even Minato found difficult to comment on, though he wholeheartedly supported Obito's charitable endeavors. The emergence of such an anomaly within the proud Uchiha clan was indeed a positive development. Keisuke was well aware that Obito was currently aiding the elderly. Were it not for Lin's tragic demise leading to his descent into darkness, his remarkable deeds and inherent strength could have paved the way for him to ascend to the position of Hokage. Regrettably, he encountered Madara, a character misled by Kagaya's machinations. Consequently, Obito too fell victim to this deception. Oh, the irony of Kagaya, the devoted son. The title of Hokage encompasses many epithets, including the legend of the eyes and Kagaya's devoted son. As the embodiment of the will of the ultimate antagonist, Kagaya Otsutsuki, he cunningly manipulated Indra and his reincarnations, all in a fervent effort to liberate his mother, a testament to filial piety. Nevertheless, it seems that Obito is better suited to his role as a fool. Protagonists often arrive just in the nick of time, and Obito nearly faced elimination. Their adversary was an upgraded version of the watermelon-headed guy, Might Dai. Like Guy and later Lee, Dai possessed no aptitude for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, dedicating himself solely to taijutsu. A formidable practitioner of the 8 gates, he was a gentle giant among his comrades, resorting only to standard taijutsu techniques in combat. Konoha's whirlwind. Might Dai skillfully expelled the candy lodged in Obito's throat, sending him flying. Kakashi, showcasing his exceptional agility and prowess, single-handedly eliminated both of Dai's teammates. Only Dai remained, without activating the 8 gates. He was no match for Kakashi and was swiftly defeated. Kakashi's team emerged victorious. What a disgrace. Kakashi shook his head. "You want to fight, don't you?" Obito shouted as he rose. "That was merely a mistake." "How embarrassing. Damn you, Kakashi." With the conclusion of the first round of team battles, the original 80 teams were halved. In the subsequent round, the final 20 would be determined to advance to the 3rd exam. Keisuke flexed his limbs and inquired, "Do we have any intel on our next opponents from the Takumi village?" Red replied, "I've heard my father mention Takumi village. They excel in the creation and utilization of ninja tools. Although a small village, they are quite affluent, supplying ninja tools to various nations. While any village can produce basic tools like shurikens and kunai, crafting powerful tools that harness chakra requires specialized techniques that not all villages possess. Takumi village, however, boasts such expertise. They have prospered by manufacturing ninja tools for other villages, utilizing these tools to protect their own, and though small, they are indeed wealthy. All ninja villages maintain cordial relations with them, avoiding the pitfalls faced by the Uzumaki clan in the turbulent Vortex village. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are indeed formidable, and coupled with their volatile temperaments, akin to barrels of gunpowder, it is uncertain when they might erupt. Consequently, during a certain war, the Whirlpool Ninja Village was besieged, with Konoha too distant to provide timely assistance. Ultimately, the village fell, scattering the Uzumaki clan across the globe. In contrast, the Takumi Ninja Village adeptly navigates the intricacies of diplomacy, thriving amidst the major ninja villages thanks to their technical prowess. Although they possess the capability to craft fearsome ninja tools, they lack individuals within their village qualified to wield such powerful artifacts. What malevolent intentions could the Takumi Ninja Village possibly harbor? Wouldn't you agree, Gaara? Gaara retorted. When they kidnapped me, Their intentions were far from benign. The Takumi ninja village is insignificant. Shaking his head, Saika dismissed these individuals. In truth, there were few minor ninja villages worthy of concern. The primary threat lay within their own ranks. All right, let us go. The exam is commencing. This time, let us show them the might of Lord Asuma. Very well. Let us proceed. Upon entering the competition arena, the trio reformed their formation. The opposing Takumi ninja, resembling them with 2 males and 1 female, presented an odd sight. One male wore glasses, while the other appeared akin to a slug. The girl, adorned with vibrantly colored hair, unmistakably embodied the persona of a delinquent. Rumor has it they easily eliminated their previous opponents using ninja tools. We must remain vigilant, whispered Akane. I understand. I will take the lead this time. Agreed. Let us begin. With the referee's command, Saika dashed forward. The delinquent girl scoffed, thinking it was too easy for him to rush in. Did Konoha's lower-ranked ninjas lack intelligence? Do not underestimate the ninja tools of the Takumi ninja village. As a ninja of the Takumi village, the proficient use of ninja tools is an essential skill. The delinquent girl proclaimed as numerous steel wires shot forth from her black-gloved hands, instantly enveloping the arena and forming a web that obstructed Saika's path. Saika seized a shuriken, hurling it forward to sever the wires before him. At that moment, the bespectacled boy sprang into action, adjusting his glasses as he produced a shuriken of equal height, launching it towards Saika. Cut! Saika leapt aside, narrowly evading the projectile. Excellent. The delinquent girl clenched her fist and swept her arm backward. The shuriken in midair suddenly altered its trajectory, hurtling towards Saika's rear. Not good. Just as the referee prepared to intervene, he witnessed Saika transform into a wooden stump. Substitution jutsu. The slug-like boy gripped a hefty hammer, aiming to strike the Saika that had appeared beside him. Bang! Saika executed a somersault to evade the blow, commenting, "Control, long-range attacks, close combat. How organized." Now, Asuma, fire release. Understood. Fire release, great fireball technique. Flames erupted as 2 pillars of fire surged forth. The slug boy, wielding the hammer in one hand and a shield in the other, managed to deflect the attack. Hot, hot, hot. The shield glowed red from the flames, prompting the slug boy to discard it while blowing on his hands. Is it not over yet? Akane. Understood. Jinjutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Hong seized the opportunity to unleash an illusion, inadvertently ensnaring the unsuspecting slug. The delinquent girl and the observant boy prepared to assist him in dispelling the enchantment, yet Qingjie and Asma would hardly grant them such a chance. Bereft of the slug's protection, Qingjie traversed the space unimpeded and swiftly found himself before the delinquent girl. He opened his mouth, and a serpent lunged forth, poised to strike at the girl. Ah! Her piercing scream echoed, and in the aftermath of her terror, the delinquent girl was left utterly shaken. Simultaneously, the distance fighting expert, the observant boy, was subdued by the martial prowess of Asma. As the serpent was gradually swallowed, the scene unsettled Hong, who remarked, "Qingjie, please refrain from employing such techniques before me in the future. It's quite revolting." "Am I really that detestable?" he retorted, his peculiar sense of humor eliciting a pat on the shoulder from Asma. With the referee announcing their victory, they successfully advanced to the 3rd round of the examination. Upon exiting the arena, Akane, the setting sun's crimson hue, awaited them at the entrance, nodding as she said, "You performed admirably. The next round will be in half a month. After the 20 teams of 60 are dispersed, each will compete in 2 rounds, which means only the final 15 will be promoted to Chunin. The elimination rate for the Chunin exams is exceedingly high. Those who ascend through such trials often rise to the rank of Jonin in the future. Though harsh, this process effectively sifts through the village's exceptional talents. One examination reveals who is worthy of cultivation and who still requires improvement." Half a month? Qingjie pondered, feeling that such a duration was excessive. He believed he could complete the exam immediately without the need for such delays. Akane glanced at him and said, "You may be unscathed, but others are injured. This period is intended for their recuperation. Consider it a vacation, as there are no missions to undertake." "Teacher Akane, I desire specialized training." Hong raised his hand eagerly. "Certainly." Asma contemplated for a moment and added, "Teacher Akane, please guide me as well." His father and elder brother were perpetually preoccupied, leaving little time for him. "Qingjie, would you join us?" His father was always busy, and while his brother used to accompany him in his youth, he too had become increasingly occupied, thus necessitating Akane's assistance. Qingjie replied, I think I will pass. I wish to develop my bloodline limit. Teacher Akane's guidance in that regard might not be substantial. For advancing ninjutsu, it is better to seek Orochimaru. Akane acknowledged this, saying, I understand. Off you go then. Oh my, you wish for me to train you? With your abilities, you should be able to secure victory among the Genin, barring an encounter with Kakashi. Orochimaru's distinct, raspy voice echoed. His back turned as he busied himself with the instruments on the operating table. Qingjie remarked, Hong and Asma are both pursuing specialized training. I find it odd not to join them. Teacher Orochimaru, do you possess any exceptionally powerful ninjutsu? Perhaps one that could decisively defeat an opponent? A one-hit kill, you say? I do have a ninjutsu that leads to mutual destruction. Would you care to learn it? Not at all. I have no desire to meet my demise. I merely wish to learn something formidable. In that case, let us delve into the transformation of chakra. Given your innate talent, it is indeed feasible for you to embark on this journey now. Transformation? Yes, the transformation of chakra. Orochimaru set aside his experimental subject and began to mentor his disciple. Both the nature transformation and form transformation of chakra are methods to enhance ninjutsu. Nature transformation involves the manipulation of the 5 elemental attributes: wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth, and their combination can lead to bloodline limits. The amalgamation of 3 results in bloodline elimination, while the integration of 7 constitutes the pinnacle of bloodline convergence. Form transformation, on the other hand, grants chakra the shape of ninjutsu, allowing the user to control the potency and range of their techniques, making them truly unique. The Rasengan, created by Minato, epitomizes form transformation. However, as you possess an innate control over fire, what you need to learn is the form transformation of wind attribute chakra, Orochimaru explained. How does one accomplish that? Sungjae pondered, playing with the flames in his palm. He found it perplexing. He could transform into fire and exert control to an extraordinary degree, yet he felt utterly lost when it came to manipulating wind attribute chakra. Of course, it requires specialized training. A strange gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Uncle Snake, please don't. Sungjae trembled. At the Konoha training ground, wind attribute chakra possesses cutting properties. If you master form transformation, you can imbue your weapons with it, rendering them sharper. Orochimaru produced a kunai and coated it with wind attribute chakra. With a swift motion across the ground, a deep trench appeared before the kunai even touched the surface. Without the ocular techniques of the Sharingan or Byakugan, only sensory-type ninjas can perceive this, which could be deemed a form of stealth. Not all chakra is visible. Techniques like lightning, fire, and water exhibit distinct manifestations. While wind attribute chakra is different. Wind is colorless and shapeless. It is merely a mass of air, imperceptible to the touch, yet palpable to the senses. Wind techniques are predominantly formless and nameless, and few possess the ability to see chakra, unlike those from the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. Sensory-type ninjas remain a rarity, but I have no idea how to develop wind-release chakra. Fire release, however, I can conjure at will. Flames erupted from his palm, transforming into a fire serpent that coiled around him, its mouth forming yet another snake. Observing Sungjae's repetitive display, Orochimaru remarked, if you can control fire attribute chakra, then you should also be capable of mastering wind attribute chakra. It is merely a matter of practice. You need to learn to utilize the wind attribute chakra within your body, rather than instinctively relying on fire techniques. Thus, before the Chunin exams commence, you are permitted to use only wind release. Fire release is strictly prohibited unless in a dire situation. Orochimaru imposed these restrictions upon Sungjae to compel him to learn wind release, preventing reliance solely on flames. As a ninja, it is exceedingly difficult to thrive on a single technique alone. Not everyone can achieve such mastery. Furthermore, given Qingjie's exceptional aptitude, his ascension to the rank of Jonin is a foregone conclusion. Enduring some hardship now pales in comparison to the potential fate of perishing on the battlefield due to inadequate skills. Listening to Orochimaru's directives, Qingjie nodded, extinguishing the flames on his hands, and commenced his study of wind release. He focused on sensing the wind-based chakra within him, guiding it forth. Akin to the manner in which he typically employed ninjutsu, he first learned to sever a leaf. Qingjie positioned his hands around a leaf, striving to fluidly switch between the 2 chakra types. Yes, However, this method proved rather sluggish. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of thuds, 40 shadow clones materialized around him, each clutching a leaf. Qingjie instructed, "Everyone, within the span of this afternoon, let us cut our leaves." The clones responded enthusiastically, diving into rigorous practice. Utilizing shadow clones? That is indeed a clever strategy. Observing this, Orochimaru nodded, realizing that there were few areas where this disciple required guidance, leaving him feeling somewhat superfluous as a mentor. Should I consider taking on another apprentice? Contemplating Qingjie's earnest efforts, Orochimaru resolved to seek out a female disciple among the current graduating class, hoping to discover a promising candidate. Qingjie and his shadow clones diligently infused the leaves with wind-release chakra. As time progressed, many clones dissipated due to insufficient chakra. Yet, experience followed suit, and his mastery over wind-release chakra became increasingly adept. Success. One shadow clone raised its hand, having split the leaf in two, erupting in laughter before vanishing, while the remaining clones and Qingjie absorbed the experience, each successfully severing their leaves. Orochimaru, observing from the side while reviewing his research notes, remarked, "This is merely the beginning. You must remember this sensation. Now, continue." "Understood," Qingjie affirmed, resuming his training. Orochimaru added, "You must retain this feeling until you can replicate it at will. There will be no time on the battlefield to gather chakra. Do you comprehend?" "I understand. The battlefield is merciless. The enemy will not grant you the luxury of time to prepare your grand techniques. Thus it is imperative to convert everything into basic attacks." "Qingjie, your physique is exceptionally suited for combat on the battlefield. Ordinary attacks will hardly affect you. However, do not grow complacent. Many a genius has met their end in the throes of battle, a tragic fate indeed. I have witnessed too many promising talents falter and perish, and I do not wish for my disciple to meet a similar demise as Shoju." Qingjie replied, "I know. I have no desire to die. Having a will to survive is commendable, Qingjie. Remember this principle. Prioritize your survival on the battlefield before concerning yourself with anything else. This wisdom is born from my extensive experience. Without life, completing missions is mere folly." "I understand." The training continued, though it devolved into a solitary endeavor for Qingjie. After providing some guidance, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory, seemingly drawn by something particularly captivating within, which indeed held a strong allure for him. Wind release, wind cutter technique. An invisible blade of wind surged forth from Qingjie's hand after he completed the hand seals, effortlessly severing a sapling the size of a bowl with a clean and smooth cut, leaving no trace of suffering as it fell. How does one attach wind-release chakra to a weapon? I am utterly at a loss. Rubbing his hair, Qingjie plopped down onto the grassy ground. He had already attempted to infuse chakra into his kunai, but any lapse in focus caused the wind-release chakra to dissipate. Compressing it and maintaining a specific form proved to be particularly troublesome. Orochimaru was likely ensconced in his laboratory for several days, engrossed in his experiments. This fellow's daily routine consisted solely of consuming military rations. Though they were bitter, Orochimaru was a person of great ambition, and such minor discomfort was of little consequence to him. Qingjie was currently in a relaxed state, which was quite agreeable. However, he realized he needed assistance. At that moment, a figure emerged in his mind. No, scratch that. A tall silhouette. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He frequented the vibrant districts of Konoha, including izakayas, hot springs, and other places abundant with charming young women. Qingjie successfully spotted Jiraiya on the rooftop of his own home. Why on his own rooftop? Because his residence was 3 stories tall, allowing him a clear view of the outdoor hot springs. However, those with poor eyesight would struggle to catch a glimpse of the ethereal beauty shrouded in mist. But who was Jiraiya? The direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage, a legendary figure among the Sannin. His keen eyes, honed through countless trials, rivaled even the legendary Monkey King's fiery gaze. Thus, the mist posed no challenge for him. "So, Jiraiya, have you come to my rooftop merely to spy?" "Of course not." He coughed and remarked, "Is this your rooftop?" "Indeed," Qingjie replied with a nod. "How splendid. You, young man, have such a fine place. I have come to visit. Please pour me a cup of tea." "Wait, what kind of tone is that? If you genuinely came to visit, you shouldn't just linger on the rooftop. Furthermore, I find your claim of visiting hard to believe. Look into my sincere eyes. I have truly come to visit." Yes, I believe you." "What sort of dismissive tone is that?" Speak to me with your eyes. Qingjie averted his gaze, and Jiraiya, feeling quite disheartened, hastily changed the subject, inquiring, how did your Chunin exam go? Not too bad. I've made it to the 3rd round, and am currently undergoing special training. Upon hearing special training, Jiraiya exclaimed, then why have you returned home? You should be focusing on your training. Hasn't Orochimaru taught you anything? He did, but I don't understand. Then go ask him. He is not here. Then you must train. Orochimaru taught me, but I still don't get it. Enough. I don't want to play this game anymore. Lord Jiraiya, please assist me with my special training. Jiraiya frowned. No, I'm off to gather materials. I'm preparing to write a novel that I excel at. Oh, is the divine book Intimate Paradise about to be released? The future favorite of Konoha's little pervert Kakashi, rumored to enhance one's speed upon reading. Lord Jiraiya, there will be compensation. In Jiraiya's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as he remarked, if you were to transform into that older sister from last time, it wouldn't be out of the question. Kaiosuk. It seems rather unworthy to resort to such tactics, isn't it? The art of seduction. Isn't it merely a matter of ease? As a human, is this truly acceptable? Splendid. You are indeed a genius. Jiraiya, with a grand gesture, declared, feel free to inquire anything of me, the sage. I am an open book. Kaiosuk expressed his uncertainty regarding how to manipulate wind into a blade while maintaining a consistent length. After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya replied, it simply boils down to your inability to adeptly control your wind chakra. To put it plainly, you still lack proficiency in chakra control. What method should I employ? Kaiosuk inquired. There are no shortcuts in this regard. Diligence can compensate for deficiencies. Since you can perform the shadow clone technique, utilize it for practice, Jiraiya advised. Very well. It seems I must put in considerable effort then. I understand. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. I shall commence my training now. With that, he leaped from his rooftop and sprinted towards the training grounds. Honestly, not even a cup of tea offered. Oh well, that young lady has quite the figure. Oh my, how it sways. After Jiraiya's guidance, Kaiosuk recognized his inadequacy in chakra control and resolved to improve in that area. By creating clones and rigorously training, he embraced the simplicity and monotony of life. A week later, success! Kaiosuk exclaimed joyfully, as the kunai in his hand bore a barely perceptible layer of wind chakra, forming a wind blade approximately half a meter long. Approaching a tree, he swung the kunai, swiftly leaving his mark upon it. Not bad, the chakra expenditure was not excessive. My current physical state should allow me to maintain this for about an hour and a half. Dispelling the wind blade and stowing the kunai, he realized that the final round of the Chunin exams was just days away. Diligent preparation was essential. Exhausted from the past few days, he decided to indulge in some rest. First, he would treat himself to some ramen at Ichiraku, then return home for a relaxing bath and a rejuvenating sleep. Such would be the rhythm of his days. As for Hong and Asuma, they were diligently training, unwilling to allow Kaiosuk to widen the gap between them. After all, they were teammates. From their observations in team battles, it was evident that Kaiosuk's true strength remained largely untapped, which instilled a sense of pressure in Asuma and Hong. Being left behind by a comrade and witnessing his progress was not a comfortable experience. Yuhi Kurenai watched her two earnest subordinates and nodded, understanding their determination. While engaging them in combat, she urged, if you do not wish to fall behind Kaiosuk, then pour your heart and soul into your training. The final Chunin exam is but a week away. Show me your resolve and tenacity. Yes, understood. The two resisted Kurenai's attacks, using their battles with her as a means to elevate their own strength. This was their chosen path to enhance their abilities. The final Chunin exam has commenced. At the entrance of the Konoha battleground, Qingjie gazed at his two teammates and inquired, what on earth have you two been up to these past few days? How did it come to this? Hong and Asuma were both adorned with numerous bruises, their hands wrapped in bandages. Asuma scratched his nose and replied, what do you know? Scars are the badges of a true man. Qingjie, speechless, remarked, but those scars are not yours, Hong. You are destined to be a beauty. And if you bear scars now, it will not bode well for your future. Every girl cherishes her beauty, and a wave of concern washed over him. Asuma patted his chest and declared, even if Hong were to become an ugly hag in the future, I would never despise her. Oh, you would be the one to become an ugly hag. Hong's furious retort met Asuma's ears. Thus, Qingjie chuckled. Do you understand now why you have yet to win Hong's affection? Girls are inherently shy. It must be my unparalleled charm that leaves her too bashful to confess her feelings. No, your Sarutobi clan's abundant hairiness has little to do with charm, Shinji thought. Observing Asuma's mature visage, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely stating, "At this rate, you may remain single for a lifetime." It would indeed be a miracle if Hong were to pursue this fellow. Perhaps it was due to her maturity that she sought someone dependable. Among their peers, Asuma's bearded countenance radiated a sense of reliability. That would be too unfortunate for him, Shinji mused. No, that cannot be. I am far too handsome to remain single. Asuma retorted, "Look at my face before you speak. You fool. Do not assume that mere good looks grant you a free pass. Pardon me, but being handsome truly does afford certain privileges." Shinji laughed heartily as he stepped through the gates of the Konoha battleground. The spectator stands were already filled with numerous attendees, including not only the competitors, but also several Jonin instructors. The sun was setting, and Jinhong was already waiting for them inside. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, made his entrance, accompanied by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, each with their respective disciples in tow, exuding an air of authority. As they arrived, the previously boisterous battleground fell silent. A cohort of genin gazed upon them, recognizing the pinnacle of Konoha's strength. Defeating them would render Konoha vulnerable, though such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Hiruzen cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Thus, the final round of the exam begins. The last 15 remaining will earn the qualification for promotion to Chunin. Without further ado, let us commence." A figure descended gracefully and said, "Lord Hokage, I shall take it from here. I appreciate your assistance." Hiruzen, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, settled into the prime seats of the spectator area. Jiraiya chuckled, "Orochimaru, who would have thought you would grace us with your presence? Are you concerned for your disciple?" Orochimaru replied, "I merely came to observe the results of his training. Speaking of which, you abandoned your duties for experiments, leaving your disciple to seek my aid. You ought to fulfill your responsibilities as a teacher." He informed me that he exchanged a technique for assistance. It was a transaction. Jiraiya, what technique did he employ? Shinji had mentioned to him that he had inquired about the nature of the jutsu. Yet Shinji remained ambiguous and refrained from revealing anything. He was curious to know which technique could warrant guidance from Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression stiffened momentarily as he coughed and said, "It is a remarkable technique, Orochimaru. I must admit, your disciple is a prodigy. Indeed, he was a genius. With his strength and the power of his bloodline limit, it was likely that few could rival him. I have instructed him not to utilize that unique bloodline limit unless absolutely necessary. Although he has conducted research and failed to uncover the secrets of Shinji's family, he has deduced that it is not a mere special ninjutsu, but rather a rare physical constitution, one that allows an individual to transform into flames. Why restrict his power? It will only accelerate his growth," Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. Listening to the casual exchange between the two disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "Let us await the outcome." The referee below had begun to outline the rules. Each participant would engage in 2 battles, with opponents drawn at random. Furthermore, this battle was to be free of lethal force or debilitating injuries. Violators would face disqualification from future examinations. And now, for the first round. The names of all participants began to appear on the large screen mounted on the wall, drawn at random. Finally, it halted. Asakawa Shinji versus Yakura. What an intriguing turn of events. The very first match featured this young lad. Jiraiya displayed an expression of amusement. I wonder how the bloodline limit of Sunagakure compares to that of Konoha. Is it the scorch release? Such a perilous bloodline limit, and yet Sunagakure has allowed its emergence? Orochimaru mused. Bloodline limit ninjas are treasures within the various ninja villages. Once they mature, they are generally elite jonin or even shadow-level powerhouses, provided they do not falter. However, sending an immature bloodline limit ninja to another village is an exceedingly risky endeavor. Although the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire are allied, animosity exists between the two great ninja villages, leading to mutual suspicion. If a bloodline limit ninja were to be sent to another village, any ensuing complications could potentially spark a conflict. Let us observe, he concluded. To his surprise, the first match was his. What luck was this? He had no desire for a debut. It would have been better for Kakashi to take his place. After all, his father had left Sunagakure in disarray during the last Ninja World War. Go for it, Shinji. Indeed, give it your all. Hong and Asuma cheered him on, while Tsukuyami Akane cautioned, be careful. Your opponent is a bloodline ninja from Sunagakure, not someone to be underestimated. I understand, Qingjie replied as he leaped from the railing, landing gracefully on the arena below. The petite Yakura approached with a serious demeanor, a beauty in the making destined to blossom into a stunning woman, though alas, her fate was to meet a tragic end. Once the referee confirmed their identities, he declared, thus, the first match of the third round of the Chunin exam. Asakawa Qingjie versus Yakura officially begins. With that, he exited the arena to grant them space. Come forth, Konoha's ninja. Yakura was determined to showcase the prowess of Sunagakure in this battle. Unleash the charm of the female ninja from Sunagakure. Before the battle commences, I have a question to pose to you. What is it? Yakura gazed at him in confusion. What type of boy do you fancy? Upon uttering these words, the room fell into silence. Oh my, this lad truly possesses a remarkable talent. The first to break the silence was Jiraiya, who relished the spectacle, chuckling, Orochimaru. This boy ought to be my apprentice. Orochimaru retorted, from now on, he shall not be allowed to associate with you, Jiraiya. You fool, you've led Kyosuke astray. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache brewing. Children these days are far too precocious. What is that fool Kyosuke up to? Asuma remarked, perplexed. Isn't he supposed to be fighting? Although the female ninja from Sunagakure is indeed quite beautiful. None of you boys are worth a dime. Hong pouted. Asuma felt compelled to clarify his stance, hastily proclaiming, Hong, I am nothing like Kyosuke. Humph. Sunset Red. How audacious. Truly, Kyosuke has accomplished what I could not. Obito clenched his fists, pondering whether he should confess his feelings to Rin after becoming a Chunin. Kakashi regarded him with a look of bemusement. Ha ha ha. What else with the genin from Konoha? Is he here to seek romance? Indeed. Yes, just a little brat. How intriguing. I am particularly curious how that girl will respond. Hey, what type of boy do you actually like? The atmosphere from Sunagakure was charged, especially among Yakura's teammates, one of whom, a crew-cut lad, shouted, Hey, Konoha's genin. Don't you dare set your sights on Yakura. You scoundrel. Do you believe I want to take you down? Exactly. Don't think your handsome looks grant you license to misbehave. Yakura is not that superficial. Judge, can we switch opponents? Let me take him down. I want to annihilate this scoundrel. The judge pinched his brow, but seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's amused expression, he refrained from intervening, merely advising Sunagakure to keep things orderly. After hearing Kyosuke's question, Yakura's pretty face flushed a rosy hue. Her previously stern demeanor faltered, revealing a hint of fluster. She quickly regained her composure and declared, Well, you're certainly not my type. I absolutely detest boys like you. Is that so? What a pity. With such charm. I bet a good punch would send you crying. Yakura spat, Bah? Scoundrel. You just asked me what type of boy I like, and now you wish to strike me. The crowd chimed in. Weren't you just inquiring about her preferences? How did you change your tune so quickly? Struggling to keep pace with Kyosuke's thought process, Yakura discerned that Kyosuke was merely teasing her, igniting her frustration, and she retaliated by hurling a flurry of shuriken. Kyosuke executed a backflip to evade, with Yakura in pursuit. Her delicate fists aimed squarely at his face, seemingly intent on marring his features. He caught her arm, pulling her towards him and delivering a knee strike to her abdomen. Devoid of any pity, enduring the pain, Yakura stepped back and remarked, Your earlier question was simply a ploy to provoke my anger, wasn't it? A truly cunning scheme. She recognized that the inquiry was merely a tactic to rattle her composure and expose her vulnerabilities. No. Qingjie smiled sincerely and inquired about the type of boy she truly fancied. How disingenuous this person is. I shall not stumble into the same pitfall twice. However, should you, the Leaf Ninja, succeed in defeating me and ascend to the rank of Chunin, I would not be averse to the idea of a date with you. Ah, let's go on a date, Yakura-chan. The Sand Village exclaimed. Indeed. What is there to admire in this pretty boy from the Leaf? He is merely handsome. There is little else to commend. No. Yakura-chan will undoubtedly not be bested by this pretty boy from the Leaf. Go for it, Yakura-chan. Asuma, a good friend, noticed the support rallying from the Sand Village for Yakura and felt it necessary to uphold Qingjie's honor. He exchanged a glance with Obito nearby and shouted, Qingjie, defeat her. I shall cover your date expenses. Exactly. Asuma will foot the bill for your date. Go for it, Qingjie. Asuma, Sarutobi Hizashi, mused that perhaps it would be best to reconsider this troublesome lad and discuss with his wife the prospect of having a third child. When you grow up, we can talk. I have no interest in little girls without any curves. Qingjie displayed an expression of indifference, stating that he preferred mature older sisters. Let us say this. In 10 years, if you are still alive, come to the leaf, and we shall go on a date. Upon hearing this, even Orochimaru couldn't suppress a smirk. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. The depth of this boy's cunning and the breadth of his schemes were truly remarkable. Had he possessed such finesse in his youth, he might not still be unmarried. However, he truly is a little lecher, lacking in ability now, but waiting for 10 years? Sarutobi Hizashi turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Is this truly your disciple? Are you certain he isn't Jiraiya's?" "I am uncertain." For a fleeting moment, Orochimaru felt that this pupil was not his own. Come what may, just don't let it be a case where I survive and you do not. As a ninja, one could meet their end at any moment. Thus, this fellow might very well perish tomorrow. Yakura, known for her fiery temperament, huffed. I will certainly prove myself worthy of admiration. She would undoubtedly become a mature older sister in the future. She simply had yet to reach that stage of growth. I eagerly await that day. Qingjie chuckled. Yakura smirked. Let us see if you can indeed defeat me. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fiery orb shot forth from Yakura's mouth, blocking Qingjie's path. Qingjie swiftly brought his palms together, unleashing wind release. Gale palm. A fierce gust swept through, dispersing the fireballs. Yakura, armed with kunai, charged forward with astonishing speed, her slender form darting toward Qingjie in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai clashed against each other as Qingjie deftly countered her strikes with composure, unfazed by Yakura's assault. Gritting her teeth, Yakura intensified her onslaught, gradually revealing Qingjie's vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, she thrust the kunai towards his throat, only to witness him swiftly tilt his head, narrowly evading the attack. Yakura intended to press the advantage, but her arm was suddenly struck. Qingjie's palm met her arm, causing her kunai to slip from her grasp, while his other fist, long poised, struck with fierce intent. Bang! A solid hit landed on target. Yitsong soared into the air, executing a graceful somersault before landing steadily, clutching his abdomen, which throbbed with excruciating pain. It felt as if it were swelling. You sly fellow, have you been pretending to be a weakling all along? He remarked. No. I merely feigned a weakness for you to exploit. Now it's my turn to strike. Wind release, wind blade technique. With a series of intricate hand seals, Qingjie unleashed a blade of wind aimed directly at Yitsong. Wind release, wind return technique. This technique involves using chakra to redirect the opponent's wind attack back at them, allowing them to taste their own strategy. It carries both advantages and disadvantages. If one's strength is inferior to the opponent's, it can easily ensnare oneself, failing to block the opposing wind attack and resulting in one's own demise. Conversely, those with superior strength typically refrain from using this technique, as they can dispatch their opponent more swiftly. It is somewhat of a double-edged sword. However, when strengths are evenly matched, the wind return technique can yield remarkable results. Qingjie's wind blade was deflected back at him by the wind return technique. He swiftly dodged, glancing at the wind blade that had left its mark on the wall, exclaiming, "That was perilously close. I almost met my end. How terrifying." A vein throbbed at Yitsong's temple. He found this man insufferable. With a scornful laugh, he taunted, "Is dodging all you can do? You will need more than this to keep up with me. Is that so? Then I must reveal some true prowess," Qingjie declared, invoking the shadow serpent technique. With a flick of his wrist, formidable serpents surged from his sleeves, lunging toward Yitsong. Wind release, wind blade technique. Yitsong, equally adept, quickly formed his seals, and with remarkable speed, the 4 serpents summoned by Qingjie were cleaved into countless segments, lifeless. Such brutality, Qingjie muttered to himself. Realizing the game could not continue, he summoned strength in his legs and charged forth. A kunai spinning deftly on his fingertips before he gripped it firmly and thrust it toward Yitsong. Clang! Yitsong blocked the strike, feeling the strain. The force had exceeded that of their previous exchanges, indicating that Qingjie had merely been toying with him until now. Anger surged within him as he retaliated fiercely. Observing Yitsong's rapid onslaught, Qingjie did not shy away from the confrontation, understanding that one cannot generalize physical capabilities. Yitsong's physique, though youthful, could not match his own, and this clash would ultimately lead to her defeat. The two exchanged blows, with Yitsong aware of her stamina's inferiority to Qingjie's, opting to outsmart him instead. However, In the next moment, her kunai was knocked from her grasp. Subsequently, her abdomen was struck again, sending her soaring into the air. Shadow Serpent Technique. This time, even more and larger serpents erupted from his sleeves, lunging toward the airborne Yitsong. As the colossal serpents advanced, a fierce determination ignited in Yitsong's eyes. A fireball manifested beside her, and at the instant the serpents made contact, their robust forms withered, their moisture vaporized, resembling desiccated corpses in a parched desert. With this display, an eerie silence enveloped the onlookers. This was the bloodline limit of Sunagakure, the Scorch Release. Such a fearsome bloodline limit. How would the Leaf Village's young prodigy respond? Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his cigarette, turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "What do you think are Chinjia's chances of victory? Without his special physique, he stands no chance of winning. However, if he utilizes it, victory will be his," Orochimaru replied coolly. "Then let us await the outcome." "Dad, can Chinjia win?" Hong anxiously inquired of her father. Asuma also glanced over, and Akatsuki said, "Have faith in Chinjia's abilities. He stands out among the lower ninjas of your generation. Furthermore, this examination prohibits lethal force. So even if he does not triumph, there will be no danger to life. Do not fret." After comforting his daughter, Akatsuki fixed his gaze intently on the increasingly serious Chinjia below. Ignition Release. Observing the fireball hovering beside Yakura, she thought, "This girl is destined to be a formidable powerhouse." And the signs are already evident. With a smile, she remarked, "Indeed, this bloodline limit is quite perilous." Noticing the snake carcass on the ground, he heightened his vigilance. "Give up. In the face of Ignition Release, the only fate is evaporation. If you use it, I cannot guarantee restraint." Yakura cautioned. "Is that so? How terrifying!" Chinjia exclaimed. "Are the bloodline ninjas of Sunagakure all monsters?" Such a contemptible expression. He concealed his smile and said solemnly, "They are merely bloodline ninjas. Our Konoha has them too. Moreover, Ignition Release is ineffective against me." He charged directly forward without any intention of evasion. Yakura, taken aback by his reckless advance, scoffed, "If something happens, I want to take responsibility." Ignition Release. Incineration. The fireball hurtled towards Chinjia, colliding with him directly. However, contrary to expectations, he did not meet the fate of being reduced to a mummy. Instead, he approached with astonishing speed, unharmed. Meanwhile, Yakura remained in a state of shock. Why did this guy remain unscathed after being hit by my technique? I distinctly performed the hand seals. By the time she regained her composure, Chinjia was already upon her, leaving no time for resistance. The kunai pointed at her throat, its sharp edge causing goosebumps to rise on her smooth skin. "You have lost. How could you be unscathed?" she asked. "Every boy has a secret or two. If you're still alive in 10 years, remember to seek me out for a date." His survival was due to his ability to elementalize his body. Otherwise, the moisture within him would have evaporated, leaving him a mere mummy. An elementalized body contains no moisture, only flames. Humph. Let us see you defeat your next opponent first. With a huff, he raised his hand to the judge. The judge nodded and called out, "The winner is Akatsuki Chinjia." Chinjia leaped back to his seat and said to Asuma, "Pay close attention. This is the proper way to pursue a girl." Asuma replied, speechless. "I've never heard of pursuing a girl by beating her up. Right, Hong?" He just witnessed the pain inflicted on Yakura by Chinjia's attack, entirely oblivious to the concept of cherishing a lady. If he learned this, he might remain single for a lifetime. Humph. A sycophant. Hong scoffed at Asuma's behavior. "They are rivals. It is normal to be a bit rough. But Chinjia, why did you suggest a date with her in 10 years? Of course, it's because I find her enticing. However, such words must remain unspoken. It was merely a jest. 10 years hence, she might very well perish on a mission, rendering her return to Konoha improbable. Furthermore, Konoha is not a place that can be entered by just any ninja." Hinata, Akatsuki remarked. "One should refrain from making such jokes in the future. Not every kunoichi is as naive as the little girl, Yakura. Had it been another girl, she would likely have retaliated. Yakura possesses a commendable disposition, yet it is regrettable that her fate was so tragic." Shaking his head, Saika replied, "Understood, Akatsuki-sensei. It was merely a jest, and she is quite adorable." He was not inclined towards lowly characters. Rather, he had an affinity for mature women. Indeed, the future Yakura would undoubtedly resonate with his preferences. That was all there was to it. For an extended period, Saika indulged in rest. As fierce battles among other ninjas were a rarity, outcomes were often swiftly determined. For instance, Obito, who had intended to showcase his prowess today, was rendered helpless after Rin smiled at him, resulting in him being knocked over by a swift kick from Guy. Asuma faced off against a ninja from the Rain Village and emerged victorious with ease. In contrast, the two girls, Akatsuki and Rin, exhibited comparable strengths. Yet due to Akatsuki's genjutsu, Rin found herself at a disadvantage and ultimately lost the match. Soon, they reached the final round, Kakashi Hatake versus Saika Asakawa. The crowd fell silent, for this promised to be a spectacle. Kakashi, a prodigy of Konoha and the son of the White Fang, appeared youthful, yet had been a seasoned shinobi for several years. He participated in the exams to support his teammates. His prowess was undeniable, having eliminated his first-round opponent in an instant. On the other hand, Saika, while unassuming, had proven formidable by defeating the blazing Yakura, making him a worthy adversary. This was indeed a match to behold, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Indeed, the son of Tsukumo is a genius as well, though alas. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. The death of Tsukumo was a significant loss for the village. Orochimaru interjected. Discussing this now is futile, there is no need to dwell further. Kakashi is a talent worth nurturing, and it will be a considerable challenge for Saika to claim victory against him. Let us see what unfolds. Saika, give that cocky Kakashi a thorough beating. Obito shouted, one of his eyes covered in bandages, a result of Guy's earlier strike. Obito, we are still teammates with Kakashi. Rin chuckled helplessly. Obito retorted, I care not. My bond with Saika is stronger, and I have long harbored grievances against Kakashi. Let Saika handle him. You indeed. As the match commenced, Kakashi and Saika faced each other, standing poised. Kakashi declared, I have long desired to spar with you. At last, the opportunity has arrived. Saika raised an eyebrow and replied, I have no wish to engage in a match with you. Battling you would be quite a hassle. Kakashi, being devoid of chakra, would present a considerable challenge. However, today, a victor must be determined. That is indeed true, Kakashi affirmed. Then, let us begin. As the referee's voice echoed, Kakashi launched himself forward with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch. Shinjia did not hesitate, launching a powerful punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce physical confrontation. Their strength, speed, and technique evenly matched, resulting in mutual injuries that forced them to retreat a few paces, creating distance between them. Suddenly, Kakashi summoned a shadow clone beside him, which transformed into a massive shuriken of equal height, grasping it firmly before hurling it towards Shinjia. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. Kakashi was well versed in this technique, and in an instant, the colossal shuriken effectively blocked Shinjia's path. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A blade of wind erupted, shattering several shurikens and creating an opening through which Shinjia swiftly maneuvered. Just then, the shuriken morphed back into Kakashi, who threw a kunai. Sensing danger from behind, Shinjia swiftly turned, bringing his palms together to summon a fierce gust that sent the kunai flying. Kakashi's true form arrived, swiftly wrapping his arm around Shinjia's neck. A sharp pain in his abdomen signaled that Shinjia had struck back with his elbow, breaking free from Kakashi's grip and launching a counterattack. With a sliding sweep, Shinjia trapped Kakashi's legs between his own, twisting to force him down to his knees. However, as Shinjia attempted to strike, Kakashi was already prepared, breaking free and attacking once more. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. A giant serpent emerged, but it failed to strike its target, instead losing its head to a swift slash from Kakashi's blade. This opponent proved to be formidable. Kakashi wielded his father's treasured sword, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness and the countless lives it had claimed. Shinjia drew a kunai, channeling wind chakra into it to create a blade of wind, declaring, Come on, Kakashi, let me witness the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan. Kakashi, undeterred by words, engaged in close combat, easily suppressing Shinjia, who was no match for the refined techniques of the Hatake. Shinjia could only rely on his physical reflexes to deflect the attacks. Fully aware of the prowess of the Hatake swordsmanship, taking a deep breath, he felt the air around him grow heated. Be cautious, I am about to get serious. Kakashi nodded, unleashing his own murderous intent, recognizing that in this state, Shinjia was impervious to physical attacks, allowing him to strike freely. Fire gun. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, sweeping across the battlefield and leaving small craters in their wake. Water release. Water chaos wave. Through the mask, a torrent of water surged forth, extinguishing the oncoming sparks while simultaneously targeting Qingjia with a water assault. Fire Fist. His arm ignited into flames as he launched a powerful punch, creating a tremendous impact that collided with the water chaos wave. Hiss. Mist enveloped the area, and as the vapor rose, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, executing Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Woof, woof, woof. 8 barks echoed as 8 ninja dogs of varying sizes erupted from the ground, lunging at Qingjia. Flame Pillar. Fiery energy coalesced around his hands as he spun, unleashing a spiral pillar of flame that sent the attacking ninja dogs flying. Gazing at the blazing pillar, Kakashi sighed and signaled for the dogs to retreat. Mirror Fire. A sea of flames dissipated the water vapor, directly sealing off Kakashi's path. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, with Kakashi concealed behind it, feeling the searing heat emanating from the flames. Earth Release, Decapitation Technique. Suddenly, a hand burst forth from the ground, grasping at Kiyoshi's ankle in an attempt to drag him underground. However, it was met with a swift bite from a snake that emerged from his pant leg, causing it to vanish without a trace. The cunning Kakashi, after erecting the earthen barrier, deftly utilized the obscured line of sight to summon a shadow clone employing Earth Release to approach him, intending to ensnare him underground. Alas, Kiyoshi had anticipated Kakashi's earth-based trickery. A frontal assault would prove futile. In that state, his physical attacks were rendered ineffective. Was he left with no option but to resort to water release? Kakashi pondered, his hands never ceasing their movements. Water Release, Water Tooth Bullet. A torrent of water chakra surged forth, transforming into 2 spiraling projectiles aimed directly at Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi narrowly dodged, aware that the water release posed a significant threat. A direct hit would certainly inflict serious injury, a consequence he wished to avoid. The water bullets obliterated the tiles beneath him, curving around to continue their relentless pursuit towards Kiyoshi. What a nuisance. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. A gust of wind severed one of the water bullets, but the other was still hurtling towards him. Kiyoshi had no intention of taking it head-on. Flame Wall. A barrier of fire erupted, intercepting the water bullet, just as Kakashi surged forward, blade in hand. Kiyoshi swiftly drew a kunai, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. Their battle left onlookers in awe, unable to fathom that these 2 young ninjas from Konoha possessed such formidable strength. Were they truly mere genin? This was the essence of Konoha's ninjas? Yekakura felt a mix of emotions. She had not anticipated Kiyoshi's prowess to be so formidable. Had he unleashed this power in their previous encounter, she would have stood no chance. Yet, how could he execute so many ninjutsu without hand signs? She realized that every fire release technique he wielded had been performed without hand seals. Was he also a bloodline user? For a moment, she found herself perplexed. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the 2 combatants below with satisfaction, recognizing them as the future of Konoha. Among them, Kiyoshi, a disciple of Orochimaru, represented a direct lineage to the Hokage. With proper guidance, even if he could not ascend to the role of Hokage, he would at least possess the strength of a Kage-level ninja. As for Kakashi, his talent rivaled that of his father. If he continued to grow normally, becoming the next Konoha White Fang was not beyond the realm of possibility. Down below, Kiyoshi and Kakashi exchanged blows with impressive agility. Though Kiyoshi's swordsmanship did not match Kakashi's, he held his own in taijutsu, while serpents emerged from his body to harass Kakashi, keeping him on high alert. With a clang, they both retreated. Kiyoshi discarded the kunai, now with a damaged edge, and remarked, "Kakashi, as expected of you. Your strength is formidable. However, I shall not be defeated by you." With that, flames ignited around his right foot. "Come on." Kakashi took a moment to catch his breath, realizing his chakra was depleting faster than anticipated. Nonetheless, capturing Kiyoshi was imperative. Kiyoshi leaped high into the air, targeting Kakashi with a powerful kick. "Taste my lightning Leo kick." The flames on his leg blazed fiercely, resembling a meteor descending from the sky, its speed so rapid that evasion was impossible. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and clapped his palms together. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth rose, only to be shattered by a kick from Qingjia. Amidst the swirling dust, a sharp blade was pressed against his throat. "Don't move. You have lost." "No, it is you who has lost," Qingjia replied with a smile, his body igniting in flames as he struck Kakashi in the chest, sending him flying against the wall. Before Kakashi could catch his breath, he swiftly turned to evade another attack. With a thunderous crash, Qingjia's foot collided with the wall, creating a large dent. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi landed a punch on Qingjia's chest, forcing him to stagger back. Clutching his chest, Qingjia felt the full impact of the blow without resorting to elemental transformation. This opponent was significantly more formidable than the previous Hidden Cloud Jonin. Primarily, Qingjia refrained from using the Ultra Bomb, fearing it would obliterate Kakashi. Otherwise, this battle would have concluded long ago. Let us go again. Not allowing Kakashi a moment to devise a strategy, Qingjia pressed on. Aware that prolonged engagement could lead to his own defeat, he resolved to adopt an aggressive stance. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave, Solar Flare. The battle between Qingjia and Kakashi raged on, with neither side gaining the upper hand. How infuriating! Kakashi was astonishingly formidable even without chakra. Qingjia was taken aback by Kakashi's prowess. His swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and taijutsu were impeccable. If he continued to grow at this rate, his ascension to become the next Konoha White Fang was all but assured. Truly, a future candidate for the 6th Hokage. However, I shall not yield. I merely need to intensify my attacks. Fire Fist. With a low shout, Qingjia unleashed a colossal flaming fist directed straight at Kakashi. Earth Release. Multiple earth flow walls. Walls of earth rose, intercepting the Fire Fist. Multiple shadow clone technique. A swarm of Qingjia's clones surged forth, one engulfed in flames. Witnessing this, Kakashi's heart raced. He recognized this technique's devastating potential. Was this opponent truly intending to use it against him? As he contemplated his options, the clones detonated, erupting into fiery explosions that obscured his vision. Qingjia charged through the flames, extending his hands, only to be seized by the reactive Kakashi. Got you, Kakashi declared. No, it is I who have captured you, Qingjia retorted, tightening his grip on Kakashi, as several snakes emerged from his sleeves, sinking their fangs into Kakashi's wrist. Ugh! Kakashi shuddered as the venom coursed through his veins, affecting him significantly. It was now impossible to break free, as the serpents constricted around him, sealing his fate. The victor was declared, Shankawa Qingjia. Kakashi, rendered immobile, could only concede to Qingjia's triumph. Yosh! Well done, Qingjia! Laughed Obito, the first to exclaim. As if he had won the match himself. Minato and Rin watched on, bemused. Meanwhile, Kakashi, afflicted by the snake venom, began to exhibit a bluish hue on his skin. The referee turned to Qingjia and said, "Since you have emerged victorious, please alleviate the effects of the snake venom." Qingjia, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I haven't learned that yet. Referee, Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched his brow and said, Orochimaru, you should go take a trip and teach him how to detoxify. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble in the future. Until he learns to detoxify, it's best not to let him use venomous snakes in the village, lest something unfortunate occurs. Orochimaru nodded, approached Kakashi, and said to Saika, watch closely how to detoxify. Understood. Saika attentively observed as Orochimaru demonstrated the detoxification on Kakashi, identifying which snake had bitten him. He then found another snake and bit Kakashi once more. Soon, Kakashi's condition improved. I cannot learn this, Saika remarked. Among these snakes, some possess the ability to counteract the venom of others. They are natural enemies. Remember the enemies of those snakes when you return, do you understand? Orochimaru instructed. Yes. Saika nodded, appearing to anticipate a comprehensive guide on venomous snakes upon his return. Kakashi, feeling dizzy, stood up with Saika's assistance and made his way back to the audience seats, saying, You are quite impressive, Saika. Well, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. You're even better than me. Haha, of course. I was merely being modest, never mind. Saika glanced towards Sunagakure, where Yakura felt his gaze and huffed, turning away. A date? That will have to wait for 10 years. In 10 years, I will ensure this fellow sees me in a new light. And who knows if he will even survive until then. The subsequent battles had little to do with Saika, as he had already secured his qualification for becoming a Chunin. However, both Kurenai and Asuma were unfortunate, losing to their respective opponents, and would have to wait for the next Chunin exam to advance. Among the 15 positions, only Saika from Konoha became a Chunin, while the rest were allocated to other villages for diplomatic reasons. Konoha received considerable acclaim. But this manipulation of positions was merely to foster good relations with other villages. Nonetheless, this no longer concerned Saika. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Saika said, Orochimaru-sensei, I have conceived a method to enhance physical strength and speed. Oh, pray tell, Orochimaru replied, setting down the test tube and regarding Saika with keen interest. I believe that igniting flames within the body to generate thermal energy, which then circulates as power, can allow me to harness this energy to augment my physical strength. Saika explained. Though it is still in the experimental stage, I feel it can be realized. This idea had suddenly sprung to mind. Inspired by a character he had once encountered in a manga, and he wished to test it. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before responding. In such a state, you would need to manifest physically. This means that even if successful, you would lose your flame-formed body. After all, you would be circulating flames within. Only a portion could transform into flames while the rest of your body remains flesh and blood. In this condition, you would be vulnerable to attacks. And if you were to fail, it could very well result in injury to your body. True to form, Orochimaru was able to deduce the weaknesses in Saika's idea based on his abilities and the description he provided. Indeed, this technique could significantly enhance my physical strength. Provided I can switch swiftly, it may even allow my body to ignite in flames, Kayasuke remarked. Yet, how do you intend to achieve that? To this, Orochimaru found himself at a loss, lacking relevant experience. I am uncertain, perhaps we should attempt it first. For the circulation, I will follow the method of refining chakra and circulate it through the meridian system, Kayasuke asserted, patting his chest with confidence. However, it felt somewhat unreliable. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and focused intently on sensing the chakra, transforming it into flames while carefully lowering the temperature. After all, excessive heat could harm the meridian system, and one must tread cautiously. Orochimaru pondered, suggesting, concentrate the thermal energy generated by the flames at a specific point and then release it explosively. Upon hearing this, Kayasuke commenced his attempt. As the temperature of the flames gradually increased, his skin began to flush red, and a strange energy slowly manifested. Just as he prepared to circulate it, it abruptly vanished. Opening his eyes, he declared, I have failed. The thermal energy did not accumulate. After sharing his recent experience with Orochimaru, the latter mused, let me think. Try again, this time gathering the thermal energy towards your heart, allowing it to flow through the arteries to your entire body. Feeling a sense of danger, Kayasuke decided to summon a shadow clone. After a moment's consideration, he felt it prudent for the clone to take the initial risk. He created a shadow clone, instructing it to follow Orochimaru's guidance. Before long, the clone's skin reddened, and it suddenly exploded. As the memories rushed back to him, Kayasuke remarked, the shadow clone was too hasty. The thermal energy concentrated in the heart without sufficient time to distribute, overwhelming the organ and causing it to burst. This time, we must proceed more slowly. The shadow clone sat down and continued to attempt the technique, yet it ended in failure once again. This time due to excessively high temperatures damaging the blood vessels. On the third attempt, Kayasuke finally achieved a semblance of success. The speed of accumulation and temperature remained within reasonable limits. However, the strength garnered was far below his expectations, merely enhancing his prowess slightly. Additionally, due to the physiological effects, this state could not be sustained for long. Furthermore, the increase in thermal energy heightened the sensitivity of his skin, amplifying his pain perception several-fold. Thus, when attacking an enemy, he would inflict significant harm upon himself as well. This technique is futile, he concluded. Orochimaru stated. The inability to harness the anticipated power, coupled with the burden it places on the user, renders this technique ineffective, Kayasuke. There is no need for further attempts. Even forbidden techniques, which may impose considerable strain on the practitioner, can yield immense power. In contrast, Kayasuke's technique proved entirely without merit. It brought no strength but caused harm, making it hardly worth pursuing. I understand. Yet I have conceived another idea, Kayasuke announced, causing Orochimaru's eyebrow to twitch, unsure of what peculiar notion his apprentice would propose next. Building upon your earlier suggestion, Orochimaru-sensei, I believe concentrating the thermal energy into a single point could allow the flames to coalesce, unleashing even greater power. Kayasuke spoke with growing confidence. After contemplating for a moment, Orochimaru deemed this technique to possess significantly greater feasibility compared to the previous one. Nodding, he remarked, you may give it a try. Very well, Saikage replied with enthusiasm, flames igniting around his fist as a substantial amount of chakra coalesced upon it, intensifying the blaze. Fire fist. He struck the laboratory wall with a powerful punch. Boom. The robust flames erupted from his fist, radiating brilliance as they penetrated several walls, revealing the scenery outside. Moreover, within the surrounding forest, numerous trees were shattered and engulfed in flames. Orochimaru felt a twinge in the corner of his eye and a slight discomfort in his stomach. Nonetheless, he commented, "The destructive power is quite impressive. How is the chakra consumption?" "It's comparable to that of the shadow clone explosion," Saikage excitedly declared, implying that this technique would be a sure hit against an adversary. "It's quite satisfactory. The destructive capacity is remarkable." Orochimaru instructed, "Now, extinguish the fire and repair my house." What expression is that? "You damaged my house. Do you not intend to fix it?" "This isn't the Konoha training grounds where one can casually utilize ninjutsu. If you fail to repair it, you shall remain here tonight to assist me with experiments." "I will definitely make the repairs," Saikage assured, for the thought of aiding Orochimaru with experiments was utterly repulsive to him. Though he could learn a great deal, the burden of experiments rendered him with little appetite the following day. He could eat, but not much. "Then hasten your efforts," Orochimaru urged, shaking his head, firm in his resolve to take on another apprentice. This apprentice was somewhat troublesome, while undeniably talented. He was ill-suited to inherit Orochimaru's legacy and remained ever wary of him. It was evident that Saikage harbored apprehensions towards him, perhaps due to past experiments. After all, he had once been subjected to experimentation for a time, which likely left him with unfavorable memories, coupled with the sensitivity of a child who had lost their parents. It was perhaps best to proceed with the experiments. In the 44th year of Konoha, it was supposed to be a year of peace. However, a significant incident erupted in the Sand Village. The third Kazekage had gone missing. While the disappearance of other Jonin could be dismissed after a span of 10 days to half a month, the absence of the third Kazekage, the highest authority of the village, was inexplicable. As the Kage was responsible for a myriad of affairs daily, it was inconceivable to simply delegate matters to the elders. The Sand Village, having lost its third Kazekage, suppressed the news and commenced a widespread search for their leader. Due to the scale of their activities, attention was drawn from other nations, leading to the discovery that, oh dear, their leader had vanished. Deprived of the Kazekage's protection, the Sand Village's strength was significantly diminished. At this vulnerable juncture, the militaristic nation of the Land of Lightning seized the opportunity to strike, launching an attack on the Land of Wind and declaring war on the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Thus began the Third Great Ninja War, and Konoha entered a state of wartime alert. The Land of Fire amassed a contingent of ninjas at the borders with the Land of Water and the Land of Rice, specifically to guard against the Cloud Village. Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, re-equipped himself and took command at the frontier. During this period, no one anticipated that the Wind Country, previously bullied by the Land of Lightning, would suddenly launch a large-scale invasion against Konoha. The Land of Fire was caught off guard. Following a decision made by the higher-ups of Konohagakure, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was dispatched to the battlefield between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind to command the troops. The Crimson Team was also sent to partake in this conflict. A ninja is akin to a soldier. The village nurtures its warriors to harness their strength in such extraordinary times to defend their homeland. Asuma, who had not been promoted to Chunin, and Kurenai, who had, along with a group of genin who had failed the Chunin exams, were all elevated to Chunin status. This was not merely for morale, but also to instill fear in the enemy. Furthermore, sending genin into battle was tantamount to sending them to their demise. Promoting them to Chunin was somewhat self-deceptive. Yet this practice was not exclusive to Konoha. Other ninja villages followed suit, prepared with kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and provisions essential for warfare. Kaiashige and the others, including Yuhi Kurenai, set foot upon the battlefield against the Land of Wind. Participating in war for the first time filled him with a mix of excitement and trepidation, leading to a restless night. War, which had once seemed distant, had suddenly arrived, catching him off guard. This conflict was essentially an extension of the Second Great Ninja War. After a period of recuperation, the five great nations had regained their strength. The Land of Fire, having profited immensely during the Second Great Ninja War, now found itself a target. Particularly vulnerable after the loss of key figures like the White Fang of Konoha and Tsunade, the Princess of Slugs, resulting in a significant decline in combat power. The Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind harbored animosity towards Konoha, while the hidden mist village lurked in the shadows. Eager to seize an opportunity, with a sigh, he turned over, attempting to sleep, reassured by the presence of elite Konoha shinobi on guard, thereby relieving the newly promoted Chunin of the Night Watch. After 3 days of travel, they finally approached the battlefield, ready to report to Commander Orochimaru the following day. In the silent camp that night, an eerie stillness enveloped the air. Suddenly, a sensory-type ninja from Konoha opened his eyes and declared, "Unknown chakra is approaching. Everyone, stay alert." Kurenai promptly awakened her companions, and they swiftly entered a state of readiness. Over there, the sensory ninja pointed skyward. Just as he spoke, a barrage of kunai erupted from the dark forest, striking several inexperienced Konoha ninjas. They fell to the ground in agony, their faces contorted in pain, struggling helplessly. Kayashige, sharp-eyed, warned, "The kunai are poisoned. Be cautious." "Flame eruption," he shouted, unleashing a powerful punch towards the origin of the kunai, igniting the area. Shadows darted through the flames. The sound of wood clattering echoed ominously in the darkness, and a voice boomed, "Konoha ninjas, you shall not leave here alive." It was the puppet army of Sunigakure. As an elite ninja fended off the attackers, he discerned their true nature. They were puppets. In the village of Sunigakure, the art of puppetry reigns supreme, a testament to their formidable prowess. Each puppet is capable of housing an array of intricate mechanisms, many of which are laced with venom. A puppeteer is not limited to controlling a single puppet. An adept puppeteer can command multiple puppets simultaneously, each wielding tremendous power, making their coordination exceedingly formidable. "How many puppeteers are there on the river?" asked Akatsuki Shinju. The sensory-type ninja, Kawakami, responded, "There are 3 in total. It appears to be a small squad." With 3 puppeteers present, they are accompanied by 3 ninja squads, comprising a total of 12 individuals. Among them are 3 jonin, one of whom is a sensory-type ninja, posing a challenge against the 3 puppeteers. At this moment, Akatsuki Shinju declared, "Kayasuke, I entrust this task to you." "Understood." Kayasuke stepped forward. One jonin interjected, "Shinju, sending a newly promoted Chunin who has been in rank for less than a year is rather reckless. Do not send him to his demise. No one can kill him." Shinju replied with conviction. "As long as his secret remains undiscovered, no one can slay him before his chakra is depleted." Kayasuke stated, "Mr. Kawakami, please provide me with directions." "Certainly," Kawakami nodded. "At 1 o'clock, there is a puppeteer in the tree. At 3 and 10 o'clock, there are others." "Understood. Leave one alive," Shinju instructed. "Very well." Kayasuke darted forth, igniting a blaze in the darkened forest, strikingly visible against the night. "Youngster, since you've come to meet your end, surrender your life," sneered one puppeteer, deftly manipulating a puppet that lunged at Kayasuke, its blade piercing his chest. "Damn it." The jonin who had previously opposed Shinju prepared to intervene upon witnessing Kayasuke's injury. But Shinju restrained him, saying, "Continue watching." As the jonin's gaze sharpened, he noticed flames erupting from Kayasuke's wound, which soon engulfed the wooden puppet. What? Not just him, but the concealed puppeteer was equally startled as flames surged from Kayasuke's wound, mending the injury. Divine fire, unknowable flame. Kayasuke's hands ignited with fire as he aimed at the Sunigakure puppeteer, hurling 2 fiery spears that struck true. As they pierced through his adversary, the flames seared the enemy's innards, leaving no possibility of survival. With ease, he dispatched the first puppeteer. Onward to the next, he proclaimed, charging towards another puppeteer. "Brat die?" The puppeteer roared, sending forth his puppet, which unleashed a torrent of fine, poisoned steel needles, resembling a rain of blossoms, leaving numerous punctures on Kayasuke's body. However, for him, who had transformed into an elemental form, these attacks bore no consequence. With a sweeping motion of his arm, a colossal fiery fist erupted, engulfing both the puppeteer and his puppet in flames. The remaining puppeteer, witnessing this devastation, attempted to flee, but Akatsuki Shinju and another jonin had long since lost their patience. One confronted the puppet, while the other employed a body flicker technique to appear behind him. Akatsuki Shinju grasped his shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, young man, looks like you're having quite the fun." The puppeteer stammered, "Oh, I'm done for." As the thoughts of retaliation surged, a sudden haze enveloped the mind, rendering one ensnared by an illusion. The ensuing phase would entail the interrogation for intelligence. The wounds adorning Qingjia were cauterized with flames, and he collected the remnants of the puppet strewn upon the ground, eager to unveil the mysteries that lay within. He was approached by he, who inquired, "Are you intrigued by these artifacts?" "Indeed, to a certain extent," Qingjia replied, I am merely curious about the mechanics of their operation. The art of puppetry practiced by Sunagakure is a closely guarded secret. It encompasses not only the creation of chakra threads, but also the intricacies of puppet construction. Konoha had once gleaned intelligence from these individuals, discovering that mastery required not only innate talent, but also years of diligent practice. The only clan within the village capable of learning this art was the Uchiha, who could replicate the techniques of puppet masters directly. However, they regarded puppetry with disdain, favoring their ancestral fire techniques instead, leading to a lack of interest in pursuing this path. Consequently, the village did not allocate time to cultivate puppet masters, a trend mirrored by other villages, resulting in a gradual abandonment of such skills. Thus, puppetry has remained a hallmark of Sunagakure. How troublesome indeed, Shinji mused. Under the puppeteer's control, the puppet could traverse landscapes with agility, impervious to pain, fortified with hidden mechanisms, and often laced with toxins. A moment's inattention could lead to fatal poisoning, rendering them formidable adversaries. It was imperative to transport the afflicted to the camp for medical assistance. Just then, a voice echoed from the vicinity. Several ninjas, afflicted by poison, awaited the intervention of medical ninjas, as their condition could not be remedied without professional aid. A few jonin hoisted the injured, while the leading jonin sealed the bodies of the puppet assassination squad. Upon receiving intelligence about Sunagakure, the expression of Tsuyomi Akihito darkened as he proclaimed, "We must hasten to Konohagakure's main base with utmost urgency. Sunagakure has assembled a cadre of ninjas, poised for a surprise attack, led by the elder, Hayuzo. Hayuzo, the brother of the puppet master Chiyo, though perhaps not as formidable as his sister, was nonetheless a powerful puppeteer, his strength not to be underestimated, and beyond the capability of anyone of Orochimaru's ilk to confront. Everyone, rally your spirits and prepare to head to the camp," he commanded. The group promptly rose, understanding the necessity of swift action to convey this intelligence to Orochimaru and avert an ambush. Tsukuyomi Akihito turned to Chinjiya, instructing, "Chinjiya, relay the intelligence to Lord Orochimaru." Understood. Summoning the summoning technique, a serpent materialized before him. Tsukuyomi Akihito produced the meticulously written scroll of intelligence, and Chinjiya instructed the serpent to consume it, causing it to vanish in an instant. At the main base of Konohagakure, Orochimaru, deep in contemplation regarding Sunagakure's forthcoming maneuvers, noticed a serpent suddenly at his feet. As he extended his hand, the serpent regurgitated the scroll of intelligence. Upon unfurling it, he discovered the imminent assault planned by Sunagakure, eliciting a cold smirk. "Hayuzo, is it? How flattering," he mused, rising to commence his preparations. As the deep night enveloped the camp in a serene stillness, shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the premises. The surrounding defensive barriers proved ineffective. These phantoms slipped into the tents, splatters of blood painting the fabric. The assassination unfolded with startling ease. Suddenly, an elderly figure emerged within the camp, clad in a flowing black robe, a satchel slung across his shoulder, and a bandage fashioned into a makeshift hat obscuring his eyes. Long white brows casting shadows upon his visage. His aged countenance betrayed no emotion as he murmured, "Something is amiss. It has been too effortless. We must withdraw." His fingers stirred within the folds of his sleeves, and the figures swiftly exited the tents, converging around him. At that moment, a large serpent erupted from the earth, lunging directly at his face. A puppet rushed forth, severing the serpent, signaling the arrival of a cadre of puppet masters from Sunagakure, encircled by their creations. "Lord Hozuki, it appears we have fallen into a trap," one puppet master intoned gravely. "Indeed, it seems our intelligence has been compromised. Let us retreat," he replied. "A late-night visit without hospitality is not befitting our Konoha customs. Since you are here, you might as well stay." A hoarse, magnetic voice resounded as the lights of the Konoha command tent flickered to life. Orochimaru emerged, his golden snake-like eyes glimmering with indifference. Hozuki's brows twitched as he coolly remarked, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru. It seems you have received our intelligence, and you do not hold back, having assassinated a group of our ninjas." Orochimaru chuckled. "Those were merely the ninjas of Sunagakure. We merely dressed them in Konoha attire. The slain were captives of Sunagakure, rendered useless after we extracted the information. They were destined to be returned to Konoha for research purposes. Now they still serve a purpose." Hozuki's expression remained impassive as he stated, "If that is the case, then we have failed. Withdraw. Do not think of leaving, Orochimaru declared, intent on keeping this group here. He formed hand seals, invoking the summoning technique, and a colossal serpent, spanning dozens of meters, materialized, ready to strike at Hozuki. Despite Hozuki's advanced age, his body exhibited surprising agility as he leapt into the air alongside the puppet masters, commanding their puppets to assault Orochimaru. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of flames that not only deflected the incoming poison needles and shurikens, but also surged towards Hozuki and his companions. Though the puppets were resilient, they were ultimately crafted from wood, which offered little resistance to fire. Even with Hozuki's cunning, he was accompanied by few with his level of experience. As the puppets ignited, panic ensued. They descended, attempting to extinguish the flames. At that moment, Orochimaru unleashed a gust of wind, intensifying the blaze. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Several puppets were propelled outward, absorbing the flames into their specialized mouths, alleviating the crisis. Hozuki gazed at Orochimaru, who towered above him, and stated, "This assassination has failed. There is little point in further entanglement." Smokescreen. The puppets exhaled a cloud of smoke, obscuring visibility, and Hozuki and his team seized the opportunity to vanish. Have they escaped? As one ages, wisdom deepens. Indeed, the cunning of the Sea Elder is not to be underestimated. Orochimaru shook his head, signaling the vigilant ninjas around him to disperse, for the evening promised tranquility. Compared to his sister Chiyo, who was more action-oriented, the Sea Elder presented a greater challenge. He was the kind of adversary who, through meticulous contemplation and strategic planning, could ensnare his opponents in chaos. Possessing extraordinary intellect, he proved to be a formidable ninja, as evidenced by the two previous ninja world wars. Few ninjas have emerged unscathed from such harrowing conflicts, and Orochimaru understood that without the timely intervention from the Sunset Crimson, he might have faced a significant setback himself. He instructed that the bodies of the Sunigakure ninjas be disposed of and returned to their village, arranging for watch personnel. And then he too would retire for the night. In the early hours, the Sunset Crimson arrived at the camp with Kyukai and others. Upon learning of Sunigakure's failed ambush, a sigh of relief escaped him. After ensuring Kyukai and the others could rest well, he proceeded to report to Orochimaru. Awakening at noon, feeling somewhat unwell, he was notified to join Kurenai and Asuma in the command tent, promptly gathering them. Inside, Orochimaru was engaged in planning with several high-ranking ninjas from Konoha. Noticing Kyukai's arrival, Orochimaru nodded and said, "Kyukai-kun, I have a mission for your team. Is teacher Akatsuki not coming? He has other assignments. This is Sarutobi Shin Nosuke, your temporary team leader. Shin Nosuke, I entrust the team to you." A man with a thick beard, resembling Asuma, nodded affirmatively. "Leave it to me, brother," Asuma exclaimed. This bearded figure was indeed Asuma's elder brother, Sarutobi Shin Nosuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shin Nosuke sighed, noting his younger brother's immaturity, and said, "Follow me. I shall explain the details of the mission." Leading the trio out of the tent, he began, "Due to Sunigakure's sudden assault, the Land of Fire has lost a significant number of strategic locations. Our immediate priority is to expel the Sunigakure ninjas from our territory. The unexpected attack had nearly devastated Konoha at the onset of the war, breaching their borders and resulting in substantial territorial losses. Orochimaru's primary objective was to counterattack and reclaim lost ground before addressing other matters. Producing a map of the Land of Fire marked with numerous red dots, Shin Nosuke stated, "The areas marked in red are the territories we have lost. Today, our task is to reclaim this town, with me leading you." "Just the four of us?" Kyukai asked, taken aback. "Indeed," replied Sarutobi Shin Nosuke. "We have gathered intelligence on the number of Sunigakure ninjas stationed in this town. 2 squads, comprising 3 puppet masters, 1 medical ninja, and 4 regular Sunigakure ninjas. I will feign an attack, while you will execute a stealth operation. Eliminate as many as you can, but if possible, capturing the medical ninja would be ideal. The toxins from Sunigakure pose a significant threat to Konoha, and securing a medical ninja could provide us with valuable insights." "Understood." Asuma, home. "You are to be commanded by Chingia, collaborating with him to capture the medical ninja alive." "Very well." Shino then disseminated the mission, leading the trio to a nearby town. Along the way, Asuma inquired, "Brother, are you really going to face an entire squad of ninjas alone?" His elder brother's task was to draw fire, At least the combat strength of a whole squad. Although he had confidence in his brother's prowess, facing an entire squad was no trivial matter. Indeed, what? Do you lack faith in me? Not at all. Then there is nothing to worry about. Shino spoke solemnly. Our father has dispatched us to the battlefield, and we must act according to the plan. Lord Orochimaru's strategy is sound. As long as we do not err, we shall swiftly expel the sand-hidden ninjas from the land of fire. I understand, Asuma replied somewhat irritably. Shino offered no further words, merely advising them to remain vigilant on their journey, informing them that Akatsuki had gathered with other elite and mid-ranking ninjas to form a temporary unit aimed at conquering a significant town. Their target was far simpler than that of Akatsuki's mission. At that moment, Shinji asked, "Are we preparing to drive the sand village out of the land of fire and engage in battle in the land of rivers?" "Oh, you discern that?" Shino gazed at Shinji in surprise, not expecting him to grasp such a strategic insight. "Indeed, our current objective is to reclaim lost territory, shifting the large-scale conflict to the land of rivers, which lies between the wind and fire countries. The battlefield has already been designated there. After all, it was not their homeland, so any devastation caused would not weigh heavily on their hearts, much like the Rain Country, which once lay at the confluence of the fire, wind, and earth nations." "I see." Shinji understood that the final confrontation between Konoha and the Sand Ninjas would take place at Kikyo Mountain, located within the land of rivers. However, the battle at Kikyo Mountain would likely leave Konoha severely weakened. After all, during the battle at Kamizuki-hashi, only Minato from Konoha had gone to provide support. With the third Kazekage missing, the Sand Village was now under the leadership of Chiyo and her brother, Aizo. Chiyo harbored a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, and given their history, a mutually destructive conflict was plausible. Furthermore, the battlefield in the mist was rife with inept individuals, indicating that Konoha's primary combat capabilities were focused against the sand and cloud ninjas. "This is quite perilous." A bead of cold sweat trickled down. Reflecting on the battlefield against the sand ninjas was indeed the most treacherous, and survival was imperative. Under Shino's guidance, they arrived at the town occupied by the sand ninjas. Shino remarked, "Do you see that clock tower? According to our intelligence, it serves as the gathering point for the sand ninjas, and the medical ninja is among them. I will draw them away. You must capture the medical ninja. If you cannot, then eliminate him. I will hold them at bay." They glanced up at the clock tower, where two sand ninjas were observing the situation in the town. "Understood." They nodded in agreement. Shino added, "Very well, I entrust this to you. I will dispatch that squad of ninjas with utmost speed." With that, he charged forward, displaying no intent to conceal himself. It was only natural for him to attract their attention. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Shinji remarked, "It is time for us to take action." The trio promptly blended into the small town. Shinizuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though not possessing the formidable combat prowess of the legendary Sannin, was nonetheless a powerful jonin, renowned as the right hand of Sarutobi Hiruzen alongside his wife. He boldly traversed the rooftops, paying no heed to the sand shinobi. A sand shinobi stationed atop the bell tower spotted him and immediately shouted, "Enemy attack. A lone ninja from Konoha. Let me confront him." A puppeteer, manipulating two puppets with one hand each, sent them forth to assault Shinizuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive column of flame erupted, igniting the puppets. Meanwhile, two sand shinobi charged towards him. Earth release, falling coverage. Above the heads of the two sand shinobi, a spatial rift opened, and a colossal green lid descended, crashing upon them with a thunderous roar, collapsing the building. As he leaped into the air, three additional puppets intercepted him, forcing him to halt atop the roof. Surrounded by three puppeteers, one declared, "You, a Konoha ninja, have quite the audacity to attack us alone. Such arrogance. Humph. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of our sand village's puppetry. Do not underestimate us." Casting a disdainful glance at the trio, Shinizuke scoffed. "You three pitiful creatures believe you can contend with me? How deluded." Suddenly, an earth release technique pierced through his chest as a puppet wielding a blade thrust it into his body. The previously silent puppeteer taunted, "What a joke. Taken down so easily. Konoha ninjas are truly pathetic." "Is that so? You have quite the bravado," he retorted, but before he could finish, a blade impaled his chest, blood gushing from the wound, while the injured Shinizuke transformed into a mass of mud. Earth release, earth substitute technique. With a swift motion, Shinizuke drew the blade from his chest, discarding it aside. Do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha, Sand Shinobi. He kicked the lifeless body of the puppeteer and charged at the remaining 2 Sand Shinobi, seeking death. Eliminate him. Enraged, the 2 puppeteers engaged in combat with Shinazuke. While at that moment, Xingjie and his companions had stealthily approached the bell tower. Xingjie instructed, I will break through from the outside. You 2 enter through the front. Just now, Asuma eliminated 2 Sand Shinobi, and 3 puppeteers rushed in, which means there are still 2 Sand Shinobi and a medical ninja inside. We must proceed with caution. Understood? I comprehend. You must also be careful. And remember to notify me when you detonate the bell tower. Asuma understood that if Xingjie were cornered, he would not hesitate to blow up the bell tower, a routine maneuver for him. Understood, I shall proceed. With feet against the walls of the bell tower, he ascended swiftly. Let us enter as well. Asuma and Hong approached the door, climbing the stairs in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Xingjie swiftly scaled the bell tower, vaulting over the railing. Just as he stepped out, he triggered a steel wire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless shurikens flew forth, leaving no time for evasion, piercing through his body and creating an unknown number of wounds. Flames filled the gaps left behind, and a sand ninja emerged to ascertain the situation. Upon witnessing the scene, he was struck with terror. Without granting him a moment to speak, Saika reached out, grasping his face, and flames surged into his mouth, incinerating his trachea and esophagus, thus extinguishing his life. He then carefully placed the sand ninja's lifeless body aside. Silently, he entered the bell tower. Meanwhile, Asuma and his companion began their own stealthy maneuver, slipping in without disturbing anyone. To avoid detection, they descended the staircase, utilizing chakra to cling to the walls, swiftly approaching while their ninja footwear muffled their steps, concealing their presence. Suddenly, a sand ninja stood on the staircase, sensing something amiss. What is going on? Something feels off. Why hasn't Taro returned yet? Could something have happened? Beneath him, Asuma signaled to Kurenai, who nodded in understanding. Asuma leaped toward the opposite wall, using it to propel himself back into the air, charging toward the sand ninja. Panic surged within the sand ninja as he sensed danger. He immediately prepared to defend himself. Kurenai, attuned to the footsteps above, pinpointed their location and launched a shuriken, piercing through the ninja's foot. The sudden assault disrupted the sand ninja's focus. He could have resisted Asuma's attack, but this unexpected strike created an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Asuma delivered a swift kick to his body while simultaneously throwing a shuriken. The shuriken struck the sand ninja squarely in the forehead, confirming his demise. Kurenai emerged, stating, "Let us move on. The medical ninja awaits." The bell tower was not expansive, and soon the pair found themselves at the door of a room where Saika appeared, seemingly having accomplished his task with ease. Capturing him was hardly a challenge. "I shall open the door," he declared. To circumvent any potential traps, Saika instructed the duo to take cover beside the door before he forcefully breached it. With a resounding crash, he barreled through the wooden door, entering a laboratory replete with numerous test tubes. A sand ninja medical practitioner, startled by Saika's abrupt entrance, promptly activated a concealed mechanism. Suddenly, a multitude of steel needles shot forth from the corners, piercing Saika's body and embedding themselves into the wall opposite, dripping with a purple venom. "Such trivialities are ineffective against me," Saika declared, charging forth. The medical ninja hastily evaded, causing the table behind him to shatter. Shadow Snake Hand. A swarm of venomous serpents lunged toward the medical ninja. Yet, the medical ninja proved his mettle, deftly severing the heads of the snakes with his chakra scalpel. "Hey, do not underestimate medical ninjas, you brat," he exclaimed. Illusion, falling cherry blossoms technique. As his incantation concluded, countless cherry blossoms swirled around, enveloping the space as if under a springtime cherry tree, a gentle breeze lulling him into drowsiness. The next instant, he grasped that it was an illusion, biting his tongue. He inflicted pain upon himself to dispel the enchantment. Unfortunately, in the time he took to break free, Saika had already closed in, delivering a punch to his face that sent him sprawling to the ground, where serpents emerged from his pant legs, binding the medical ninja tightly. Asuma expressed his displeasure, lamenting the absence of an opportunity for his grand entrance. "There is," replied Kayasuke, tossing a medical ninja from Sunagakure to Asuma, adding, "You will take care of him upon your return." "What? I have to carry him back to the camp? Shouldn't it be Kurenai who does that? Just hand him over. It will be a perfect chance for your elder brother to witness your strength." "All right, I'll carry him." Upon hearing this, Asuma eagerly shouldered the medical ninja. Kurenai remarked, "Well, Asuma is bound to face some significant challenges in this regard. Kayasuke's intentions are likely rather mischievous." The trio ascended to the pinnacle of the clock tower, gazing at Shino, who had just dispatched the last of the puppeteers. Pleased with the sight of the medical ninja behind his younger brother, he noted that none of the three bore injuries, aligning with his expectations. Aside from a few puppeteers, the remaining foes were all chunin, with several having been hastily promoted from genin. Given their capabilities, completing this mission posed no difficulty. Having reached the clock tower effortlessly, Shino declared, "Excellent, let us proceed. Soon, others will arrive to take over this town." Their mission was to reclaim lost territories, while the responsibility of garrisoning would fall to others dispatched by higher-ups. Understood. The trio nodded, following closely behind Shino as they made their way back. Upon returning to the camp, Asuma, panting from the exertion of carrying an adult, found himself quite overwhelmed. Shino observed his brother's struggle, perhaps believing that such trials could bear hidden blessings. Shino proceeded to submit the mission report, while Asuma and the others entrusted the medical ninja to the intelligence department, aiming to extract all pertinent information from him in hopes of discovering an antidote. The poison of Sunagakure was renowned for its lethality, had it not been for Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, during the last war. The casualties from Konoha would have been staggering. With Tsunade absent this time, even Orochimaru, an expert in toxins, would find it challenging to cope. His proficiency lay in administering poison rather than in crafting antidotes, which differed fundamentally in purpose. As the frontline commander of Konoha, he lacked the time to concoct antidotes and could only utilize certain medications to delay the demise of those afflicted. The three exited and returned to their tent, only to discover that Kurenai had yet to return, indicating their mission was still underway. After all, the Jonin were engaged in tasks of a higher caliber, often A or even S rank, while they were limited to B rank missions at best. Shino entered, stating, "Rest up, tomorrow brings another mission." Still focused on reclaiming lost territory, the immediate priority for Konoha was to expel Sunagakure from the Land of Fire, rendering their current assignments rather singular in focus. Indeed, they acknowledged. As Shino prepared to attend to other matters, he cautioned, "Be vigilant during the night. Sunagakure's assassination unit has already attempted a surprise attack once." The trio affirmed his warning, subsequently enjoying their evening meal before washing up and retiring for the night. Kayasuke had strategically placed several snakes at the entrance, ensuring they would be alerted should any puppets appear, allowing them to rest peacefully without concern. At dawn the following day, after breakfast, Shin Nosuke arrived to escort them to another town. He announced, "This mission is akin to the last, yet devoid of medical ninjas. Our task is to eliminate every single sand ninja." "Understood. This time, watch me shine," Asuma exclaimed with fervor. "Do not be too reckless, both of you," Hong admonished with a hint of exasperation. Shin Nosuke cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful to evade all attacks from the sand ninjas. Do you comprehend? Each of their weapons may be tainted with poison. Furthermore, should you encounter a puppeteer, flee at once. They are not adversaries you can handle. The potential for traps within the puppets is high, and unless one possesses considerable experience, few ninjas can survive against a puppet brimming with mechanisms." Keisuke raised his hand, asserting, "I need not flee. Physical attacks are ineffective against my body." Shin Nosuke recalled information about him and nodded. "Indeed, you need not. Asuma and Hong, you both must remember to retreat." "Brother, I am not that weak," Asuma retorted, feeling underestimated by his elder sibling. Shin Nosuke frowned, stating, "Mind your words. You know your own capabilities. This is not the time for childish defiance." He felt a headache coming on. Was this the onset of a rebellious phase? "However, you are not like Keisuke, immune to physical attacks. Poison is a certain death, and there are currently no effective antidotes. Asuma, as a ninja, I expect your compliance with orders." "Yes," Asuma grumbled in response, displeased but aware of the dangers. The feeling of being distrusted by his own family was truly disheartening. Keisuke patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, enough of this, Asuma. Captain Shin Nosuke is only looking out for your well-being. After all, the poison from the sand ninjas is quite vile. You wouldn't want your mother lamenting at your memorial, calling you an unfilial son, would you?" Asuma hung his head, muttering, "I understand." Suddenly, he regained focus, exclaiming, "Hey, are you really my teammate? Can't you wish for my success?" "Okay, enough of the banter. In that case, Keisuke and I will engage head-on. While you two focus on assassination, Shin Nosuke directed. Understood. The group set forth towards their mission site, which was a sand ninja stronghold situated atop a mountain, fortified with earthen walls and manned by vigilant sand ninjas. From a distance, Shin Nosuke instructed, Asuma, take Hong and flank them. Keisuke and I will draw their fire. Understood. All right, disperse. The four scattered, with Keisuke closely following Shin Nosuke. As they surged forward, Shin Nosuke advised, Keisuke, fight using your preferred combat style, but remember to conserve some chakra. Got it. As they burst forth from the cover of the forest, the sand ninjas on the wall immediately spotted them and were about to attack when Shin Nosuke threw a kunai, striking down several of them. Those who survived shouted, enemy attack. The leaf ninjas are here. Wind release. 1,000 cutting winds. Countless blades of wind swept towards them, but Shin Nosuke swiftly formed hand seals, clapped his hands, and raised an earthen wall to block the onslaught of wind blades. As Qingjie charged forward, heedless of his fragmented body, knowing it would merely reassemble, he had no cause for concern. Shadow clone technique. The shadow clones surged towards the gate, while he himself ascended the city wall in swift strides. In the next instant, with a thunderous roar, the city gate was obliterated by the explosive force of his clones. Well done. Nishinosuke laughed heartily. Observing the sand ninja pouring through the breached gate, he exclaimed, come forth. Minions of the sand. Fire release. Great flame technique. He unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the entrance with a fierce inferno. The cacophony of anguished cries echoed. The toll of lives lost unknown beneath the onslaught. Meanwhile, atop the wall, Qingjie disregarded the physical assaults from the sand ninja and commanded, Flame Vortex. A fiery whirlwind materialized upon the battlements, wreaking havoc. Quickly stop them. The leaf ninja have gone mad. Panic seized the sand village's shinobi. Faced with such relentless aggression, many of the less battle-hardened ninjas faltered. A middle-aged ninja bellowed at them. What are you all panicking for? You are shinobi of the sand village. Charge forward. Attack. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Though situated in a desert, the sand village possessed adept users of water techniques, wielding them with remarkable skill. A torrent surged forth, dousing the fiery cyclone. Qingjie leapt into the air. If his body were to be drenched, he would be unable to utilize elemental transformation without drying off first. Cocooning himself mid-air, he ignited in brilliant flames, then unfurled explosively, forming a character in the sky. Character explosion. Boom. The fiery character descended, claiming the lives of 3 unfortunate souls. Assault blade. Chakra threads ensnared several shurikens, directing their flight through Qingjie's just fallen form, yet resulting in no consequence. Firefly Fire Dharma. His hands glimmered a soft green as countless sparks, reminiscent of fireflies, erupted from his palms, swirling around him. What is this? One sand ninja inquired, only to be warned. Don't touch. Unfortunately, it was too late. Upon contact, innumerable sparks converged upon him, clinging to his body, impervious to swatting away, and searing hot. Qingjie snapped his fingers. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sparks detonated instantaneously, leaving the sand ninja in tatters. Kill that little brat. The sand ninja roared, surging forward in a frenzy. Nishinosuke charged in, spotting the gathered ninjas advancing on Qingjie, and laughed, just in time. With remarkable speed, he formed seals and pressed his hand to the ground. Earth release. Earth flow river. The once firm ground beneath the sand ninja crumbled, their feet sinking into the mire, as a murky flood surged toward them, drowning their cries. He may not master all 5 elemental releases like his father, but he was proficient in a couple. His expertise lay in earth release, followed closely by fire release. Click, click, click. Puppets flew forth, mouths agape, unleashing a barrage of poisoned steel needles. Nishinosuke swiftly formed seals, earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose to shield him from the assault. Qingjie urged, Captain, find a way to evade. It was not a mere suggestion to evade the enemy, but rather to dodge his attacks. Shinsuke understood intuitively and immediately entered the earth using the earth release technique. A surge of power coalesced around Saikai, and flames erupted from the ground, soaring towards him. Raising his hand, a massive fireball formed, rapidly expanding in his grip. The flames blazed fiercely, the scorching heat was unbearable. As if he cradled the sun in his palm. Faced with this terrifying sight, the only option was to flee. Run quickly, he screamed at the top of his lungs. But it was already too late. Too late. Great fire annihilation. He hurled the enormous fireball, the size of a building, down upon the plaza, which exploded in a deafening roar. Everything surrounding was obliterated. Even the sturdy city walls were flattened, leaving a vast crater in the ground, the charred earth exuding an odd scent. A conflagration coalesced, and Saikai emerged, gasping for breath. Shinsuke crawled out from the earth, surveying the devastation around him, gasping in disbelief. Then turned to Saikai, exclaiming, "Your methods are rather ruthless. Those grotesque remnants over there must be corpses, completely turned to carbon. May there be no war in heaven." It was far too cumbersome to deal with them individually. This was a far more efficient approach. Shaking his head, Saikai concluded that eliminating them in one fell swoop was indeed the right path. Asuma and Akane were still en route, likely yet to arrive. Then let us continue the slaughter. By the way, this stronghold is likely of little use, is it? No, it serves no purpose. Do you wish to? Shinsuke's lips twitched. He had an inkling of Saikai's intentions and interjected, "Do not employ such chakra-wasting techniques." Very well. The recent great fire annihilation had consumed a significant portion of his chakra, yet its destructive power was formidable enough. Then we shall leave the remaining foes to ourselves, Saikai remarked with a smile. Shinsuke nodded. Let us proceed. Initially, they had intended to take their time breaching the enemy's defenses together, while Asuma and the others would infiltrate to eliminate targets quietly. However, it seemed unnecessary now, for who could have anticipated this little one possessed such a clearing technique? Are all modern ninjas aberrations? The two advanced into the camp of the bandits, where a group of sand ninjas remained, yet they posed no resistance against the duo. They either succumbed to Saikai's flames or fell to Shinsuke's myriad of jutsu. Truly, Shinsuke, as the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhibited an impressive repertoire of techniques. And the sand ninjas perished in an array of diverse methods, each unique. During this onslaught, the tardy Asuma and his companion witnessed the massacre unfolding and felt a pang of regret at their delayed arrival. They swiftly joined the fray, and the quartet unleashed chaos. Run, flee. They are demons. Demons. The sand ninjas, terrified beyond measure, abandoned their resolve, turning into cowards. Saikai inquired, shall we pursue them? No need for pursuit. The sand ninjas and Konoha are currently vying for territory. Upon their return, even if they attempt to retaliate, they will find it futile. We should retreat as well. Shinsuke pondered for a moment before continuing. These fleeing cowards will face punishment upon their return. There is no need for us to chase them. Do not pursue a retreating enemy, for none can predict whether these individuals might lay a trap. When it comes to the art of mechanisms and ambushes, Sunagakure is undoubtedly among the elite of the ninja world. Understood. Very well, it is time for us to return. Shino stated, our mission here has been accomplished. What remains is to report our findings and await the next assignment. Such is the life of a ninja, receiving missions, completing them, reporting back, resting, and receiving new tasks. This cycle persists until the war's cessation, and their daily existence is defined by it. However, the current assignments are significantly more arduous than those during peacetime. For a full 2 months, Konoha has executed its strategy, successfully driving all Sunagakure ninjas from the Land of Fire's territory. The conflict has escalated from minor skirmishes to full-scale battles, with the battlefield shifting to the Land of Rivers. Here, the ninjas of Konoha have begun to showcase their prowess, as Orochimaru prepares to seize the Land of Rivers and advance into the Land of Wind. At that juncture, it is likely that the feudal lord of the Land of Wind will capitulate, compelling Sunagakure to withdraw its forces. Not every nation is as complacent as the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, who allows the ninja villages to operate with impunity. The relationships between various feudal lords and the leaders of ninja villages are exceedingly intricate. Before the conclusion of the Warring States period, ninjas were merely mercenaries, struggling for survival, employed by those nations and wealthy merchants to conquer cities and seize territories, with the Senju and Uchiha clans standing out as the most distinguished. Subsequently, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha founded Konoha, achieving formal recognition as the military might of the Land of Fire from its feudal lord. Other nations soon followed suit in establishing their own ninja villages. These villages are required to provide a modest annual military budget. During other times, they sustain themselves through mission fees. Meanwhile, the samurai supported by these clans, in times of peace, merely idle away, with the task of defense entrusted to ninjas, thereby saving substantial funds. A simple calculation reveals the obvious choice. The feudal lords of the Land of Fire have historically been astute individuals, well aware of their decisions. They allow Konoha a degree of freedom, cognizant that their own capabilities are woefully inadequate to command the likes of the first, second, or third Hokage, all of whom emerged as formidable figures during wartime. As long as the nations and their own safety are not jeopardized, they permit an open approach from the ninjas. After all, it is the Land of Fire's domain. In contrast, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind faces a different reality. The vast territories of the Land of Wind are predominantly arid deserts, characterized by a singular word, poverty. Sunagakure, too, is impoverished, with the fees from missions insufficient to sustain the village's expenses. Thus, they remain reliant on financial support from the Land of Wind, providing the feudal lord with leverage over them. This is merely a matter of budgetary constraints, which can effectively cripple Sunagakure. In truth, Sunagakure occupies a precarious position. The strength of the Land of Wind is limited, and had it not been for its desert geography, it would have long been overrun. The land is not suitable for agriculture, and the natural resources available are scant. Even if the territory were to be seized, the inhabitants would soon depart, for there is little to be gained from guarding a barren expanse of sand. This is also the reason why the feudal lord of the Land of Wind frequently reduces funding, deeming it expendable and a waste of his resources. He would rather invest that money in hiring a group of individuals for his protection. As long as he remains unharmed, that is all that matters. Fortunately, despite his disdain for Sunagakure, he is not entirely foolish and refrains from disbanding the village, recognizing its potential utility during wartime. As the village hidden in the clouds launches an offensive against the Land of Wind, Sunagakure simultaneously defends while also directing an assault on the more affluent Land of Fire. This maneuver, however, amounts to little. After seizing a considerable expanse of territory from the Land of Fire, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind is elated. The wealth of the Land of Fire far surpasses his own. Exchanging a stretch of sand for fertile forested land seems like an unequivocal gain. However, once Sunagakure relinquishes the recently acquired territory, his demeanor shifts to one of discontent. He promptly issues an order. Should they face defeat, funding will be curtailed. For a loss necessitates reparations. Where shall the funds be sourced? Naturally, from the budget allocated to Sunagakure. After retreating from the borders of the Land of Fire, the shinobi of Sunagakure exhibit a marked change. On the expansive battlefield, they are remarkably fierce, to the extent that even Orochimaru sometimes finds it prudent to avoid their wrath. Our front lines have extended, rendering the majority of our forces scattered and unable to concentrate effectively, Orochimaru observes, addressing the situation displayed upon the sand table. The territory of the Land of Rivers is laid out before them, showcasing numerous battlefields involving both Konoha and Sunagakure, forming a nearly uninterrupted line throughout the Land of Rivers. My lord Orochimaru, a voice interjects, but concentrating our forces at this juncture may not be advantageous. Nara Shikaku from the Nara clan proposes, if we gather our troops now, our movements may be detected by the Sunagakure shinobi, leading to a potentially precarious situation if they flank us. The Nara clan is known for their intellect, serving as strategists within Konoha, and Orochimaru is inclined to heed their counsel. He scans the sand table and nods, acknowledging Shikaku's insight. Indeed, such a course of action is ill-advised. However, prolonging the front lines will also extend Konoha's supply lines, which is not a sustainable strategy against those adversaries. With Konoha's logistical reserves, they could potentially outlast 2.5 Sunagakure villages. Yet, the Land of Fire is not limited to this single battlefield. Recently, the village hidden in the mist has been stirring with intentions of its own, likely leading to imminent skirmishes with Konoha's ninjas. The conflict along the border with the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth continues, and the Land of Fire is encircled by enemies. Facing the largest scale of warfare, they absolutely cannot afford any missteps. Prolonging the front lines is decidedly not a viable long-term strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he says, Shin Nosuke, you and Kayasuk shall form a surprise attack unit for assassination activities. Depart immediately. Shikaku, puzzled, inquires, My lord Orochimaru, while Shin Nosuke indeed possesses the requisite strength. What of Kayasuk? Shikaku, Kayasuk is my disciple, and I have complete confidence in his abilities. His potential for destruction is formidable, and as long as he does not encounter water-style techniques and possesses sufficient chakra, he is virtually indestructible. In this state, Forming a surprise attack unit with the powerful Shin Nosuke is entirely feasible. I understand. Certainly, the assassination squad comprises not only them, but also others. Your task is to eliminate and disrupt the rhythm of the Sand Shinobi. Orochimaru has resolved to dispatch a team of elite soldiers to shatter the stalemate. Indeed, Shinobu nodded, preparing to summon Keisuke to accompany him. Go to the medical unit to procure the antidote. I have devoted time to concocting this antidote. Additionally, hand this list to Keisuke. Once the antidote is exhausted, let him refer to this formulation. Producing a slip of paper, Orochimaru instructed, you are to retrieve sufficient supplies from the logistics department. If we can sever their supply lines, that would be optimal. Understood. With the list secured, Shinobu exited the tent. Meanwhile, Orochimaru commenced selecting suitable members for the assassination squad. They would penetrate the defenses of Sunagakure, thereby gaining the upper hand in the battle. This was a course of action taken out of necessity. It was preferable to avoid utilizing such elite forces, as most would likely not return. If even 1 in 10 were to come back, it would be a cause for gratitude. However, for Orochimaru, sacrificing these lives for the victory of the campaign was deemed acceptable. It is a necessary sacrifice. Even if it meant the loss of the third Hokage's son or his own disciple, all could be laid down. If they perished, it would signify their inadequacy to survive in this brutal battlefield, rendering their lives devoid of meaning. A life without meaning can be sacrificed for the sake of victory. For the triumph of Konoha, one must pay the price that can be borne. Keisuke, upon receiving the assassination mission alongside Shinobu, was utterly bewildered. He never imagined that his abilities would lead him to be a member of the assassination squad, especially alongside Shinobu. Nevertheless, he accepted the task. After all, it was Orochimaru, his mentor, who issued the order. Sending him and Shinobu was also intended to silence certain voices. The third Hokage and my own disciple have been dispatched. What more is there to discuss? He had no choice but to comply. Captain Shinobu, where do we go from here? On the way, Keisuke inquired. Shinobu replied, we will circumvent the Sand Shinobi's front lines and sever their supplies. Keisuke, we will delve deep behind enemy lines, with a high likelihood of never returning. The risks of an assassination mission are exceedingly high. The moment they were dispatched, they became akin to pawns. Victory would lead to accolades, while failure would result in death. Severing the supplies of Sunagakure, however, their logistical units are not easily located, Keisuke remarked, with the sealing scrolls in hand. It merely requires a few scrolls and a couple of ninjas to move in small numbers. Locating Sunagakure supply units would be nearly impossible. You make a valid point. Yet they cannot avoid delivering supplies to the main camp of Sunagakure. We merely need to lie in wait along their inevitable path. What they must do is maneuver to the rear of Sunagakure's main camp, ascertain their transport routes, and then strike with precision. I understand. Having grasped this, Keisuke and Shinobu quickened their pace. They needed to circumvent the blockade set by the Sand Shinobi. Keisuke, exercise caution. We have now entered the battlefield of the Sand Shinobi, and this vicinity may be rife with traps. We must remain vigilant. As Shinsuke spoke, he inadvertently stepped forward, snapping a slender steel wire that triggered a mechanism. Shurikens and kunai flew forth from concealed corners, each affixed with explosive tags. Boom. Shinsuke retreated, his expression darkening. It was not the trap itself that was terrifying, but the potential to draw the attention of adversaries, marking an inauspicious start. He tossed a dark mask to Kayasuke, advising him, an assassin must embody the guise of one. Conceal your face first. Oh. Upon donning the mask, Kayasuke noticed his voice had deepened considerably. The mask possessed a voice-modifying enchantment, adhering firmly to his visage without straps. And it did not obstruct his vision. Quite satisfactory. Shinsuke also donned his mask, his tone becoming gruff as he stated, the Sand Ninjas are approaching, 3 in total. Eliminate them all, leave no survivors. Understood. Scatter. The two dispersed into hiding, and shortly after, the trio of Sand Ninjas arrived to investigate. From the shadows, Shinsuke launched his assault, invoking the Earth Release, Earth Spike technique. Jagged spikes erupted from the ground beneath the unsuspecting Sand Ninja, impaling one before the other two. Reacting with agility, leapt to the trees. Enemies. It must be the Leaf Ninjas. They've concealed themselves. One shouted, urgency in his voice. Quick, notify the camp. As another Sand Ninja prepared to act, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle. A snake had bitten him. Instantly, several large serpents surged from the nearby trees. coiling around the ninja's body, preventing him from sending a warning. With a horrific scream, the serpents constricted, ending his life. Seeing his brother perish, the last sand ninja was consumed by rage. Shinsuke approached from behind, his voice cold. Do not be hasty. You shall soon join him, but before that, you still hold value. Black sealing curses slithered over the ninja's body. Once Shinsuke had him under control, he began to extract valuable information through Jinjutsu. After acquiring the precise number of sand ninjas at the forward camp, the summoned serpent from Kayasuk ended the last ninja's life, swallowing him whole. The encampment ahead harbored 56 sand ninjas. With the 3 we have slain, 53 remain. The supply unit arrives once a week. They came 2 days prior. So we need not wait. It would be a waste of time. Kayasuk, our remaining task is to eradicate these 53. Do you have a plan? Simply eliminate them all. Isn't that sufficient? The hallmark of perfect assassination is to eliminate every witness. Our sole responsibility is to ensure their demise. Perfect assassins are those who eradicate all witnesses. They are labeled assassins, yet in truth, they are berserkers. Plans? What are those? Shinsuke wiped the cold sweat from his brow, saying, we cannot be so reckless. We lack support. Therefore, we must endeavor to avoid injury at all costs. Should we sustain severe wounds, it would hinder our operations, jeopardizing the assassination. I understand. While they slumber, I shall unleash snakes to strike them down, Kayasuk proposed. That is indeed a viable strategy. In the realm of strategic maneuvers, it is prudent to minimize direct confrontations with the sand shinobi, alleviating concerns for one's own safety. Upon agreeing to this plan, Shino and Kayasuk stealthily approached the encampment of over 50 adversaries, maintaining a cautious distance to avoid detection. Concealing their presence, the two settled down to rest, gathering their strength for the impending fierce battle that awaited them under the cloak of night. As the witching hour approached, both awakened almost simultaneously, their senses honed for the hunt. Silently, they traversed the perimeter, and Shino swiftly eliminated 3 patrolling sand shinobi. In the underbrush, Kayasuk performed hand seals, invoking a summoning technique. A multitude of vividly colored, triangular-headed serpents emerged from the thicket, instructed to strike and incapacitate their foes. The serpents, moving with an almost imperceptible grace, slithered toward the encampment. Their approach so subtle that even the most seasoned and keen-eared ninja might overlook them. They nestled close to the ground, infiltrating the tents without disturbing the resting sand shinobi, and delivered lethal bites with their venomous fangs. The sudden jolt of pain roused the unsuspecting warriors, and upon seeing the serpents clinging to them, panic ensued. They hastily dispatched the serpents with kunai, rousing their comrades, only to discover that they too had succumbed to the serpent's venom. The once tranquil camp erupted into chaos. Illuminated by the frantic glow of torches, 2 medical ninjas quickly assessed the toxins in a desperate bid to save their comrades. Cursed leaf ninja, employing such despicable tactics, they exclaimed in revulsion. I refuse to die. I want to live. Doctors, please save me. I beg you, help me. My grandfather is an elder in the village. Quickly, save me. Amidst the turmoil, Shino and Kayasuk seized the moment to act. The sand shinobi's camp was in disarray, presenting an opportune moment for them to strike. Prepare yourself. Kayasuk, Shino urged. Onward. Like shadows, they darted into the fray. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted as Kayasuk transformed into a conflagration, appearing behind one adversary. The flames in his grasp coalesced into a circular saw with serrated edges, spinning rapidly as he aimed it at the foe's head, delivering a devastating blow. A chilling scream echoed as the enemy was cleaved in 2, the intense heat searing the wound, extinguishing any trace of blood before life could escape. Enemy attack. The alert sand shinobi quickly regrouped to retaliate, unleashing poisoned weapons, kunai, shuriken, and senbon, toward Kayasuk, who exhibited no inclination to evade, allowing the blades to pierce his body. Crossing his arms before him, he then thrust them apart, releasing a blazing projectile. Vertical guillotine. The attack effortlessly sliced through one adversary, and without pausing, Shino understood Kayasuk's intent. He promptly utilized Earth Jutsu to raise a stone pillar beneath Kayasuk, propelling him upward. As he spun through the air, he harnessed the momentum to deliver a fiery kick, the flames radiating like sunlight piercing the night, heralding the dawn. Leo kick. With a resounding impact, he struck true, crashing into 3 foes with the force of a cannonball. Summoning technique. A massive python, capable of being encircled by a dozen adults, appeared in the camp. Standing atop the serpent's head, Qingjie commanded, "Consume them." Upon hearing the promise of a meal, the colossal snake's eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Food, food, food. Ignoring the shurikens and kunai that flew toward it, the serpent deflected the attacks with its formidable scales and devoured several sand shinobi. Its enormous body rolled on the ground, crushing more of their ranks beneath it. During this chaos, Shinjiro was not idle. He engaged several high-ranking puppet masters. Observing Qingjie's accelerated pace, he decided to reveal his full capabilities. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a white-furred monkey, donned in clothing and a Konoha forehead protector, appeared at his side. "What brings you here, Shinjiro?" it inquired. "Of course, it is battle. Sarutobi, transform into the diamond Ruibang." The Saru clan had long been bound by a summoning contract with the Sarutobi clan, and as the son of the third Hokage, Shinjiro possessed this ability. The monkey perched on a tree, assuming a peculiar pose, declared, "Understood. Let us commence war." With a thunderous crash, a golden iron rod, black in the center, fell into Shinjiro's grasp. As he swung it, the wooden puppets were obliterated, their fragile forms crumbling before the might of the diamond Ruibang. "Ah, do not kill me, Yamaro. I am to return home and marry after this battle." "No, Miss Yoko, I can no longer confess my feelings to you." Flame Vortex. Qingjie summoned a whirlwind of fire, rampaging through the camp, painting the sky crimson. Like a demon, he stood atop the giant serpent, coldly reaping lives. This was the harsh reality of war. The flames consumed all, and the once thriving camp of over 50 sand shinobi was left desolate. Even those who attempted to flee succumbed to the serpent's venom. Surveying the charred remnants, Shinjiro placed a hand on Qingjie's shoulder, suggesting, "Let us find a place to rest. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to speak. It is nothing. This is war. Death is an inevitable companion." Shaking his head, Qingjie declined Shinjiro's kindness. Upon entering this conflict, he had already relinquished any hope for himself. Now, his sole focus was to complete the mission and ensure his own survival. "Very well, let us rest. After a long night of toil, it is time to recuperate." "The assassination team does require rest," Qingjie suddenly inquired. "Shinjiro, have you gathered the intelligence?" "Rest assured, while you were reaping the sand shinobi, I completed the intelligence gathering." Shinjiro approached his tasks with a level-headedness that contrasted Qingjie's frenzy. He understood the necessity of their actions. The information held by the high-ranking shinobi would sustain their activities for the coming days. Soon, the assassination would be impossible to conceal, prompting the sand shinobi to adjust their strategies, rendering their intelligence worthless. Finding a secluded spot to rest, Shinjiro handed Qingjie the intelligence he had meticulously compiled, instructing him to send it to Orochimaru via the summoning beast. In addition to the intelligence, it contained a summary of their mission, serving as a means of accruing merit for both Qingjie and himself. As dawn gently brushed the horizon, Qingjie and Zenzijuo navigated through the dense woods. Their respite was brief, for the intelligence acquired the previous night indicated that the Sand Ninjas Intelligence Division was on a mission to collect the corpses of Konoha ninjas from their encampment for further analysis. Thus, Qingjie and his companion resolved to ambush the Sand Ninja Intelligence operatives. Being part of the Intelligence Division, they possessed a wealth of information, making this operation crucial for success. "Captain, is this not too reckless?" questioned Zenzijuo. "An intelligence division that roams freely during wartime is certainly no ordinary foe. They are likely to be high-ranking shinobi, and in considerable numbers." "I am aware of the risks," Qingjie replied, "but opportunities such as this are rare and must be seized, even at the cost of danger. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold." Their objective was clear: to capture a sand ninja and make a swift exit. While an individual may possess limited knowledge, the intelligence division held vast reserves of information, including both Konoha's and Tsunagekyu's secrets, all of which could be of immense value, particularly in the hands of Orochimaru. The duo swiftly approached their target, adhering to the intel regarding the path taken by the Sand Ninja operatives. They chose a strategic location suitable for an ambush and began to set traps, concealing themselves once their preparations were complete. After approximately 30 minutes, a squad of ninjas emerged, clad in the characteristic sandy yellow of Tsunagakure, their heads wrapped in cloth and faces obscured by masks, moving in formation along the path. Two of them bore scrolls strapped to their backs, the contents of which remained a mystery. At that moment, One of the protected individuals raised his head, hurling two kunai towards Qingjia and Zenzijuo's hiding spots. Infused with wind chakra, the kunai sliced through the trees with alarming speed. Zenzijuo evaded the attack, but Qingjia suffered a blow to the head. A hole opened in his skull, not from negligence, but rather due to sheer surprise. Impressive. As the attacker initiated his offensive, the four-man squad halted, their senses heightened. Konoha ninjas, reveal yourselves. I have located you. Ugh, a sensory-type ninja? Zenzijuo realized, understanding that their chakra had been detected. This particular foe possessed an exceptional sensitivity. Otherwise, they would not have been discovered from such a close range. Earth release, earth flow river. A torrent of mud and stones surged forth as one of the sand ninjas stepped forward, forming seals and clapping his hands together. Earth release, earth flow wall. A stone barrier rose, effectively blocking the mudslide. There, the sensory ninja, detecting the fluctuations in Zenzijuo's chakra, swiftly indicated his position. Realizing his cover was blown, Zenzijuo wasted no time. He charged forth, wielding a Konoha dark blade aimed at the central sensory ninja. Clang! A puppet materialized, intercepting the strike. Its maw gaping wide as countless shuriken erupted forth, perforating Zenzijuo's form. In the next instant, he transformed into mud. Earth substitution technique. Observing this, Qingjia surged forward, seizing a kunai and thrusting it downward, only for the puppet to once again block the attack, unleashing another volley of shuriken that pierced through his body. The puppet master chuckled, cunning leaf ninja, yet another substitute, I see. However, the subsequent events rendered his amusement obsolete. Saika did not dissipate. Instead, he seized the puppet's head, flames erupting forth, reducing the puppet to ashes. Scatter. The formation instantly broke apart, precisely what Saika and Shino wished for, as their assembled ranks were difficult to breach. They charged toward the sensory-type ninja, while the two closest to him lunged at Saika. Multiple shadow clone technique. Several shadow clones surged forth, intercepting the advancing duo and exploding in a tremendous blast. The puppet master and the sensory ninja gazed at Saika in horror, as though encountering a monster. This individual was no ordinary ninja. A decisive thought struck them, prompting both to flee in opposite directions. Paying no heed to the puppet master, Saika charged straight at the sensory ninja. Why you? Don't come any closer. The sensory ninja was paralyzed with fear. He knew he could not withstand such an explosion and had to escape. But what could he do? He could not elude his fate. He was destined to perish at Saika's hands. You will not escape, Saika whispered. Humph, that remains to be seen. Prepare to meet your end. A punch came hurtling towards him, only to be anticipated and evaded, striking the ground instead. With a flick of his sleeve, the sensory ninja withdrew his arm, remarking, You're quite adept at dodging. Are you truly a sensory-type ninja? Do not underestimate the sand ninja. You leaf scoundrels will ultimately be defeated by us. Please. You are nothing but a band of paupers. Were it not for the mist's own blunders, you would be the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, merely preying on the smaller ones. Saika launched a verbal assault, unleashing his scorn. You scoundrel! Our sand ninja are formidable. Was it not you leaf who were caught off guard by us from the outset? Had it not been for those cloud miscreants, you would have never stood a chance against us. He spoke with pride for his village, though it bore no relevance to him. Suddenly, he exclaimed, You're stalling for time, aren't you? Your teammates' chakra is dwindling. They must be pursuing my companions. You lack the strength to capture me. Humph. What a waste of time. I never engage in unnecessary actions. I would not waste time with you unless it were essential. Saika smiled, realizing the moment had come. A serpent emerged from the earth, swiftly coiling around the sensory ninja's body, sinking its fangs into his neck, flooding his system with potent venom. Binding him tightly, Saika patted the ninja's gradually paling face, saying, Do not underestimate me, nor overly rely on your sensory abilities. Not everything can be perceived, at least. Your sensory prowess is insufficient. Sensory abilities vary in strength. The powerful can sense chakra even from great distances, while the weaker ones can only detect nearby chakra, often requiring the enemy to utilize chakra to be sensed. The serpent summoned by him possessed a minuscule amount of celestial chakra, making it an adept instrument for ambush, akin to the natural world. Capturing this individual, shortly thereafter, Shino returned with the battered puppet master, whose arms had been twisted beyond use. Once deprived of the ability to manipulate puppets, the puppet master became utterly ineffectual. Shino effortlessly brought him back. Through the art of summoning, a great serpent materialized, swallowing both individuals under the control of Kayasuke before vanishing from sight. These two would undoubtedly provide Konoha with a wealth of intelligence. Meanwhile, Kayasuke and Shino's assassination mission persisted, as did the ongoing war. With the offensive of the assassination squad, the defenses set by the Sand Shinobi were breached, and this unexpected force propelled the front lines to the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers. However, Kayasuke's assassination squad was subsequently recalled by Orochimaru, with barely a fraction of them surviving. Shino and Kayasuke returned unscathed, while the remaining members of Orochimaru's dispatched assassination teams returned, many bearing injuries. As this war dragged on, Sunagakure began to adopt a defensive stance. Orochimaru encountered Chiyo, the current temporary leader of the Sand Shinobi, several times on the battlefield, with disappointing outcomes. As he failed to subdue this ancient relic, Kayasuke trudged through the yellow sands, deep within the Land of Wind, on a reconnaissance mission. Orochimaru harbored no concerns for his demise, as long as his chakra remained intact and he did not cross paths with ninja skilled in sealing techniques. Kayasuke could retreat unscathed from any location. Draped in a long robe to shield his skin from the harsh sun, he also wrapped his face in a scarf. Indeed, the Land of Wind was a harsh environment. The climate was unyielding, and one had to wonder why the inhabitants had not engaged in reforestation. Surely, there must be subterranean water veins. Otherwise, the villages nestled deep within the desert would have perished long ago. The prudent utilization of water resources, coupled with afforestation, could transform barren landscapes into verdant hills and flowing streams, a veritable treasure. It was perplexing to consider the thoughts of the first Kazekage. If the first Hokage sought to foster good relations with the other four great ninja villages, he should have seized the opportunity to use wood release to improve the environment of the Land of Wind. Given the first Hokage's benevolent nature, he would undoubtedly have been swayed by moral imperatives, happily aiding the Land of Wind in its reforestation efforts. Even the interventions of the second Hokage would likely prove ineffectual in such a noble endeavor. After all, this was a matter of saving lives. Regrettably, Kayasuke lamented taking on this reconnaissance mission. After traversing for so long without encountering a single soul, he felt utterly disheartened. Wait, is that an oasis? In the distance, an oasis appeared, and the presence of such a haven suggested the hope of survival. Once he confirmed it was not a mirage, Kayasuke quickened his pace. In the desert, an oasis represented not only hope, but also a gathering place for life. As long as no Sand Shinobi were present, all would be well. Crossing the dunes, he entered the oasis, seeking refuge beneath a poplar tree. The coolness enveloped him as he sank to the ground. Inhaling deeply, he was alive. He truly could not fathom how the Sand Shinobi managed to endure in such an inhospitable environment. Were he to be left to live in the desert for years on end, he would undoubtedly succumb. He is neither a survival expert like the renowned Bear Grylls, nor a master of endurance like the adept of wilderness, and thus lacks such extraordinary outdoor survival skills. After resting for a while and brushing off the dust, he resolved to seek a source of water. Although he carried an ample supply, it is always prudent to prepare for the unexpected. Venturing deeper into the oasis, he soon sensed something amiss, apart from the sounds of wildlife. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Logically, an oasis, an exceedingly rare resource in the desert, should be bustling with the presence of the Wind Country's inhabitants, yet here, not a soul could be found, nor any sign of the Sand Shinobi. A metallic scent pervaded the air. It was the unmistakable odor of blood. The scent of human blood wafted through the atmosphere, setting off alarm bells in his mind. He held his breath and concealed himself behind a tree. As he cautiously approached, he stumbled upon a gruesome sight by a pool of water, a mound of corpses, their blood staining the sand, all belonging to the Sand Shinobi. Beside the pool sat a young boy with striking red hair and an innocent visage, diligently manipulating a lifeless body as if sculpting it into his desired form. The scene was grotesque, yet the boy's expression remained impassive, his eyes betraying a detached seriousness as he meticulously executed his task. Witnessing this horrifying tableau caused his breath to hitch. The red-haired boy flicked his fingers, and suddenly, dozens of shurikens levitated, hurtling towards him with deadly precision. Even though he was hidden behind the tree, the shurikens seemed to possess a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. The boy stood, frowning slightly, as his chakra threads danced, guiding the shurikens, which, devoid of blood, radiated an unusual heat. This was truly troublesome. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized he had inadvertently attracted the attention of this formidable adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the oasis. This was an opponent far beyond his capabilities, and escape was his only option. It appeared he was indeed a ninja. One could only wonder what he would become if transformed into a puppet. The boy with red hair flashed a smile, an expression of innocent charm belied by the chilling words that followed. He gathered the unfinished creation from the ground and pursued him. You cannot escape. The red-haired youth's speed far surpassed his own as he unfurled a scroll, summoning a puppet with a resounding thud. The puppet lunged forward, spewing forth a barrage of shurikens that penetrated his body, yet he did not falter in his stride. The boy paused, astonished to see the flames enveloping his wounds, mending them almost instantaneously. This revelation only piqued his interest further. You are quite fascinating. Transforming you into a puppet would yield a magnificent masterpiece, destined to become my eternal work of art. Are you out of your mind? He retorted angrily, realizing escape was no longer an option. He turned and raised his hand, conjuring a wall of flames that surged up, creating a barrier between them. The red-haired boy retracted the puppet he had summoned and unveiled another. Should any sand shinobi be present, they would undoubtedly recognize this puppet's true identity. It was none other than the long-missing third Kazekage. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had incited a widespread search in Sunagakure, leading to leaked information that allowed Kumobikure to seize the opportunity, igniting the flames of the third shinobi world war. The red-haired youth, an elder from the hidden sand village and the grandson of Granny Chio, known as the Scorpion of the Red Sand, assassinated the third Kazekage and transformed him into a puppet. It could be argued that the third Great Ninja War was instigated by this individual. After the death of the Leaf Village's White Fang during a mission, Scorpion, unable to avenge his parents, redirected his hatred towards the third Kazekage, believing him responsible for sending his mother and father to the battlefield, which ultimately led to their demise. Thus, he assassinated the third Kazekage and crafted a puppet possessing the magnet release bloodline. Scorpion mused, the Crimson Flow Pearl is insufficient for this battle. Yet this is my most esteemed creation. Allow me to test its prowess. Controlling the third Kazekage's hands, he formed hand seals and summoned waves of iron sand, which instantaneously engulfed the flames. The fleeing Kenkuro, hearing the commotion behind him, could not help but curse aloud, summoning technique. With a thunderous crash, a colossal black serpent emerged in the desert. Standing atop the serpent's head, Scorpion declared, Black Serpent, I entrust this to you. This involves the third Kazekage and the one who eliminated him. What do you mean by that? Is the third Kazekage dead or not? Questioned the Black Serpent. He has been transformed into a puppet, thus confronting two shadow-level powerhouses. How does that sound? I recall you stating that battles lacking strength should not involve you. Now, is this sufficient? The serpent's eyes glinted with a cold light as it faced the overwhelming iron sand. It flicked its tongue and, with a speed unexpected from its massive form, surged into the sea of iron sand. Its powerful tail aimed directly at Scorpion and the third Kazekage puppet. Iron Sand Wall. The iron sand formed an impenetrable barrier far surpassing the Earth-style wall. The serpent's tail struck against it with a resounding crack, causing the iron sand wall to explode, scattering black sand in every direction. Indeed, quite resilient, the black serpent remarked, waving its tail. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Once this is over, I intend to devour this little brat. Can I capture him alive? He still holds value. But perhaps not. This little brat is not so easily subdued. Iron sand is quite troublesome to deal with, even if I wish to confront it. Scorpion gazed at the massive black serpent and said, A summoning beast, is it? No matter. Iron sand rang. Countless fine needles of iron sand were rapidly launched towards the black serpent, spreading widely. The serpent's body twisted rhythmically, its scales tightening as the iron sand needles struck, producing a clattering sound. Its head swayed continuously to avoid being hit, while the Kenkuro above had long since been reduced to a sieve. By my word, had it not been for my unique constitution, I would have perished just now. Are you truly my summoning beast? The black serpent scoffed. If you were to die, it would indicate your inadequacy. You are not worthy of being my contract holder. If you perish, so be it. Is it still possible to switch summoning beasts? Faced with the audacious remarks of the black serpent, Qingjie felt a sense of helplessness. The serpents in the dragon cave were generally of this temperament. Upon reflection, he realized that without the black serpent, escape would be nearly impossible. However, Now that the Black Serpent was preparing to confront the third Kazekage and Scorpion, a slight sense of panic overcame him. Holding his breath, the Black Serpent suddenly spoke. Shinjia promptly complied. As the Black Serpent inhaled deeply, its robust body swelling significantly. Subsequently, a copious amount of purple venom erupted from its maw, instantly enveloping the area within a radius of several hundred meters in a dense cloud of toxic mist. Covering his mouth and nose, Scorpion stood atop the sand iron, gazing down at the obscured visibility caused by the venomous fog, skillfully directing the third Kazekage to launch an assault with sand iron. There, the massive silhouette of the Black Serpent was strikingly conspicuous amidst the toxic haze. The sand iron coalesced into a myriad of colossal polygons, plummeting from the sky. Yet, its attacks had long been sensed by the Black Serpent, which effortlessly evaded them. Within the fog, it uttered, "Hold on tight. Whether or not you can bring him down depends on you." With a flick of its tail, it hurled Shinjia away, breaking free from the encirclement of the venom. Shinjia gasped for air and soared rapidly towards Scorpion. Even as his body was pierced, he remained unfazed, devoid of any sensation of pain. Leo flying kick. Flames ignited around his leg, resembling a meteor streaking downwards. Magnet release, sand iron wall. A wall of sand iron absorbed Shinjia's flying kick. Multiple shadow clone technique. The main body evaded while the shadow clones exclaimed in unison, "Art is an explosion." Boom. The sand iron wall shattered under the explosive force of the shadow clones, revealing Scorpion's indifferent visage within. Mirror fire. With a wave of his hand, a sea of flames surged forth, engulfing Scorpion. Moments later, two figures emerged from the inferno. One was a puppet of the third Kazekage, and the other was Scorpion, ensconced in sand iron. The sand iron, consumed by flames, disintegrated and fell to the ground like ordinary sand. Controlling it further proved impossible. "This is high-temperature demagnetization," Shinjia remarked with a smile. "Once the temperature reaches a certain point, the magnetic force dissipates." Pointing at Scorpion, he added, "Before this flame, your magnetism is as futile as that of a mere chicken." Had Scorpion not acted swiftly, he would have sustained injuries from the previous onslaught. "Is that so?" Scorpion responded with an unusual smile. "Your flames still consume chakra. How much do you possess?" Sand iron ring. The sand iron once again coalesced into fine needles, and under the pervasive flames, those particles lost their magnetic properties. Behind him, the colossal form of the Black Serpent barreled forward, preparing to swallow Scorpion whole. However, a cube of sand iron materialized, propping open its jaws. With a swift motion, it flung the sand iron from its mouth. Little brat. Seeking death, it unleashed a torrent of venom, which landed on the sand iron, instantly corroding a large hole. Troublesome. Scorpion furrowed his brow. With this summoning beast present, the difficulty of capturing Shinjia had increased significantly. "What is your name?" he suddenly inquired. "Shinjia Asakawa," came the reply. "Scorpion, your grandmother is currently engaged in battle." "Oh, have you recognized me? But what does it matter that Granny Chio is fighting? I only need to do what I wish." The timbre of this voice strikes me as rather peculiar. If your parents were present, would you not end up as a mere waste like Merlin? Listening to this sound is perpetually disconcerting. I swiftly returned to the head of the Black Serpent, resolved to make my escape. The Scorpion possesses the strength to slay the third Kazekage, renowned as the most formidable of wind shadows, so I certainly have the capacity to survive. After all, my abilities are rather unorthodox. However, the chakra within me is considerably depleted due to summoning the Black Serpent and maintaining my ethereal form. Prolonging this encounter could be fatal. Black Serpent, retreat. To the Dragon's Cave. The summoning time has not yet elapsed, and I have every intention of claiming that little brat. The Black Serpent, displeased, approached me, not to facilitate an escape, but my indifference to her commands compelled her to dispel the summoning technique and join me in the Dragon's Cave. Have they vanished? No matter, Akagawa Saikai, your body shall undoubtedly be mine. Retracting my puppet, I paid little heed to Saikai's knowledge of my assassination of the third Kazekage. The deed was done. Unless Chiyo and Hozuki came after me, the remaining sand shinobi were hardly a cause for concern. Returning to the oasis, I resolved to complete the unfinished business. In the Dragon's Cave, the Black Serpent and Saikai materialized by the water's edge. The Black Serpent flung Saikai down, exclaiming, "Did you presume I would be defeated? Certainly not, but time is of the essence, and my chakra is dwindling, so it would be prudent to retreat for now. That individual is not to be trifled with." Saikai plopped down, lamenting, "That fellow is a genius among puppet masters. He has dispatched the third Kazekage. I am not yet prepared for a direct confrontation. What ill fortune befalls me to encounter such a monster? Am I truly this unlucky lately? Such matters do not concern me. Only the chakra of the strong is worthwhile to consume. Humph. This shall not be repeated," the black serpent scoffed, clearly displeased. Before diving into the pool, Saikai, too, made his way back to the main base to relay this information to Orochimaru, summoning a serpent to swallow him. On the other side, the white serpent on Orochimaru's table raised its head. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru, through a blood contract, summoned the serpent that had devoured Saikai. Emerging from the serpent's maw, Saikai was covered in a viscous substance. Orochimaru remarked, "It appears you have encountered a formidable foe. Otherwise, you would not have utilized reverse summoning to arrive here." As he cleaned the slime from his body, Saikai replied, "My opponent is Chiyo's grandson, and Orochimaru-sensei. I know who eliminated the third Kazekage." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "You cannot be suggesting that Chiyo's grandson assassinated the third Kazekage? Indeed, not only that, but the third Kazekage has been turned into a puppet retaining his bloodline limit, enabling the use of magnetic release, iron sand. It was merely an unfortunate encounter with him that brought me back. The irony of a puppet master being transformed into a puppet, especially one capable of nullifying puppets, is rather cruel. Fate always seems to play the most mischievous tricks." With a mocking smile, Orochimaru expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Well done, Kyoki-kun. Your intelligence is of paramount importance to Konoha. After enduring countless battles, it is time for your team to return to the village and rest." Upon hearing the prospect of rest, Kyokai's eyes sparkled with delight. After braving the elements for so long, he could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. Compared to the front lines, the peaceful village felt like a paradise on earth. In the midst of war, such holidays were exceedingly precious, and after half a year of relentless combat, Kyokai and his companions had finally returned to Konoha, in stark contrast to the relentless gunfire and lurking dangers of the battlefield. Time in Konoha seemed to have come to a standstill, maintaining its former charm, albeit with noticeably fewer passers-by and merchants. After bidding farewell at the gate, Kyokai returned home, where he first cleaned the dust-laden abode with the aid of his shadow clone. Following this, they indulged in a hearty meal of Ichiraku ramen, and upon returning, Kyokai collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. His slumber was deep and unyielding, lasting until the following afternoon when Asuma came to rouse him. Upon opening the door, Kyokai, with his disheveled hair, inquired, "What is it?" "My father is calling for you," Asuma replied. "The third Hokage seeks me. Just give me a moment." After freshening up, Kyokai emerged a few minutes later, his damp hair styled as he absorbed the moisture. "This ability is quite convenient," Asuma remarked enviously, wishing he could have Kyokai style his own hair, if only his hair were not so coarse. "Shall we go then? By the way, what does the Hokage want with me?" "I am not sure. The old man did not specify," Asuma replied, shaking his head. His father had abruptly instructed him to summon Kyokai, without providing further details. No explanation? What could this be about? Uncertain of the third Hokage's intentions, Kyokai suggested, "In that case, let us proceed. By the way, did he not ask for Kurenai? He only requested you. No need for anyone else," Asuma reassured. "All right, enough chatter. Let us go, and afterward, we can have dinner with Kurenai." The two made their way to the Hokage's office. Inside, as the war commenced, the number of missions had decreased, leading to a shift in the Hokage's responsibilities towards the war, ironically leaving him with a bit more leisure time than before. Seated in his chair, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man with a bandage covering his right eye and an X-shaped scar on his chin. Compared to the dignified demeanor of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this individual exuded a more sinister aura, with his single eye squinting as if he were concocting some nefarious scheme. "Excuse the intrusion," Kyokai and Asuma announced as they entered. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted their arrival with a smile. "Ah, Kyokai, there's no need to be overly formal. I summoned you to clarify a few matters," the scarred man interjected. "Orochimaru's intelligence relayed to the village states that you encountered the scorpion of the red sand and managed to escape unscathed. Furthermore, you confirmed that the third Kazekage was slain by the scorpion?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully introduced. "This is Shimura Danzo, Konoha's Hokage advisor, and he is here regarding this matter as well. Indeed, it was Scorpion who extinguished the life of the third Kazekage." transforming him into a puppet capable of wielding magnetic release, sand, and iron, a fact he himself has openly acknowledged. Kiyoshi glanced at Danzo and remarked, "This fellow covets the position of Hokage. He is not to be trusted, and he possesses a naivete that is alarming. Wielding a kunai against Susanoo, one cannot fathom his thoughts." Of course, the third Hokage was not without his own blemishes. The two cunning foxes pondered in silence for a moment, refraining from inquiring how Kiyoshi had managed to escape. As senior members of the village, they were aware that Kiyoshi was a disciple of Orochimaru, endowed with a unique constitution. Danzo asserted, "Thus, we can ascertain that the instigator of this impending ninja world war is none other than Scorpion of Sunagakure. Hiruzen, this revelation could serve numerous purposes for us. However, the absence of evidence posed a concern. After all, only Kiyoshi had witnessed the event, rendering it a mere anecdote." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Rumors ought to be substantiated with proof. That is not our concern." Danzo retorted, "If there were evidence, would it still be considered a rumor?" He deemed Hiruzen's indecisiveness as unbefitting for the role of Hokage, suggesting instead, "That is not our focus. Disseminating this information could jeopardize Chiyo's position, significantly affecting the battlefront. The grandson of the frontline commander has assassinated the village leader. Regardless of the truth, suspicion will inevitably fall upon Chiyo, and even her brother, Halazang, will not escape scrutiny. With the stability of these key figures compromised, victory under Orochimaru's assault becomes a foregone conclusion. Indeed, if that is the case, I shall assign this task to your root." Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded and departed. Kiyoshi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This essentially relegated all the dirty work to Danzo. Should the truth eventually surface, it would be Danzo's burden to bear, leaving him, the Hokage, unscathed. This cunning old fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "Your intelligence has proven remarkably timely, Asakawa Kiyoshi. Therefore, in light of your contributions to the village, I hereby make an exception and promote you to Special Jonin. I hope you will continue to strive towards becoming a full Jonin. The title of Special Jonin is reserved for those whose strength has not yet reached that of a Jonin, but who possess exceptional talents in specific areas." Hiruzen's elevation of Kiyoshi to Special Jonin was primarily due to the quality of the intelligence he provided, coupled with his military achievements. In truth, given Kiyoshi's accomplishments in assassination, aggressive assaults, and intelligence gathering, he had already demonstrated enough prowess to warrant the title of Jonin. However, to attain full Jonin status, one must excel across all facets, including combat ability and knowledge. Kiyoshi's combat skills were indeed comparable to those of ordinary Jonin, yet his breadth of knowledge still required enhancement. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall devote myself to the village, willing to shed blood and sacrifice for its sake." "Haha, there is no need for such grandiloquence. You may all take your leave now. Asuma and Kiyoshi, enjoy your vacation." Asuma cast an envious glance at Kiyoshi, who had swiftly ascended to the rank of Special Jonin. He understood that given Kiyoshi's strength, it was only a matter of time before he would be promoted to Jonin. The title of Special Jonin was merely a transitional phase. With the war still ongoing, it was likely that he would soon achieve the status of Jonin. Was the gap between them not widening evermore? He felt a sense of reluctance, yet was powerless to change the situation. After all, Shinjie possessed a certain terrifying prowess that even surpassed Kakashi in certain aspects. Who among them would ascend to the rank of Jonin first? "Come on, let's not dawdle," Shinjie urged, patting Asuma on the shoulder. "Let us go find Hong for a meal. I'm starving and haven't eaten all day." "All right, let's go. I wonder if Hong has eaten yet. If not, we could drop by her house for a meal. I've heard her mother's cooking is exquisite." The two strolled out, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched them with a smile, reminiscing about his own youth. He too had once been like that, though he had assumed the mantle of Hokage at a tender age. Gazing at the setting sun, he felt a pang of nostalgia for his lost youth. Holidays always seemed to arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. After a week of respite in the village, they once again found themselves on the battlefield. Danzo, the shadowy figure, was indeed adept at sowing discord. The news of Chiyo's grandson assassinating the third Kazekage, coupled with her ambitions for the Kazekage position, had spread throughout the ranks of the Sand Ninja. Even in Sunagakure, situated 1,000 miles away, the whispers echoed. Although her position as commander remained, her influence had waned significantly, leading to a burgeoning distrust among many. Under the manipulation of certain individuals, the strategies of war in Sunagakure had deviated, resulting in setbacks. Orochimaru, as the frontline commander of Konoha, was not one to let such a golden opportunity slip by. Full-scale offensive. Konoha and Sand Ninja stationed at Kikyo Mountain prepared for an imminent clash. When Qingjie and his companions returned to their base, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Reminiscent of an impending storm, they understood that a great battle was on the horizon. The amassed forces on both sides at Kikyo Mountain exceeded 10,000, signifying a decisive confrontation. Due to Danzo's machinations, Chiyo's command had been undermined, affecting her brother, Aizo. The siblings sensed that their days as commanders were numbered, particularly as their motivations to attack Konoha were not entirely altruistic. Having witnessed 2 major wars, the elder had discerned the signs of decline among the Sand Ninja. It wouldn't be long before they faced defeat. Resolute, they decided to stake everything on a final battle at Kikyo Mountain against Konoha. Should they falter, Sunagakure would withdraw from the Third Shinobi World War and retreat into a defensive posture. Offense would no longer be a viable option. At dawn the following day, Konoha's headquarters sprang into action, with Qingjie and his comrades fully prepared. Standing among the ranks of Konoha was Akatsuki Jinro, who had just returned from a mission. Opposing them was a significant contingent of Sand Ninja, led by Chiyo and Aizo. The Konoha forces were spearheaded by Orochimaru. Chiyo, now aged and reflecting on the past, addressed Orochimaru, "You've done quite well, young one. I've heard Tsunade has withdrawn from Konoha. Otherwise, this war would have been far more interesting." During the Second Shinobi World War, Chiyo's deadly poisons had inflicted great suffering upon Konoha, only to be countered by the emergence of the poison antidote expert, Tsunade, which significantly mitigated Konoha's losses. In this iteration of the Ninja World War, the absence of Tsunade has notably escalated the number of fatalities in Konoha due to poisoning. Even though Orochimaru, accompanied by a cadre of medical ninjas, endeavored to concoct an antidote, their efforts proved too late, resulting in significant loss of life. Without Tsunade, the Sand Ninjas remain no match for Konoha. Yet, one must question, are there truly no more Sand Ninjas? At your advanced age, you still partake in battle, while Sarutobi-sensei is already contemplating the joys of grandparenthood. Anyone can engage in verbal sparring, despite Orochimaru's typically taciturn demeanor. He is quite adept at mockery. Were Jiraiya present, the banter would likely include jabs at Chiyo's age, dancing dangerously close to sensitive topics. Chiyo let out a cold huff. She had been utterly overwhelmed by her grandson's assassination of the third Kazekage. She could hardly fathom that her beloved grandson had grown powerful enough to achieve such a feat. Indeed, she believed that Sasori could have slain the third Kazekage, for his talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Although the specifics of his success eluded her, the coincidental disappearance of the third Kazekage during Sasori's absence lent credence to the notion that her grandson was the culprit. Whispers within the village questioned her suitability as commander, but her old friends quelled the dissent, albeit momentarily. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, she resolved to retire to Sunagakure after the conflict. The absence of her grandson was profoundly disappointing. She remarked, "Orochimaru, that cowardly and cunning old fox, has sent you, a mere serpent, to do his bidding. He certainly plays his cards well. After this war, you might well be nominated as the fourth Hokage, while Sarutobi Hisashi should step aside." Orochimaru, still in his prime, had no intention of retreating. Just then, a crimson signal flare erupted in the rear of Konoha. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and Chiyo smiled, raising her hand to command, "Attack." As her words fell, the once sturdy ground surged with golden sand, resembling a torrential wave of gold rushing toward Konoha. It was the gold dust. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru promptly executed the earth release, earth flow wall, raising a formidable barrier to obstruct the advancing sand. He then summoned a massive purple serpent, his summoning beast, Manda. Manda, known for its foul temper, grumbled, "Hey, Orochimaru, have you summoned me to yet another perilous battlefield? Isn't that stating the obvious? If it weren't dangerous, why would I be here? Aside from the ninjas of Konoha, you may feast upon the rest." Orochimaru retorted with a cold smirk. "You said it yourself. It's been a while since you've had a hearty meal." Manda's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as it slithered past the earth flow wall and confronted the Sand Ninjas, opening its maw wide to devour several bewildered Sand Ninjas in one swift motion. A young ninja with brown hair, witnessing the carnage, quickly manipulated the gold dust into a large hand, attempting to seize Manda, only to have his efforts thwarted. The magnetic release of Tsunegakure was unlike the sandiron of the third Kazekage. Observing the future fourth Kazekage, Raza, controlling the gold dust, Orochimaru made a decisive leap from atop Manda and charged toward him. Although Chiyo poses a significant danger, she pales in comparison to the greater threat that Raza, with his possession of gold dust, presents to Konoha. In fact, he may very well become the next Kazekage. As Orochimaru charged onto the battlefield, the Konoha forces left behind individuals like Shikaku to manage the situation. Shikaku immediately dispatched a portion of their troops to confront the puppet army led by Hibi no Kaza, while the remainder remained on the front lines. Kill. Annihilate those sand-dwelling bastards. For Konoha, the ninjas of Konoha surged forward, and Kayasuke was among them. Flames erupted. A fiery vortex. Explosive tags. Fire projectiles. Various attacks rained down, each claiming a life. Scorch release. Vaporizing kill. A familiar shriek resonated, followed by a horrifying scream. Turning around, Kayasuke witnessed a Konoha ninja, ensnared by 2 fireballs, instantly dehydrated, reduced to a desiccated corpse. The identity of the perpetrator was abundantly clear. Gazing back at Yakumo with a smile, he jested, "Are you so eager for our date?" "No. I am here to kill you." Facing Yakumo, Kayasuke wore a relaxed smile as he remarked, "You must realize that you cannot defeat me. Your presence here is merely an invitation to your own demise." Yakumo's scorch release proved utterly ineffective against him. Her arrival was akin to delivering herself as prey. Yet she remained oblivious to this truth, asserting that was merely an exam. Killing was prohibited, but this is a battlefield. The distinction between the permissibility of killing and the prohibition thereof exists on entirely different planes. Although ninjutsu was not originally designed for the sole purpose of taking lives, over time, its development has gravitated towards potency, striving for the swiftest means to eliminate adversaries. Tailored specifically for warfare. Yakumo's scorch release exemplifies this, rapidly evaporating the moisture within an enemy's body, leading to a swift demise. Such a bloodline limit, crafted explicitly for the purpose of slaying foes, holds little threat in a non-lethal examination, but becomes an unmatched weapon on the battlefield. Little did this young lady comprehend the extent of Kayasuke's abilities and the peril she would soon face. Prepared to perish, Asakawa Kayasuke. With a low growl, a fireball of scorch release hurtled toward him, seemingly intent on vaporizing the moisture from his body, aspiring to transform him into a lifeless husk. Kayasuke promptly dashed through the encircling fireballs, charging directly at Yakumo. In response to Kayasuke's beast-like advance, Yakumo reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping back and launching her kunai. She was taken aback to see Kayasuke, undeterred, allowing the kunai to pierce his body, creating multiple openings as flames filled the gaps. Nevertheless, he continued his relentless charge. Undiminished in speed, the kunai in his hand was aimed precisely at Yakumo's throat. Clang! A kunai flew through the air, deflecting the weapon in Kayasuke's grasp. Turning to see, it was a sand ninja who, while engaged in combat with a Konoha ninja, had intervened to avert Yakumo's crisis. "Yakumo, pull yourself together." After the reminder, the battle with the Konoha ninja resumed. With renewed vigor, he inquired in a somber tone, "What afflicts your body?" "The man's clandestine secrets, if you are still alive. Ask me again in 10 years. A chuckle escaped his lips as he directed his aim at Yi Tsong, unleashing a torrent of sparks from his fingertips. A fire gun. The sparks fell like a torrential rain, leaving no opportunity for Yi Tsong to form her seals, rendering her utterly disheveled. A sand ninja approached from behind, a kunai slicing through Qingjia's skull. Though no blood was shed, the sight was nonetheless terrifying. He pivoted, delivering a powerful punch to the sand ninja, Fire Fist. The close-range explosion of flames erupted forth, incinerating him alive. A piercing scream echoed from his lips, as Qingjia softly remarked, "I apologize. But this is the nature of the battlefield." Just then, 2 puppet blades intersected, cleaving his body into 4 segments. His form collapsed, leaving only 2 legs standing, wounds ablaze. As the fallen body transformed into flames, reconstituting itself. This horrifying spectacle was witnessed by many, instilling profound terror among a group of sand ninjas. Even Chiyo, who was manipulating the puppets, was momentarily taken aback, not expecting a clan from Konoha to possess such secret techniques. However, seasoned by countless battles, she quickly discerned Qingjia's vulnerability. Do not linger in shock, she instructed. That boy's body bears resemblance to the Hozuki clan of Kirigakure, whose bodies are susceptible to lightning techniques. His form is of flames. Thus, he is naturally vulnerable to water techniques. Water style, launch a full-scale assault. Understood. 3 sand ninjas adept in water techniques stepped forward, simultaneously forming seals. Water style, water chaos wave. Water style, water fong bullet. The final ninja, with the most intricate seals, completed the most complex technique, exclaiming, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Indeed, a veteran of the battlefield, he swiftly identified my body's weakness. Evading the water assault with some difficulty, Qingjie found himself standing upon the water surface created by the ninjas. Chiyo, a seasoned warrior who survived 2 ninja world wars, was not to be trifled with. Observing his evasion, the water ninjas turned to Yi Tsang, saying, Yi Tsang-chan, we shall handle this. You go confront the other Konoha ninjas. However, scarcely had the words left their lips when all 3 froze in place, terror etched on their faces. An iron rod elongated, striking one sand ninja aside, swinging left and right, sending the other 2 flying, all fatally struck in the head. Zinzasuk stowed away his Vajra Rui staff, while his companion, Shiri Jinhong, also dismissed her illusion techniques. The 2 continued to coordinate on the battlefield. Qingjie, keenly aware of their presence, felt gratitude swell within him. He turned to Yi Tsang, declaring, You stand no chance against me. Yi Tsang, regrettably, you shall meet your end here today. Flames ignited in his hands, the intense heat distorting the very air around him. As he retrieved a kunai, transforming the fire into a long blade, the inferno raging fiercely upon it. Yi Tsang gritted her teeth as a sand village jonin shouted from behind, Yi Tsang, retreat. He is beyond your capabilities. Water style, water surge wave. A deluge surged forth once more, as Qingjie leaped, treading upon the water's surface, charging towards Yi Tsang. I am the sand shinobi, Yakura of the Scorch Release, and I shall never cower before any adversary. Even when the odds are stacked against me, I refuse to retreat. As I draw my kunai, the clash with the fiery long blade ignites a fierce blaze. The 2 of us engage in close combat, unleashing a flurry of lethal moves. A vulnerability. With a swift strike, Kayasuk disarms Yakura's kunai, leaving an opening wide enough for a decisive blow. In an instant, Yakura's body is cleaved in 2, crumbling into golden sand. A sand clone. When did this happen? Just as he is taken aback, a figure emerges from the water beneath him, bursting forth and splashing Kayasuk, who is drenched as his form solidifies, and the kunai lunges forward. There is no evading it. Kayasuk realizes this and steels himself. Although the flames have extinguished, the searing kunai still pierces through. A spray of warm blood falls. Both he and Yakura stagger back, clutching their wounds. As blood drips into the water below, staining it crimson, Yakura clutches his right arm, where not only has he been stabbed, but the flesh surrounding the wound has been seared, emanating an indescribable scent. Even if this wound heals, it will leave a scar. They both falter. Now is the moment. 2 sand shinobi launch an assault on Kayasuk. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Flames obstruct the 2, as Akane and Asuma arrive, asking, Are you alright? Kayasuk, I'm not dead yet. Meanwhile, more sand shinobi approach Yakura, indicating that neither of them will meet their demise today. They must retreat and target others. Yakura cannot afford to kill today. Kayasuk furrows his brow, surveying the chaotic melee of leaf and sand shinobi. He realizes he cannot unleash his full power without endangering his comrades. Asuma nods, and together with Kayasuk and Akane, they withdraw. Yakura casts a reluctant glance at them, yearning to pursue, yet he understands that Kayasuk, like himself, can engage without hand seals. Even wounded, he poses a formidable threat. I will find the opportunity to end your life in the future. Under the cover of his comrades, he hastily tends to his wounds before charging towards another battlefield. Summoning Jutsu. A serpent, slightly smaller than the black snake, emerges, and standing atop its head, Kayasuk commands, advance with full force and restrain Chiyo. Do not let that old woman issue commands. His earlier defeat stemmed primarily from Chiyo, seeing through his capabilities. Such a seasoned veteran must be restrained from the outset, or she could inflict grievous losses upon the leaf. Akane interjects, but our jonin are already engaged, including Lord Orochimaru and Captain Shin. And my father is in battle as well. Then I shall go, Kayasuk declares through gritted teeth. We are caught between two foes. Hozoshi is right behind us. As long as I remain dry, my body can hold Chiyo at bay until my chakra is depleted. Currently, the leaf holds the upper hand. But being surrounded poses a risk. If the dispatch team fails against Hozoshi, the leaf may face dire consequences. This battle is of paramount importance. Orochimaru is momentarily restrained by the sand gold of Rasha, with several elite shinobi from the sand village present, rendering escape difficult for the time being. It is somewhat arduous for our strategists, including Dujin, to organize the troops effectively. However, I must go. Xingjie gasped, saying, Asuma, take good care of Hong. You go. But do not perish, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Xingjie laughed and chided. Can you wish me some good fortune? I won't die so easily. So do not underestimate me. Be cautious, Asuma urged as he led Hong away from Orochimaru's back. Hong questioned, why must Xingjie go? It is so dangerous. Asuma replied solemnly. Currently, many of Konoha's forces are occupied by the sand shinobi. If we do not find a way to break the deadlock, we shall suffer mutual destruction. Trust in Xingjie. He will not fall so easily. Observing that departing figure, he declared, he shall certainly survive. Konoha's young ones, prepare for your demise. Chiyo, with her enduring strength, commanded her puppets to wreak havoc on the battlefield, deftly orchestrating the chaos. As a master puppeteer, controlling 4 puppets was far from her limit, but on this battlefield, for would suffice. Ordinary Konoha elite shinobi could not approach her, let alone attempt a surprise attack. When a colossal serpent boldly charged towards her, Chiyo smiled. Is that Orochimaru's brash disciple? Truly audacious to come straight for me. Old hag, prepare to die? Xingjie bellowed. Chiyo's expression soured. Despite his youth, his tongue was quite foul. It seems Konoha's education leaves much to be desired. I shall have to discipline you on behalf of your teacher. A puppet soared forward, its abdomen opening to unleash a torrent of black liquid. Mistaking it for water, Xingjie leaped aside, only to have it drench the top of the serpent. At that moment, a pipe extended from one puppet's hand, and a searing flame erupted, igniting the black liquid. Oil. He suddenly comprehended. It was not water but oil. Once ignited, the serpent writhed in agony, rolling on the ground and crushing many unfortunate souls, both from Konoha and the sand. Neither paid it any mind. Chiyo deftly manipulated her fingers, sending 2 puppets flying forth. With a flick of her fingers, she shot out steel wires that ensnared him. As Xingjie fell, ready to break free, he noticed Chiyo forming seals, sensing impending doom. Lightning release, activate. Lightning surged along the wires, shocking him with excruciating pain. The sensation was unbearable. Damn it. Can I not completely immune myself against lightning release? This formless energy, elementalized, still affects me, causing some damage without being fatal. Yet, the full body paralysis is quite unpleasant. Konoha's young one. This illustrates the disparity in battle experience. Your physique is unique, akin to that of the Hozuki clan. Their bodies are unable to resist lightning release, just as yours cannot withstand water release. However, pure energy attacks devoid of form can still inflict harm upon you. Chiyo approached, surrounded by her 4 puppets. Addressing the prostrate Xingjie softly. Is that so? Orochimaru once remarked, albeit I have forgotten the specifics, that neglecting one's studies leads to dire consequences. However, Chiyo, you may be a competent commander, yet you fall short as a guardian. The transformation of Sasori into his current state is partly attributable to your negligence. Upon hearing her beloved grandson's name, Chiyo's expression stiffened. She bore a sense of guilt towards Sasori and harbored disdain for Konoha's white fang, who had slain her son and daughter-in-law. Yet, she found herself unable to counter Kyosuke's words. It was indeed her neglect and the failures of Tsunagekyu's education that had led him astray. The 3rd Kazekage had once shared a deep bond with her son and felt remorse over the death of his son and daughter-in-law. Consequently, he took great care of Sasori and placed his trust in him. Otherwise, he would not have fallen victim to Sasori's ambush. The 3rd Kazekage, possessing the iron sand, was the nemesis of puppetry, and Sasori's abilities largely resided within his puppets. Had it not been for the Kazekage's misplaced trust in Sasori, perhaps he would have survived. Chiyo pondered this as she faced the boy, younger than her grandson, and inquired, So, you have encountered Sasori? Do you believe the rumors circulating in Tsunagakure arose from mere fiction? I have witnessed firsthand the assault launched by him through the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage. The human puppets, crafted by Sasori, were grotesquely transformed from the deceased, retaining their abilities from life. a fact Chiyo was well aware of. Thus, when the rumors in Sunagakure began to circulate, she had recognized their truth. It seems you possess knowledge of my dear grandson's whereabouts. Consider yourself fortunate, for I shall spare your life, though I shall not let you go unscathed. If you can catch me, you failure of a guardian. Suddenly, flames erupted, converging upon him. Chiyo, sensing the terrifying chakra compressed within Kayasuk, prepared to intervene. You mad lad. With no time to retreat, she swiftly employed her puppets for protection. Art is an explosion. Ulp-bomb. Boom. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended on the battlefield, the commotion drawing the attention of most onlookers. Chiyo-sensei. Chiyo-sensei, she must be unharmed. The destructive power emanating from Konoha was alarmingly formidable. Sunagakure ninjas employed wind techniques to disperse the smoke, revealing a blue chakra barrier. Inside, Chiyo appeared unscathed. Yet her puppets were riddled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Crack, crack. The puppets crumbled, and Chiyo took a deep breath, remarking, I did not anticipate this lad possessed such a lethal technique. I have underestimated him. Indeed, you have underestimated me. Emerging from the flames, Kayasuk declared, Chiyo, that attack is but a fraction of my repertoire. I could unleash it a dozen times more. Care for a demonstration? Chiyo scoffed, you insolent brat. What do you have to gloat about? You think you can wield such techniques a dozen times? At your age, unless you hail from the Uzumaki or Shinju clans, there is no way you possess sufficient chakra for that many attacks. Kayasuk chuckled, as expected from you, Chiyo, a veteran who has endured 2 great ninja wars. At your advanced age, it may be time to return to the village and enjoy your retirement. Humph. My physique remains robust, and as for your 3rd Hokage, has he not also clung tenaciously to his position? If he has not stepped down, what reason do I have to yield? Moreover, my adversaries are none other than you from Konoha, thus retreat is even less an option. You, little rascal, exhibit not an ounce of decorum. Oh dear, how could one utter such words? In this village, I am renowned for my respect towards the elderly and affection for the young, treating all with courtesy. Even the 3rd Hokage has praised me, save for the occasional teasing of his son. A good person I am, indeed. With a resounding clap of his hands, Xingjie ignited into a blaze, proclaiming, Come forth, Granny Chiyo. What an audacious little imp. Several figures approached Chiyo, stating, Lady Chiyo, allow us to deal with this brat. My ambitions do not involve you few misfits. He continues to taunt. Alas, as the tail end of the 5 great shinobi villages, were it not for our financial woes, we would have long perished. It is utterly baffling why the Cloud Village would attack the Sand Village. It is a venture fraught with losses, merely because a 3rd Kazekage met his demise. How tragic. Our 3rd Hokage has fallen. One must wonder if the Cloud Village would dare to act against us. With the formidable Orochimaru and Jiraiya in our ranks, even the Cloud Village would hesitate to strike during a sneak attack on Konoha. Yet, it is likely that the brash individuals from the Cloud Village would charge forth regardless. The others, gritting their teeth, found Xingjie's words struck a chord deep within their hearts. The death of the 3rd Kazekage was indeed the catalyst of this war, and the Cloud Village's sneak attack upon them was an undeniable fact. Were it not for an agreement with the Earth Country to restrain the Lightning Country while they themselves assailed the Fire Country, we might very well be in a defensive struggle now. Little imp, I shall tear your mouth asunder. He is agitated. How amusing. Are you unwilling to acknowledge it? Evading reality, are we? Mad with rage, Xingjie has incited a tempest of fury. One sand shinobi could no longer contain himself, roaring as he drew a massive shuriken from his back and hurled it with great force. The shuriken sliced through Xingjie's form, yet he grasped it, chuckling. What splendid ninja tools. Allow me to borrow them. He then threw the shuriken once more. Simultaneously, forming hand seals, he invoked the shadow shuriken technique. This technique, learned from Asuma, has proven infallible, as numerous shuriken filled the air. The sand shinobi who had thrown the shuriken was struck with terror, paralyzed with uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. Wind release, godly wind. An experienced sand shinobi immediately summoned wind to blow away the shuriken before him, stating gravely, This little imp is unlike the other chunin from Konoha. We cannot underestimate him. That last maneuver was not something an ordinary chunin could achieve. Shall we engage in a righteous brawl? Xingjie smiled lightly. I have companions as well. Summoning the summoning technique. An enormous black serpent materialized upon the battlefield, its cold eyes surveying the crowd, declaring, Xingjie, I have yet to settle the score for your previous escape. Haha. leaping atop the serpent's head. Qingjia pointed at Chiyo and said, "Do you see? That is the grandmother of the individual from last time, possessing considerable strength. You may devour her, but first, you must deal with a few pesky flies. They are the ones, indeed." Casting a glance at the esteemed Jonin, he beheld the formidable Manda engaged in battle and remarked, "Ah, it seems that Manda has also arrived. Of course, he is the summoned beast of my master, Orochimaru. Enough of this idle chatter, let us proceed." The body of the black serpent commenced its movement, astonishingly swift, effortlessly evading attacks as its massive tail lashed out toward Chiyo. Despite her advancing years and no longer being in her prime, Chiyo's agility remained remarkable. She deftly dodged the assault and, utilizing the momentum from the displaced stones, leaped onto the back of the black serpent, hastening towards Kyukai. "You little brat from Konoha, surrender your life." Chiyo rapidly closed the distance, her exquisite taijutsu making it exceedingly difficult for Kyukai to counter the onslaught. Is this the terror of the older generation? Far more formidable than I had anticipated. As Kyukai braced against Chiyo's assault, flames surged around him, forming a barrier that repelled her, declaring, "Black Serpent, those clad in brown garments are all sand shinobi. Approach them as you wish." Understood. Kyukai leapt from atop the serpent's head, with Chiyo also retreating. She deftly manipulated her fingers, sending chakra threads to connect with the multitude of shuriken and kunai scattered on the ground, all aimed at attacking Kyukai. "Grandma Chiyo, spare your efforts. I am immune to physical attacks." "I am well aware," she replied, her fingers dancing as a plethora of shuriken and kunai surrounded him. Observing the arrangement of weapons around him, a sense of foreboding washed over Kyukai as his body ignited into flames, racing towards Chiyo. Lightning release, false darkness. In an instant, a surge of lightning erupted, striking Kyukai and intertwining with the kunai, creating a dense network of electricity that ensnared his fiery form. Regaining his human shape, he remarked, "Truly impressive, Grandma Chiyo. You found a way to restrain me so swiftly." Although his body remained in an elemental state, he could no longer revert to the previous flaming form. This was indeed unfortunate news. Having lived long, one naturally acquires wisdom. "Oh, so you admit to your age?" Chiyo retorted. "This insufferable brat, even if he survives, will struggle to find a girlfriend when he grows up. Sharp-tongued little imp, prepare to meet your demise." As the lightning dissipated, Chiyo lunged forward, seizing the opportunity while Kyukai's body was momentarily paralyzed, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. "I shall not perish so easily." A multitude of serpents emerged from his summoning, their numbers overwhelming and spine-chilling. One serpent approached from behind, opening its jaws to swallow him whole and burrow into the earth. "Fleeing, are we?" He produced a puppet, using it to shred the bodies of the serpents. Chiyo disregarded him, charging into the fray. Just then, the massive serpent that had swallowed Kyukai erupted from the ground, exhaling a torrent of flames. Chiyo countered the inferno, scoffing, "You think such tricks can ambush me? You underestimate my prowess." The flames coalesced in midair, taking on a humanoid form as Kyukai declared, "No, it is far from that. Do not underestimate me." Infernal fire, crimson lotus formation. Hardly had the words left his lips when a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, followed by another, and yet another, encircling Chiyo and sealing off any possibility of retreat, while the earth beneath her feet grew increasingly scorching. Beneath the earth, the doppelganger of Qingjia intensified its firepower, merging their assaults and concentrating their might beneath Chiyo's feet, poised for an imminent eruption. Such a tactic, how underestimated I was. Yet, those of the elder generation possessed their own methods for survival. 10 puppets emerged, each of Chiyo's 10 fingers connected by threads of chakra. The Jinsong 10, an exquisite creation of the former puppet master, Monzo, this formidable technique allowed the manipulation of 10 powerful puppets. Chiyo had once employed this art single-handedly to conquer a city. Boom! The ground beneath erupted, blazing flames soaring into the sky, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. Glaringly prominent upon the battlefield, defeat loomed. Qingjia let out a grunt. His chakra had significantly dwindled, yet he was still prepared for battle. Since the onset of war, his chakra had been growing at an accelerated pace, surpassing his previous limits, rendering him unconcerned for his own well-being. A sphere burst forth from the flames, revealing the Jinsong 10, their clothing charred, alongside a somewhat disheveled Chiyo, who shielded herself with her puppets. Chiyo cast a menacing glance at Qingjia. Regardless of the outcome of this conflict, This young boy must not survive. With his strength, he could never be allowed to live. Otherwise, he could become another Konoha White Fang. Such offensive prowess at such a tender age. If he were to mature, the consequences would be dire. Should another adversary like the Konoha White Fang arise, Sunagakure would never be able to lift its head again. Thus, she resolved to eliminate Chingjia at all costs. Or else the Sand Shinobi would face an interminable struggle. Let this white secret, the Jinsong 10, be the end of your life. Ah, so this is Monzo's masterpiece. Indeed, it is a remarkable piece. You puppeteers should forsake the path of ninjas and pursue crafting figurines instead, for that would surely yield great fortune. Chingjia's thoughts flowed so rapidly that Chiyo struggled to keep pace. It seems you have studied us as well, but you must perish here today. Not necessarily. Chingjia shook his head, invoking the shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones materialized beside him, all engulfed in flames, launching an assault on Chiyo. The 3 treasures collapsed. Controlling 3 puppets to form a character, he simultaneously formed hand seals as mechanisms on his mouth activated, each projecting the characters for Buddha, Law, and Monastic, engendering a powerful tornado. The shadow clones, along with Chingjia, were inevitably swept into the formation. Damn it! Chingjia cursed. He would not concede easily. Just as the clones were caught within the vortex, they detonated simultaneously, the ensuing flames and energy scattering the formation. Mirror fire. A sea of flames erupted, as 2 puppets spread their arms wide, creating a blue barrier that warded off the encroaching inferno. Chiyo's fingers curled, weaving phantom-like images, as 3 puppets maneuvered around the flames. Advancing toward him, 1 puppet unleashed a torrent of water, catching Chingjia off guard and drenching him, rendering his body unable to elementalize. Another puppet launched an arm, which exploded midair, sending forth countless poisoned sunbon flying toward him. A colossal serpent emerged, intercepting all the venomous puppets aimed at him. Just as he prepared to evaporate the beads of water clinging to his skin, the serpent was abruptly cleaved in 2, and a puppet wielding a blade lunged at him, denying him the chance to dissipate the moisture. The clash of kunai and long sword resonated, as Kayasuk retreated, contemplating a strategy. At that moment, a swift binding strike ensnared him. The long sword descended menacingly. This is dire. A resounding clang. An iron rod materialized, intercepting the blade, as Shino came to his aid. Wounded, Shino inquired, "Are you unharmed, Kayasuk?" "I'm fine," he replied, flames igniting around him, evaporating the moisture. He cautioned, "Captain Shino, be wary. These 10 puppets are the renowned Jinsho from Sunagakure, perfectly synchronized in their coordination. I just fell into their trap." Each puppet possessed unique attributes: ranged, melee, area, single target, physical, elemental, and ceiling attacks, allowing for seamless offensive and defensive maneuvers. I am aware of the illustrious reputation of Chiyoba from the sand. Yet to bully a junior is beneath one's dignity, Shino remarked, gripping his formidable weapon. "That rod. Are you of the Sarutobi clan? What relation do you hold to Sarutobi Hisashi?" Chiyo recognized Shino's weapon and inquired. "He is my father." "Now that is intriguing. Konoha's White Fang caused me to lose my son and daughter-in-law. That wretch committed suicide, thwarting my vengeance. Therefore, I shall settle for the head of Sarutobi Hisashi's offspring instead. My head is right here, should you manage to claim it." Shino snorted, stating, "Kayasuk, as per usual." Understood. As companions in the same assassination unit, they had developed a tacit understanding over time. In an instant, they separated, with Kayasuk charging ahead, while Shino created a shadow clone, his original self propelling forward. The long staff extended, piercing through Kayasuk's form, striking the puppet armed with a chain scythe. 2 puppets attacked from opposing directions. As Shino's shadow clone formed hand seals, earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. In the next moment, the paths of both Kayasuk and his original self were sealed by earthen walls, prompting Kayasuk to burst forth. The Vajra rod swept across, sending the 2 puppets flying. Kayasuk delivered a powerful blow, toppling 1 puppet, and approached Chiyo. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was yet another puppet. In the next instant, dark runes enveloped his entire being, and beneath his feet, a circle of black serpents emerged, with a character for close at its center. "Hey, young one. You are still too inexperienced," Chiyo taunted. Unbeknownst to him, Chiyo had switched places with one of the puppets. She unveiled her cloak, revealing her true self, and remarked, "This is the folly of lacking combat experience. A puppet master would never allow their foe to close in." If they do, it is merely a trap to draw the enemy closer. Witnessing Kayasuke's predicament, Shino immediately activated his ninjutsu. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground beneath their feet morphed into a treacherous swamp, capable of devouring lives. Xingjie found his feet ensnared, barely avoiding a blade that swung toward his head. Meanwhile, Chiyo adeptly maneuvered with her puppets, sacrificing one that utilized sealing techniques. He felt a sense of relief. Being short had its advantages, and he was fortunate to have Shinizuke by his side. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. Chiyo, that formidable old woman, had cunningly set a trap for him without anyone, including Shinizuke, noticing. Shinizuke lifted Xingjie's clothing with his staff, pulling him out of the sealing technique's range. Once free, the technique lost its potency, and Xingjie regained his mobility, exhaling deeply. "Thank you, Captain Shinizuke. I was careless and almost met my end," he remarked. "Be cautious. Chiyo is not like the sand shinobi we have previously defeated. She is a tough adversary," Shinizuke warned, intent on preventing Xingjie from suffering another setback. It was evident that seasoned veterans, having survived 2 ninja world wars and risen to high ranks within the village, were formidable foes. Their strength was unquestionable, compounded by the terrifying battle experience accumulated over those conflicts. "I understand. This is a battlefield crowded with foes. Otherwise, I would unleash a devastating move to level this place," Xingjie declared ominously. "Enough with the theatrics. Focus on dealing with this old witch," Shinizuke urged, knowing that banter was not an option at that moment. Surrounded by 9 puppets, Chiyo was well guarded. Even the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would require considerable time to defeat her in such a state, let alone Xingjie and Shinizuke. "Go." One of the puppets launched a barrage of poison needles. Shinizuke swiftly wielded his Vajra rod, creating an impenetrable wall, a barrier so tight that not even water could seep through. Unlike Xingjie, who was flesh and blood, he could not afford to disregard physical attacks. Earth Release, Earth Spike. A multitude of spikes erupted, and the puppets sprang into action, shattering the stone protrusions. "To ambush me, you still have a long way to go. You 2 youngsters possess commendable abilities, but that is where it ends," Chiyo remarked. "Indeed, it ends here," Xingjie and Shinizuke exhaled in unison, a sense of relief washing over them. "Do you think I would fall for your trickery, you leaf brat?" "My master, Orochimaru, has already secured victory," Xingjie retorted. Eyeing the battlefield behind Chiyo, where Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword, having wounded the sand shinobi, Rasha. Feeling the sting in his shoulder, Rasha grunted, "Orochimaru, we sand shinobi will never be defeated." "No, you have already lost," Orochimaru smirked, licking his lips. "Chiyo is occupied by my disciple and Shinizuke, while I have you restrained. The command of the leaf does not rest solely with me." The countenance of Rasha darkened instantly as a significant amount of sand gold surged forth, creating a barrier between him and Orochimaru. As the sand gold dissipated, Rasha vanished from sight. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes coldly glanced towards Chiyo's direction. Sensing the gaze, Chiyo turned and met his eyes. It was evident that Rasha had failed. Still too young, indeed. In this battle, the sand ninja had suffered defeat. Bang, 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 bang. Signal flares ascended one after another into the sky, heralding the retreat amidst the battlefield. The sand ninja, who were already on the brink of collapse, began their orderly withdrawal. Chiyo sighed deeply. Compared to the formidable Konoha, the sand ninja were indeed lacking, their foundation insufficient. Coupled with the inhospitable terrain, how many capable ninjas could they possibly possess? The sand ninjas' resources no longer permitted any further offensives. How infuriating! Had their logistical reserves doubled, she could have halted Konoha at the borders of the land of rivers. Alas, it was not to be. Filled with resentment, yet feeling helpless, she glanced at Kayasuke. There was now no opportunity to eliminate him. In another decade, Konoha would likely produce another individual of the caliber of the White Fang. Rasha could have led the village towards prosperity, but, with this thought, she found herself cursing the White Fang again. What a scoundrel for not having the foresight to bear a son. Kakashi. As the sand ninja began their retreat, Chiyo chose to depart as well. Orochimaru approached Shinosuke and Kayasuke, saying, "Well done, you managed to delay Chiyo, preventing her from commanding the battlefield. Excellent. Upon returning, report the details of the battle to me. Shinosuke, instruct the others not to pursue. Do not chase a cornered enemy." "Understood. Assess the casualties." "Yes." This battle had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, yet the losses were considerable. Everyone had fought with fervor, resulting in injuries on all sides. The Konoha forces retreated to their encampment, sustaining a loss of 1.5% of their troops. In Orochimaru's eyes, this was an acceptable toll, given the nature of the confrontation. He remarked, "Position personnel to monitor the movements of the Sand Ninja from a distance. By determining their actions now, we can preemptively strategize our next steps and see if we can deal a decisive blow to the Sand Ninja. Only by inflicting pain can we ensure they do not rise again." Of course, he understood that this state of affairs would not last long, but for now, the Sand Ninja's immobility sufficed. Summon the members of the Sunset Crimson Squad. Shortly thereafter, Kayasuke and his companions entered the tent. Upon their arrival, Orochimaru stated, "The Hidden Mist Village launched a sudden attack. The situation in the Land of Water is dire, and Konoha requires support. Kayasuke, your abilities have been revealed. You must go to the Land of Water. But there are a multitude of water-released ninjas there. I want to be able to fully utilize my strengths," Kayasuke protested. "Then you will be no different from an ordinary ninja. Do not overly rely on this ability. Go. I will appoint a reliable temporary leader to look after you." Orochimaru decisively decided to send his disciple for training, knowing that relying solely on elemental transformation would ultimately lead to disadvantage. It was better to acclimatize first. While water release would hinder his elemental transformation, it would not claim his life, and he did not believe Kayasuke would perish there. The situation between Konohagakure and Sunagakure has stabilized. With Orochimaru overseeing matters, there are no longer significant concerns for the Land of Wind. The offensive from Kirigakure has compelled Konoha into a state of passive defense, deploying a cadre of newly promoted Chunin to fend off the attacks. A necessity born from the inability to allocate sufficient forces. Now that stability has been achieved in this region, it is imperative to dispatch reinforcements to confront the ongoing threats elsewhere. Presently, Konoha finds itself surrounded by adversaries. Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure have all declared war against Konoha, while Iwagakure, under the watchful eye of the ever-cunning Inoki, lurks in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to carve out a piece of Konoha for itself. The battleground lies in the Land of Waves, a nation encircled by the sea, strategically positioned between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. This land, devoid of any ninja villages, offered little resistance once war was declared by the Land of Water. The ninjas of Kirigakure swiftly seized control, utilizing it as a launching point to incessantly harass the borders of the Land of Fire. However, Konoha is not without its defenses. After expelling Kirigakure from the Land of Fire, Konoha now stands at a standoff with them in the Land of Waves. Seiji and his companions were merely the first to receive orders, with additional forces expected to follow. After gathering their provisions from the logistics department, the trio hastened towards the Land of Waves to provide reinforcement. The intentions of Kirigakure are well known. They aim to capitalize on the opportunity for gain. Yet the overwhelming power of Konoha dissuades them from taking significant action, relegating their efforts to minor skirmishes, as they are outnumbered, particularly in recent years. The Blood Mist moniker is not without reason. The ninjas graduating each year are few, but are elite in their prowess. After 3 days of travel, the trio finally arrived in Konoha, where they were greeted by a striking young man with long black hair and captivating white eyes. These were not cataracts, but rather the Byakugan, a unique bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. The Byakugan, alongside the Sharingan, is renowned as one of the 2 great ocular techniques, possessing superior insight, particularly crucial on the battlefield against Kirigakure. The humid climate of the Land of Waves often engenders thick fog, coupled with Kirigakure's specialized techniques of concealment and silent assassination, creating a formidable environment for them. Ordinary ninjas are significantly hindered by the visibility issues posed by the weather. However, the Byakugan remains unaffected, making the Hyuga clan indispensable to reconnaissance missions in this locale. "I am Hyuga Hizashi. I have received Lord Orochimaru's orders. From this moment forth, I shall serve as your temporary captain," he stated with a calm demeanor, though internally apprehensive about leading such a distinguished team, which included the son of the 3rd Hokage, a disciple of Orochimaru, and the daughter of the Chunin instructor, Yuhi Kurenai. A single misstep could spell trouble. Seiji glanced at Hizashi, recalling the father of Niji, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, who had once been forced to substitute for his twin brother. "Greetings, Captain Hizashi." After the 3 introduced themselves, Nichi nodded and said, "Follow me." The land of water is currently in the rainy season, which puts us at a disadvantage in battle. Please be cautious. I will first take you to the headquarters. The battle in the land of water is overseen by the Leaf Village's Hokage advisors, Mido Gate-in and Tozo Komatsu. Both of these venerable figures, much like the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the leader of the Root, Shimura Danzo, are disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. They have experienced both the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, endowing them with profound combat expertise. The third Hokage entrusted this battlefield to them precisely due to their extensive experience. Otherwise, if a less qualified individual were to take charge, such a meager force would struggle to maintain their defense. The conflict with the Hidden Mist is primarily defensive. Two elderly men, of similar age to Chiyo, sat discussing the forthcoming strategies when Nichi entered with the three to report on their mission. Asuma, known for his playful demeanor, paid little heed to Kurenai, instead sizing up Kayasuk from head to toe. Mido Gate-in then remarked, Orochimaru has sent you here, but your abilities will be severely restricted in this place. It may have been better for you not to come at all. The battle against the Hidden Mist had seen even the Uchiha clan, renowned for their proficiency in fire techniques, abstaining from participation, primarily due to the dense fog that obscures the view of the Sharingan and the unwelcoming conditions for their fire jutsu. Kayasuk's flames, akin to those of the Uchiha clan, would similarly be diminished here. He replied, Orochimaru-sensei suggested I come to hone my skills, stating that I have become overly reliant on my physical immunity. My demise was a result of underestimating my opponents. Orochimaru recognized Kayasuk's excessive dependence on his abilities, prompting him to send him to the battlefield in the land of water to sharpen his awareness. Tozo Komatsu added, he is also capable of being ruthless. The foolish son of the Sarutobi clan has been dispatched here as well. For now, you should be incorporated into Nichi's reconnaissance team. Further missions will follow. Understood, they replied. The four departed from the group, and Nichi led them to his tent, which, though cramped, could accommodate all four of them. The environment in the land of wind is unbearably dry, while here it is oppressively damp. It is quite uncomfortable, Kayasuk lamented. The humid climate of the land of water, exacerbated by the rainy season, rendered the air unbearably moist. After just a brief exposure, they felt as though they had immersed themselves in water. Boom! Thunder rumbled overhead as torrential rain pelted the tent, creating a cacophony of sound. Nichi explained, this is the nature of the land of water's environment. The humidity can be quite distressing. Additionally, here is something for you. He produced a packet of medicine and distributed it to the three, its pungent aroma filling the air. Due to the climate being exceptionally conducive to insect proliferation, there are numerous pests here, including many venomous creatures. This medicine is intended to repel them. In the land of water, the unique geographical and climatic conditions have allowed many insects to thrive. Initially, there were frequent incidents of individuals falling ill from various troublesome diseases due to poisonous insect bites, causing significant complications for the Leaf Village. Thus, to mitigate such occurrences, the medical ninjas of Konoha, along with the Yamanaka clan, who specialize in breeding and controlling insects, developed this repellent medicine. Due to the effects of this deworming medication on the insects nurtured by the Oil clan, its members now reside in a corner of their stronghold. Owing to their unique constitution, these toxic creatures do not bite them. In fact, some have even become their weapons. Here, akin to the Hyuga clan, they too have joined the ranks of the reconnaissance unit. Outside, the rain falls heavily, the droplets striking the tent with a rhythmic patter. Nichi remarked, with such torrential rain, it is highly unlikely that the Mist clan will launch an assault. However, once the rain ceases, our task will begin. Take this opportunity to rest well. The downpour intensified, rendering the Mist clan's mist techniques ineffective, thus providing Konoha a brief respite. Yet, the true troubles would emerge once the rain stopped. The mist would undoubtedly strike, as Konoha had discerned their timing for an attack. The rain caused darkness to descend quickly, and Asuma, patting his stomach, declared, Kayasuk, I am hungry. Let us roast something to eat. Just as Nichi was about to mention that the wet conditions would make it difficult to ignite a fire, he witnessed flames erupting from Kayasuk's palm. Ah, this, Kayasuk explained, is a special trait of my clan, which has only awakened in my generation. I see, Nichi nodded, noticing the veins around his eyes swelling grotesquely. What is this? Through his Byakugan, he observed that Kayasuk's arm had entirely transformed into a mass of flames, while the rest of his body remained flesh and blood. This state felt oddly familiar. He suddenly recalled the members of the Hozuki clan he had encountered on the battlefield, who bore a similar appearance, albeit Kayasuke shifted from water to flame. Noticing Nichi's scrutiny, Kayasuke curiously inquired, "Captain Nichi, what is the composition of my body?" He was eager to understand how he appeared under the gaze of the Byakugan. Nichi responded, "You are composed purely of flames." This is somewhat akin to the Hozuki clan's condition, but their nemesis is lightning. I hope your weakness is not water. Is it truly wise for you to engage on the battlefield against the mist? Among the ninjas of the mist, a single blow could easily fell 5. With at least 4 adept at water techniques. Is this lad not courting death? My teacher, Orochimaru, insists on training me. Besides, encountering water will not be as fatal for me as it is for the Hozuki clan when confronted with lightning. I can still fight. I merely need to exercise caution. Taking the meat slice from Asuma, he produced a long knife, placing the meat upon it while positioning his hand beneath, initiating a teppanyaki-style cooking. What a remarkably convenient ability. He mused. Captain Nichi, what would you like to roast? I shall assist you. That would be much appreciated, Nichi replied without hesitation. The incessant rain had rendered the firewood damp, depriving them of warm meals for several days. Seizing this opportunity to enjoy a hot meal, he would not let it slip away. The Hyuga clan is known for its strict upbringing. Its members tend to adhere to rules and propriety with utmost seriousness. Even during meals, Nichi was not as carefree as Asuma and Kayasuke. After a simple feast of grilled meat, he took it upon himself to clean up, while Akane stepped out to dispose of the waste. Kayasuke, I want to sleep in the middle, Asuma whispered to Kayasuke. Huh, Kayasuke replied, puzzled. Your thoughts are transparent. Do not presume I am unaware. Everyone is present. What more can you accomplish? Even if you wish to act, your capabilities are insufficient. Do you believe you can elude the keen gaze of Captain Nichi? Confronted by his scornful stare, Asuma coughed, tightening his grip around his neck, and remarked, Are we brothers? If so, allow me to rest in the center. If you dare utter a word about brotherhood, I shall draw my blade. This would be the remuneration for a single D-rank mission. Red is so endearing, and she is indeed the daughter of Teacher Shinju. I cherish her as a sister among my dearest friends. What? An increase in payment is necessary. Asuma, very well. The compensation shall be for 2 D-rank missions. So, Red's worth in your eyes amounts to merely the value of 2 missions, Asuma? It seems her standing in your heart is rather low, despite your professed affection. Your feelings appear quite trivial. Qingjia whispered in his ear, akin to the devil's whisper, what do you reckon a knight's slumber beside Red is worth? The choice lies with you. At such proximity, should Red engage in sleepwalking, she might just embrace you. Embrace. Asuma's eyes widened in shock as he painfully retrieved a small wallet, placing it in Qingjia's hands, declaring, it's all yours. Keep your distance from Red and me this evening. Meanwhile, Nichi remained silent, pondering the dark inclinations of this child. The foolish son of the Hokage. Red returned, holding an umbrella, propping it aside, and upon observing that the 3 had commenced making the bed, she joined in. Lying down in her designated spot, she found herself beside Asuma instead of Qingjia, who was supposed to be there. The Sarutobi clan is known for their precociousness, and Asuma appeared quite mature for his age. Beside Asuma were Qingjia and Nichi. Due to space constraints, such arrangements were necessary. Being a small team, there was little to contest, especially since they were all clothed beneath the covers. Qingjia, the blankets are damp, it's rather uncomfortable. The moisture and peculiar odor emanating from the blankets were bothersome. Do not gaze at me. If you wish to avoid me igniting the blankets, let me sleep undisturbed. Endure it. This is how it is here, Nichi advised. Rest now. Asuma, should you grind your teeth tonight, I shall cast you out. You snoring buffoon, do not implicate me. The 2 bickered, while Red shook her head with a smile, turning away as she gently drifted into slumber. That night, Nichi endured the symphony of Qingjia's snoring and Asuma's teeth grinding. The following morning, faint dark circles adorned Nichi's eyes. Observing Asuma, who was unceremoniously embracing Qingjia, Red chuckled. Their bond is truly strong, but when Asuma awakens, he is bound to face Qingjia's wrath. I wish to eliminate both of them right now, Nichi expressed, admiring Red. Realizing that the young girl had likely not slept well during her initial interactions with them, yet had somehow adapted. Is it dawn already? Qingjia groggily opened his eyes. Feeling a heaviness in his abdomen, squinting, he discerned a leg, a man's leg, and the sound of breathing nearby. Red stood to one side, and Nichi had also risen, making the answer painfully obvious. Damn you, Asuma. I shall slay you. As the dawn broke, accompanied by a flurry of activity, the group hastily consumed their breakfast. Sunlight, gazing at the ebony-eyed Asuma and the unperturbed Qingjia, declared, "Today, our mission is to patrol the surroundings to prevent ambushes by the mist ninjas. If conditions permit, we shall venture into the mist territory to gather intelligence." Understood? Yes. As a reconnaissance team, their duty was to scout and eliminate the enemy, and if the opportunity arose, to extract information. With his Byakugan, Sunlight could discern the enemy with remarkable precision. The coastal land of water was notorious for its foggy weather, especially during the rainy season, which severely impaired visibility. However, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan proved to be exceptionally effective in such conditions. The four-member team formed their formation, with Sunlight at the forefront, his Byakugan activated, scanning the surroundings and remaining vigilant for any signs of ninja activity. Yet, following the torrential rain of the previous night, any traces left by passing ninjas would have been washed away and since diluted. Otherwise, the battlefield of the Land of Water would already be swarmed with the Inuzuka clan and their ninja hounds, with traces and since vanished. It appeared as though no enemies had crossed their path, but such complacency would inevitably invite peril. As they proceeded without incident, Sunlight suddenly raised his arm, signaling the others to halt. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned a sight a kilometer away, despite the numerous towering trees and the faint mist obscuring the view. A small squad of mist ninjas approaches, he stated gravely. Prepare an ambush, leave one alive to extract intelligence, eliminate the rest. Understood. Their mission encompassed not only reconnaissance, but also, upon encountering the enemy, to defeat them and return to camp with vital information. The four dispersed, concealing themselves. Sunlight maintained his vigil on the approaching quartet of mist ninjas. As they drew nearer, the Byakugan revealed more details, and the chakra network became increasingly discernible. From the chakra levels, he assessed 1 elite Jonin and 3 Chunin. He would confront the Jonin, while Qingjia and the others would handle the remaining Chunin. Surviving thus far on the battlefield against the Sand Ninjas implied they possessed their own capabilities. Due to the mist in the forest, Qingjia and the others struggled to see clearly, with visibility severely limited. It was only when the group of mist ninjas approached within 100 meters that they caught sight of several indistinct shadows darting among the branches. They were adept at remaining concealed, moving swiftly while leaving minimal traces. However, they had encountered Sunlight's team, equipped with Byakugan, and their intended ambush had turned into a counterattack. 8 trigrams palm. Sunlight unleashed a powerful strike, channeling a surge of chakra that accurately struck the leading mist Jonin's chakra point, causing him to spew blood. Retreat. They are leaf ninjas. One of the Chunin reacted swiftly, exhaling a thick fog. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. The already low visibility plummeted further as the mist thickened with the execution of the technique. Regrettably, the mist appeared almost non-existent beneath the Byakugan's gaze. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. Together, Qingjia and Asuma unleashed a tempestuous gale from their mouths, dispersing the fog without granting any opportunity for resistance. Wind release, wind cutter technique. With lethal intent, Qingjia launched a blade of wind, prompting a swift response from a hidden mist ninja. Water release, water barrier. The mist ninja, skilled in water techniques, managed to erect a water wall even without proximity to a water source, successfully intercepting the wind blade. At that moment, Asuma made his move, employing the shadow shuriken technique. A flurry of tangible shuriken flew forth, yet the mist ninja countered with the water barrier once more. Damn it, Qingjia cursed, as a fire dragon materialized around him. Spiraling upward, he leapt high into the air, performing a stunning 3.5 rotations before delivering a powerful kick. Ultimately, he descended, the fire dragon accompanying his strike against the water barrier, which finally succumbed and shattered. Water release, water whip. A mist ninja conjured a water whip with a swift motion, attempting to ensnare Qingjia. Suddenly, he froze, terror etched upon his face as Hong softly intoned, "Jinjutsu, complete." Seizing the moment, Qingjia waved his arm, releasing several venomous snakes from his sleeve that ensnared the mist ninja, sinking their fangs into his neck before casting him aside and charging towards the remaining 2. Meanwhile, Nichiha was engaged in a fierce battle with a mist elite ninja. As the second son of the Hyuga clan's patriarch, his talent was undoubtedly on par with that of his twin brother, displaying remarkable prowess. With the Byakugan's enhancement, he consistently anticipated his opponent's moves, even foreseeing their ninjutsu by tracing the flow of chakra. Gradually, he advanced, drawing closer until the adversary entered his striking range. Soft fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The relentless barrage of 64 strikes commenced, interspersed with precise finger techniques targeting 64 critical chakra points on the enemy's body, sealing their chakra flow. With each of the 64 attacks infused with chakra, even if the opponent survived, they would be left gravely weakened, suffering immensely. Already reeling from Nichiha's previous 8 trigrams empty palm, the Mist Ninja, having endured the subsequent 64 palms, found their chakra completely obstructed, spitting blood and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Confirming the disappearance of his opponent's chakra, Nichiha turned his attention toward Chingjia and Asuma. He observed the two coordinating their efforts against the remaining Mist Ninjas, who were struggling to defend themselves. Asuma, that technique. Asuma began forming hand seals, grinning. Allow me to showcase my new technique. Chingjia seized both opponents directly, while Asuma completed his seals, his chest swelling as he exhaled a plume of black smoke. Fire release, ash pile burning. A noxious cloud, more dreadful than secondhand smoke, enveloped the two Mist Ninjas. Cough, cough, what is this? A Leaf Village illusion? Be cautious. The Leaf Ninjas may be preparing a sneak attack. The two individuals, naively believing that Asuma was about to launch a surprise attack, were caught off guard when, as he exhaled his final plume of dark smoke, his upper and lower teeth clashed, triggering a cataclysmic explosion of black mist. Alas, their bodies were ravaged by the blast. And the two Mist Shinobi, momentarily forgetting their ability to utilize water techniques, found the scorching ash adhering to their skin, resulting in extensive burns that quickly extinguished their struggles and lives. Upon witnessing the extinguishing of their chakra, Nichi understood that the adversaries were irrevocably defeated and declared, "Very well. Let us tidy up the remnants. It is time for us to depart." The trio promptly gathered the corpses of the Mist Shinobi and commenced cleaning the battlefield, striving to avoid any exposure of their intelligence. Meanwhile, the captured Chunin was sealed and confined within a scroll. The quartet made their way back to the camp to hand him over to the intelligence department, hoping that they could extract valuable information from him to benefit Konoha. On the Mist side, the 7 ninja swordsmen had been deployed, each a master of their respective weaponry, intensifying the conflict. Mito Menka observed the intelligence gathered, noting, "The information brought back by Nichi and his team has been interrogated, revealing the emergence of the Mist Village's elite, a formidable group known as the 7 ninja swordsmen, adept at wielding their blades." Beside him, the ever-watchful Toka Shorin opened her eyes slightly and suggested, "Then let us send one of Orochimaru's disciples. His body is immune to physical attacks. As long as he avoids water techniques, he would be the bane of the ninja swordsmen." Mito Menka pondered for a moment before responding, "That won't suffice. His strength and chakra are still lacking. It is unfeasible for him to confront 7 opponents alone. He will require assistance." The oil-wielding clan member, Yonoshimi, was quite capable, and with Toka's aid, they could ensure the safety of this young lad. Dispatching a Kinowa Shokiai would also provide insight into the capabilities of this generation of the ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen hold a prestigious title within the Mist Village, comprising the most elite shinobi, each equipped with a blade tailored to their unique techniques. It is said that when they join forces, they can conquer a small nation overnight, posing a significant challenge for Konoha in this conflict. Very well, summon them forth. Shortly thereafter, Shokiai, Yonoshimi, and Akinowa Tokaz, the current clan leader of the Akimichi clan, gathered with Mito Menka, Toka, and others. Tokaz, like Mito Menka, Toka, Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami, was a disciple of the second Hokage and shared a familiar rapport with them. He had declined the role of Hokage advisor offered by the third Hokage, but his status remained comparable. Upon greeting Tokaz, Mito Menka and Toka nodded, with Mito Menka stating, "Tokaz, there is a task that requires your attention." "Of course, just say the word," Tokaz replied, thumping his chest and laughing heartily. "I never imagined there would still be a mission requiring this old bone of mine." The Akimichi clan, known for their jovial nature, was amiable as long as their weight was not brought into question. "I wish for you to accompany Shimi and young Shokiai to confront the 7 ninja swordsmen." "Goodness, you want me to walk into the jaws of death?" Chingjia cast a glance at the impassive Mito Yane and the hesitant Nara Koharu, and his already dim impression of them plummeted further. Should the opportunity arise, I shall surely seek retribution. Yanushi Shiwi remained unfazed, yet Akimichi Tokufu frowned at Qingjie and asserted, "No, I cannot agree. He is still but a child. While I can accept the situation with Shiwi, bringing a child to the battlefield is beyond my capacity." He initially wished to argue that he was no longer a child, but after a moment's reflection, he opted for silence. Mito Yang clarified, "I comprehend your concerns. Yet let me put it this way. At present, you are the only ones in Konoha equipped to confront the 7 ninja swordsmen. Has Konoha truly reached such a dire state? Surely, we are not at the point where a child must confront the enemy's elite forces." Akimichi Tokufu remained resolute in his dissent. Qingjie began to understand why the 3rd Hokage appointed Danzo and others to advisory roles, while Tokufu was overlooked. Being overly compassionate as a decision-maker for the village is simply not feasible. A cold, steely heart is required to make the most suitable decisions for the village during critical moments. Tokufu's temperament did not align with this, and he was aware of it. Hence he declined the advisory position, for otherwise, incessant disputes would ensue. Nara Koharu sought to pacify Tokufu, saying, "Tokufu, do not be hasty. This child is none other than Orochimaru's disciple, Asakawa Qingjie, who possesses a unique physique that grants immunity to physical attacks. That is why we have resolved to have you lead him and Shiwi in the assault against the 7 ninja swordsmen." Tokufu remained troubled, looking at Qingjie and stating, "To bring such a young child here is truly, but this is the nature of war. The environment in which Lord Tobarama lived was far more perilous than our current circumstances, yet he persevered, did he not? The first Hokage established Konoha with the hope that the childhoods of children would not mirror his own or that of Lord Tobarama. Are you not aware of this?" "I understand," Tokufu replied, "but we find ourselves with no alternatives. Furthermore, with your presence, I believe that even if we cannot secure victory, we can retreat unscathed. Our objective is to incapacitate as many of the 7 ninja swordsmen as possible, for their threat to Konoha is exceedingly grave. Is there truly no other choice?" It was evident that Tokufu wished to avoid leading a child into battle, but the circumstances left him no option but to proceed as necessary. "We share your sentiments," Nara Koharu remarked with a bittersweet smile. Currently, Konoha was besieged by adversaries. On the battlefields of the Wind and Lightning countries, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were locked in fierce combat, and Konoha's personnel had been dispatched to those primary fronts. Danzo was stationed at the border of the Rain country to guard against incursions from the Rain and Earth countries, accompanied by members of Root and the Umbu. As for us, as you have observed, there are several young graduates among us who have not been out of the academy for long. The strength of the Mist Village had waned in recent years due to their internal strife. Otherwise, even they would find it challenging to halt our advance with a group of fledgling ninjas. I understand, but should danger arise, I will ensure the safe retreat of the 2 children. As you wish, you possess all the intelligence regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen, and there is no need for my input. With Shihui's presence, perceptive ninjas are not lacking. Thus, you shall lead the temporary squad. I entrust this task to you, Case. Understood. Let us depart. Case, accompanied by 2 others, left the camp after acquiring logistical support and relevant intelligence. Along the way, Case remarked, "Your name is Saika, correct?" "Indeed." Saika replied, "To be frank, sending you youngsters to the battlefield is our oversight. In Konoha, there are no experienced ninjas left. Thus, it is regrettable to send freshly graduated children to war. It is nothing for the captain. This is simply the nature of warfare," Saika responded. "I, however, have a deep fear of death and will not easily succumb on the battlefield," he declared. Observing Saika's calm demeanor, Case chuckled. "It seems I have overthought the matter. Let us proceed. The 7 ninja swordsmen are formidable opponents. Shihui, I entrust you with scouting ahead." Shihui, the father of Yamanaka Shino, is a ninja of subtle presence yet formidable strength. Suddenly, a swarm of insects emerged from the gourd on his back, soaring forth to scout the path ahead. Caution is paramount in the land of water, as the ninjas of Kirigakure possess assassination skills that rank among the elite of the 5 great shinobi countries. The 7 ninja swordsmen have inflicted significant casualties on the front line, having previously ambushed the borders of the Land of Fire and subsequently vanished, only to re-emerge, causing further devastation to Konoha. Saika and his companions are on a mission to confront them, but also to provide support, as these adversaries have claimed the lives of many Konoha ninjas during this time. As dawn broke, 3 figures raced through the mist-laden forest, not daring to pause for a moment. Upon closer inspection, one of them bore a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. It was Guy. Their Jonin instructor had been slain, and their final command was to flee. The camp they occupied had dwindled to a mere handful. Those who remained either perished or escaped. For their foes were the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. The 7 ninja swordsmen are an elite unit composed of 7 skilled Jonin proficient in the use of ninja swords. Despite their small number, their combined strength renders them unmatched, and even Jonin struggle to survive against them. Guy's instructor met a tragic fate, and many Konoha ninjas subsequently fell to the blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ultimately, the only choice left was to abandon the camp and scatter. Curse them. They are still pursuing us, Guy exclaimed, glancing back at the figures leisurely trailing behind them. His teammate, Narashikamaru, commented, "They treat us as mere playthings." It resembled a cat playing with a mouse. The cat rarely kills its prey immediately, preferring to toy with it for a while before delivering the final blow. Currently, they are akin to a group of small mice, while the 7 ninja swordsmen are 7 tigers, idly toying with them. Though reluctant, the disparity in strength is undeniable. "I can no longer bear to run," Guy proclaimed. "We must escape. Accelerate towards the direction of the main camp. Let us hope to encounter Konoha ninjas," Narashikamaru urged. Now, all they could do was hope for the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha. As the 3 of them ran, they found themselves confronted by a dead end. Turning back, they saw 7 men, armed with swords, perched on stones and trees, their faces twisted into cruel smiles. "Why have you stopped running?" chuckled the sadistic Wari Shinpachi, brandishing his explosive blade, his sharp teeth glistening ominously as he grinned. "Allow me to skewer you all," declared Kurasame, the master of the long blade, holding a long needle. Tall and slender, his expression hidden behind a Kirigakure Umbu mask, speaking in a monotone as if discussing trivial matters. "They should meet the sharp edge of my decapitating blade," proclaimed Bibai Shizo. "As you wish, but their chakra will nourish my great sword," Samahata remarked the rotund Sujetsu Hozuki, stroking his beloved weapon. The sight of his shark-like fangs, towering height of 2.5 meters, and the formidable Samahata on his back instilled immense pressure upon the trio. The group discussed their plans, seemingly indifferent to the plight of Kai and his companions. Just then, a green figure burst forth from the forest behind them, standing in front of Kai. "I made it just in time," Kai exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. "Dad, you're just a chunin. Why are you here? Enough talk. You must flee. I'll buy you some time," his father urged. "They are all Jonin, and not just any Jonin, but the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. You cannot take them on alone." Might Dai gave a thumbs up to his son, confidently stating, "I possess the 8 gates, so do not worry about me. But don't risk your life. Reinforcements have arrived." A clear voice echoed, followed by a massive cloud of black descending from above. Upon closer inspection, it was a swarm of insects, densely packed, fluttering their wings as they bypassed Kai and his group, heading straight for the 7 ninja swordsmen. "What?" The 7 ninja swordsmen were momentarily taken aback, but did not panic. Wari Shinpachi swung his explosive blade, activating the explosive tags on its edge, causing detonations with every strike, exterminating the insects in fiery blasts. However, not everyone wielded their swords in such a destructive manner, as not all weapons had the explosive capabilities of Shinpachi's. Bibai Shizo set his decapitating blade aside and immediately formed hand seals to unleash a water technique, clearing away the attacking insects. The insect swarm suddenly dispersed, revealing the figures of Kosuke and his companions. Kosuke, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it's been a while," Kai, Jinkan, and Hebe. Kosuke greeted warmly, waving at them. Kafu looked at Dai with surprise. "The 8 gates? Very few in Konoha practice this technique. Only you possess such strength." As a disciple of the second Hokage, he recognized the forbidden technique of the 8 gates. He remembered that while some in Konoha trained in it, only the man before him had achieved such mastery. "I'm not that impressive. I lack talent in ninjutsu, merely skilled in some taijutsu," Dai replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Who are you, by the way?" "Uncle Dai, this is the leader of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Kafu, here to provide support," Kosuke introduced. Taking a glance at the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen across from him, one could only wonder what fate awaited them should they arrive late. Surely, they would become mere trifles by the morrow. The pressure on Might Guy lessened considerably with their support, allowing him to refrain from unleashing the 8th gate. After all, who does not wish to cling to life? "Nothing to worry about," said Kaze, patting his abdomen as his small eyes narrowed upon the 7 ninja swordsmen. Indeed, they are not to be underestimated. Allow me to take charge. Stepping forward, Kayasuk revealed himself as the principal attacker of their small team. Be cautious, Shimi. We shall handle the distraction and cover you, he instructed, tightening his grip on the iron rod. Understood. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, he produced a multitude of shadow clones, each enveloped in flames. Charge. He led his fiery clones into the fray. Overconfident little brat. The first to strike from the 7 ninja swordsmen was the master of the Thunderblade, Black Horega. His dual blades glimmered with lightning as Kayasuk snorted in response, sending 3 of his clones rushing forward. Child's play. Black Horega dismissed, swinging his blade toward the 2 clones. Before contact could be made, the clones erupted in a fiery explosion, sending Rega hurtling back, blood spilling from his lips. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Be careful. Those clones explode, warned Kayasuk. However, Paipa Shizo was already forming hand seals, summoning water to create his own clone. Water clone. The water clone surged toward Kayasuk's shadow clones, brandishing a decapitating sword to sever one before it could detonate. Alas, even in its elemental form, the shadow clone retained its explosive capability. Seizing the opportunity while Paipa Shizo's clone was momentarily occupied, Kayasuk grasped the water clone by the throat, unleashing a torrent of flames. The water clone dissolved into a puddle, and Kayasuk waved dismissively. Is this truly the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Hardly impressive. Fuming, Paipa Shizo's complexion darkened at the mockery from a mere child. How dare you belittle our prowess? He retorted, brandishing a blunt blade at Tosaku Yaburuman. Hey, Shizo, can you not handle a child? This is utterly disgraceful for our clan. Then why don't you step up? Paipa Shizo shot back. Yaburuman, wielding a hammer in one hand and a knife in the other, declared, I shall show you what true firepower is. Just as he spoke, a barrage of fiery projectiles interrupted him, erupting from Kayasuk's arm. You speak too much. None among you can defeat me. Arrogant little brat, I will take you down, proclaimed the current wielder of the great blade, Watermelon Mountain Fugu, as he grasped the tail of his weapon, preparing to strike. Multiplication technique. Kaze threw a punch that suddenly expanded, sending Watermelon Mountain Fugu crashing back as he struggled to defend against the overwhelming force. Shimi, it's your turn. By the way, how many of the 8 gates can you open? Kaze inquired of Might Guy. All 8 gates can be opened. Truly remarkable. With a breath of admiration, the winds gathered, and all 8 gates swung wide open. Even the 3rd Hokage might find it challenging to prevail against such talent, which has regrettably remained obscured until now, a true loss for the village. He immediately declared, there is no need for you to open all 8 gates. Reaching the 5th or 6th gate will suffice to deal with one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Opening to the 5th or 6th gate would indeed be adequate for such a task. All right, Kai, witness this, for it embodies the essence of my youth. The 6th gate opened with a flourish, a vibrant green explosion akin to a scion transformation, sending forth waves of energy that were nothing short of astonishing. Father, Kai exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. The embodiment of youthful vigor displayed by his father was simply magnificent, truly remarkable. Seeing this, Chiefing Tu expressed his admiration. He had never encountered anyone capable of opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates formation, as typically, only those specializing in taijutsu, devoid of ninjutsu skills, would pursue such training, a rarity among ninjas. What sort of ninja lacks ninjutsu? Only a select few with unwavering determination would strive to become ninjas, and among them, those who master the 8 gates are exceedingly rare. Xingjie turned back, reflecting, indeed, he is the father of Kai the Emperor. Even if his strength does not quite match that of the future Kai, who nearly kicked off a dramatic conclusion, his prowess remains formidable. After all, had they not intervened, the 7 ninja swordsmen would have transformed into mere trifles. Might Guy surged forward in an instant, targeting the previous instigator, Kurosakuru, who had threatened to string his son and others like beads. You dare bully my son. He launched a punch with unbelievable speed, and Kurosakuru, quick to react, narrowly avoided the blow, feeling the fierce wind generated by Guy's punch even through his mask. Secret technique. Insect ball. A swarm of insects, under the control of Aburame Shibi, surged forth, densely packed, and aimed at the wielder of the twin swords, Shibuki. With only 4 opponents remaining, Xingjie felt a significant reduction in pressure. As the shadow clones detonated, they separated the formidable adversaries, Pipa Shizo, Kuratsuki Reiga, Wooly Shinhachi, and Takusa Ye. Now that I have divided you, my burden is lighter. He chuckled softly, making a beeline for the owner of the blunt sword, Takusa Ye. The blunt blade was said to shatter any defense. Yet it merely struck first with the blade before augmenting its force with a hammer against the back of the sword. To claim it could break through all defenses is dubious. Let him attempt to strike Orochimaru or the first Hokage's Rashomon. I assure you, it would be ineffective. It was a pure physical assault, devoid of any complexities, employing the simplest and most direct mode of attack, taijutsu. You little brat. How dare you come here? What a fool. The blunt sword descended, and Takusa Ye swiftly drew two kunai to parry the blade, sneering at the naivete of his opponent. With his other hand, he brought down the hammer onto the back of the sword. The immense pressure crashed down, forcefully driving the two kunai apart, and the blunt sword fell directly. Chinjia's body split asunder, just as Takusa Ye reveled in his triumph. A hand engulfed in flames shot towards his face. Attempting to retreat proved futile, for the speed of that hand was too swift. Flames engulfed his visage, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he rolled aside. Clutching his face, he tumbled repeatedly. Abandoning even his weapon, he picked up the dull blade, feeling its weight and deeming it unsuitable for himself. This weapon is truly subpar. It's merely here to fill the numbers, isn't it? He disdainfully remarked. However, despite his words, his body was honest, wielding the dull blade to strike at the Tozoye. Pai Pa Shirzong intercepted the blow with his decapitating sword, saying, Hey, you can't kill him. After all, he was useless. And there were certainly others to take up the dull blade. Qingjie chuckled lightly, striking the back of the sword with his hammer. Pai Pa Shirzong's heart sank as he noticed a dent appearing on his decapitating sword. In terms of defensive capability, his sword was inferior to the dull blade. The silver lining was that his sword was not easily damaged. He could compensate for any imperfections with the iron from the blood of his victims. Nonetheless, finding a master for the ninja blade was no simple task. Each master was hard to come by, and despite his disdain for Tozo Ye, he was still a member of their team. He could not allow any harm to befall him. If a replacement for Tozo Ye could not be found, the dull blade would gather dust in the warehouse. Their strength as the 7 ninja blades would also be adversely affected. Indeed, if we eliminate you, Kirigakure will effectively lose an arm. At that point, you will have lost for sure. Qingjie laughed heartily, showing no fear of Pai Pa Shirzong. Lightning blade. The dual swords of Heiho Raiga crackled with thunder as they lunged toward Qingjie. Fire. Suddenly, flames erupted from behind, sweeping toward the attacking Heiho Raiga. Kid, meet your end. Wooly Shinhachi swung his explosive blade, its explosive tags catching the eye. Such a technique was certainly the domain of the affluent, one that could not be easily emulated. The explosive blade came crashing down, the tags detonating, and even Pai Pa Shirzong, closest to Qingjie, was caught in the explosive aftermath, sent flying. Wooly Shinhachi, you bastard. Are you trying to kill me? Pai Pa Shirzong shouted angrily as he sat on the ground in disarray. Ha ha ha, what's the fuss? You're fine, aren't you? Wooly Shinhachi laughed, revealing his sharp teeth, indifferent to whether his comrades lived or died. His own pleasure was all that mattered. Indeed, what's the fuss? 2 feet made sounds on the ground, the source of which was unclear. Under the flames, the body reconstituted, startling Wooly Shinhachi into jumping back. In the astonished gaze of the trio, it regained its form. Wooly Shinhachi remarked, this kid's body resembles that of the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan. As a citizen of Kirigakure, how could he be unaware of the Hozuki clan's hydromorphic techniques? If that were the case, it would be manageable. Pai Pa Shirzong brushed off the dust and stood up. Forming hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent erupted from his mouth, and Qingjie swiftly dodged, clicking his tongue. How quickly you saw through me. Chiyo's rapid comprehension of his bodily secret stemmed from her extensive combat experience, while Wooly Shinhachi and the others merely benefited from their village's connection to the Hozuki clan. Their unique physiology allowed them to quickly devise a countermeasure. Once exposed, their movements became constrained. They would not employ ninja blades against him, but would resort to water release. Perched atop the tree, I gazed down at the 3 men below, who wore mocking expressions and let out a huff of irritation. Being seen through was undeniably disconcerting. The leakage of my own information could lead to considerable complications. As I repelled the pufferfish demon from Watermelon Mountain, I caught sight of Saika on the tree, aware that he was restrained by the water techniques. I turned to Oil Woman Shirwei and said, Shirwei, assist Saika. I will handle the dual-bladed flounder. Without further ado, Shirwei complied, adjusting her sunglasses before dashing out, swarmed by a multitude of insects that concealed her presence, rendering her movements nearly imperceptible. Flame vortex. The flames surged upwards, coalescing into a fiery whirlwind. Under Saika's command, the vortex fragmented into 3 smaller flames, racing towards the trio below. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water trumpet technique. Water release, water surge wave. The 3 responded swiftly, employing water techniques to dissipate the encroaching flames. Secret technique, insect swamp. At that moment, the earth beneath Black Holia suddenly collapsed, plunging him into a deep pit. The sound of rapid friction filled the air as countless insects swarmed around him, crawling over his body before he could react. Soon, Black Holia found himself ensconced in a ball of insects, rendered immobile. The swarm flapped their wings, lifting the spherical mass into the air. Bang! One insect detonated suddenly, the sound barely audible, yet it served as a signal. Bang, bang, bang. Following the first explosion, a torrent of insects detonated in succession, striking Black Holia with force, sending him rolling out, his body charred, and emanating an unspeakable stench. The sight was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Confronted with such a mass of insects, Saika felt his entomophobia flare, yet eliminating one was a significant achievement. Damn it, Konoha! Upon witnessing Black Holia's demise, Biwa Juzo bellowed in frustration. With the heavy injury of Tozo Yabe and the death of Black Holia, this was a grave loss for the Hidden Mist. Biwa Juzo, you are next, Saika declared, pointing at him. With a powerful push, I leapt from the tree, my form transforming into a blaze, deftly evading Biwa Juzo's water techniques, and seamlessly reverting to human shape, flames flickering upon my palms. Divine fire, unknown fire. The flames coalesced into 2 fiery spears that shot forth, prompting Biwa Juzo to raise his blade in defense, the spears exploding upon impact. Firefly Fire Dama. My hands glowed a luminous green, unleashing a swarm of firefly-like sparks. Biwa Juzo, a seasoned jonin, sensed the imminent threat and promptly extinguished the fire dama with water techniques. Kid, your head is mine. Unwavering, Woolly Shiba charged at me, his explosive blade glistening with a layer of water. A single strike would spell doom. Naturally, I would not allow such a fate to befall me. Flame pillar of the infernal ring. My body spun as a column of fire erupted skyward, forcing Woolly Shiba to retreat. Such a troublesome little brat, I remarked, glancing at Biwa Juzo. Do not underestimate me. He extended his right arm, flames enveloping it. However, the fire was soon compressed, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding space. With a single step, he propelled himself forward, almost instantaneously arriving before Pai Pa Shirzong. Before there was time to employ ninjutsu, Pai Pa Shirzong raised his blade, only for Qingjie to deliver a powerful punch against the sword's body. In the next moment, the flames erupted like a torrent breaching its dam, surging forth uncontrollably. Pai Pa Shirzong was engulfed by the inferno. The fire consumed its target, and the trees behind him were not spared, creating a gaping chasm extending over 100 meters. The earth turned to char, trees ablaze with fierce flames, leaving only ashen stumps behind. As for Pai Pa Shirzong, he had long since been reduced to a charred corpse by the searing blaze. The searing beheaded sword fell to the ground beside him, and Qingjie picked it up, disregarding its scorching blade. What a formidable assault! The master of the dual blades, Hiramiki, paled in fear. Such an attack should not have been within the capability of a mere child. Indeed, a disciple of Orochimaru, Upon witnessing this, Shikaz laughed, acknowledging the power of that strike, which many ninjas could scarcely achieve. What kind of technique was that? Asked Woolly Shiba. It was merely the compression of chakra, followed by an explosive release, Qingjie replied with a smile. That recent move was a compressed version of the Fire Fist, made smaller, yet more potent. Adapting to the world's rules, the utilization of fruit abilities is linked to one's chakra, and fortunately, his chakra was rapidly growing. Turning to Woolly Shiba, he pointed the beheaded sword at him, declaring, "Then you are next. Little brat, do you think you can kill me? Of course. Our purpose here is to eliminate you." Water style, Great Water Flood Wave. Just as Woolly Shiba attempted to retreat, the Watermelon Mountain-S pufferfish unleashed a formidable technique. A deluge surged forth, raising towering waves that threatened to obliterate everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, the forest transformed into a marshland. Standing unsteadily upon the water's surface, Qingjie gazed at the lake that had once been a forest, marveling at the overwhelming chakra possessed by the masters of the Jonin. The same could be said for the Watermelon Mountain-esque pufferfish, although its strength likely paled in comparison to that of the legendary Kisame. Otherwise, the Watermelon Mountain-esque pufferfish would not have fallen to Kisame's hand. Nonetheless, this opponent should not be underestimated. The master of the Jonin is not easy to contend with. Meanwhile, Kurasame Shiranui, previously suppressed by Might Guy, finally had a moment to breathe. The mask on his face was shattered, revealing sharp fangs, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. One of his arms twisted irregularly, a consequence of a kick from Might Guy. Tall and lean, his streamlined physique granted him remarkable speed, yet the furry adversary before him was astonishingly quicker, rendering his ninja blade nearly useless, as he was primarily occupied with evading attacks. The wind whistled as Oil Woman Jiwei, Mado Dai, and Qingjie stood together, forming an impromptu team. 4 adversaries remained: Watermelon Mountain's Puffer Ghost, Wooly Shinba, the owner of the Twin Blades, and the formidable Kuri Xian Chuanwan. These 4 were not to be trifled with. Hey, Puffer Ghost, you scoundrel. You didn't even announce your use of ninjutsu. I nearly fell victim to your explosive water wave attack. Wooly Shinba was particularly irked by the close call. In contrast, Watermelon Mountain's Puffer Ghost merely smirked. With a useless wretch like you, your demise is inconsequential. The village has plenty of ninjas capable of using explosive knife spray. There are plenty who can wield the shark muscle too. You fat idiot. Repeat that, you one-eyed dragon. The two began to bicker, while the owner of the Twin Blades took a moment to catch his breath, ignoring their quarrel. Gripping his blade tightly, he focused on his opponent, asking, Kuri Xian, can you still fight? I can, but if I encounter that one in green, I stand no chance. His speed is overwhelming, and his strength is formidable. I will confront that fellow, while you handle the Oil Woman clan who employs insects. Jiwei's offensive style rendered him particularly hesitant to act. The unique trait of the Twin Blades was that the more enemies they defeated, the more chakra infused in their weapons, thereby amplifying their power. It was a weapon that grew stronger with each battle. However, even if he succeeded in vanquishing insects, how much chakra could he possibly gain? The return would be minuscule, and the process particularly troublesome. A slight misstep could lead to painful insect attacks. Thus, he resolved to switch opponents with Kuri Xian, aiming not to eliminate the foe, but merely to stall him. Once Kuri Xian dealt with the troublesome Oil Woman clan, they would join forces to vanquish the watermelon-headed adversary. Kuri Xian understood his intentions and nodded, grasping his ninja blade, ready for a swift strike. At that moment, he noticed Qingjie and Jiwei whispering to one another, exchanging positions to stand beside Mado Dai. After a brief exchange, Mado Dai nodded and gave a thumbs up, indicating all was well. A brow arched beneath the mask, pondering the implications. Qingjie turned to Kuri Xian, saying, nothing much. Seize the opportunity to strike. Get ready, Uncle Dai? Oh, ignite. Youth, Mado Dai shouted, brimming with fervor and vitality, a true influence on the life of Kai. In an instant, he surged forward, with Qingjie trailing closely behind. His speed somewhat diminished yet precisely adequate. Kuri Xian watched in astonishment as Mado Dai sped past him, not targeting him but rather launching an assault on Watermelon Mountain's Puffer Ghost, positioned beside the owner of the Twin Blades. Wait, there's another. The suddenly heated air snapped him back to reality. Water release, water barrier. Enduring the pain, he forced the hand seals, conjuring a wall of water that surged from beneath his feet, shielding him from the oncoming flames. As the water barrier dissipated, he caught sight of Qingjie and a figure rushing past him. That was a surprise, motherfucker. Flames suddenly erupted from Qingjie. It was ablaze. As the pupils of Kurasuzum shrank, he instinctively sought to flee, but alas, it was too late. Boom. The purifying explosion echoed, heralding a moment of world peace. The resounding blast drew the attention of several others, yet they were too preoccupied to notice. The encounter between Suka and Might Guy was undoubtedly disastrous for the former. The most remarkable trait of the Jokin skin lay in its ability to absorb the opponent's chakra and infuse it into the user. However, Might Guy's pure taijutsu rendered this characteristic ineffective, transforming it into merely a rather peculiar ninja blade, hampered in every respect. As Shimi faced off against Nirishimbachi, the explosive droplets proved formidable, Each strike resulted in an explosion. Nevertheless, Shimi commanded an overwhelming swarm of insects, allowing him to extract the explosive tags from the droplets with minimal losses. He was confident that Nuri Shimbachi could not possibly match the number of tags compared to his insects. It was crucial to note that his insects could absorb chakra and reproduce rapidly, with the corpse of Kuroko Rhea providing ample chakra for his use. The master of Hiramiki found himself in a dire situation against Taki Fu, as the release of Hiramiki was of little consequence against Taki. Meanwhile, Saiga, having dispatched Hirisuzum, approached with determination. "Captain Taki, I am here. Let us go." In an instant, Taki employed the super multiplication technique, transforming into a colossal figure, brandishing a massive iron rod aimed at the master of Hiramiki. The latter, desperate to escape, found his opportunity thwarted by Saiga, who declared, "Do not think of fleeing. Perish here, you little brat. Get out of my way." Not a chance. With a swift motion, a wall of flames erupted, preventing any escape. Noticing the chakra beneath him dissipating, the master of Hiramiki realized he could no longer remain on the water's surface and was poised to plunge downwards. Saiga lunged forward, gripping him tightly. The master of Hiramiki was taken aback, and any attempt at resistance was rendered futile as Taki's iron rod struck him with brutal force, shattering numerous bones in his body. Like a ragged cloth, he was sent flying through the air. Saiga, now reconstituted, leapt onto Taki's hand. The seasoned Taki immediately grasped his intent and, with a swift gesture, hurled him towards the plummeting master of Hiramiki. Braving the fierce winds, Saiga accurately reached the descending figure, seizing his throat at a moment when he could no longer resist. Flames erupted, swiftly engulfing his form. Releasing his grip, he pinched his nose as the body, like a cannonball, crashed into the water, sending up a tremendous splash. "Only two remain," Saiga announced, referring to Nuri Shimbachi and Suka. At that moment, Suka found himself cornered by Might Guy, his corpulent frame proving a hindrance. His attacks, though powerful, were sluggish, failing to reach Might Guy while sustaining considerable damage. Additionally, the Jokin skin was unable to absorb his chakra, and his injuries continued to accumulate. Meanwhile, on Nuri Shimbachi's side, the relentless explosions of earlier had dwindled to sporadic bursts, indicating that the explosive tags within the droplets had become scarce. Having lost the detonating talisman, the explosive blade becomes nothing more than a heavy piece of scrap iron. Nevertheless, this blade possesses techniques of mutual destruction. However, unless absolutely necessary, Woolly Shiba would never resort to using them. Huffing and puffing, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gasped for breath as he faced the onslaught of Might Guy, unable to mount any effective resistance, his body racked with discomfort. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he gripped the tail of the shark blade tightly and declared, "It seems I must employ this technique." Seeing this, Qingjie remarked, "The techniques that the shark blade can unleash are all grand and forceful. Against Uncle Dai, victory is unattainable. However, I recall there are alternative measures." Rubbing his chin, he remembered that the dry persimmon ghost shark could transform into a half-human, half-shark form by harnessing the shark blade, a utilization that the owner of the shark blade, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, surely could execute. Indeed, as he pondered, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was already in motion. The tail of the shark blade extended into a long spike, piercing through his palm, yet he displayed no sign of pain. The shark blade began to shrink. While the body of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost grew increasingly larger, the massive blade gradually embedding itself into his limbs and torso until it ultimately vanished without a trace. Throughout this transformation, his body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. What once resembled a human now morphed into a monstrous entity. His already robust physique swelled further, surpassing 3 meters in height, thickening several folds, and his clothing burst apart. Inexplicably, his trousers remained intact. A dorsal fin akin to that of a shark sprouted from his back, and his head melded with his neck, while gills emerged behind his ears. Webbing developed between his fingers and toes, bony spurs sprouted at his elbows and knees, and his skin turned a deep green, rendering him extraordinarily grotesque. His previously tied hair exploded into a spiky mane, becoming rigid and sharp, while numerous spines grew around his chest, leaving no trace of human form. Were this scene to meet Orochimaru's gaze, he would undoubtedly seek to capture the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost for study. The others, taken aback by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's transformation, exclaimed in astonishment. The shark blade can actually merge with its wielder? What a unique method of utilization. This transformation was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. What a massive puffer fish. Qingji shouted. The dry persimmon ghost shark is half man, half shark, while this fellow is half man, half puffer fish. Though both may be ugly, the dry persimmon ghost shark has a certain rugged charm, while the watermelon mountain puffer ghost transformation is utterly repulsive. Seeing the watermelon mountain puffer ghost transformation, woolly Sheba cursed vehemently, disregarding the approaching insects, and fled with the explosive blade in hand. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost, unconcerned with such disloyalty, proclaimed, "Since you are intent on driving me to my demise, allow me to reveal my strongest technique." As he spoke, his body expanded once more, transforming into a spherical shape, bristling with spikes, from which copious amounts of venom began to ooze. Is this the sea urchin technique? Qingjia's expression turned grave. Even in the past, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of pufferfish toxins. The ovaries, liver, kidneys, eyes, and blood of pufferfish harbor lethal poison. Improper handling or consumption could lead to mild poisoning, while severe cases may result in death. Although it is said to be delicious, pufferfish toxin is one of the most potent neurotoxins found in nature. Those severely poisoned may find themselves unable to breathe or move, helplessly witnessing their own demise, a truly harrowing fate. In a low voice, he warned, "Captain Xufeng, exercise caution. The toxin from this creature may be pufferfish poison. Once injured and poisoned, there is no way to concoct an antidote." Xufeng, aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded and shrank his body, watching as the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon approached at remarkable speed. Then Jiwei nodded, invoking his secret technique, insect jade. Countless insects surged forth, a dark cloud resembling a storm, alighting upon the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon and feasting upon it. However, in an instant, those insects succumbed to the poison and perished. "I'll handle this." Shadow shuriken technique. A multitude of shurikens flew forth, embedding themselves into the enormous sphere, but they could not penetrate the creature's defenses. Flame barrier. With a wave of his hand, a wall of fire erupted, yet the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon swiftly submerged into the water below, moving with astonishing speed, leaving only a blurred silhouette in its wake. Suddenly, it lunged at Qingjia from behind, but Xufeng struck it away with a staff. Qingjia, startled, quickly regained his composure. Fire fist. A colossal fiery fist surged forth, but the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon opened its mouth, exhaling a torrent of substance that extinguished the flames, laughing maniacally. "This is my escape route. Farewell, Leaf Village scum." The group exchanged glances, inquiring, "Should we pursue, Captain Xufeng?" He turned to Jiwei, who had a bug fluttering out from his collar. "We can pursue. Both Wooly and the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon are marked by my insects, allowing us to track them. We might even uncover their headquarters." "Then let us proceed," Xufeng nodded. "Jiwei, secure the battlefield. With insects present, there is no rush to follow." Jiwei promptly began retrieving the bodies with his insects, arranging the ninja blades neatly. The corpses were sealed within sealing scrolls, but the ninja blades were left unattended. Before long, the ninja blades suddenly vanished. Xufeng explained, "The ninja blades from the Mist Village are unique. They possess retrieval scrolls. Typically, once the wielder perishes, they are summoned back. It appears the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon has already established contact with the Mist Village. Do not pursue. Retreat," he commanded. The connection with the Mist Village implied that a large contingent might soon arrive, and their numbers were insufficient to contend with such a force. Thus, retreating was the wisest course of action. Eliminating 5 ninja blades and 7 individuals was already a significant victory. Following this encounter, the pressure on Konoha from the Mist Village would considerably lessen. Now, they needed to retreat. In the calm of Xufeng, Qingjia and the others swiftly withdrew, racing toward the Konoha headquarters. There remained a considerable distance to their base, necessitating an increase in their pace, as time was not on their side. After traversing a distance, Jiwei suddenly proclaimed, "Shigua Mountain and the pufferfish demons are drawing near. My insects have informed me of their return." It was unexpected that those 2 wretched souls would launch a counterattack, evidently intent on pursuing them. "Wretched souls," Qingjia cursed, and said to Xufeng, "We must hasten our pace. Might Dai, take those 3 young men and depart. We will hold the rear." "Understood." Though weakened, Might Dai mustered his strength. Aware of the necessary actions in such dire circumstances, and without further ado, he led Kai and the others away while Jiwei and Qingjie slowed their pace, lingering behind. A mist began to envelop their surroundings, carrying a chill in the air. Xufeng's expression shifted as he cautioned, "Be wary. The bloodline limits of the Mist-Hidden Village have arrived." The Mist-Hidden Village boasts numerous bloodline limits, including dissolution, boiling, ice, and the corpse-bone path, all wielded by their formidable ninjas. The dissolution and boiling techniques are emblematic of the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, while the ice technique is associated with Zabuza's companion, Haku, and the corpse-bone path belongs to Kimimaro. In any case, none of the bloodline limit ninjas are to be trifled with. Crackling sounds resonated as frost covered the surrounding trees, an oppressive cold settling in. The three exhaled visible breaths, and Xufeng warned, "Be cautious. This is the ice technique of the Mizukage clan, the Mizunozuki. A moment's negligence could lead to being frozen." "Understood," Jiwei nodded, disliking this frigid environment. For his insects were averse to the cold. Flames erupted from Qingjie's body, granting warmth that Xufeng and Jiwei appreciated with nods. Xufeng remarked, "What a good child indeed, knowing to provide warmth. However, this is not the time for such concerns. The ninjas of Konoha have managed to slay our Mist-Hidden Village's 7 ninja swordsmen. Let us Mizunozuki demonstrate the might of the mist." Voices echoed from every direction, prompting Xufeng to swiftly pull Jiwei and Qingjie aside as a multitude of fine needles struck the ground where they had just stood, each needle formed from ice. Sizzling sounds ensued as Xufeng slapped the hand he held with Qingjie, feeling a sharp sting. "Apologies. I detest this environment," he confessed. "So do I," Qingjie exclaimed. "Captain Xufeng, I've heard that the Mizunozuki clan is notorious for their effeminacy. Is that true?" he inquired suddenly. "Indeed, they are quite effeminate, even without feminine attire. They are often mistaken for women. It is said that some individuals with peculiar preferences are particularly fond of such traits," Xufeng replied, his demeanor seemingly innocent, yet revealing a hint of playfulness from his time spent with the 3rd Hokage. "Scoundrel!" A hidden Mizunozuki ninja cursed from the shadows. "Damn Konoha ninja! I shall ensure your demise." Crackling ice filled the air as the already damp forest, soaked from the rain, suddenly froze. The landscape transformed into a white expanse of hoarfrost. Ice release, snowstorm. Countless shurikens of ice surged forth from every direction. Flame pillar. Qingjie spun his body, conjuring a towering inferno with flames enveloping his hands, shielding the remaining 2 within its embrace. The icy shurikens collided with the flames, melting and dissipating into vapor. Within the fiery pillar, Seek unleashed a serpent that burrowed into the earth. As he withdrew the flames, the Mizuki ninja remarked, "Such a peculiar ability. Is this the extraordinary constitution similar to that of the Suigao and the Ghost Lantern clan that has been reported? Indeed, it is exceptional. The ability to employ ninjutsu without hand signs appears to hold significant research value." This individual was already contemplating binding Seek and placing him upon an operating table. Seek snorted and retorted, "You coward. If you possess any courage, step forth. What do you know? A ninja is one who strikes from the shadows." The Mizuki ninja chuckled. "You are still too young, little one. Assassination? You have no grasp of what constitutes a flawless assassination." A flawless assassination? Not only the Mizuki clan members, but even Keisuke and Shirwei turned their gazes toward him. Clearing his throat, Seek proclaimed, "A so-called flawless assassination entails eliminating all witnesses entirely. Do not engage in stealth. Instead, be unparalleled. Life is too short to allow you to infiltrate. What is the use of stealth if one is bound to be discovered? If discovered, strike. If unable to prevail, escalate the situation. Continue until every last one is eliminated." For a moment, silence enveloped the group. The Mizuki ninjas in the shadows were taken aback. Could such reasoning exist? Absurd. He reacted with a shout, "This is heretical. You speak of a wicked path." Yet he found no grounds for rebuttal, for upon reflection, there was indeed a semblance of truth in Seek's words. However, few in this world could accomplish such feats. Keisuke coughed, speaking earnestly, "Seek. Pursuing such a course will surely exhaust you during missions. A ninja values a swift kill. One who can poison will not reveal themselves. And one who can set traps will avoid using ninjutsu. It is essential to minimize the exposure of one's own intelligence while eliminating adversaries. I have found it." Seek suddenly grinned. Shadow serpent technique. A multitude of serpents surged forth from his sleeves. Concurrently, Case, who had been educating Seek, and the previously silent oil woman, Wei, joined in the assault. The serpents unleashed by him swiftly identified their targets. Possessing thermal sensitivity, the snakes could easily detect the Mizuki ninja amidst the frigid conditions. Given the stark contrast in temperature, ice release, a chilling aura ensnared the great serpents, freezing them along with Wei's insects. Kei's fist suddenly enlarged as he unleashed a powerful strike, connecting with precision. A figure tumbled down from a tree, coughing, garbed in the attire of a hidden mist ninja, adorned with a hidden mist forehead protector. Their androgynous visage featured long, straight black hair, strikingly handsome beyond measure. Spitting blood. The impact of Kei's blow had undoubtedly fractured numerous bones, leaving the individual feeling as though they had been struck by a rampaging truck, suffering immensely. "How did you discover my presence?" they inquired. They had concealed themselves adeptly. A non-perceptive ninja would never have detected them. How had this group managed to uncover their hiding place? As a serpent slithered up Seek's pant leg to rest upon his palm, he remarked, "Did you not know? Serpents possess thermal sensitivity. In such a frigid environment, locating a being with a normal body temperature is a simple task. My snakes do not hibernate due to low temperatures." The wind seized the opportunity, swiftly twisting and breaking his neck. "There cannot be just one pursuer," he remarked. "It is inconceivable that this fool is the only one. There must be many more. We must depart. There is no reason to linger here. This is not the land of the leaf, where one can come and go as they please." After securing the body of the Mizuki ninja, they promptly left. Before long, numerous figures emerged behind them, and the surrounding mist thickened ominously. "That fool Mizuki Lan wouldn't heed my advice to slow down, and now look at the predicament he has landed us in. So easily dispatched by a ninja from the leaf. It truly brings shame to our mist ninja reputation." The speaker, with gray hair and 2 red dots above his brows, bore dark red rings around his eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, the wind spoke in a low voice. "It's a member of the Kagaya clan." Shadows materialized, not only from the Kagaya clan, but also from the Mizuki clan and other mist ninjas, encircling the trio and leaving no escape route. The wind declared firmly, "Charge." Multiplication technique. Instantly transforming into a giant, he became a living battering ram, curling into a ball and rolling forward at great speed, while Oil Girl Sure and Kiyoshi hastily followed suit. "Stop them." The mist ninjas sprang into action, attempting to thwart the wind's assault. Yet, the battering ram's velocity and overwhelming force carved a path forward. "I'll handle this." The figure of Suigetsu Hashigaki appeared, refraining from using the shark skin technique. Maintaining his human form, he braced himself against the battering ram, while Shark Skin, channeling chakra from behind, surprisingly halted the wind's advance. With a sneer, he began to speak, but before he could finish, a hand shot out, gripping him tightly. He spat blood as Shark Skin's spikes pierced through, causing the wind to wince and loosen his grip. Kiyoshi burst forth from behind, but Suigetsu swiftly swung Shark Skin, decapitating Kiyoshi. Yet, it did not impede his progress. In the midst of his astonishment, an explosion erupted. Boom! Suigetsu's body was thrown back, along with Shark Skin, as Kiyoshi, pale-faced, reformed his body and pursued. Seizing Shark Skin, imbued with self-awareness and life, resisted his control. Spikes emerged from its tail, piercing Kiyoshi's palm, but alas, it was merely engulfed in flames, leaving no harm. In pain, it writhed, striving to escape his grasp, yet Kiyoshi held on tightly, commanding, "Be still." Gripping Shark Skin, he slammed it forcefully onto the ground repeatedly, rendering it disoriented and emitting muffled sounds. "Surrender the chakra you've consumed." The chakra devoured by Shark Skin could nourish its master, and Kiyoshi, in need of chakra at that moment, sought to claim it. Shark Skin shook its head in refusal, unwilling to comply. What a jest! After feasting on such delightful chakra, you think I would simply relinquish it? I am Shark Skin, after all. I have my dignity. Hand over Shark Skin. A misty ninja approached, releasing a stream of water. Qingjia seized the shark muscle, only for the ninjutsu to be devoured in one gulp, resulting in a satisfied belch. The mist ninja inquired about the blade retrieval scroll, urging the return of the shark muscle. A report confirmed that the scroll remained at the camp. Then seize back the shark muscle, commanded the ninja. Yes, hand over your chakra. Qingjia persisted in demanding the chakra from the shark muscle, flames igniting in his palm, transforming the weapon into a blazing fireball. The shark muscle opened its mouth, consuming the flames, yet it grew increasingly hot, writhing in discomfort but unable to break free. Ultimately, it relented, channeling the chakra it had absorbed into Qingjie's body. Feeling the chakra surge within him, he nodded in satisfaction, not relinquishing the shark muscle, instead wielding it as his weapon. Damn it! Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A fierce water dragon lunged forth, and Qingjie swung the shark muscle, declaring, "Shark muscle, brace yourself. A snack is coming." The shark muscle opened wide, swallowing the approaching water dragon whole and contentedly writhing, savoring the essence of chakra. This kid's weakness lies in water. Once confronted with it, his form becomes tangible, exclaimed Wooly Shiba, prompting several ninjas to form hand seals. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water fong bullet. Qingjie leaped, evading a mist ninja, his hand enlarging to catch him before leaping onto a tree. The forest was once again submerged, enhancing the combat prowess of the mist ninjas with the influx of water. Ice release, secret technique. Demonic mirror ice crystal. Ice mirrors encircled Qingjie, forming an ice house, each mirror reflecting his silhouette. "Do you think this can defeat me? You underestimate me gravely," he proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted from his body, instantly filling the ice house, the intense heat melting it and forcing back the water ninja poised to ambush him. Yang Jiwei and Xufeng found themselves besieged, prompting Qingjie to rush to their aid, cleaving down a mist ninja with the shark muscle as he urged, "We must flee, Captain Xufeng. Let us go." Mirror fire. He unleashed a sea of flames, repelling numerous mist ninjas, and the trio swiftly escaped. They must not get away. Pursue them. Alive, we demand to see them. Dead, we demand their corpses. The shark muscle is still in their possession. They roared as they chased after them. Qingjie and Yang Jiwei retaliated with attacks, harrying their pursuers while hastening their flight. Whenever ninjutsu assailed him, Qingjie would consume it with the shark muscle. Hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped the area, rendering the path ahead indistinguishable. Wind release, great breakthrough. Originally a standard C-rank ninjutsu, Qingjie, empowered by the chakra of the shark muscle, unleashed formidable might. The potency of ninjutsu is not solely determined by its rank. Rather, it correlates significantly with the amount of chakra emitted. Much like Madara's Great Fire Annihilation, which, although merely a B-rank technique, bore the power akin to an S rank, requiring an entire squad of water ninjas to withstand its might. This illustrates the disparity in strength. With the enhancement of the shark skin chakra, the wind release employed by Qingjie has gained considerable potency, akin to a tempest dispersing thick fog. Seizing the opportunity, Xufeng promptly advances. The trio retreats in an orderly fashion, yet the mist shinobi is not to be underestimated. Ice release, water release, and the bone pulse techniques swiftly converge upon them. Today, the mist has resolutely set its sights on their demise. The assaults from the mist shinobi rain down like a meteor shower, relentless in their pursuit. Water release, water column. One of the mist shinobi unleashes a powerful technique, reminiscent of a reservoir bursting forth, releasing a torrent with formidable impact that strikes the trio. Xufeng extends his hand to grasp the nearest oil girl, Shimi. But Qingjie is not swift enough. "Qingjie!" he shouts. Qingjie turns back, calling out loudly, "Captain, you all must retreat. They cannot capture me." He takes a deep breath, clasping the shark's skin as he submerges into the water, allowing it to carry him away from this perilous place. "Ming, bring that Konoha brat back," commands the mist leader, as three figures immediately dash forth in pursuit of Qingjie's retreating form, while the commander himself pursues Xufeng and the others. Meanwhile, Qingjie, swimming against the current, submerges into the river, propelled by the shark's skin, moving swiftly through the water, occasionally surfacing for air. He refrains from merging with the shark's skin, despite the potential to transform into a half-human, half-fish form, which would facilitate breathing underwater and enhance his combat capabilities. However, such a fusion could lead to his body being controlled by the shark's skin, resulting in uncontrollable rage. Without a powerful chakra to suppress it, and given his own strength, he cannot dominate the shark's skin. Its fear of heat is the only reason he can maintain control. He must flee swiftly. Otherwise, the mist shinobi will catch up, and he would find himself in dire straits, especially in his current corporeal state. Fortunately, He has an abundance of chakra at his disposal. The collected chakra from the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon has been bestowed upon the shark's skin, a portion of which has been transferred to him, effectively turning him into a mobile power bank, a most advantageous asset. Feeling it is time, Qingjie surfaces and climbs onto the bank, leaning against a tree to catch his breath, evaporating the moisture from his body as he hoists the shark's skin and departs. Suddenly, shurikens fly towards him, and Qingjie counters with the shark's skin, deflecting their trajectory. He gazes up at the trees, where two men and a woman stand not far away. What captures his attention most is the girl, with long, brown, wavy hair reminiscent of the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, fair skin, and an exquisitely beautiful visage. She surpasses even Yetsong in beauty. Her piercing green eyes glint with intensity, suggesting she is of a similar age to him. TSK, are these the pursuers from the mist? But isn't it a bit presumptuous for just the three of you? He quips, pointing the shark's skin at them with a grin. As long as they are not three jonin, he feels no fear. Arrogant. We are not mere mist shinobi. Lord Ming, allow me to eliminate him, declares the youth with gray hair and prominent canine teeth, standing beside the girl. I wish to do so as well. Another young man had a sharp bone spur extending from his palm, unmistakably a member of the Kagaya clan. Xinyu, take Buri, exercise caution. Xinyu. His physique bears a striking resemblance to yours, so refrain from rash actions. The obstinate Akari Xinyu responded, Lord Ming, are you underestimating me? The hydration secret technique of our Akari clan is incomparable to this impostor. Just watch. Without further ado, he unsheathed his ninja blade and charged forward. Lord Ming, shall we not intervene? Take Buri Kagaya inquired. Let it be. You are aware of his temperament. Once he has made up his mind, it is not within our power to dissuade him. For now, we shall observe. Take Buri, exercise restraint. We are here to capture him, not to kill him. Understood. Take Buri nodded, her gaze towards the young man imbued with respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Akari Xinyu closed the distance to CG at an astonishing speed, aiming a strike with his blade. CG staggered back from the impact, his wrist numb from the force. Observing Xinyu, he noted that the arm wielding the blade had significantly enlarged, far thicker than his left arm. Hydration technique, grand water arm. Concentrating all his bodily moisture into his arm, he enhanced it to wield the ninja blade with a strength capable of severing iron doors and rock walls. CG regarded his arm with an inscrutable expression, remarking, young man, moderation is key. Just look at how thick your arm has become. A Kirin arm is not achieved through such reckless training. Taken aback, Akari Xinyu pointed his blade at CG, exclaiming, Hey, what are you babbling about over there? Hand over the great blade, Shujin, it belongs to me. Oh, such audacity. You claim it is yours, therefore it is? How boastful. Call for it, and let us see if it will heed you. Humph. I will slay you and take it by force. Releasing the grand water arm technique, his hand returned to its normal size, gripping the blade with both hands. Akari Xinyu charged forward, thrusting his long sword. CG, wielding Shujin, warned, disobey, and you shall be roasted. Shujin emitted a reluctant cry, compelled to obey CG's threat. Good child. CG seized Shujin and delivered a heavy strike. Clang. Akari Xinyu retreated, his ninja blade trembling in his grip, his hands numb and uncomfortable. You can actually control Shujin? He questioned. Had he been unable to control Shujin, it would have pierced his hand long ago, and not only that, but he could also command Shujin to fight. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he suddenly smiled. I hear you fear water techniques, unfortunately for you. That is my forte. CG raised an eyebrow, witnessing him forming seals, and swiftly unleashed a fireball. Water technique, water tooth bomb. The flames and water clashed, extinguishing the fire and surging toward him, as Shujin opened wide and swallowed it whole. Well done. CG clapped Shujin's body, laughing heartily, and then threw a punch. Fire fist. A massive flaming fist surged forth, prompting Akari Xinyu to hastily form seals. Water technique, water barrier. Drawing from the rivers he was adept with, he conjured a wall of water to shield himself from the assault. Suddenly, he perceived a figure charging forth, the sleek body of the shark's skin tearing through the water barrier, revealing the menacing visage of Saigai. With a swift downward strike, there was no time to draw the blade for defense, and guiding Xianyue was instantly transformed into a puddle of water. Was this a water clone? Saigai regarded the pool of water on the ground, shook his head, and turned his gaze towards the girl in the tree and Kagaya Take Torai, stating, Now, it is your turn. He dragged the shark's skin along the ground, stepping over the watery remnant. The puddle gradually morphed into the likeness of guiding Shinhua, who cast a cold smirk at Saigai's back, raising both hands to form a gun-like shape, aiming at Saigai's back and head. In a hushed tone, he uttered, "Die. Water release. Water iron cannon, double shot." Without the need for hand seals, this secret jutsu, passed down through generations of the guiding clan, unleashed bullets with formidable penetrating power in an instant. The bullets, akin to armor-piercing rounds, sped toward him, piercing through his form. Boom. Saigai's body vanished in an instant. Guiding Shinhua quickly realized it was a shadow clone. He promptly turned around, as Saigai emerged from the earth behind him, exclaiming, "Oh, how amusing. When did this happen?" He immediately jumped back, inquiring, "Did you hide in the ground using earth release while attacking me?" "Indeed," Saigai shrugged with a smile. "So, you are one of the guiding clan. This makes things simpler." Lightning release. At the mention of lightning release, guiding Shuanyue's eyelids twitched, and he swiftly retreated, knowing that lightning release posed a significant restraint on the guiding clan's physique. Saigai had already completed the hand seals. Lightning release. Kirin. Subsequently, he unleashed a massive conflagration, which was far from the anticipated lightning release. Water release. Water barrier. Did he just deceive me? Guiding Shinhua was both astonished and enraged, unable to accept being outsmarted. The girl, whom he and Kagaya Take-Torai referred to as Lord Mei, approached them and said, "Enough, Shinhua, you cannot handle him. This person is far more formidable than we anticipated." I was merely careless." Kagaya Take-Torai huffed. "Enough, Shinhua, do not embarrass yourself in front of Lord Mei." He turned to Saigai and inquired, "Ninja of Konoha, what is your name? If you want me to say it, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Who do you think you are?" Saigai nonchalantly dug at his ear, wearing an expression of indifference. "You." Kagaya Taketori's face flushed crimson, clearly infuriated. With bone spikes protruding from his body, Saigai observed him and remarked, "So, you are of the Kagaya clan. However, your clan's abilities are quite taxing on clothing. Every time those bones emerge, they tear through garments. After every battle, one must change attire, which is rather inconvenient." Uft. Mei chuckled, addressing Saigai. "You, Konoha ninja, are rather amusing. We are in the midst of battle, yet I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind." "Your measurements," Saigai blurted out, leaving the trio utterly speechless. Mei's face turned crimson with indignation as she retorted, "You show no respect for women whatsoever." "I hold great respect, but I am an LSP. There is no need to conceal my identity as an LSP. A true man never hides his preferences." "Beautiful young lady, may I inquire your name?" Qingjie coughed lightly, speaking with genteel politeness. The stark contrast between him and the previous ruffian was so pronounced that the trio found themselves momentarily taken aback. "I am Mei Ming," she replied. "Ah, thank you. Wait, did you say Mei Ming?" Qingjie's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this figure before him, whose stature was less than impressive, truly be the future Lady Mizukage, the fifth water shadow? Indeed, time can work wonders. Even a flat plain can rise to become a towering mountain. And this girl was no exception. It was truly unfathomable that such a beautiful young woman remained without a partner, destined to become an aging single lady. What a waste of resources. Was her inability to find a boyfriend due to her exceptionally potent bloodline limit? "Have you heard of me?" Mei Ming scrutinized Qingjie. "No, I have never heard of such a person. My apologies, but my friends are calling me back for dinner. Farewell, lovely lady, may our paths cross again." With that, he seized the opportunity to flee, not wishing to confront the trio, all of whom possessed bloodline limits, while Mei Ming herself harbored two distinctly different ones. He was determined not to meet his demise today. "I must take my leave. My lady, I did not anticipate you had already garnered such a reputation in Konoha." "He fled upon hearing your name," said Gue Deng Xianhua. "I have only just participated in the war. How could I have a reputation? That individual is undoubtedly suspicious. We must apprehend him. What are you all waiting for? Let us pursue." Mei Ming was resolved to uncover the truth. She was not a terrifying beast. Observing Qingjie's panicked retreat, she felt a twinge of displeasure. The three pursued him for some time until he halted before a waterfall. Kagaya Take-Torai remarked playfully, "Why have you stopped running? Weren't you quite adept at fleeing? Are you foolish? Are all members of the Kagaya clan simpletons? In this situation, how could I possibly run?" He raised his weapon, joking, declaring, "I am prepared to fight to the death. Come forth." Mei Ming regarded Qingjie with admiration. He was indeed a decisive man, though regrettably. He was her target. Kagaya Taketorai crossed her arms, and from the tips of her fingers, white bone-like protrusions sprouted, aimed directly at Qingjie. Bone pulse, 10-finger puncture. The rapid assault, akin to bullets, pierced Qingjie's body in an instant, leaving 10 gaping holes, each ablaze. Mei Ming observed, "Xianyue, your clan's secret techniques bear a striking resemblance. They seem to be immune to physical attacks. However, his body likely requires chakra for recovery." The members of the Gue Deng clan could mend their shattered bodies by absorbing moisture, yet Qingjie needed chakra. Without it, his elemental body could not manifest, let alone repair itself. Fortunately for him, possessing Jokin, he currently lacked nothing in chakra. Xianyue noted, "Many within our clan are masters of the ninja blade, and even the founding of the 7 ninja swordsmen has a significant connection to our former clan leader, the second water shadow, Gue Deng Huanyue. He possesses an innate understanding of the unique attributes of the shark skin. Those who wield it are never lacking in chakra. And now that Saika has tamed the shark skin, he is capable of extracting the chakra that has been stored within it for ages. Moreover, the shark skin can absorb ninjutsu. Whenever ninjutsu is employed, it is susceptible to absorption by the shark skin. Saika, like the shark skin, is immune to physical attacks, leaving him at a loss for any weaknesses." Terumi Mei remarked, "He cannot maintain that state indefinitely. He is unlike you all. That form may drain chakra excessively. And even with the shark skin, it would not suffice. We simply need to seek an opportunity." Mist concealment technique. She exhaled a vast cloud of mist, shrouding their figures. Unfortunately, Saika immediately employed wind release to disperse the thick fog, rendering the trio invisible before him. Did they flee? No, they must still possess a winning card. It would be implausible for them to simply run away. However, I certainly can escape. He chuckled, casting a glance at the waterfall behind him, before dashing down the rocky cliff along its edge. Oh no, he intends to flee. Pursue him. The 3 individuals lurking in the shadows had initially prepared to ambush Saika, but were taken aback when he abruptly turned and ran. They chased after him relentlessly, hot on his heels, as Saika dove into the water. Terumi Mei, accompanied by Ao and Kagaya, leapt in after him, but soon emerged once more. Suddenly, a massive serpent appeared, opening its gaping maw to swallow them whole. Terumi Mei swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the dissolution technique. With a parting of her crimson lips, she unleashed a viscous and highly corrosive acid, dissolving the serpent's enormous mouth, which collapsed lifelessly by the riverbank, staining the waters with its blood. That terrified me. How did such a colossal serpent suddenly appear in the water? Ao exclaimed, patting his chest. It must be a summoning technique. The river is shallow. It would be nearly impossible for such a large serpent to hide from our sight. It can only be a summoning technique. Kagaya inquired, did that fellow escape? I shall investigate. Ao submerged beneath the surface, yet found no trace of Saika. Terumi Mei stated, the orders from above are to capture him alive. Let us split up. Upon discovery, immediately signal with flares. Understood? Yes. The 3 dispersed to search for Saika elsewhere. Moments later, the now cold corpse of the serpent stirred, as Saika emerged, having punctured its belly with a blade, creating a gaping wound from which he extricated himself. His body covered in the serpent's viscous fluids. The shark's skin had vanished, summoned back by those concealed in mist. Fortunately, he had the foresight to have the shark's skin extract the chakra from within the serpent's belly while he was inside, replenishing his own depleted chakra. Now, he felt invigorated. Casting a triumphant glance at the serpent's carcass, he declared, fortuitously, I had the foresight to take refuge within this creature's belly. When he had leapt into the water, he summoned the serpent, swiftly burrowing into its belly, leaving Terumi Mei and the others to realize that the serpent's gaping mouth was not an attempt to devour them, but rather the aftermath of Saika's previous ingestion. Regardless of whether the great serpent is alive or deceased, it possesses the ability to escape. Since Komi and her companions did not slay the serpent, it could depart without any pretense. Had they chosen to kill it, their primary concern would likely be to ascertain their own fate rather than worry about being consumed by the creature. Truly, I am clever. Just as he reveled in his own ingenuity, the rustling of the grass signaled Komi's return. The 2 exchanged glances, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Why did you come back? Asked Saika. Komi instinctively replied, I thought there was no way you could run that fast, so I returned to check on you. I admit there was an element of chance involved, but I never anticipated that I would be right. What is this? A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. You are indeed fortunate, he exclaimed, turning to Komi. You are destined to become a formidable ninja. Farewell. With that, he took a step back and swiftly dashed across the water's surface. Realizing the situation, Komi immediately launched a flare into the sky and pursued him closely. Saika quickened his pace, entirely devoid of any thoughts of counterattacking. His opponent was Komi, the future 5th Mizukage, endowed with 2 distinct bloodline limits and possessing formidable strength. Even in her youth, making her a force to be reckoned with. Hey, a girl shouldn't relentlessly pursue a boy like that. It might lead to misunderstandings, he remarked, evading her water-based jutsu and returning fire with a barrage of flames. The sparks erupted, forcing Komi to take cover behind a tree. I am merely following orders from above. You are just a target. There is nothing to misunderstand, she stated coolly. Is that so? After all, you are so beautiful. Lovely girls often spark the imagination, he replied. Komi's stunning visage flushed slightly, revealing her bashfulness. How unfortunate that such beauty is destined for a lifetime of solitude, Saika lamented, recalling that in the future, Komi would evolve into a curvaceous lady, yet remain unmarried. Kill you, she declared, stepping forward with a smile that belied her lethal intent. Really? Is it that serious at such a young age? Are you so eager to get married? Saika gulped, stepping back. My apologies. Let's pretend I never said that. It's getting dark, and I must return for dinner. Farewell. With that, he hastily retreated. Stop. Water release. Water wave palm. She extended her hand, unleashing a torrent of water that struck Saika, sending him flying. Ouch. Everything hurts, he thought, but there was no time for lamentation. He quickly rose, only to find Komi ready with a kunai, a layer of water enveloping it. Clang. Saika seized the kunai, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Her skills were indeed impressive. As expected of the future 5th Mizukage, her taijutsu exhibited no flaws, and he could find no openings. Shadow Snake Hand. Several serpents sprang forth, startling Terumi Mei, who hastily retreated, using her kunai to sever the heads of the snakes, distancing herself from Akikawa Seiji. It appears you are among the strongest of the new generation from Konoha, she remarked. Indeed. Apart from Kakashi, no one else can truly contend with you. A formidable man is quite appealing. Your name? Akikawa Seiji. I am Terumi Mei. Though you may already be aware, I shall reiterate. Oh, is that so? Then let us commence the second round. Fire style, fire bullet. As Terumi Mei prepared to form hand seals, the fire bullet, requiring none, surged forth with startling speed, leaving her no choice but to evade. Enough with the pursuit, otherwise I might think you have a fondness for me. In response to his shameless words, Terumi Mei did not express anger but rather lamented, You seem to be quite the catch, yet we are not from the same village. What? Would you consider dating me if we were from the same village? Seiji inquired with interest, chuckling heartily, finding her intriguing. No, you are merely within the realm of consideration. You do appear quite handsome, she replied. Being a connoisseur of aesthetics, Terumi Mei found Seiji's appearance quite pleasing. My good looks are well known throughout Konoha. Enough idle chatter. If we continue, I may not escape. Shadow clone technique. He conjured a shadow clone, which immediately charged towards Terumi Mei. Boom. Seiji became lost. As a ninja, how could he become disoriented? Surely, it was due to Terumi Mei relentlessly pursuing him from behind, causing him to flounder like a headless fly. Now unable to find his way back, unsure of his current location. My luck is truly abysmal. And why are you still in pursuit? He glanced back at Terumi Mei, who exhibited remarkable perseverance in her chase. You are my mission. Do you hold your mission in such high regard? He paused, crouching atop a tree. Terumi Mei also halted, maintaining a safe distance, stating, The Village of Mist prioritizes missions. Failure to complete them results in punishment. Mist operates under a regime of stringent control, largely isolated from the world, with a brutal system in place. Failing a mission can lead to severe repercussions, even for a precious bloodline ninja like her. However, her life would not be forfeited, as Mist sought to gain advantages from this war, yet thus far, they had not reaped many benefits. Just yesterday, 6 of the 7 legendary swordsmen were eliminated. 6. Only the cold-hearted Mugetsu Shinpachi remained. The 7 ninja swordsmen represent Mist's elite power. Finding a worthy wielder for a single blade is an arduous task, and now, in the short term, reassembling the 7 is impossible. A valuable bloodline ninja like Terumi Mei would not allow them to perish, but punishment was inevitable. Terumi may wish to avoid such a fate. Thus she was determined to fulfill her mission. She longed to teach Akiko Wasiji a lesson. Certainly, there exists a competitive spirit within. Chingjia, being of similar age to her, exhibits a formidable prowess in battle, having dispatched several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. She yearns to ascertain the extent of the disparity between them while ensuring her own survival. How dire! Chingjia chuckles mischievously, which only intensifies the desire within Terumi May to deliver him a sound thrashing. Humph! You shall not escape today. Water style, water chaos wave. As she unleashed a torrent of water, Chingjia swiftly evaded, remarking, "It would be a pity to eliminate you, yet it appears you shall not relent until I am defeated." Naturally, she replied with a smirk. "The laws of victory have long since been established. Oh, come forth, my third uncle." Adopting a rather peculiar stance, Chingjia leapt down, flames roaring on his palms. With a flourish of his arms, 2 long spears soared forth. Divine fire, unknowable flame. Water style, water barrier. Their assaults clashed violently, neutralizing one another. Chingjia raised a hand, and flames ignited around him, spiraling into a vortex, causing the air to grow oppressively hot. Terumi May was astounded. Such an attack could be executed in an instant, devoid of hand seals, and the volume of his chakra was indeed formidable. Blazing flames. Water style, water chaos wave. Realizing their techniques were futile against one another, they swiftly charged forward. Kunai met kunai, sparks flying as they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Chingjia was resolute in his belief that he would not falter. Terumi May's martial prowess was formidable, surpassing that of many girls of her age. Her movements were precise and graceful, betraying no hint of her femininity. As they fought, they maneuvered across the battlefield. Lava style, dissolving acid explosion. Terumi May suddenly leapt, unleashing a torrent of corrosive acid. Chingjia, seeing this, was compelled to evade. The acid struck the ground, instantly dissolving a sizable crater, yet it did not dissipate but instead surged forth like a spring. Terumi May stood unfazed within, while the acid ascended, transforming into a corrosive acid rain. Sizzle. Trees, stones, and earth became pockmarked, leaves withering as life was sapped away. Chingjia clutched his arm, having narrowly escaped the corrosive touch. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have lost it entirely. Thankfully, only the surface was eroded. A fiery shield formed around him, repelling the descending acid rain. He retrieved bandages and antiseptic from his ninja tool pouch, hastily applying the ointment. This sensation is undeniably exhilarating. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he wrapped the wound with bandages. The commotion outside diminished significantly. Upon lowering the flame barrier, he noticed Terumi May breathing heavily, indicating that her recent technique had taken a toll on her chakra. Maintaining that fire shield had also consumed considerable energy. Observing her, Chingjia contemplated a strategy to evade Terumi May's relentless pursuit. "You are destined to lose," she gasped. "Not necessarily," Chingjia retorted with a grin. "I suggest you flee quickly, otherwise the outcome shall be rather grim." As she gazed at the flames engulfing him, Koji May felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. She vividly recalled that the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon had perished beneath such an attack. Hastily forming hand seals, she shouted, "Water release." Exploding water shockwave. A colossal column of water erupted from beneath her feet, instantly submerging the surroundings. Saikai's flames were swiftly extinguished, allowing the torrent to sweep him away as he laughed heartily. "This is my escape route. That scoundrel." Koji May gritted her teeth and hurriedly pursued him. She would not let him escape. Absolutely not. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 figures darted through the forest, exchanging lethal moves. Saikai's attire was tattered, his body adorned with numerous wounds, while Koji May fared no better. Her hair singed and her clothing riddled with gaping holes revealing her injuries. They battled for an entire day and night. Koji May was much more cautious than the reckless members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, primarily relying on ranged attacks and seldom engaging Saikai in close combat. Even when they did, she would not linger, continuing her long-range assault, leaving Saikai in a state of limbo. Without any allies, Saikai's destructive potential remained untapped, and both of their chakra reserves were dwindling. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Hidden Mist and the Leaf Village resumed, with no one to intervene in their fight, and they had become thoroughly lost within the Land of Waves. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. All they desired was to subdue one another. They fought precariously on the edge of a cliff, the ocean stretching below them, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the border of the land of waves. Koji-mei, in a disheveled state, gasped for breath as she looked at Saikai and exclaimed, "Don't run. Below lies the sea. Saikai, you have no escape." Saikai sneered. "Who has to say who will win or lose? Perhaps it is you who will plummet into the ocean." His chakra was too depleted to utilize summoning techniques, and even elemental transformations proved exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, he refused to concede verbally. "Your body has reached its limit. You are the most tenacious ninja I have ever encountered." Koji-mei was in a similar predicament, relying solely on sheer willpower to keep herself upright. Otherwise, she would have collapsed from exhaustion. As a ninja of the hidden mist, she could never allow herself to be defeated by someone from the Leaf Village. A man must endure. Saikai summoned the little chakra he had left and said, "Koji-mei, your strength is impressive. Even at your young age, being able to hold your own against a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen is commendable. Honestly, if you channeled this determination into pursuing men, you would never be single." Koji-mei gritted her teeth. "How do you know I will definitely be single in the future? With my looks, how could I possibly remain unattached?" This insufferable man had been making this joke incessantly. It was exasperating, and there should be a limit to such jesting. "Trust a man's intuition, young lady." "Ha! You scoundrel." Despite her family's excellent upbringing, Koji-mei couldn't help but curse aloud. This man was infuriating. Saikai charged at her. Kunai, spinning at his fingertips, held in a reverse grip, thrusting it downward with precision. Clang! Koji-mei parried the strike, forcefully thrusting upward, exploiting Saikai's moment of vulnerability, and swiftly kicked him away. Stepping back a few paces, one foot precariously perched on the edge of the cliff, the body leaned backward, on the verge of plummeting into the abyss. Suddenly, a serpent emerged from the sleeve, grasping the nearest figure, Terumi-mei. The abrupt pull sent her hurtling forward, and with her remaining strength dwindling, she crashed into Kyuka, both of them tumbling off the precipice together. With a resounding splash, they plunged into the sea, gurgling and sputtering. Kyuka slowly regained consciousness, chilled to the bone, and instinctively shook his body. Noticing the flickering flames, he hastened towards them, inhaling deeply and scanning his surroundings. He discovered a sandy beach beneath the shade of coconut trees, the sky dimmed, with a serpent roasting over the fire. "Why does that snake appear so familiar?" "You're awake?" A familiar voice resonated. Turning around, he saw Terumi-mei emerging from the woods, her complexion pale and arms laden with firewood. Upon seeing him, Kyuka attempted to rise, yet his body felt limp, his chakra difficult to summon. Terumi-mei remarked, "Your chakra has been depleted more than mine. Do not struggle, you have little strength left." Setting the firewood aside, she settled by the campfire and continued, "We are currently on an island near the land of waves. Until your chakra is restored, we cannot leave. I never anticipated being dragged off the cliff by that creature. Had luck not been on our side, we might have perished. By the way, how did we end up on this island? Shouldn't we have washed ashore near the land of waves? The land of waves is experiencing the rainy season, and on the day we fell, a storm swept through, carrying us away. Had it not been for me, you would have surely drowned." In truth, she had little desire to save him. The serpent had bound them together, and she lacked the strength to break free, compelled to go with the flow. Were it not for her upbringing in the land of water and her proficiency in aquatic survival, they both would have met their end in the ocean. Bound by the serpent and pulled down the cliff, and with Kyuka as an unwitting burden, upon awakening, she promptly kindled a fire to roast the serpent, seeking to alleviate her pent-up frustration. "Thank you, Lady Mei, for saving my life." "Humph. So now you acknowledge me as Lady Mei?" Terumi-mei scoffed, a hint of pride in her tone. Trapped on this deserted island and with chakra running low, she decided to set aside her grievances with Kyuka. Their immediate concern was to devise a way back to the land of waves. After all, they were warriors. Kyuka inched closer to the fire, feeling the cold seep into his bones, and inhaling the delectable aroma of the roasted snake. He inquired, "Where did you acquire that snake?" With a sidelong glance, Terumi-mei replied, "It belongs to you." Kyuka sighed, "Forget it, I won't dwell on that." The enticing scent intensified as he reached out to take a piece, only to be swatted away with a warning, "Find your own food, you freeloader. That snake is mine. I saved you. Have some coconuts instead." Feeling elated, Kyuka rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and discovered a few shuriken. With newfound enthusiasm, he shot them at the coconuts hanging from the tree. Several coconuts tumbled down. One tossed to Terumi-mei. He retrieved a kunai from his leg holster, cracked open the shell, and savored the refreshing coconut water, drinking every last drop before breaking open the shell to relish the tender coconut flesh within. Insufficiently satiated, I consumed 2 more. Burp. Discarding the coconut shell to the side, I regained a modicum of strength, channeling my chakra. The flames evaporated the dampness of my attire, leaving a residue of crystalline sea salt upon the fabric. A sense of discomfort enveloped me. I implored for assistance with a water technique. Kazumi glanced at me with a sigh, clearly exasperated by my presence. She gestured towards the forest, stating, "There exists a freshwater stream within. Venture downstream and cleanse your garments." "Thank you," I replied, retreating into the woods. Shortly thereafter, I emerged, feeling refreshed. My clothes, though still somewhat soiled, were now dry. I noticed Kazumi reclining beside the fire, seemingly unguarded, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, likely from the heat of the flames. How audacious she was, allowing herself to rest in the presence of an adversarial ninja. If it were anyone else, they would have perished by now. I bore no grudge against Kazumi, nor did I harbor intentions to harm her. Her act of saving my life was more than sufficient justification. Yawning, I settled beside the fire. A night of silence passed, and as dawn broke, I awoke to find the fire extinguished. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed Kazumi curled up nearby, her complexion pale, breathing heavily, and trembling uncontrollably. The temperature here was mild, around a dozen degrees. What could be amiss with her? I extended my hand, placing it upon her forehead, only to discover she was feverish. Her constitution seemed rather fragile, especially for a ninja. Lacking any medicinal supplies, I resolved to repay her kindness. Tapping into the chakra I had restored overnight, I summoned a shadow clone, instructing, "I shall seek herbs in the forest. You tend to her, for she is our savior." Although our plight on this deserted island partially stems from her, she did save my life. The shadow clone nodded, smiling. "Leave it to me. Do you doubt my capabilities?" "Of course not," I assured, clapping my hands with the clone before stepping into the woods, armed with my kunai. The clone looked at the feverish Kazumi and remarked, "Who told you to save me? Individuals of my caliber are rare. Your luck is indeed remarkable." When Kazumi regained consciousness, she found her forehead wrapped in a cloth torn from my own attire and soaked in water, while a charred hide covered her. A fire crackled nearby, and I sat beside it, roasting meat. Noticing her awakening, I handed her a coconut shell filled with herbs, saying, "You are fortunate to have me by your side. This island fortuitously harbors a remedy for your fever. Consume this and allow yourself to sweat it out." The creature encountered while foraging for herbs met its demise at my hands. This deserted island appears to be quite expansive. Otherwise, such sizable fauna would not inhabit it. Large animals cannot thrive on small islands due to unsuitable environments, and they cannot reach the land unless introduced by humans. "Drink up." I invested considerable effort in procuring this, I urged, extending the coconut shell towards her. The dark liquid within the container sent a chill down Terumi Mei's spine as she regarded him with suspicion. "You surely do not suspect I have poisoned it, do you?" "I swear by the heavens, if I intended to kill you, I could simply slit your throat while you are feverish. Why exert such effort? Quickly, drink the medicine." Terumi Mei bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed as she accepted the coconut shell, unsure whether it was the fever or the heat of the fire causing her discomfort. "Thank you. Think nothing of it. You saved my life," he replied. "It's quite bitter." Taking a sip of the concoction, Terumi Mei grimaced, finding its taste far worse than the military rations. "Bitter? Then close your eyes, pinch your nose, and gulp it down in one go. There is no time for fussing now." The young lady, as one might expect, was oblivious to her current predicament. Casting a glare at Kayasuk, Terumi Mei thought to herself, couldn't he utter a few kind words to soothe her? Yet, she was not one to be overly dramatic. With determination, she drank it down. Though the herbal taste was unpleasant, it provided a measure of comfort once swallowed. Kayasuk offered her another coconut, saying, "Here, take a sip to wash away the bitterness." "All right." She accepted the coconut and took a drink, the refreshing juice instantly alleviating the bitterness in her mouth. Feeling considerably better, Kayasuk remarked, after a brief nap and a good sweat, "You should be nearly recovered. By the way, how does a ninja catch a cold?" Terumi Mei weakly rolled her eyes at him. "Ninjas are human too, and we have all been soaked for quite a while. Why are you unaffected? Perhaps my constitution is simply stronger?" He had, upon awakening, utilized his scant chakra to evaporate the seawater clinging to him, while Terumi Mei remained damp. By the way, did I wake too late to see the sunrise? What a pity. Simultaneously lamenting her misfortune, he glanced at the meat sizzling over the fire, selected a suitable piece, and handed it to her. This should taste decent. Eat up and then rest. Receiving the skewer of roasted meat, Terumi May expressed her gratitude, blowing gently on it to cool it down. Is it truly all right for you to care for me like this? We are, after all, adversaries. You saved my life. I must repay you. Besides, with your beauty, it would be a shame for you to perish. Moreover, the village is unaware of my whereabouts. They might think I have been captured or worse. You are remarkably optimistic. Taking a bite of the roasted meat, her eyes lit up. The flavor is delightful. Of course, though it is only seasoned with simple sea salt. A little goes a long way. Quite good, though not as exquisite as my family's chef's cooking. Ah, the young lady is indeed of noble birth. We commoners have yet to experience such luxury. However, I must say, the Ichiraku ramen in Konoha is unparalleled. He picked up a piece of meat, blew on it, and began to eat. I long to return and savor Ichiraku ramen. Terumi May inquired, is it truly that delicious? Absolutely. At times like this, I crave it even more. I wish to try it as well. When you have the opportunity to visit Konoha, I shall take you there. In the future. She shook her head and said, let us speak of future matters at a later time. The war is not yet over, and furthermore, Konoha will not welcome someone like me from the mist. Eventually, the war will come to an end. However, it raises the question of whether the mist will choose to open its doors thereafter. The mist has long been a secluded nation, embroiled in self-inflicted strife. Were it not for the restraint of the third Mizukage, the mist would likely have descended into chaos long ago. Terumi May's expression stiffened. The notorious nature of the mist is well known throughout the shinobi world, and its brutal policies have rendered life for its ninjas exceedingly difficult, often making existence during wartime preferable to life within the village. You from the mist should swallow your pride, she remarked. The mist ought to open itself to the world. Isolation will only lead to stagnation. Upon hearing this, Terumi May's eyes lit up in agreement. You speak the truth. The mist should indeed embrace openness. Yet the village will not take such a step. She chose to say no more, for it was a matter concerning the mist itself. And what significance did conversing with a Konoha ninja like Qingjie hold? Qingjie took another piece of meat and declared, the mist will eventually open its gates. And the opportunity for such a transformation lies within you. Me? Terumi May looked at him in confusion. Qingjie continued, with 2 bloodline limits, supported by influential clans. Coupled with your talent and popularity, the prospect of you becoming the Mizukage is quite high. Initially, the members of the Hozuki and Kagaya clans might have resisted your authority, but now they refer to you as Lady May, clearly having been won over by you. If it were you, the mist would undoubtedly experience a renaissance. That's not entirely true. Terumi May said bashfully, her heart racing, not due to Qingjie himself, but because of his words. The position of Mizukage loomed in her mind. Yet, it would be a long wait until the third Mizukage passes, and there's also the fourth to consider. Upon hearing this, Terumi May's temper flared, and she retorted, you little thief from Konoha, do you wish for our Mizukage to die? Qingjie responded lightly. Let us consider a hypothetical. If the third Mizukage were to perish in this war, the successor would not be you due to your youth, it would be someone else. If you wish to achieve your ambitions swiftly, it would necessitate the death of the fourth Mizukage. Otherwise, even if you were to grow old, you would never ascend to the position of fifth Mizukage. That does hold some merit, she conceded. But why not the fourth? The third Mizukage was no longer a viable hope. He was exceedingly prudent, unwilling to gamble with the village's fate, consistently advocating for conservative policies. Qingjie cast her a glance and remarked, he will focus on internal matters rather than foreign diplomacy. If my intuition serves me right, your mist is in disarray, unable to stabilize its internal affairs, let alone face external challenges. He will take an extensive period to rectify internal issues, leaving external matters off the table. Not to mention, the fourth Mizukage will likely fall under the control of Obito, rendering the mist ineffective. Reflecting on Obito, she wondered how that fool was faring. It seemed a visit to the battlefield at Iwagakure was inevitable to prevent him from becoming Madara's puppet. At the very least, she had to ensure Rin's safety. It was Rin's death that had driven Obito to darkness. Had she survived, things would have been different, as long as she could protect her. Even revealing to Konoha's higher-ups that Uchiha Madara still lived would be futile. First and foremost, it was a question of whether they would even believe it. Secondly, even if one were to believe, there would be no means to locate Madara. That fellow is exceedingly adept at concealing himself. Thirdly, there exists a devoted son, Kurojitsu, who is determined to safeguard Madara, the instrument of his hope for rescuing his mother. Before addressing that, it would be prudent to find a way to bring Obito back. It is perhaps best for him to remain simple-minded throughout his life. Will you become Hokage? Terumi Mei inquired suddenly, gazing at Kyosuke. Me? Hokage? Do not jest. How could I possibly ascend to such a position? He shook his head, responding, following this war, it is likely that the fourth Hokage will rise to power. It cannot possibly be me. As I mentioned earlier, I too foresee no unexpected circumstances. The fourth Hokage will govern the village for a considerable duration, and I shall not have that opportunity. If Obito does not perish, then Minato will not die either. Thus he shall continue to serve as the fourth Hokage, managing the village's documentation. Terumi Mei chuckled. Why would the fourth Hokage not meet an untimely demise? Kyosuke sensed a palpable malevolence emanating from her, and after a brief cough, he replied, that is of no concern to me. To become Hokage would bind me to the village, and I am not one to remain stationary in a single position for long. Is that so? Enough of that. While there may not be a Hokage, there is indeed a future Mizukage. As he gazed at Terumi Mei, a realization struck him. Wait, if he were truly to save Obito, then the fourth Mizukage would also survive, thereby nullifying Terumi Mei's claim to the position of fifth Mizukage. Never mind. I shall postpone this discussion until we reach the battlefield in Iwagakure. The two rested throughout the night, and as Terumi Mei regained her strength, she remarked to Kyosuke, if I recall correctly, we drifted from that direction. We should simply follow that path. The land of waves lies approximately in the southeast of this island. They merely need to traverse the sea. Very well, let us proceed. Although his chakra had not fully replenished and his self-recovery was rather sluggish, it sufficed for their return to the land of waves. Let us go. They traversed the waves, as if in a contest, advancing side by side, not yielding an inch to one another. Along the way, Kyosuke suddenly queried Terumi Mei. Last time you mentioned that failing to capture me would result in punishment from Kirigakure, correct? Indeed. Then allow me to assist you. You wish to return to Kirigakure? If you divulge all the intelligence you possess, I shall ensure your survival. What are you thinking? I could merely provide you with a shadow clone to serve as a facade, while you venture into Kirigakure to meet your demise. My mind is not so deranged. Two debts cleared. Casting a glance at Kyosuke, Terumi Mei scoffed and quickened her pace away from him. He could not fathom why this woman was irate. The workings of a woman's mind are inscrutable, and even attempts to decipher them yield no clarity. After running across the sea for 2 hours, they finally beheld land. Upon inquiring with a fisherman, they confirmed it was indeed the land of waves. Kyosuke stretched lazily and remarked, at last, we have returned. Splendid. Now farewell. I must take my leave. Oh, by the way, Shadow Clone. Just as he prepared to form the necessary hand seals, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A shuriken flew forth from the thicket nearby. Fortunately, Kyosuke reacted swiftly, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. However, he was still slightly too slow, resulting in his forehead protector being knocked off. Damn, what is happening? He turned his gaze towards the grass, where two fog-hidden figures emerged from the thicket. Smirking as they said, the Konoha ninja is in the company of the eldest daughter of the Terumi clan. What do you mean? Terumi Mei glared at them with a displeased expression. One of the fog ninjas remarked, the eldest daughter of the Terumi clan is secretly meeting with a Konoha ninja, committing treason. You must return to our village. Indeed, it is a pity, such a beautiful girl, reduced to being with a mere Konoha brat. Terumi Mei's face flushed with anger. These two belonged to a rival clan of the Terumi family, and to have them slander her right upon their arrival was indeed a stroke of bad luck. You two bastards, seeking death. Do you believe I can make you both perish silently here? The anger within her was palpable, and with the evident murderous intent from the two. Terumi Mei was not one to let them off easily. She had not rested well these days, and her temper was quite formidable. Seeking death, Kyosuke's fury escalated, disregarding the headband on the ground as he charged forward, engaging in battle with the two fog ninjas. Divine flame, unknowing fire. Two fiery spears pierced through one fog ninja's body, searing his insides and eliciting a scream of agony. You truly are entangled with the Konoha ninja, Terumi Mei. The fog ninja shouted, pointing at her. Initially, they sought to slander her, but it appeared there was truth to their claims. Shut up, Terumi Mei retorted angrily. joining Kayasuk in confronting the assailant. Dissolution technique. A torrent of corrosive acid erupted from her mouth, enveloping the fog ninja's head like a shroud. Instantly, the highly corrosive liquid began to eat away at his body, inflicting such intense pain that he had no chance to scream. As he opened his mouth, the acid flooded in, eroding his tongue along with it. In mere seconds, his body was entirely consumed. I shall take my leave. You can lay the blame on these two fools. Farewell. With that, Kayasuk vanished into the forest. Wait, I still have questions for Kayasuk. But he had already disappeared without a trace. Why does he run so fast? I wouldn't need him. Shaking her head, she returned to the beach, only to find that the fog ninja Kayasuk had attacked was dead. Oh, what is this? His headband. Picking up the scratched headband, Terumi May contemplated keeping it, deciding to return it when they met again. Meanwhile, Kayasuk, having run a considerable distance, touched his head and suddenly remembered that his headband was still on the beach. Oh well, I can get another one at the camp. It's not a precious item. For now, he needed to find a way back to the camp. Resting was his immediate priority, and he wished to do nothing else. By the way, which path leads to the Konoha camp? Kayasuk realized he was lost once more. After spending most of the day, he finally discovered the route to the Konoha headquarters. Another day passed before he finally reached the camp. Asuma, red-haired and wind chaser, meticulously observed him, feeling relieved only after confirming that all was well. With a sigh of relief, Wind Chaser remarked, "At last, you have returned. We searched for several days and even suspected that you had been captured by the Misty Shadows. It is a relief to have you back." It was undoubtedly a fortunate turn of events that Saigiki had returned. The prospect of a child stepping onto the battlefield was already distressing enough, let alone facing pursuers. "Captain Wind Chaser, are you and Shirwei unharmed? Had it not been for the storm a few days ago, which forced the Misty Shadows to retreat, I fear that Shirwei and I might still be fleeing for our lives." The demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen had severely weakened the Misty Shadows, making it inevitable that they would pursue their enemies. Fortunately, they had also returned unscathed, with only one of the 7 ninja swordsmen remaining. The morale of the Misty Shadows had significantly diminished, while Konoha began its counteroffensive, preparing to expel the Misty Shadows from the land of waves. Indeed, I too owe my life to that storm, he thought, refraining from mentioning the matter of Mei Terumi, as it would serve no purpose. Wind Chaser instructed, "You need to draft a report detailing your experiences over the past few days. Shirwei and I have already submitted ours. You have made a significant contribution this time." It was known that Saigiki had dispatched 3 or 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a feat remarkable for a child of his age and strength. Even with assistance, his ability to slay members of the 7 ninja swordsmen was a testament to his formidable prowess. It would not be long before this accomplishment echoed throughout the ninja world, and Saigiki would shine as a brilliant star for Konoha. "Oh, I am utterly exhausted. Must there still be a report?" Wind Chaser, with a playful smile, replied, "That is not an option. You must find a way to manage it. Given your recent return, you may submit it a bit later." "Oh, Asuma, you must help me with this. How can I assist you?" Asuma responded, taken aback. "Is there something concerning me? I meant for you to write it. I wish to avoid any effort. You are rather lazy, aren't you? We are dear friends. Is it too much to ask for your assistance at this moment?" Very well. Very well. Honestly, I thought I could take a break. After a brief rest, a wash in the camp, and donning a fresh outfit along with a new forehead protector, he realized his clothes were somewhat snug and that he needed to procure more fitting attire, as he was in a growth phase and needed to change frequently. "All right, I shall have you write." Back in the tent, lying on the bed, he turned to Asuma and said, "Now, I insist that you write." "Proceed," Asuma replied, unfurling the scroll and preparing to write with a brush. A special mission executed by Konoha's Jonin, Asakura Saigiki, along with the Kimichi Wind Chaser and Yuhi Shirwei. Next, briefly narrate the events from the assassination of the 7 ninja swordsmen to the pursuit by Terumi May to the deserted island, omitting the details regarding May, as she is of the Misty Shadows. If the higher-ups in Konoha were to learn of it, I would surely be in trouble. It was worth noting that upon his return, he had been interrogated multiple times, and shinobi from the Yamashiro clan had approached to ascertain whether he had been under Jinjutsu. During times of war, strict scrutiny is naturally required. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chooses to write selectively. What an unsightly handwriting. Observing Asuma's crooked characters, Shinja commented, "If you have the ability, you should write it yourself." "Humph. If my handwriting were beautiful, I wouldn't let you write it. I should have asked Tom for help." "Well, I'm going to submit the report now. Excuse me. With permission granted, Qingjie entered the command tent. Mito Minyan and Nara Shikaku, the two seasoned veterans, remained seated in their positions, unchanged since their departure days ago. Here is my report from the past few days. Submitting the report, Mito Minyan opened it and swiftly read through it. Finding nothing unusual, he nodded and, for once, displayed a hint of a smile. Well done. It is young talents like you who represent the future of Konoha. We are getting old. However, the rewards will have to wait until after the war concludes. Additionally, your team has been assigned a special mission. A special mission? Nara Shikaku responded amiably. It is not particularly difficult. Your task is simply to transport the corpses and intelligence of the hidden mist ninjas we have collected back to Konoha. Consider it a unique holiday. This escort mission allows for a few days of rest in the village, a brief respite before returning to the battlefield. It serves as a break for Qingjie and his team, even though they have been here for less than a month. Yet, who could deny him such a reward for his significant contributions? Moreover, this is a confidential message for Lord Hokage, and it must be handled with care. Mito Minyan produced a scroll inscribed with a character for secrecy, surrounded by sealing incantations, indicating it had been encrypted. It primarily reports on the current losses and various situations on the Konoha Hidden Mist battlefield. However, it must not fall into the hands of the Mist ninjas. If it does, Konoha's strategies would be exposed, which would be detrimental. I understand. His expression grew solemn as he summoned a snake, the thickness of an arm, took the confidential message, and instructed the serpent to swallow it, rendering it invisible. Thus, even in the event of his demise, the message would remain undisclosed. Then, let us set out immediately. I know you are fatigued, but once we return to Konoha, you can rest well. Yes, you are exploiting your employees. Yet, what can be done? After all, he is merely a worker. Exiting the command tent and returning to the camp, he informed Asuma and Hong, I have bad news. A mission has arrived. No way. Didn't Tiju just return? Why is there another mission? Asuma inquired. Hong was equally puzzled. Logically, Qingjie had just returned and should have been allowed to rest. So why was there yet another task? Qingjie replied, it is an escort mission to transport some items back to Konoha, which means our holiday has arrived. All right. We need to head to the intelligence department to collect the items. A holiday? The two eyes lit up at the mention of it. Surprised that a break had come so soon. Let us go, let us go. The holiday is here, and we need to head back. This time, I want to learn water style. Aren't you a fire style user? Why learn water style? Having been educated in the art of water release, I am determined to apply myself diligently to my studies. Mastering the strengths of others to counter them is essential, although I may possess a greater affinity for fire. It is not decreed that one who wields flame cannot also command water. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the trio of Kaiosuk presented sealed letters and intelligence scrolls to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon opening the letter from Monin, Hiruzen gazed at Kaiosuk with astonishment. It is quite audacious for the composed Monin and Kakura to engage in such risky ventures, sending you and Keisuke to assassinate the 7 ninja swordsmen. This is indeed a perilous undertaking, but I am impressed by your prowess. Contributing to the village is the duty of every shinobi of Konohagakure. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, remarking, this resolve is truly commendable for my apprentice. The letter from Monin acknowledged Kaiosuk's contributions and requested a reward, which was indeed possible, though access to the forbidden scroll was out of the question. Such techniques cannot be freely granted to a young ninja upon a single achievement. They are not to be bestowed lightly. Kaiosuk remained undeterred, recognizing that the forbidden scroll is a closely guarded secret within the village and would not be readily accessible. Lord Hokage, I wish to learn water release, he expressed. Although the techniques from the forbidden scroll were not feasible, he could propose other requests that Sarutobi would find difficult to decline. Water release? Sarutobi looked at him incredulously. Your chakra is primarily wind and fire. While learning water release would indeed introduce a new element within you, it may not harmonize well. Typically, those who play with fire do not venture into water, akin to the Uchiha clan, whose chakra affinities lean towards fire and lightning. They seldom pursue water release unless they replicate it through the Sharingan. Otherwise, it remains outside their repertoire. Mastering techniques that do not align with one's inherent affinities only amplifies the challenges of learning and application. It would be wiser to focus on what you excel at. I have often been restrained by the mist shinobi using water release on the battlefield in the land of waves. I seek vengeance. If possible, I wish to learn the water release techniques of the second Hokage. The second Hokage, renowned for his mastery of forbidden techniques, was also the master of water release. With the formidable physique and vast chakra reserves of the Senju clan, his water release may surpass even that of the Mizukage of the Land of Water. Of course, Kyosuke was particularly interested in the second Hokage's unique water release techniques that could catch opponents off guard. Hearing Kyosuke's somewhat naive request, Sarutobi shook his head with a smile. Indeed, the water release of the second Hokage is formidable, but to attain his level requires an extraordinary amount of chakra, far beyond the ordinary. The chakra reserves of the Senju clan are typically matched only by the Uzumaki clan. Achieving such a level is no small feat. My chakra is currently at least at the level of a jonin, Kyosuke asserted. Through relentless battles, especially against the likes of Juzo and Terumi Mei, his chakra had significantly increased. While he claimed jonin status, it was merely an approximation. Should there be a unit of measure, it might equate to the chakra levels of 10 or even more than a dozen Kakashi who possessed the Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked the stubble on his chin and said, I see. Please visit me at this time tomorrow. By the way, are Asuma and Kurenai interested? The war achievements you've accumulated can be exchanged for ninjutsu. I utilize both wind and fire release, old man. Asuma grunted dismissively. Kurenai added, if possible, I would like to learn Jinjutsu. Her father had designated her as a Jinjutsu-type ninja. While she could certainly learn other techniques, her desire remained to focus on Jinjutsu. I have a few techniques for fire release and Jinjutsu as well. Come join us tomorrow at the same time. Also, Kiyoshi, your teacher Orochimaru has returned. You should pay him a visit. Orochimaru-sensei, has the war with the Land of Wind concluded? If the war had not ended, Orochimaru would not have returned. His return signifies the cessation of hostilities. Sarutobi nodded and confirmed, indeed, it has ended. You may seek him out to learn some new techniques. With that, the three departed from the Hokage's office. Kiyoshi bid farewell to Kurenai and Asuma before promptly heading to Orochimaru's residence. Upon entering, he found Orochimaru engrossed in experiments within his laboratory, maintaining his usual appearance while shaking a test tube in his hand. However, Kiyoshi noticed a purple-haired girl beside him, clutching the shed skin of the white snake that Orochimaru regarded as a mascot. Upon seeing him, the purple-haired girl inquired, Who are you? This is Orochimaru-sensei's place. Outsiders cannot enter freely. Orochimaru-sensei? Kiyoshi gazed at the girl and asked, Are you? The girl proudly patted her chest and declared, I am Mitarashi Anko, the new disciple of Orochimaru-sensei. And you are? Speak quickly, or I will summon Orochimaru-sensei to deal with you. Orochimaru observed the exchange with amusement, curious to see how the two disciples would interact. Mitarashi Anko? So, you are my junior apprentice? Kiyoshi mused, realizing he now shared a prestigious lineage akin to Anko's. Grandmaster, the first and second Hokage. Grandfather, the third Hokage. Elder brother, the fourth Hokage. Uncle, the fifth Hokage. Nephew, the sixth Hokage. Nephew, the seventh Hokage. Who else is there? Kiyoshi cleared his throat and ruffled Anko's purple hair, only to receive a swift slap and an indignant retort. How rude. Why are you laughing? Is it amusing? Kiyoshi erupted into a laugh reminiscent of a cave-dwelling king, turning to Orochimaru and saying, Orochimaru-sensei, where did you find such a delightful disciple? Hello, I am Asakawa Kiyoshi, your elder brother, and this is my charming little sister. Elder brother, don't joke around. Sensei, do I really have an elder brother? Anko queried, glancing at the amused Orochimaru. Orochimaru leisurely set down the test tube filled with an unknown liquid and replied, Yes, you do have an elder brother, and it is he. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Anko questioned. You never asked, came the calm response from Orochimaru. Ah, Anko. Believing she had become the sole disciple of Orochimaru, Akado was momentarily disheartened to discover another presence above her. She cast an awkward glance at Kyosuke and greeted him. Hello, senior brother. Ah, greetings to you as well. Here, a little gift for you. He opened his hand, and a small purple snake slithered out from his sleeve, flicking its tongue at Akado. The little serpent was round and rather adorable, instantly capturing her heart. She smiled as she accepted it, saying, Thank you, senior brother. This time, her address carried a warmth absent before. It's delightful to see you two getting along, Kyosuke. How goes the war in the Land of Mist? Orochimaru inquired. Kyosuke replied, Master Orochimaru, I have achieved a significant feat this time. Oh, I single-handedly defeated 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Impressive, isn't it? Alone? Without any assistance? Orochimaru's curiosity piqued. Well, there was some help from the Oil Clan's Shizumi and the Akimichi Clan's leader, Choji. Not bad, Orochimaru nodded with a smile. Even with their assistance, taking down 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen is no small accomplishment. Upon hearing this, Akato raised her hand eagerly. Senior brother, are you talking about the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? I've heard of their formidable reputation. Even the Hokage must tread carefully around them. You took down 4 by yourself? I can't believe it. Indeed, Kayasuk chuckled. With the right strategy, isolating and defeating them isn't particularly challenging, provided one possesses the intelligence on their operations. Orochimaru addressed his young disciple. Akato, Kayasuk's circumstances are quite exceptional. The destruction he can unleash is beyond your imagination. You are still young, but in time, you will comprehend the extent of his power. You too shall become a formidable ninja in the future. He held a fondness for this young apprentice, believing in her potential to become an exceptional shinobi. Kayasuk reflected on Akato's future, envisioning her as a bold female ninja with a striking personality and unique style, perhaps even an elite jonin. This might be linked to Orochimaru's earlier experiments with her, applying immature cursed seals that could have influenced her abilities. Yet, it was better left unspoken for now. After all, the future Akato would surely strive to become as powerful a ninja as her master. Akato gazed at Orochimaru with admiration, and he merely nodded before turning to Kayasuk. So, with the loss of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it seems the mist will soon retreat. Perhaps, though I cannot say for certain. After all, Konoha has adopted a defensive strategy against the mist. He then asked, Master Orochimaru, what news from the war in the Land of Wind? Orochimaru began to manipulate the experimental apparatus, his expression neutral as he replied, after incurring certain costs, Konoha has penetrated the territory of the Wind Country. Following negotiations, Konoha has since retreated to the borders of the Fire Country, where Shinji is currently stationed. The stubborn resistance of Sunagakure has become a source of great vexation for him. In a bid to swiftly conclude this tedious war, Orochimaru resorted to sacrificing a portion of his forces to lure out the shinobi of Sunagakure. Deprived of Chiyo's leadership, the village fell for the ruse, and, upon their subsequent annihilation, Orochimaru penetrated deep into the Land of Wind. Sunagakure, forced to shift from offense to defense, clung desperately to their stronghold, as the necessity for Orochimaru to stabilize the situation had diminished. Thus, he was summoned back to Konoha, with the expectation that he would rectify any arising issues. However, Sunagakure's endurance was limited, as their funding had been significantly curtailed by the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. What else could be expected after their defeat? Consequently, the village found itself in an economic crisis, and upon assuming the mantle of the 4th Kazekage, Raza was immediately beset by troubles. He fretted over finances, his health visibly deteriorating, and had even begun contemplating the exploitation of his own village's precious resources. Alas, for the sake of the village, sacrificing a bit of personal comfort seemed a small price to pay. Currently, the notoriety of Orochimaru's sword, with rumors circulating within the village that his return to Konoha was to succeed the 4th Hokage. In summary, Konoha had achieved a resounding victory over Sunagakure. On the battlefield, I encountered a remarkably gifted orphan. Regrettably, he was unwilling to accompany me. Otherwise, you would have gained another disciple. Reflecting on the boy named Kabuto, Orochimaru felt a pang of regret, for this child possessed immense potential, perhaps even surpassing that of Kiyoshi. Had Kabuto, the master of dreams, encountered the technological savant? Yet, it mattered little. As long as Orochimaru remained alive, the master of dreams would not manifest. Bringing him back would suffice, for he was merely an orphan. If he was reluctant, I would not force him. I have a premonition that one day, he will find his way to my side. A predatory coldness filled Orochimaru's gaze. That aside, Orochimaru, do you possess any water-style jutsu, preferably those pioneered by the 2nd Hokage? Orochimaru looked at him quizzically and replied, the 2nd Hokage's water style? What do you require that for? Kiyoshi, hands on hips, retorted, I was humiliated by someone using water style, and I wish to reclaim my honor. Water style may not be suitable for you. It could prove quite troublesome to learn, Orochimaru cautioned. No matter, I have shadow clones to expedite my learning. Very well. I shall teach you the simplified version of the 2nd Hokage's water dragon jutsu. And you, Akimichi, pay attention. Yes, Akamichi earnestly found a place to sit. Orochimaru approached the two and began his instruction, stating, "The second Hokage's water style ranks among the finest in the ninja world. His water dragon jutsu has been simplified. Although it remains a B-rank technique, it reduces the original 44 hand seals to just 4. A deep understanding of water style is essential, otherwise, even if executed, its power will diminish." The hand signs for the second Hokage were rat, dragon, rabbit, and tiger. Thus commenced Orochimaru's class. Kiyoshi and Akamichi listened intently, and after imparting the simplified version of the water dragon jutsu, he provided them with the complete version of the 44 seals for their diligent study. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru retrieved 2 scrolls from his collection, stating, "These are 2 variations of water release ninjutsu, simplified and originally conceived by the second Hokage. They are contained within these scrolls. Should you require further clarification, feel free to consult me." "Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei," he replied. Upon opening the scrolls, he discovered one was a simplified water barrier technique, executable with merely 2 hand seals, while the other was the water release, water surge, also known as instant water. This technique, one of the second Hokage's specialties, utilizes water release to create an environment conducive to its execution, allowing it to be performed near rivers or lakes, thereby enabling rapid movement across the water's surface. It facilitates swift navigation through water, making it an immensely practical technique. Having acquired the 2 water release techniques, Saika carefully stored the scrolls, resolving to dedicate the next few days to mastering them. After all, he was destined to return to the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, where proficiency in water surge was imperative. This would prevent him from being as passive as he had been in the past, unable to escape swiftly from water-based attacks. Mastering this move was of utmost importance. The following day, Saika received the water release, water blade from Sarutobi Asuma, the second Hokage's technique, by the waterfall at the Leaf Village training ground. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Asuma unleashed a lengthy column of fire from his mouth, resembling a fire dragon, which then split into 3 paths, hurtling towards Saika. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Although Saika could not complete the water dragon bullet with 4 hand seals, he extended the seals to 15, significantly slowing down the hand sealing process. He wondered how long it would take to execute 44 seals. A water dragon surged forth from the river, fierce and lifelike, unleashing a silent roar as it charged towards Asuma's newly acquired technique. The water dragon bullet extinguished the fire dragon flame bullet, the 2 techniques clashing and ultimately dissipating into the air, leaving a misty vapor hovering above the river's surface. Suddenly, Saika vanished, slowly resurfacing from the water. Wiping the water from his face, he remarked, "It appears this technique is far more challenging to master than I had anticipated." The water surge technique demands a profound understanding of water release along with exceptionally quick reflexes, as it involves rapid movement through water to approach and ambush the enemy, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Upon closer inspection, several shadow clones were practicing water surge beneath the surface, swiftly navigating the depths. "It seems you have yet to grasp the essentials. Perhaps you should consult Orochimaru-sensei?" I suppose I will inquire this afternoon. I'm quite hungry. Shall we go for a meal? How about grilled meat?" "No, that's too greasy. Let us have ramen instead." "But we just had that last night." "It's preferable to grilled meat. I have no desire for sushi or sashimi." "Enough of this indecision. Let us head to Ichiraku Ramen." "All right, let us go." At Ichiraku Ramen, amidst playful banter, Saika lifted the shop's curtain and called out, "Master, 1 bowl of miso ramen, please." "I'll have soy sauce tonkatsu ramen." "Very well. Please wait a moment." The master, with his eyes slightly squinted, adeptly concealed his Sharingan while diligently working. "Oh, isn't that Saika and Asuma? You've returned." The familiar voice prompted the two to turn around, revealing a hedgehog-haired figure, none other than the long-lost Obito. "Isn't that Obito, the straggler? What brings you back? Who are you calling a straggler?" Obito rolled up his sleeves, retorting, "Asuma, are you looking for a fight? I assure you, I am no longer the Obito you once knew. Could it be that you are Uchiha Obito?" All right, Obito, there's no need for that." Rin sighed in exasperation, grasping Obito's arm. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Asuma, and you too, Hyuka." "Oh, Rin, it's been ages." As they exchanged greetings, Kakashi entered the room, offering a cool nod, maintaining his aloof demeanor. "So, you all have returned as well." Minato then walked in. accompanied by a striking red-haired woman who clung to his arm as if they were inseparable. Minato-sensei, Kushina-chan. Hello, Minato-sensei. Greetings, this is Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina. This is Asakura Kyuka, the one I mentioned, Minato introduced. Indeed. The only one capable of forming a dynamic duo with Minato was none other than the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. Oh, so this is the Kyuka you spoke of? What a delightful young lad, she exclaimed, playfully pinching Kyuka's cheeks. Kyuka. Minato helplessly pulled Kushina back, apologizing to Kyuka. I'm sorry. Kushina has a rather exuberant personality. Well, it seems more than just exuberant, Kyuka chuckled, dismissing it. Are you all here on holiday too? Sort of. We brought Obito and Rin back to participate in the Chunin exams. Haven T, everyone already been promoted to Chunin? Kyuka queried. Noting that Asuma and Akato were indeed Chunin, why weren't Obito and Rin? Minato explained. The promotions to Chunin were only granted to those who reached the second round of the third match during the last Chunin exams, alongside some seasoned genin who performed admirably. Obito and Rin merely hold the title of Chunin on paper. In reality, they are still genin within the village hierarchy. The proclaimed all-Chunin status is merely a facade. The war came too abruptly for records to be updated properly, so they were hastily assigned the title and sent to the battlefield. In truth, very few have genuinely become Chunin. The reason for bringing Obito and the others back was twofold: to allow them to participate in the Chunin exams and to have Kakashi take part in the Jonin exams. Indeed, Kakashi's prowess qualifies him for Jonin status. Hearing this news, Kyuka felt a weight in his heart, if memory served him correctly. Not long after Kakashi was promoted to Jonin, Obito encountered his unfortunate fate, an ominous sign. Noticing Kyuka's sudden change in demeanor, Minato inquired, "What's wrong, Kyuka?" "It's nothing. Just some unpleasant memories." It appeared he would need to devise a plan to request deployment to the battlefield in the Land of Earth. The situation on the battlefield in the Land of Lightning had been stabilized by Jiraiya, yet complications had arisen in the Land of Earth. In the midst of an incursion into the Land of Fire, Konoha was compelled to allocate some of its military forces to that region. It is anticipated that Minato will also be dispatched to provide reinforcements upon his return. During the fierce conflict between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, the Third Raikage valiantly fought alone against as many as 10,000 ninjas from Iwagakure, enduring for 3 days and nights until he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. This battle resonated throughout the ninja world, and it was only on the journey that Kyogai and his companions learned of the heavy losses suffered by Iwagakure. Despite such devastation, the Third Tsuchikage, Inoki, audaciously dared to divide his forces to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, seeking to seize a portion of the spoils. Such boldness from the old man is quite remarkable. Following the death of the Third Raikage, Jiraiya felt a considerable alleviation of pressure, allowing the exceptionally swift Minato to return for a brief respite. However, with the sudden movements of the Land of Earth, it is likely that Minato will soon be called upon for support once more. Regaining his composure, Kyogai smiled and remarked, "Do not worry about me. By the way, Obito, you fool, will you ever advance to Chunin? Don't underestimate me. I have indeed grown." Obito replied confidently, hands on his hips. "Not by much, though. You're still quite short." Kushina chimed in with a laugh. "Enough of that. It's none of your business. I have grown 5 centimeters since last year. You have not grown at all." "I have." The playful banter between Obito and Kushina filled the ramen shop with a joyous atmosphere. Returning to the topic at hand, Kyogai interjected, "Kakashi, you should be due for a promotion to Jonin, right?" "Oh, it seems that way," Kakashi responded nonchalantly, casting a curious glance at him. "How did you know?" "Your skills should suffice," Kyogai asserted. Minato, smiling from the side, added, "Kakashi is indeed strong, but with your abilities, Kyogai, you should also qualify for Jonin status. Especially considering you have defeated 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Such an achievement is remarkably formidable, even among us Jonin." News from the mist has already returned, and Kyogai's reputation has soared, shining brightly as the most prominent among the younger generation, so much so that even Kakashi, the son of the Konoha White Fang, cannot overshadow his brilliance. "Did you truly slay the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Rin exclaimed, her mouth agape. Obito, skeptical, questioned, "Are you referring to the actual 7 ninja swordsmen?" Asuma shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "Is there a second group like that on the battlefield in the Land of Water? By the way, why hasn't he, the old man, promoted Kyogai to Jonin? His abilities should already warrant it." Minato interjected, Promotion to Jonin is not a simple matter. It requires mastery in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and a comprehensive understanding of all aspects. Unless one is exceptionally unique, they may remain a special Jonin indefinitely. Take Guy, for example. Although he lacks talent in genjutsu and ninjutsu, and should be a special Jonin by rights, his overwhelming strength, compounded by the 8 gates technique, has earned him the title of Jonin. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have elevated him. Ah, I see, Hyogai mused thoughtfully before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh no. I have a terrible feeling I will never become a Jonin." The others responded in surprise, "What?" Minato wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Why do you say that?" In the realm of knowledge, the Chunin exam's written test is riddled with instances of deceit. Sensei Minato, do you believe I can pass the assessment to become a Jonin? Ah, Kushina chuckled. Should I negotiate a favor with the third Hokage? Minato gazed at his girlfriend with a sense of resignation. Even if such matters could be orchestrated, it was best left unsaid. I appreciate your kind offer, Kushina, but the title of Special Jonin holds little significance for me. Saika was not overly concerned. His prowess spoke for itself, and with a few more notable accomplishments, he was confident that the third Hokage would elevate his rank to Jonin. After a hearty meal, Minato rose and declared, "All right, I will escort them to the exam. We shall take our leave now." Understood, Sensei Minato. Farewell, Kushina. Having settled the bill, Saika and Asuma returned to their respective homes. In the warmth of his home's hot spring, he practiced the body flicker technique until evening when a knock echoed at the door. Emerging from the water, he dried himself and opened the door to find Rin standing before him. "Ah, Rin, what brings you here unexpectedly? Come in and take a seat." Rin waved her hand and smiled. "No need for that. I require your presence tomorrow morning at 10 beneath the cherry blossom tree at school." "Oh, certainly. Is it regarding Kakashi's promotion to Jonin? Have you already deduced it?" "Indeed, Kakashi successfully advanced to Jonin this afternoon, and I hope to organize a celebration, as he is the first among us to achieve this rank. Let us not forget, I was the first to attain the title of Special Jonin." "Special Jonin is still Jonin," Saika retorted playfully. Rin stuck out her tongue. "I wasn't present at that time. Just a jest. I will be there tomorrow. Would you like to come in for a moment?" No, I still have several others to find." She waved her hand. "I will leave the arrangements to you, Saika. Farewell." "Yes, goodbye." As he waved her off, Saika pondered over what gift to present to Kakashi for his promotion. An idea struck him. He quickly donned his shoes, closed the door, and made his way to the bookstore. The shopkeeper, preparing to shut the door, frowned upon seeing him. "I do not sell books to little brats. Sir, I am buying for someone." Without further ado, he dashed inside, selected an appropriate book, and placed the payment on the counter. "Oh, you've given too much, kid." Saika hurried back home to retrieve another book. The following day, beneath the cherry blossom tree at the Ninja Academy, Obito clutched a bouquet of flowers, his excitement palpable. "Rin must have summoned me for a significant purpose. What a splendid opportunity to confess my feelings." "You're not thinking of confessing now, are you?" He instinctively nodded, then was startled to discover Saika standing beside him. Obito exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" "I was also invited by Rin, and not just me, others are coming too." Observing the bouquet in Obito's hand, Saika remarked, "Are you planning to confess now?" "It seems premature, Obito." "Not just you." Obito's spirits plummeted, realizing that Rin's affections were directed towards Kakashi. Upon seeing the ashen visage of Obito, Kiyoshi gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "Do not be so despondent. Lift your spirits. I have faith in your abilities. Can you do it?" With tears brimming in his eyes, Obito, choked with emotion, replied, "I can." Lacking enthusiasm, such a timid voice is hardly suitable for courting a girl. "Speak up." "I can. I will definitely succeed." "Excellent. That's the spirit, Obito." Just then, Rin trotted over, waving her hand, causing Obito to hastily conceal the bouquet he held, only for Kiyoshi to snatch it away. "What are you hiding? Hand it over." Rin approached with a smile, saying, "Have you been waiting long?" It was commendable that he was not late. "This is a gift from Rin." He handed the flowers to Rin. Gazing at the bouquet, Rin appeared somewhat flustered, exclaiming, "Oh, a sudden gift of flowers?" Kiyoshi interjected. "Obito has been preparing this for quite a while. He was simply too shy to present it." "Kiyoshi, what nonsense are you talking about?" Obito protested, flustered. Rin chuckled softly, accepting the flowers, and remarked, "They are beautiful. I really like them." "I'm glad you like them," Obito replied, scratching his head in a daze. "Kiyoshi, from now on, we will be best friends. It seemed as though a special bubble of pink affection had enveloped the two. Ah, youth, Rin, here we come. Asuma and his companions arrived in droves, with nearly everyone from their cohort invited by Rin. After all, Kakashi was the first among them to be promoted to Jonin. And given Kakashi's reclusive nature, this gathering was also intended to help him integrate with the group. Rin had prepared for this event for quite some time. While everyone was deliberating, Akamichi suddenly rushed over, calling out, Senior, Orochimaru-sensei is looking for you. He wants your team to come to the Hokage's office. Huh. Kiyoshi and the others exchanged puzzled glances, and a sudden sense of foreboding washed over Kiyoshi, yet they had no choice but to comply. From the back of his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved 2 books and handed them to Rin, saying, These are gifts for Kakashi. I believe he will appreciate them. One was titled My Ninja Romance Story is Indeed Problematic, and the other regarding my upcoming position as Hokage. The titles were enticing, particularly the phrase 18 plus Rin questioned. Is it really appropriate to give such gifts? Obito leaned in with a grin. Kakashi will undoubtedly enjoy them. He is quite the reserved lecher. Haha. We must be off on a mission now. Take care of Rin, Obito. Of course. And if a peculiar old man claiming to be from the Uchiha clan approaches you, exercise utmost caution. Agree to his requests on the surface, but remember, if you encounter him, do not trust anything that transpires thereafter. If you believe in my words. Kiyoshi looked earnestly at Obito, startling him. However, upon seeing Kiyoshi's serious expression, Obito nodded, I understand. I will be cautious of any strange old men. This warning may not suffice, yet there was no time for further elaboration. 3 individuals departed with Akadama, and Lin expressed her curiosity. Why did Kayasuke advise you to be cautious around the elderly? Uncertain of the reason, she nevertheless chose to trust him. In the Hokage's office, Kayasuke and his companions swiftly arrived, where Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited them, their expressions grave. Upon their arrival, Orochimaru wasted no time. Let us proceed to the battlefield of the mist. Is it so urgent? Questioned Kayasuke, bewildered by Orochimaru's sudden decision to head to the mist battlefield. The 3rd Mizukage has taken action, Orochimaru replied. The name of the 3rd Mizukage embodies the pinnacle of power in the land of water, marking the 2nd shadow to join the fray. Sarutobi Hiruzen elaborated. Following the demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 3rd Mizukage had no choice but to intervene. Both Mito and Konohamaru are on the brink of collapse, and the situation in the land of earth is equally dire. The land of fire is besieged by enemies, leaving us in a precarious position. However, the emergence of the 3rd Mizukage rendered the battlefield in the land of water the most treacherous. As Hokage, he would not engage unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Orochimaru, just returned from the battlefield of the wind, was the most suitable candidate for the task. Mito and Konohamaru had initially sent Kayasuke and his group to eliminate the 7 ninja swordsmen to diminish the threat to the Leaf Village. Yet their actions inadvertently compelled the 3rd Mizukage to take the field himself. It may have been better had they not acted at all. Yet the deed was done. And now the priority was to stabilize the situation in the Land of Waves. With the mist expelled from the Land of Waves, the Leaf Village advanced into the Land of Water. The arrival of the 3rd Mizukage abruptly escalated tensions. This was one of the reasons for his involvement, not solely due to the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but primarily because the Leaf Village had encroached upon the Land of Water. Devoid of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the mist resembled a toothless tiger. Yet the 3rd Mizukage remained a formidable adversary. I understand. I will promptly lead Kayasuke and the others to the battlefield, he declared. Due to the sudden invasion from the Land of Earth, the reinforcements I can provide are limited. The forces stationed in the Land of Wind are essential for defense, while Jiraiya is occupied stabilizing the situation in the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, the unexpected incursion from the Land of Earth has necessitated the diversion of most of the forces initially recalled from the Wind battlefield. Orochimaru has little support at his disposal. Orochimaru shook his head, unfazed. His primary concern was to delay the 3rd Mizukage. The rest mattered little. You must depart immediately. Every moment is crucial, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, his frustration palpable. By the way, you won't be participating, will you? He mused inwardly, knowing that the Hokage needed to remain in the Leaf Village to prevent any surprise attacks. He would only engage in battle under exceptional circumstances. Let us go? Akadama should accompany us, Kayasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly wise to send her to the battlefield so soon after her graduation? She must witness the harsh realities of war, Orochimaru responded before leading the four away. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to smoke thoughtfully, contemplating their next course of action. The road lay tranquil, a stillness akin to water. It now appeared that there was no way to reach the land of Earth. Obito sighed, acknowledging that the battlefield would soon shift to the village hidden in the mist, where Rin would also arrive. Ensure Rin's safety, he thought, as long as she remains unharmed. That fool Obito shall never succumb to darkness. Orochimaru inquired, Kiyoshi, are you afraid? Not at all, he replied. It is merely the third Mizukichi. He may not pose a significant threat to me. Yet my vacation has been abruptly terminated. There will be plenty of time for holidays later, so do not fret. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Orochimaru declared, we must hasten to the battlefield in the land of water. I shall proceed ahead. I cannot wait for you all. Kiyoshi, as the team leader, guide Asuma and the others. Understood. Orochimaru nodded and quickened his pace, soon disappearing from sight. Senior brother, shall we not pursue teacher Orochimaru? Hondo asked. It would be futile. His speed far exceeds ours, and we can only follow behind, he replied. Orochimaru's urgency was to swiftly gather the forces of Konoha and establish command. Although Mito and Konohamaru were esteemed elders of the village, their strength paled in comparison to the third Mizukichi. Orochimaru's presence was primarily to balance the combat capabilities of both sides, with the Mizukichi poised to strike at any moment. An early arrival would mitigate danger. Meanwhile, Kiyoshi and his youthful companions could proceed leisurely toward the battlefield. Senior brother, what is the battlefield like? Hondo inquired. A place of death, Kiyoshi answered. One misstep can cost you your life. Hondo, I am not particularly in favor of teacher Orochimaru bringing you to the battlefield. But only through the baptism of blood and fire can one truly become a ninja. He advised her, on the battlefield. Trust only in the weapon in your hand and your dependable comrades. Beyond that, nothing else can be relied upon. The ninja battlefield is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness can lead to irreparable ruin. Hondo nodded. I will be cautious, senior brother. Hong, please look after Hondo. Let us quicken our pace. Due to the shifting tides of war, Konoha's previous stronghold had relocated to the border of the Land of Waves, facing the Land of Water across the sea, allowing for both offensive and defensive strategies. A contingent of Konoha ninjas had infiltrated the Land of Water, causing considerable trouble for the Mist. The loss of the 7 ninja swordsmen had severely diminished the Mist's operational and offensive capabilities. The battlefield now saw more of Mist's bloodline ninjas. Yet aside from the combative Kagaya clan, other clans hesitated in combat. Bloodline ninjas were indispensable talents within the clans. Each family faced tremendous difficulty in producing a single bloodline ninja. Unlike the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, who could awaken their bloodline limits under duress, these clans required a specific awakening process, and not every member could achieve it. Bloodline ninjas were exceedingly rare, wielding immense power and signifying the prosperity of their clan, making it imperative that they not fall on the battlefield. This necessity led to their reluctance to fight fiercely, ultimately hindering their ability to expel the forces of Konoha from their territory. This, in fact, allowed the ninjas of Konoha to establish a firm foothold in the Land of Water. The trio, led by Nichi, formed a reconnaissance team, weaving through the woods. With Nichi present, there was no need for them to be vigilant, as the Byakugan had already surveyed the area within a kilometer. It was merely a routine patrol. Nichi stated, "All right, that's enough for today. There's nothing of note around the camp." The temporary base for Konoha in the Land of Water was under the command of Orochimaru. As for the 2 elders who seemed to contribute little, he had assigned them to the main base in the Land of Waves to manage logistics. He had no desire for those 2 old men to interfere with his strategic decisions while he was commanding the battle. Orochimaru was not the lenient third Hokage, who would tolerate 2 advisors influencing his choices. Implementing such a system would merely decentralize power and undermine himself, a self-destructive course he would never undertake. Upon returning to the camp and reporting their patrol, Hyuga was summoned by Orochimaru. "Hyuga-kun, please stay. I have matters to discuss with you." Oh, he was unsure of Orochimaru's intentions, but it likely wasn't anything pleasant. Once Nichi and the others departed, only Orochimaru, Hyuga, and a girl named Akane remained in the tent. As for why Akane was there, it was Orochimaru's decision to keep her close for guidance and protection, unless the camp was breached by the Mist Village. No one could harm her. "Orochimaru-sensei, what is it you need?" Hyuga inquired. "I require you to undertake a mission alone." "What mission?" "To capture a member of the Kirigakura's Hozuki clan, I wish to study the differences between your physiology and their secret techniques. Kyuka replied, so, you have not given up after all. He recalled how Orochimaru, having been led astray by him previously, had endured days without sleep, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and conceding. Yet, upon arriving in the land of water, his desire for research had been rekindled. Alone? Yes. Shouldn't you send a few people to assist me? The Hozuki clan is few in number, making them difficult to capture on the battlefield. Moreover, the land of water is rich in resources, leaving them nearly without weaknesses. Direct capture is impossible, thus we must proceed stealthily. But my abilities are not compatible with those of the Hozuki clan. I am essentially at a disadvantage against them. I am aware, which is precisely why I need you to go incognito. The village would not permit me to study the Hozuki clan, and while it is somewhat perilous, I trust in your capabilities. You only need to capture a Hozuki who has mastered the hydro-transformation technique. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes. He sought to unravel the principles behind the Hozuki clan's hydro-transformation technique, hoping to deduce Kyuka's secrets from it. As a researcher, the insatiable thirst for knowledge was a vital impetus for their advancement. The curiosity about the unknown is also a fundamental driver of human progress, Kyuka remarked. But it is currently challenging to encounter members of the Hozuki clan on the battlefield. That is precisely why I require you, Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile. An unsettling premonition lingering in the air. Disappearance technique. To dissolve another's visage and don it as one's own serves the purpose of disguise. This method of transformation, in contrast to mere metamorphosis, boasts the significant advantage of eluding even the most astute and powerful ninjas. As long as the imitation is executed with impeccable precision, it becomes nearly impossible for anyone to discern the ruse. However, the sole drawback lies in the brutality of the means employed. Shinji shuddered at the thought, feeling a profound aversion. Indeed, you appear quite repugnant, he remarked. Is there truly no other ninjutsu? Young as you are, you may find this technique unacceptable, the teacher replied. Yet, it is precisely this skill that will render you less susceptible to detection by the hidden mist, considering your intent to conceal yourself among them. Infiltration is paramount. Shinji waved his hand dismissively. If you merely grant me passage into the hidden mist, I shall devise a way to locate the Kirigakure clan. Infiltration? Do you plan to eliminate all who lay eyes upon you? Orochimaru chuckled at the memory of Shinji's past jest. Creating chaos and seizing opportunities amidst the turmoil has always been the most effective method of concealing oneself, Shinji asserted. Very well, I shall not impede your endeavor. You are capable of escaping, are you not? Of course, my skills in self-preservation are a testament to your teachings, Shinji replied confidently. In the realm of ninjas, Orochimaru's expertise in survival was unrivaled. He possessed the remarkable ability to defy death itself. Although Shinji had yet to attain such prowess, those capable of capturing Orochimaru were few and far between. Having received his profound teachings, Shinji had certainly acquired skills for self-preservation. With that said, I need not worry. I shall send you forth. With a sudden thud, a snake materialized within the tent. Before Shinji could comprehend the situation, he was swiftly engulfed by the serpent. In an instant, they vanished. Sensei, did you just send my senior brother to the hidden mist? Hongo inquired curiously. The hidden mist is cloaked in barriers. I cannot transport him directly inside. However, I can send him to the vicinity. It is now up to your brother to navigate his way in. Orochimaru replied with a smile. This shall serve as a trial for him. Unlike you, Shinji possesses immense latent power, though he has yet to unleash it. He must transcend his trivial skirmishes to achieve growth. Only by conquering his immature past can one truly evolve. Shinji is in dire need of such growth. When he relinquishes all fear, he shall be invincible. In a forest of the hidden mist village, a serpent emerged from the earth, its maw agape. A hand, coated in repulsive slime, extended forth as Shinji crawled out, shivering in disgust. No matter how many times he employed this method, the revulsion never waned. How utterly revolting. How does Uncle Snake endure this? He pondered. Perhaps only a being as peculiar as Orochimaru could become accustomed to such a mode of transit. As the serpent vanished from sight, Shinji sought a nearby stream to cleanse himself of the vile residue. Climbing ashore, I gazed distantly at the hazy, elusive mist village and sighed. What an arduous task this is. Infiltrating mist village is perilously dangerous. Should I be apprehended, I might spend the rest of my life confined within a dark room, or worse, subjected to dissection for research. if discovered by the Umbu of Mist. The consequences would be dire. The Umbu of Mist, established by the second Mizukage, mirrors the covert operations of the second Hokage. Yet the methods employed by Mist's Umbu are far more ruthless. Known for their merciless nature, Mist has always favored brutality, making the Umbu particularly fearsome, even to their own. Surrounded by a formidable barrier, escaping from Mist Village presents a significant challenge. The only legitimate entrance is through the main gate. Each ninja village is encircled by barriers, varying in strength, and as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Mist's defenses are undoubtedly formidable. Since its inception, the village has continually fortified its barriers, rendering any attempt to breach them a daunting endeavor. Like Konoha, Mist has but a single entrance, its Grand Gate. Thus, I shall approach the gate with dignity, embodying the guise of a frail old man, stooped and leaning on a cane. I slowly made my way to the entrance of Mist. The village, aptly named for its obscuring mists, is shrouded in a perpetual haze, with dark clouds looming overhead as if rain were imminent. Mist is encircled by a flowing river, with a lone bridge connecting it to the outside world, where the fog thickens as I, in my altered state, step forward. Before the grand entrance stand 2 Chunin of Mist, a scarce resource during wartime. Though both are competent fighters, even a Jounin would find it challenging to contend with them. However, lacking the might of Konoha's famed gatekeepers, they should not be tasked with guarding the entrance. Hey, old man, Mist is not accepting outsiders at the moment. Turn back from whence you came, grumbled one Chunin, a shark-toothed warrior, waving his hand dismissively. I have come to visit my granddaughter, who is a ninja here in Mist. Please, kind sirs, allow this old man to enter. I trembled, feigning fragility as if a gust of wind might topple me. The other Chunin, with brown hair, impatiently retorted, Your granddaughter is dead. Now be gone. Dead. I gasped, my frail body shuddering at the revelation. Shock filled my murky old eyes as I stammered. No, it cannot be. She is a Kekkei Jinkai user. How could she possibly be dead? At the mention of a Kekkei Jinkai, both Chunin exchanged wary glances. For it is uncommon for an ordinary old man to possess such knowledge. The shark-toothed Chunin demanded, What is your granddaughter's name? Kohayomi, I replied. After a moment of stunned silence, their expressions transformed into fury. The shark-toothed Chunin seized my collar, exclaiming, You wretched old man, are you mocking me? Kohayomi is the heiress of the Hyo family. How could you claim kinship with her? Suddenly, a serpent slithered from his collar, retreating into my sleeve. Shinjie squinted and smiled, remarking, What a surprise, the gatekeeper ninja is so feeble, they truly have no fear of death. Just then, the brown-haired ninja, noticing his comrade's immobility, swiftly drew his kunai and lunged at Shinjie. However, that strike merely struck the shark's teeth. Oh dear, it missed. With a flick of his hand, several venomous snakes shot forth, sinking their fangs into the brown-haired ninja, the toxins rapidly incapacitating him. Well then, it's time for the shadow clone technique. I entrust this to you. Leave it to me. Shinjie nodded, transforming into a different guise, charging through the main gate. Flames erupted from the shadow clones. And in the next moment, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the hidden Mist village, drawing the attention of all towards the entrance. Inside the Mizukage building, the handsome yet narrowed-eyed third Mizukage, with his long hair cascading down, inquired, What is happening? Go investigate. Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure reported, Mizukage-sama. The main gate has been attacked. It may be Konoha. What? The third Mizukage erupted in fury. Those scoundrels from Konoha are becoming increasingly reckless. Where are the assailants? We have already dispatched individuals to pursue them, and several squads of departing ninjas have gathered at the main gate, including 2 from the Mizunashi clan and 1 from the Kagaya clan. The third Mizukage felt a headache coming on. The ninja clans of the Mist were beginning to lose their will to fight, preoccupied with their own clans and neglecting the village's welfare. With such a situation arising, it would surely be more challenging to maintain control, provide full medical assistance, and you, Umbu, investigate the perpetrators. Do not allow Konoha ninjas to infiltrate the village. Understood. As the Umbu ninjas departed, the third Mizukage sighed, lamenting the tumultuous times. Suddenly, he was overtaken by a fit of violent coughing, covering his mouth and glancing at the blood on his hand with mounting distress. His body was nearing its limits. Master, my body is failing. I shall soon follow you. He took out a secret potion, attempting to suppress his ailment. His condition was dire, and he knew he had only a few years left. He must endure. Those cursed ninja clans instigated the war, yet they also seek its conclusion. Such a scenario is simply unrealistic. It is imperative to leave hope for the village. Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, is not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that the mist still has those outstanding juniors to support it. Regaining his composure, the third Mizukage stood up, resolved to assess the situation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hidden mist village, the sturdy gates were obliterated by Qingjia's explosion, and a throng of mist ninjas commenced rescue efforts for their comrades trapped beneath the rubble. Help me! A ninja, not severely injured but pinned under debris, his lower body mangled, reached out towards the rescuers. Quickly save him! Immediately, someone extricated him, placing him on a stretcher and hastily transporting him to the hidden mist hospital. Bring a sensory-type ninja. We need to detect any survivors. Yes. The entrance was in chaos as the wounded were urgently rushed to the hospital by their comrades. The lights in the operating room flickered to life, illuminating a medical ninja who, after conducting initial examinations, was taken aback to discover that the patient bore no injuries. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he attempted to call for help, only to have a hand swiftly cover his mouth. Should the patient transformed into Kayasuke, who smiled and said, "No need to be so anxious. It would be unfortunate if you attracted attention." The medical ninja stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. "Such a good boy," Kayasuke remarked, and in a flash, he snapped the ninja's neck, wiping his hands clean afterward. He stripped the body of its clothing, adopting the guise of the medical ninja, and donned the mask to complete his disguise. Dragging the lifeless form to the operating table, he utilized his transformation technique to alter the deceased's visage, covering it with a white cloth. Having completed these tasks, he exited the operating room, only to find that the individual who had originally brought him there had vanished, presumably to assist others. The infiltration had been remarkably straightforward. By creating chaos and employing transformation techniques to obfuscate his identity, he had successfully deceived the initial onlookers, rendering further suspicion negligible. They would handle the doctor's corpse, and in the realm of hidden mist, the disposal of bodies was conducted with utmost professionalism. Whether it pertained to handling corpses or extracting intelligence from them, the hidden mist excelled, even surpassing the capabilities of the Leaf Village. He needed to locate members of the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan, although it was uncertain whether that group would actually visit the hospital. The Hozuki clan possessed unique physiology, allowing them to recover swiftly from most injuries as long as they had access to water. Therefore, it was unlikely they would seek treatment at a hidden mist hospital, though he wondered if they might show up nonetheless. Slipping into the hospital's archive room, he began to scour recent records. During wartime, the number of casualties was substantial, and after perusing several volumes of files, he failed to find any members of the Hozuki clan. She was injured. The records revealed the medical history of Terumi Mei. Previously, during the Leaf Village's incursion into the Land of Water, Terumi Mei and her comrades had encountered Leaf Ninja, fighting valiantly until they were rescued by the arriving Hidden Mist shinobi. The cause of her injuries had been meticulously documented. The Hidden Mist Ninja certainly demonstrated diligence. Restoring the archive room to its original state, he recalled that one of Terumi Mei's teammates belonged to the Hozuki clan, prompting him to visit and see if he could capture that individual. He closed the archive door and proceeded to Terumi Mei's hospital room. Although she was the esteemed daughter of the Terumi clan, she had not been returned home for recuperation but had opted to recover in the hospital. Due to her unique status, she had been assigned a private room, albeit a modest one. Knock knock. A soft voice emerged from within, belonging to Terumi Mei, who was clad in a patient gown with bandages wrapped around her neck and head. "Please, come in." "Forgive my intrusion," Kayasuke said as he stepped inside. "Dr. Kagawa," she greeted. "How are you feeling today, Miss Terumi? Is the individual I killed named Kagawa?" "Thanks to the efforts of the doctors, I am recovering quite well." "That is wonderful to hear," Kayasuke replied with a nod. Terumi Mei, perplexed, inquired, "Isn't Dr. Kagawa supposed to conduct examinations today?" "Examinations? What examinations?" Uncertain of the examination, Kayasuke nonchalantly remarked, "This is nothing. Miss Terumi is recovering quite well. Let us postpone today's examination. I have pressing matters to attend to." The gates of the hidden mist were bombarded by the Leaf Ninja, resulting in numerous casualties. "What? Has the leaf become so brazen?" Terumi tightened her grip on the pristine sheets, visibly agitated. "No, I am compelled by circumstance. If I had a choice, I would not wish to be in the hidden mist. I am merely aware of the influx of injured individuals, and I must tend to them. I have yet to encounter anyone from the Kirigakura's Hozuki clan, making my presence here seemingly futile. As he opened the door for a glance, he noticed two silhouettes in the corridor, a man and a woman, seemingly searching for something. Upon turning, their faces revealed the dark masks of the Umbu. Damn, why are they here? A flustered Kayasuke hastily shut the door, prompting Terumi to inquire. Is there something else, Dr. Kakawawa? There is a significant matter. My ex-girlfriend has arrived, and I must conceal myself. I apologize. She is part of the Umbu and possesses a rather cold demeanor. Our separation was due to certain circumstances, and if possible, please state that I have not been here. Kayasuke abruptly pushed open the window and leaped out. My apologies. Before Terumi could comprehend the situation, the two Umbu members entered the room, asking, Miss Terumi, have you seen Dr. Kakawawa? Indeed, they were searching for him. Terumi resolved to assist, stating, No, please do not disturb my rest. Apologies. If you see him, please inform us immediately. Is there truly such concern for Dr. Kakawawa? Once the door closed behind the two, they remarked, a leaf ninja has infiltrated and possibly killed Kakawawa. We must locate him swiftly. As the body of Kayasuke was being taken away, the use of transformation techniques was discovered. Upon dispelling the transformation, the corpse was revealed to be that of Dr. Kakawawa, prompting immediate notification to the Umbu of the Hidden Mist, who promptly commenced their investigation. Shortly thereafter, Kayasuke climbed back in, exclaiming, You nearly scared me to death. Thank you. Miss Terumi. Not at all. Speaking of which, Dr. Kakawawa, your ex-girlfriend seems quite concerned about you. Indeed, her concern feels more like a desire for my demise. He surmised that his identity had been exposed. Otherwise, the Umbu would not be present. He realized he must devise a new plan for disguise. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Terumi chuckled, pondering the extent of the shadow cast by his past. What sort of personality would her future partner possess? You are destined to remain single for life. The mere thought of that bothersome individual darkened Terumi's expression. How could she possibly end up alone? Cough. My apologies for the spectacle. Sigh. Her possessiveness is overwhelming. Even my interactions with female patients provoke her temper. As a physician, how could I not attend to my patients, hence the breakup? I apologize. Not at all. It can only be said that the lady is quite invested in you. I shall find a way to clarify matters with her. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, he exited the ward and sought refuge in a storage room, transforming himself into a hospital janitor. Grasping a mop and a bucket, he commenced the task of cleaning the floor, suppressing the chakra within him to avoid detection. The hospital seemed to be the only place where he could interact with the yokai clan, suggesting that he intended to remain here for an extended period. The hospital was filled with injured patients, and it was only a matter of time before members of the yokai clan came to visit their ailing kin. As he mopped the floors, he narrowly brushed past a member of the Hidden Mist's Umbu who was searching for him. One of the Umbu turned back in confusion, observing the figure mopping the floor. What's wrong? Another inquired. Nothing. It must be my imagination, came the reply. Indeed, the fishballs from the Hidden Mist are quite delightful. On the bustling streets of the Hidden Mist, Seiji, who had just exited the hospital for a stroll, savored the taste of fishballs. Truth be told, the flavors were exquisite, though the scenery was obscured by perpetual fog, leaving him little desire to explore. After purchasing a generous bag of fishballs, he returned to the hospital, casually morphing into an injured patient, lying down on an empty bed where no one would recognize him. Meanwhile, the Umbu from the Hidden Mist had increased their efforts to locate him, yet they remained discreet, fearing unnecessary panic. Burping softly, he made his way back to the hospital, continuing his role as a janitor. Although the scent of disinfectant masked it, the aroma of fish balls lingered on him. Suddenly, a figure collided with him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch! I'm so sorry, sir. Are you all right? A flustered nurse hurriedly apologized and helped him to his feet. It's quite all right, he replied, picking up a medical record that had fallen to the ground. His eyes narrowed upon recognizing one of the names. Himari Maki is injured too? This was a rare opportunity. Had he not fled swiftly last time, the 7 ninja swordsmen would have caught him. He quickly noted the information on the record and discreetly returned it to the nurse, smiling as he cautioned, Do be careful. One mustn't rush through the hospital corridors. My sincerest apologies. I must be going now. I'll treat you to a meal next time. The nurse, busily clutching the organized medical records, hurried away. CG paid little mind, returning to the storage room with his bucket and mop. Unbeknownst to anyone, he slipped into the women's restroom, and shortly thereafter, a curvaceous nurse emerged, lamenting, "My shoulders are so sore. I should have chosen a more modest form. I hope my child at home isn't hungry." Her appearance mirrored that of the most beloved nurse at the Konoha hospital. Upon reaching the pharmacy, the head nurses bustled about, busy with their tasks. An older nurse called out to him, "You there, please deliver this to Miss Terumi's room. It's her medication for today." "Of course," he replied, hastily accepting the medication and departing. In his wake, the elegant figure unknowingly captivated numerous injured hidden mist ninjas. "Oh no, the stitches have come undone," one hidden mist ninja exclaimed in distress. "Wait, the stitches you made aren't." "Yes, that's where the stitches have come undone. Hurry, fetch a doctor for me." In a flurry of chaos, I arrived effortlessly at the hospital room of Kawakami Mei. What is this? Why am I here again? Taking a moment to steady my emotions, I pushed the door open. "My apologies, Miss Kawakami. Here are your medications for today." "Oh, thank you. You two may leave. I need to change my dressings." "Yes, Lord Mei." Within the room were two individuals, Kawakami Mei's former teammates. Kagaya Taketorai was wrapped in bandages, while Akari Jinjetsu appeared uninjured but somewhat listless, dark circles shadowing her eyes. They had also sustained injuries, but not as severe as Kawakami Mei's. They had been engaged in missions and seized the opportunity to check on her. Upon seeing Akari Jinjetsu, who was the target of my mission, a wave of joy washed over me, though my expression remained unchanged. Akari Jinjetsu and Kagaya Taketorai exchanged glances with me before departing. I felt perplexed. My guise as a nurturing nurse was supposed to resonate with many, yet these two seemed utterly indifferent. Am I merely a pair of hot water bottles? Setting the medications on the bedside, I prepared to leave when Kawakami Mei inquired, "Where are you going?" "I can't apply the medication by myself." "Apply the medication?" My body stiffened, maintaining a smile. "I'm new here today. The head nurse sent me due to the busyness. I apologize for my oversight." "May I ask where you were injured?" Kawakami Mei, not dwelling on it further, smiled and replied, "It's all right. I have an injury on my back. I would appreciate your assistance." "Understood." My heart raced with nervousness. Kawakami Mei turned her back to me and removed her hospital gown, revealing her pristine shoulders and fair arms, while the rest of her body remained shrouded in bandages, rendering it unseen. "Thank you for your help." As she turned away, she began to unravel the bandages. My previously wandering thoughts extinguished upon seeing the gruesome wound on her back. The injury was deep, nearly exposing the bone, close to damaging her spine. Only a skilled ninja from Konoha could inflict such a wound. With a bitter smile, Kawakami Mei remarked, "The elite shinobi from Konoha are formidable. My team encountered them. We fought valiantly and managed to defeat them, yet we all sustained injuries. Mine is the most severe. Will it leave a scar?" Concern for her appearance was evident. And I replied, "If not treated properly, it may scar. However, rest assured, trust in the doctors." "All right, I would appreciate it if you could apply the medication." She lay on the bed, exposing her back. At that moment, if I were to betray her trust, Kawakami Mei could easily retaliate. Yet, I quelled that thought. My life was saved by her, and I could not take advantage of her vulnerability. As I applied the antiseptic cotton to her wound, she winced, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. There, it won't hurt much. Just bear it for a moment," I whispered soothingly. I hastened to apply the medication and then proceeded to wrap the bandages around her wound. My hands have gone numb. What should I do? No, I am a girl now. What is wrong with a girl helping another girl with bandages? But wait, what is so remarkable about being ordinary? With such thoughts, I steeled my resolve, remaining unperturbed as the world around me crumbled. The tablet still fails to captivate my interest. In the future, the remarkable ninja, Terumi Mei, also had her youth marked by mediocrity. The growth of humanity is indeed formidable. Clumsily, I wrapped the bandages around Terumi Mei. After donning her hospital gown once more, she smiled and said, "I truly appreciate your help. How should I address you?" "It's nothing. You may call me Kyoko." "Very well. Thank you, Sister Kyoko. It is my duty. Saving lives is the calling of a physician." He smiled as he tidied up the bloodied bandages, just as a knock sounded at the door. "Come in. Pardon the intrusion." A young man entered, sporting an audacious blue hairstyle, adorned with talisman-like earrings, and a patch covering his right eye. He appeared to be in his 20s. Upon seeing the newcomer, Terumi Mei exclaimed in delight, "It's A.O. What brings you here?" A.O. replied with a grin. "I heard you were injured, and Having found some time, I came to check on you. The mention of Ao's name made Kyoki tense momentarily. He was the future 5th Mizukige's guard, the only one possessing the Byakugan outside of the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan from the moon. How is it? Is the Byakugan from the Hyuga still suitable? Terumi Mei inquired. I've adapted well. It truly is the mightiest ocular technique of Konoha. Since acquiring the Byakugan, I feel my strength has notably increased. As he caressed his eye, he felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered a member of the Hyuga clan and to have claimed one of his eyes. Kyoki had heard from Hayashi that he had participated in this conflict alongside his brother, Hayashi's grandfather, and had lost one Byakugan during the siege of Kirigakure. The main house of the Hyuga clan is unlike the branch house. To safeguard the clan's Kekkei Jinkai, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main house and the branch house, with the main house being the true inheritors, tasked with preserving and advancing the clan's legacy. Only the legitimate eldest son of the clan leader can succeed. The branch house's duty is to protect the main house at the cost of their own lives, preventing the Byakugan from being leaked. Furthermore, the Byakugan of the branch house does not possess a full 360-degree field of vision, but has a blind spot extending 1 degree from the spine. This slight blind spot, if exploited, can lead to dire consequences. The branch house bears the caged bird seal, which subjects them to the main house's control, should they harbor rebellious thoughts. The main house can utilize the seal to destroy the opponent's neural pathways. This seal can also obliterate the Byakugan of a branch house member upon their death, preventing its acquisition by others. Ao successfully acquired one Byakugan from Hayashi's grandfather, and the branch house members accompanying him perished in their efforts to protect him, while Hayashi was dispatched elsewhere on a mission, narrowly escaping disaster. When he recounted this to Kyoki and the others, his expression was profoundly complex. He had long harbored dissatisfaction with the system between the main and branch houses of the Hyuga clan, recognizing that their clan's suffering stemmed from this very issue. As for Ao, he became a target on the infamous bounty list of Konoha, with a substantial reward placed upon his head, regardless of whether he lived or died. Miss Xiaomei, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should any issues arise, you may call upon us. Qingjie resolved to slip away, clutching the medicine as he prepared to depart. As he passed by Qing, she sensed something amiss and abruptly seized his arm. Winching in pain, she spoke with a delicate tone, "You're hurting me." Her gentle demeanor evoked a sense of protectiveness in others. Not only Qing, but even Xiaomei herself felt a surge of maternal instinct, frowning as she inquired, "Qing, what are you doing?" "He is merely assisting me with the medicine." Upon hearing this, Qing's expression darkened, and she remarked, "I have heard from the higher-ups that a ninja from Konoha has infiltrated the village, and since my arrival, you have been quite tense. This eye, obtained from the Hyuga clan of Konoha, has yet to be truly tested on anyone. How fortuitous that I can use you as a subject." Byakugan. The veins around her right eye bulged, instantly revealing Qingjie's true form and the immense chakra he had been suppressing. With a booming voice, she declared, "You are that Konoha ninja." Xiaomei's face flushed crimson with a mix of shame and anger. She trusted Qing more than a stranger. And if he was indeed a Konoha ninja, it meant that the one who had just treated her wounds was. Qingjie's expression darkened abruptly as he grasped the scissors from the tray and lunged towards Qing's eye. In an instant, his talisman-like earrings converged upon her Byakugan, causing the scissors to spark as they collided. Failing to land the blow, he swiftly kicked, forcing Qing to retreat. As he stepped back, he remarked, "The sealing technique of the mist is quite formidable, capable of safeguarding your Byakugan in advance. The protective talisman, a masterpiece of the Mist's Umbu sealing division, activates in the face of threats to defend what it guards. Only members of the sealing division can undo it." During this time, Qing could still utilize her Byakugan. Liquid release, liquid monster technique. Xiaomei expelled a torrent of viscous liquid, sealing the windows, while Qing guarded the door. Observing this, she exited the room and sealed the door, transforming the ward into a confined space. Enduring the pain, she rose, her exquisite face ablaze with fury as she demanded, "Who are you?" "Just a passing masked rider. Remember that." She scoffed. "Now perish." Forming hand seals, she exhaled a thick mist, boiling release, mist technique. Everything within the room that came into contact with the mist began to dissolve. Goodness, if this continues, even bones would likely melt away. Qing retreated. This enclosed space rendered wind ineffective against the corrosive mist, but he still had a trick up his sleeve. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water surged from the ground, forming a dragon that crashed against the sealed windows. Yet the walls created by Zhao Mei were of such superior quality that they remained unbroken. Save your strength. There's no way you can break through. Standing amidst the acidic mist, Zhao Mei remained unaffected. After all, she had conjured it herself. However, despite her anger, she understood the gravity of the situation. Capturing this individual alive for the village was paramount. As the mist thickened, Qingjie grinned, asserting, "I will surely find a way to escape from here." Clenching his fists, he struck the adjacent wall with a powerful blow, shattering it with a few swift punches and kicks, creating a gaping hole that startled the injured nearby. At that moment, a figure rushed in. It was Qing. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, a multitude of clones emerged, deftly avoiding Qing's onslaught. Qingjie laughed and remarked, "Since your vision is so sharp, allow me to grant you a little reward." The clones, understanding his intent, shouted in unison, "Harem technique." With a series of loud thuds, a cloud of white mist enveloped the room, revealing a bevy of alluring, well-endowed women clad in minimal attire. The few fog-hidden ninjas lying in their beds were instantly overwhelmed. Gushing blood, Qing, not faring much better, covered his nose, closed his eyes, and observed the world through his Byakugan, his view filled with a throng of chakra-infused humanoid beings, significantly alleviating his situation. "You are truly not a man." As the shadow clones vanished, Qingjie scoffed, dismayed that the magnificent harem technique could evoke no reaction. "Are you a eunuch? How absurd. How did such a ninja as you emerge from Konoha, not engaging in battle, but instead delving into such bizarre techniques?" Yet it was not surprising. It was, in fact, rather splendid. Except for Qing, the others present, including Qingjie and 3 other fog-hidden ninjas, shared a silent consensus. "I shan't play with you any longer. Inform the young lady that we may meet again." No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive sword flew through the window, exploding upon impact. Coughing amidst the dispersing smoke, the figure of Wooly Shinba emerged, bandaged and grinning malignantly. "Did you not perish?" he taunted. Upon receiving word from his subordinates, he had arrived here in an instant, crashing through the window and swiftly dispatching the enemy. In his view, the current fog-hidden ninjas were far too indecisive. A direct kill would suffice. Qing struggled to rise, having sustained additional injuries from the previous explosion. Had it not been for his Byakugan, which allowed him to foresee Wooly Shinba's assault, he might have met his demise. Tragically, the others in the ward had not fared as well. The cold-hearted nature of Wooly Shinba's actions left him feeling uneasy. "Ah, you're still alive," Wooly Shinba remarked to Qing. "I expected you to be dead. Unlike these 4 useless ones, you possess some skill." After controlling the acid mist concentration in her ward to a safe level, Terumi Mei arrived at the scene and immediately grasped the situation upon seeing Wooly Shinba and the grim-faced Qing. Suddenly, both she and Qing beheld a mass of flames morph into a humanoid form, exclaiming loudly, "Be careful." Wooly Shinba hastily turned, intending to wield his explosive blade, but it was already too late. With a thud, a fiery fist broke through Wooly Shinba's defenses. "You bastard!" Blood gushed from the wound, staining his arm as the flames continued to burn, searing his insides. He turned his head to witness the flames gradually taking shape into a human figure, one whose face he would never forget. A mere child, perhaps 11 or 12 years old, had boldly shattered the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. He had never anticipated encountering this individual in his own homeland. "Qingjie Asakura." Upon seeing Kayasuk, Terumi Mei erupted in fury, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "I never anticipated that the ninja invading the mist would be you." Kayasuk replied, "I had no desire to be here either." Withdrawing his hand, he picked up the explosive kunai from the ground and kicked aside the lifeless body of Wuri Shinpachi, stating, "I had no choice. My mentor assigned me a troublesome task that I must adhere to." "Was that nurse you?" Terumi Mei demanded. "No, it was not," Kayasuk retorted, turning his head away. Unable to meet her gaze. "I will kill you," she raged, seizing the kunai from Kayasuk's hand, intent on ending his life. Kayasuk wielded the explosive kunai, prompting Ao to intervene and restrain Terumi Mei, warning, "Do not act recklessly. He possesses the explosive kunai." As a ninja from the mist, he was acutely aware of the peril this weapon posed, far more troublesome than even the dreaded Samahata. They could not afford to act impulsively. The commotion had drawn a considerable crowd, for this was a hospital, filled with injured ninjas and those visiting their comrades. After the initial chaos, They began to converge upon the scene, gathering outside the doors and windows. Kayasuk, with his weapon in hand, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "What a grand spectacle. It truly ignites the blood. Let us set it ablaze." He was indeed ablaze, a living torch ready to explode. Terumi Mei, familiar with Kayasuk's abilities, was taken aback and shouted, "Everyone, do not act impulsively." She glared at Kayasuk, her teeth clenched. "Kayasuk, do you have any idea how many innocent lives are at stake in this hospital? Not just ninjas, but ordinary civilians and children. If he detonates here, countless lives will be lost. We cannot allow this to happen." "Oh, I do not wish for such a calamity either. I suffer from social anxiety, and I fear the crowd. Make them disperse." Kayasuk's demeanor was infuriatingly nonchalant. Though Terumi may wish to suggest a retreat, some mist ninjas were unwilling. "Why should we fear a mere Konoha ninja? Have you not seen Wari Shinpachi's corpse?" "Exactly. He is just a Konoha ninja," they echoed. "Are you fools? Step back." A young man with a stitched scar on his left cheek spoke gravely. "That individual harbors a tremendous amount of chakra. If he detonates, at least half this building will be lost. Oh, some possess a modicum of discernment. Therefore, retreat immediately. Do not attempt to eliminate me with ninjutsu. I will detonate faster than you can react." Kayasuk slammed the explosive kunai into the ground, resting his hands upon it. With a grin, he added, "Do not forget, there is still explosive kunai here. Obtaining a summoning scroll from the Kirigakure clan will not be so swift." He chuckled, exuding confidence. "Fall back," the young man commanded the mist ninjas. "However, Lord Yagura, retreat. Did you not hear me?" "Yes." Kayasuk, hearing the name, inquired, "Are you Yagura Karatachi? Have you heard of me?" Yagura replied, "Of course. In the future, the fourth generation of the Water Shadow, a perfect Jinchuriki, ultimately becomes a pawn under Obito's control. Although he appears youthful, his true age belies his appearance, as evidenced by the fact that he has even become a grandfather in the non-canon series Boruto. Fortune has certainly not favored him." Saikai declared, "It is time for me to withdraw. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." The explosive blade detached from his hand, presumably summoned back. "Do not think to escape." He swung his arm, and a pillar of fire erupted, transforming him into flames that surged through the window. As Kurigane Yagura prepared to utilize water style, Saikai's flames suddenly detonated in midair, scattering like fireworks. The fiery embers fell rapidly like shooting stars across the hidden mist village. "Akame, lock onto all fireballs. That guy must be among them." Akame promptly activated her Byakugan to identify the fireballs, only to discover that each one contained the same individual. Cold sweat trickled down her brow as she exclaimed, "That guy is within all the fireballs." Kurigane Yagura instructed, "Then extinguish all the fireballs." Immediately, he employed water style to intercept the descending flames. It was not only him. Several bewildered ninjas in the hidden mist village joined in, attempting to douse the fireballs with their water style techniques. However, the sheer number of fireballs was overwhelming, and some still fell upon the village. One detonated within an inn, igniting it entirely. A panicked crowd emerged, shouting, "Fire! Fire! Quick, help extinguish it." This chaos was not isolated. Similar incidents erupted throughout the village. The trio quickly realized that Saikai had escaped. This cunning individual must not be allowed to slip away next time. Extinguish the fire. Water style. Hurry with the water style. Water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged into the inferno, but it also demolished the wooden structure. "Idiot. Can't you control the water properly? Using the water dragon bullet like that, didn't your teacher instruct you?" A frustrated ninja retorted, "I learned only killing techniques on the battlefield. Who studies fire suppression?" The other shot back defiantly. The altercation left the critic momentarily speechless. Soon, additional ninjas arrived to assist in quelling the flames, but the initial irate ninja had vanished. Saikai, now transformed into an adult male, navigated the streets of the hidden mist village, exuding an air of imminent departure. Ninjas passed by, oblivious to his presence as they rushed to extinguish the fires. He pondered how to locate the territory of the Yagura clan. Initially, he intended to stake out the hospital, but that plan now seemed futile, as Kazuki Jinjetsu might not arrive. However, considering the Yagura clan's stronghold, he realized he might not return if he ventured there alone, given their opposite physical attributes. Very well, one step at a time, he decided, seeking a place to rest. He found a relatively intact inn and spent the night there. As he slept soundly, the door to his room creaked open, and a snake slithered in, making its way to his face. The chill enveloped him, causing considerable discomfort. Awakening. He removed the serpent from his face, his eyes heavy with sleep. The small snake opened its mouth and released a tiny scroll. Summoning his strength, he unfurled it, revealing a message from Orochimaru, advising him not to rush and to remain in the hidden mist for a few more days, suggesting he capture additional bloodline ninjas if possible. My goodness, one member of the Hozuki clan is insufficient, others are needed. Grasping the scroll, smoke began to seep through the gaps between his fingers. Soon after, he found himself in the restroom, flushing away the remaining ashes. After washing his hands, he retrieved another small scroll and inscribed the intelligence he had gathered in the hidden mist, chiefly reporting his success in eliminating Shiro. After allowing the snake to consume it, he nestled back under the covers to continue his slumber. The small serpent slowly slithered away, disappearing into the drainage system. At the Konoha camp, during breakfast, Akamichi brought in a snake, exclaiming, "Orochimaru-sensei, my senior brother has sent word." "Bring it here," Orochimaru replied. The small snake regurgitated the scroll, which Akamichi handed to Orochimaru. Upon opening it, Orochimaru's lips twitched before breaking into a smile. "Well done. Although you did not capture the specimens I desired, the 7 ninja swordsmen will no longer be able to regroup anytime soon. They were already short one member, and now with Kaisuke's actions, their chances of reassembling are virtually non-existent. Did my senior brother eliminate the last one as well?" Akamichi's eyes sparkled with admiration for his senior. "Indeed, the results are commendable. He may not return for some time. The hidden mist is currently in seclusion, and the third Mizukage remains firmly in control, preventing any conflict. Akamichi, let me teach you a few ninjutsu techniques." "Yes, please." The duo, one large and one small, exited the tent. Meanwhile, Kaisuke was brushing his teeth and washing his face. After finishing dinner, he ventured out to explore the streets, eventually finding himself in a gambling den for the day, while the hidden mist ninja tirelessly sought him out. That evening, with a bulging wallet in hand, he headed to a fish noodle shop. The delectable fish soup paired with springy noodles was delightful, yet in his estimation, it paled in comparison to Ichiraku ramen. After satisfying his hunger, he prepared to continue his stroll. As he surveyed his surroundings, he failed to notice a drunken man staggering out from a nearby alley, colliding with him. "Are you all right?" He brushed the dust off his clothes, ready to help the inebriated man to his feet. "Get away from me." Unexpectedly, the drunken man shoved him aside and stumbled up, cursing, "Who do you think you are? How dare you block my path? Do you know who I am?" A nearby elderly bystander muttered, "Ah, it's Hozuki Mitsuki again, flaunting his status as the son of the second Mizukage while causing trouble, bringing shame to his father." "Indeed, Hozuki clan, the second Mizukage's youngest son, you say? It seems fortune has smiled upon us." As the son of the second Mizukage, he undoubtedly inherited his bloodline limit. However, given this man's demeanor, he appeared to be a failure. The head of the Hozuki clan is likely a direct descendant of the second Mizukage, leaving the youngest son without hope, possibly drowning his sorrows in alcohol. In an instant, Shinjie conjured a plethora of familial dramas in his mind. Clearing his throat with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Ah, it is the esteemed Lord Shinua. What a delightful coincidence. Surely you remember me, your friend Sakata Jintoki. We encountered one another at the izakaya, did we not?" Sakata? Who might that be? Who do you think you are?" A desire to reprimand this individual surged within him. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, it seems the noble are prone to forgetfulness. At our last visit to the izakaya, I treated you to drinks, and Master Tomaru was present as well. I have no recollection of that. However, I do wish to indulge in some sake. You shall join me." The inebriated Lord Shinua seized Shinjie and began to stroll away, oblivious to the identities involved. A pungent aroma of alcohol assailed Shinjie, causing him to grimace as he suppressed his discomfort, responding with a forced smile. "Very well, Lord Shinua, do take care." Exhibiting a sycophantic demeanor, the passers-by lost interest and dispersed. "Is this not the road to the izakaya?" the drunken Lord Shinua inquired. "Certainly not," Shinjie replied, narrowing his eyes as he forcefully slammed Shinua's head against the wall. Instantly, Lord Shinua's head burst apart, scattering like a splash of water. "This bloodline limit is rather unhelpful to my abilities." Seizing the moment while Lord Shinua was regaining his form, Shinjie swiftly formed a seal, invoking the summoning technique. A robust serpent immediately filled the somewhat narrow alleyway, producing a red talisman inscribed with a multitude of black runes. At its center lay the character for sealing. This sealing talisman, crafted by Orochimaru, possessed a temporal efficacy, yet it was still viable. As Lord Shinue began to regain his senses, he turned to Chingjia, intent on uttering a curse, only to have a sealing talisman affixed to his forehead. Instantly, sealing runes crawled across his body, rendering him immobile. "This is your misfortune. You have no one to blame but yourself," Chingjia remarked. He straightened Lord Shinue's body, inscribing a scroll and placing it within his robes, then commanded, "Open your mouth." The serpent obediently parted its jaws as Chingjia forcefully shoved Lord Shinue inside. With a resounding thud, the serpent vanished. Transforming once more, Chingjia emerged from the alley, seamlessly blending into the crowd as though he belonged. The younger brother of the head of the Kogen clan had gone missing, despite the fact that no one lamented the disappearance of this scoundrel, as he was the younger sibling of the clan leader and the second son of the Mizukage. His absence necessitated a search. Presently, the prime suspect was Chingjia, the leaf ninja concealed within the hidden mist village. There were suspicions that the leaf sought to exploit the bloodline limits of the mist. This was intolerable. Every bloodline limit ninja represented the village's utmost secrecy. And how could they permit someone from the leaf to pilfer such treasures? Unable to endure this affront, the third Mizukage took to the battlefield, engaging Orochimaru in battle. Without revealing his affliction, he, alongside Kajitsu Yagura, managed to repel Orochimaru and dispatched a message to the third Hokage, demanding a response. Otherwise, the third Mizukage would personally venture to the leaf for a conversation over tea. Sarutobi Hiruzen likely surmised that his own disciple was at the heart of this matter. Yet how could such misdeeds ever be acknowledged? In the midst of a tense atmosphere akin to a brewing storm, it appeared that a confrontation was imminent. Yet apart from the initial skirmish with Orochimaru, no battle had truly unfolded. The air was thick with anticipation, suggesting that a significant conflict was inevitable. Meanwhile, Kayakawa had been discreetly notified by Orochimaru to remain hidden, as he might soon prove invaluable. Suddenly, Kayakawa transitioned from a frontline operative to an underground agent, tasked with the crucial role of intelligence gathering. Such information was often easily procured in bustling locales. Disguised, he found himself in a tavern, listening intently as a group of mist ninjas indulged in drink and conversation. In their drunken haze, they were likely to divulge useful tidbits. This time, Kayakawa assumed the guise of a lad no older than 15 or 16, leisurely strolling down the street with his hands tucked into his sleeves. To his dismay, he encountered Ching and the stern-faced Terumi Mei. "How is it that I keep running into them? They are like a persistent shadow, maintaining an air of nonchalance." He attempted to pass by them. But wait, it was not Ching, with his Byakugan, who called out to him, but rather Terumi Mei. Kayakawa feigned ignorance and continued on his way, yet Terumi Mei called out once more, "Asakawa Kayakawa." With resolve, he pressed ahead. Suddenly, Terumi Mei exclaimed, "Ching, seize him. How did she recognize me?" Realizing concealment was futile, he fled in haste. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, a multitude of Kayakawas burst forth into the street. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A powerful water dragon surged forth, obliterating a cluster of clones. Chase after him, Ching. Terumi Mei pursued, creating her own water clones. While Ching did not hesitate to conjure a swarm of water clones as well, all in relentless pursuit of Kayakawa and his shadowy duplicates. The commotion in the streets could not go unnoticed. More and more mist ninjas joined the fray to capture Kayakawa, who had already made his escape. Upon reaching the vicinity of an opulent estate, he gasped for breath, pondering how on earth Terumi Mei had tracked him down. Could it be that fate had entwined their paths? I must find a place to rest and later inquire about this. With that thought, he stealthily scaled the wall and slipped inside. This household was undeniably affluent, boasting a small lake in its courtyard. Staring at the tranquil waters, Kayakawa inhaled sharply. Unable to fathom the lifestyle of the wealthy, though he could only envy it, he noticed a small building by the lakeside and, seeing no one around, darted inside. The room was meticulously arranged, with a faint scent lingering in the air. The presence of a teddy bear pillow at the bedside indicated it was a girl's chamber. "Excuse me, I shall take refuge here for the night," he muttered. He opened the wardrobe, nestled himself within, and piled blankets around him to muffle sound and conceal himself from discovery. How on earth did Terumi Mei uncover my hiding place? The enigma of her sudden awareness plagued his thoughts. He believed he had remained undetected, yet she had found him. What lapse had betrayed him? As these thoughts swirled, He settled beneath the covers and drifted into slumber. His sleep was deep and dreamless, a fortunate circumstance given his light snoring. Had he been in a deep sleep, the sounds would have surely given him away. I am quite famished and must seek a place to procure some sustenance. I wonder if this household possesses a kitchen. Shifting aside the blanket, I opened the wardrobe. In the room, a beautiful maiden was removing her ninja stockings. Kayasuke and Terumi gazed at each other, their eyes locking. Nice. Kayasuke rushed over to cover Terumi's mouth, preventing her from uttering a sound. In retaliation, Terumi bit down on his hand. Ouch! Is this girl a dog? The pain was excruciating, blood seeping from the wound. Are you a dog? Unable to restrain himself, Kayasuke pinned Terumi to the ground. But she was not one to yield easily, and thus commenced a close-quarters struggle aimed at subduing one another. Alas, Kayasuke's skill surpassed hers, culminating in him emerging victorious by ensnaring her with a serpent-like maneuver from his attire. Breathing heavily and straightening his clothes, Kayasuke noticed Terumi's eyes were red, her beautiful gaze misty, her mouth stuffed with an apple. Should this scene be witnessed by others, it could easily be misconstrued. Miss, I heard a commotion. Are you all right? A maid's voice called from outside the door. Kayasuke swiftly mimicked Terumi's tone, saying, It's nothing. I was merely practicing some fitness exercises I learned at the hospital and might have disturbed you. By the way, you're just in time. Could you bring me a late-night snack? The maid replied, puzzled. But miss, didn't you just have dinner? Kayasuke's expression faltered, and he coughed lightly. Perhaps it's best to forget it. You should return to your rest. Yes, miss, please take care of yourself, the maid responded before departing. Letting out a sigh, Kayasuke reached for the fruit on the bedside and began to eat, glancing at Terumi, who appeared on the verge of tears. I apologize. I truly did not realize this was your home. Speaking of which, your family is quite affluent. You even have a lake in your yard. The joy of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. Faced with his insincere apology, tears cascaded from Terumi's eyes. Witnessing this, Kayasuke became flustered, hurriedly retrieving a tissue to dab her tears. Please, don't cry. I dread it when girls weep. They are so difficult to console. This only intensified Terumi's sobs. Wah! Kayasuke felt a sense of dread. Fortunately, the maid had gone to rest, or else the situation might have raised questions. Please, stop crying. Let me clarify. I am not a pervert, nor do I have any lewd intentions toward you. He glanced at Terumi and added, at least not at this moment. Please, don't cry. Dear sister, it was an accident. I merely stumbled upon your home. Can we not end this crying? After much coaxing, he finally managed to calm Terumi's tears. Though destined to be the fifth Mizukage, she was, for now, merely a young girl. The apple was taken from her mouth and set aside. With reddened eyes, she glared at Kayasuke and declared, You scoundrel. Yes, I am a scoundrel. A villain. He acquiesced to her words, eager to avoid further coaxing, pondering why he had not simply knocked her unconscious earlier. I am such a fool. Kayasuke chided himself, realizing there was no turning back now. He inquired, My lady, how did you discover me today? Zhao Ming turned her head away, unwilling to address the question posed. A small snake slithered from his sleeve, and Qingjie remarked, What will it be? Will you speak, or shall this serpent find its way into your mouth, burrowing into your belly to stir within? A gentle reminder. It is a female snake, and with spring just behind us, what do you suppose might transpire? Zhao Ming's face blanched in terror. You monstrous fiend. Should you dare to do such a thing, I will assuredly find a way to slay you. Just utter your words, and we may remain friends. Who would befriend a pervert like you? Qingjie turned away, dejected, feeling a twinge of sorrow. I thought we were friends. It felt as though we had forged a bond. His expression and gaze resembled that of a forsaken puppy on a snowy night, stirring pity in her heart. Zhao Ming, unable to resist, replied, We are friends. Your body temperature is higher than most. One can feel it when close to you. So that is the case. She had not been aware of it herself. Orochimaru had mentioned it previously, but she had paid it little heed. Now, she wondered if it might affect her transformation technique. Had she sensed it earlier when passing by her? Why was she so adept? How long have you been observing me? Qingjie widened his eyes, taking a step back, astonished at the meticulousness of her scrutiny. How terrifying. Flushed, Zhao Ming hastily clarified, No, you misunderstand. It was merely during our last encounter at the hospital when you changed my bandages. I intended to explain myself to prevent you from thinking me a frivolous girl. But then I recalled the hospital incident, and my temper flared. By the way, your room's decor is rather splendid, unlike mine, which is rather ordinary. She quickly diverted the conversation. Yet, even bound, Zhao Mei Ming exhibited remarkable strength, propelling her legs to collide with him. Oof! He caught her, grinning. What a delightful surprise to be embraced like this. How naughty. A swift chop to her neck rendered her unconscious, and he decided to let her rest for a spell. Retrieving the snake that bound her, he carried her to bed, tucked her in, and then disguised himself as Zhao Mei Ming to exit. Under the cover of night, he stealthily made his way to the kitchen, seeking some pastries. Truly, a wealthy household indeed. The pastries were exquisite. After satisfying his hunger and patting his belly, he returned to Zhao Mei Ming's room. This place was pleasant, at least safe until she awakened. Sitting cross-legged in the room, he contemplated how to lower his body temperature. Due to his innate abilities, his temperature was slightly elevated compared to others. Typically, this was inconsequential, but when utilizing chakra, it rose further. For instance, while employing a transformation technique, his temperature was notably higher than before. No, I cannot instinctively draw upon fire attribute chakra. I must utilize wind attribute instead. When others employ transformation techniques, their chakra remains devoid of attributes. However, due to Kayasuk's unique constitution, certain non-attribute chakra ninjutsu he uses is fueled by fire attribute chakra. For instance, while an ordinary individual utilizes the body flicker technique with attribute-less chakra, Kayasuk instinctively channels fire attribute chakra. This needs to be altered, otherwise, it may lead to his demise. He begins to manipulate his chakra, which initially lacks attributes, but as ninjutsu is employed, the chakra begins to exhibit distinctions in attributes. Similarly, when an ordinary person refines their chakra to become a ninja, they too eventually manifest corresponding attribute chakra within their bodies through the use of ninjutsu. Besides the initial wind and fire attributes, Kayasuk now also possesses water attribute chakra, albeit not as potent as the former two. A ninja's energy is limited, typically. Even elite jonin are adept in only 2 or 3 nature transformations, as an excess would deplete their energy. Not everyone possesses the versatility of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a true master of 5 nature transformations. Kayasuk starts to transition his fire attribute chakra into attribute-less chakra, gradually returning his body temperature to normal, a task not particularly arduous. Once restored, Kayasuk takes a piece of paper and swiftly writes a few words before stealthily exiting her home. Awakening in the early morning, Terumi May feels a throbbing pain in her neck. Remembering that Kayasuk had stayed in her room, she immediately sits up to check her attire, relieved to find herself fully dressed and unharmed. Upon noticing a note left on her bedside, she realizes he has departed. I have left, farewell. Who wants to bid farewell to that scoundrel? In a fit of anger, she tears the paper to shreds, her mood soured early in the day. On this occasion, Kayasuk returns to the Hidden Mist Hospital. Order has been restored here. Despite prior incidents, the hospital cannot cease operations. The task assigned by Orochimaru remains unfinished. While he has acquired the bloodline limit of the Akatsuki clan, the Mitsuki and Kagaya clans still elude him. As for Terumi Mei's clan, it is best left unconsidered. She is likely the sole individual with 2 entirely different bloodline limits. For now, he does not wish for her to encounter any misfortune as the future 5th Mizukage. Should she resort to her powers, it could provoke Terumi's clan into madness, potentially igniting a fierce conflict between the Hidden Mist and the Leaf, or even inciting formidable assaults from other villages. After all, bloodline limits are an immensely valuable resource for a village. What intentions lie behind the Leaf's theft of bloodline limits? Such a situation is one they wish to evade. Stealing 1 or 2 may be manageable, but pilfering too many risks calamity. Orochimaru's insatiable greed knows no bounds. He would go to any lengths for his research. Kayasuk, however, must press on, contemplating the time he might buy until a conflict erupts between the Mist and the Leaf, which would likely conclude his mission. He visits the Hidden Mist Hospital to gauge the situation. Should conflict not arise, he must still fulfill his duties. After masquerading as a nurse for several days, he observes that the number of injured patients at the hospital has been steadily increasing, indicating the resurgence of war, and of a large scale at that. The number of individuals with severed limbs is countless. Every day, Qingjie finds himself tending to the wounds of this group of ninjas, which leaves him feeling utterly fatigued. However, the thought of ending their lives has never crossed his mind. For those who have lost limbs, particularly their hands, their lives as ninjas are essentially over. Without hands to form hand seals, their combat effectiveness is significantly diminished. Not everyone possesses the prowess to perform hand seals with one hand, and the use of ninjutsu without hand seals is not a trivial matter. This group poses no threat. During this time, Shinjie packaged a corpse belonging to the Kagaya clan to send to Orochimaru. Unfortunately, conditions were limited, as the group from Mizuki was too effete to take action. While he was working at the Mist Hospital, he was approached by two members of the Mist Umbu. Narrowing his eyes, he hadn't seen these individuals for several days. Their sudden appearance suggested a matter of importance. Sure enough, they drew closer and said, "Muri ran. Come with us." "Very well," he replied with a smile, nodding as the two Umbu escorted him. Upon exiting the hospital and arriving at a crossroads, Shinjie smirked coldly and struck the back of the Umbu's heart with a punch, igniting him in a fiery explosion, turning him into a torch. The other Umbu, taken aback, drew his long blade and swung it down. However, the blade effortlessly passed through Shinjie's form, leaving merely a scorched line across his body. Turning around, he delivered a punch to the mask of the Umbu behind him, shattering it with such force that the mask shattered as well. Realizing he had been exposed, he knew he could not linger and must make a hasty retreat. The commotion attracted attention, and upon witnessing Shinjie committing an act of violence in the street, several rushed toward him. Fire Fist. He unleashed a blazing punch, sending forth a torrent of flames down the street. He transformed into a figure of fire, charging forward alongside the fiery fist. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared above the fire fist. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water materialized before Shinjie, forcing him to reveal himself. The newcomer was Kakazaki Yatsukura, wielding a thick staff with a hooked end and adorned with a small green flower. He intently declared, "I cannot allow you to run rampant here, Asakawa Shinjie. Step aside, you baby-faced fool." Divine fire, unknowable flame. He concentrated flames in his hands and swung them outwards, launching two fiery spears directly at Kakazaki Yatsukura. The latter utilized his coral staff to shatter the flaming spears, allowing Shinjie to maneuver around him and make a direct escape. He had revealed himself, and though the reasons were unclear, he understood that he could no longer remain in this location. He needed to flee. Elementalizing his body for greater lightness, he accelerated, flames erupting from his feet like rocket boosters propelling him into the sky. This state could not be maintained for long, as it would double the consumption of his chakra, but his speed was sufficiently rapid. This flight inadvertently exposed his position, prompting a throng of mist ninjas to start their pursuit. "Capture him. He is a disciple of Orochimaru. He must not escape," they shouted fervently. "If we seize him, Orochimaru will be wary and hesitate to engage with the mist. He will be our crucial bargaining chip." Such voices echoed in the air. But Shinjie paid them no heed as he charged straight toward the recently repaired gates of the mist. "Stop him!" The gate shouted in dismay. Over 100 mist shinobi have gathered at the entrance. Water release, water barrier. Water release, water barrier. Water release, water barrier. Water release, water barrier. A group of several individuals collectively invoked the water barrier technique, forming a towering wall of water that halted Kyogai's advance. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water trumpet technique. Aggressive water techniques, accompanied by countless shurikens and kunai, rained down upon him. Kyogai extended his arms, crossing his hands and interlocking his fingers, then positioned them across his chest, exhaling, water release, water barrier. His unique hand sign, an enhancement of the water barrier by the second Hokage, summoned a substantial flow of water to erect a barrier that effectively thwarted all incoming attacks, albeit at a tremendous cost of chakra. Indeed, the second Hokage's water techniques are not something just anyone can wield. Senju Tobarama's water techniques possess immense power, but they also demand a significant chakra expenditure, making them unsuitable for most. The Senju clan's abundant chakra provides the foundation for Tobarama's water techniques. How is this possible? How can the water barrier possess such formidable defensive capabilities? Are we using the same technique? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The mist shinobi who had just used the water barrier to intercept Kyogai began to doubt their own abilities. They could never achieve such a level of defense alone. If they were to discover that Kyogai specializes in fire techniques, they might truly question their existence. Water release, water dragon bullet. Kyogai continued his relentless movements, unleashing a roaring water dragon that surged into the crowd, wreaking havoc and forcing them to form seals in defense, providing Kyogai with an opportunity. The roar of the fire dragon. A thick pillar of fire erupted from his mouth, forcibly creating a gaping hole in the defensive formation of the mist shinobi. Ah, it's so hot. Help. I don't want to die yet. I haven't even settled down. After this battle, I still want to get married. Without hesitation, Kyogai took off running. Every ninja village is interconnected, making it exceedingly difficult to breach the barriers. Thus, he could only make for the main gate. Chase him. Koya Yagura pursued closely behind, accompanied by Ao, Terumi Mei, and a shark-faced individual wielding a massive sword akin to a door, the Kubikurabocho. The owner of the Kubikurabocho had appeared, known as Kisame Hashigaki. This scoundrel must not escape. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth. This person cannot be allowed to slip away. Ao trailed behind, using his Byakugan to lock onto Kyogai's figure, stating, "He is approximately 1,000 meters away. Let us accelerate. We cannot allow him to flee." Mr. Ao's abilities are truly convenient. 1,000 meters, is it? Let us pursue, everyone. Even with the Kubikurabocho on his back, Kisame Hashigaki did not slow down. The group quickened their pace, with a throng of mist shinobi trailing behind them. The entrance had been blasted. The leaf shinobi were indeed audacious, having trampled upon their pride. How could they possibly endure this? Even shinobi have their breaking points. Who among this relentless bunch has leaked my identity? I have only reported my whereabouts to Orochimaru, which implies that someone has pilfered my confidential information from him. Is there a mole within the village? Damn it, we'll settle this score upon our return. For now, escaping with our lives is of utmost importance.